151, hold me, so I won't kill him. The scene in front of them shocked them, especially Hiroshi's subordinates. They had been looking at their boss with a smile, so they didn't realize that this young man suddenly appeared and kicked their boss until his face deformed. It hurts. Hiroshi's voice suddenly reverberated through the store. He was crying and screaming in pain like a girl. After all, he didn't pass out directly, so he felt all the pain from his broken nose and teeth. Holding his deformed face, he cried out, couldn't handle the pain. There was a young man who stood there with an expressionless expression in the middle of the shop. Shishio. Chihiro felt relieved when she saw the young man who appeared and kicked Hiroshi. She ignored Hiroshi and even felt that it was good her nephew was beating that guy up. Hirotsuka, Aina, and Satomi, who heard Chihiro's voice, didn't expect that the one who had shown such a beautiful kick to Hiroshi before was Chihiro's nephew, who they had just discussed before. So handsome. On the mind of the three women quickly thought when they saw Shishio's face, then they remembered that they were wondering whether they should get him, but when the real person appeared, they couldn't help but blush. Chihiro didn't notice the abnormality of her three girlfriends. Even if she found out, she didn't know what was going on. After all, when her three girlfriends were secretly considering eating her nephew, she was already drunk and fell asleep. She wanted to ask Shishio, but... You bastard! You dare to beat our Kitakata family! Do you want to die? Hiroshi's subordinates quickly became furious when they saw their boss was beaten. Well, they had to admit that it felt comfortable when they saw their boss was beaten, but their organization needed a face, so they quickly surrounded Shishio to beat him up. Some of them directly took out their knife, and some of them directly wanted to beat him up. And when they saw Shishio's face, they couldn't help but feel jealous, thinking that they should make 1 or 2 scars. Shishio. Chihiro quickly panicked when she saw that there were still also people there. Shishio didn't say much. Instead, he grabbed the stool on the ground and directly smashed it on one of the Yakuza. Bam! When the stool smashed his head, he directly passed out and collapsed on the ground. Bastard! Die! Shishio threw the stool toward the guy holding the knife, and that stool directly hit the guy's face and broke some of his teeth. It hurts. As for the last one, Shishio directly punched this guy's face, then grabbed his hair before he slammed into the table inside the store. Crack! The table cracked into 2, but Shishio didn't stop until this guy's face smashed into the ground. The guy passed out directly with a bloody head. Shishio then stood up and clapped his hands, but then, he looked at the last guy who tried to hurt his aunt. Bastard! Don't you think that I'll let you stay alive? Once I get back, I'll call everyone, beat you up, and let rape all of those. Hiroshi, whose face was bloody and deformed, had already gone crazy and couldn't think straight. All on his head was only revenge, and he wanted to see him in despair, then threw him to the Tokyo Bay, but he forgot whether he could get out of this place or not. Hiroshi didn't finish his words, but his nuts were kicked directly by Shishio. Yamazaki, who saw this scene, became pale quickly and held his nether region with an ugly expression. Hiroshi wanted to scream, but Shishio punched his face. Shishio grabbed his collar and said, "You want to kill me? Then rape them? However, before that, how about I send you to Yama, King of Hell in Japan?" With his Byakugan mastery and orthopedics mastery, he directly made this guy's face become even deformed and gave him many hidden injuries inside his body, slowly tutoring him without letting him pass out. Bam, bam, bam. Only the sound of his fist met Hiroshi's flesh was heard, which made everyone nervous and scared. Shishio, stop! Stop! You're going to kill him! Chihiro ignored her dizzy head and quickly hugged Shishio to stop him. When Chihiro hugged him, Shishio also stopped and let go of Hiroshi. He threw him on the ground, and his breath was quite heavy. His eyes were red. His state was very wrong at that moment. He was just furious when he thought that this guy dared to threaten him. He then kicked this guy's body for the last time and said, "You're just trash, but you dare to threaten me. Stop! Stop, all right. You're going to kill him." Chihiro didn't want Shishio to become a criminal and lost his future because of those trashes, so she needed to stop him. Shishio tried to calm himself and said, "I have stopped." "Really? You won't beat them again?" Chihiro asked. "I won't, but don't let go of me since I might beat him up again," Shishio said, since he might really kill this guy directly here if Chihiro really let him go. Chihiro nodded and hugged him so tightly that this guy wouldn't do anything stupid. Still, it felt very comfortable to hug him. "Boss, can you make me sour or something?" Shishio asked since he needed a drink to calm down. "You bastard! You are underage. How can you ask for alcohol?" Chihiro directly scolded Shishio. "Then Kalpis, do you have Kalpis?" Shishio asked. "Ah, yes, I have it, wait a moment," Yamasaki quickly said since he was terrified of Shishio. "Good, drink Kalpis, calm yourself," Chihiro said with a sigh of relief. Still, then she looked at the group of Yakuza that had fallen on the ground, wondering what they could do at this moment since she was afraid that Shishio might be charged with excessive self-defense, but then Shishio patted her back, trying to reassure her. Don't worry, I can take care of myself, Shishio said while patting Chihiro's head. Chihiro also calmed down, the dizziness on her head also slowly disappeared, and she also felt comfortable, but then she quickly slapped his hand away. I'm your aunt. How can you pat my head? Shishio ignored Chihiro's words, sat down on the stool, and took out his phone to call someone, but at the same time, he felt weird. After all, the area where he was living was quite good. Even though it wasn't as good as Chiyoda, Minato, and Chuo, there were still many polices that patrolled around in the surrounding area, but why did he meet those trashes several times? Hey, don't ignore me. Chihiro was annoyed when she saw that Shishio ignored her. Hirotsuka, Satomi, and Aina saw this scene and wondered why it felt like they saw a couple or something, but they had to admit that they were jealous of Chihiro at that moment. Hello? I have some trouble, can you help me to clean them up? Yeah, wear a disguise, wait a moment. Shishio looked at the store owner and asked, where is the address of this place? Ah. Yamazaki, who prepared the kalpis, was startled, but quickly said, it's it. Shishio nodded, then said, did you hear it? He then looked at Yamazaki and said, by the way, I like my kalpis strong. Don't worry, Yamazaki said without hesitation. Shishio then talked for a while then suddenly asked, right, which family does this trash belong to? Ah, it's the Kitakata family, Yamazaki said. Still, there was a lot of conspiracy in his mind, wondering who this young man was, wondering whether he was a young master at a bigger Yakuza organization or something. Shishio nodded and talked for a bit before he ended his call. Chihiro looked at Shishio with some confusion and asked, who is that? My friends, Shishio said simply. Don't worry about this matter, but are you alright, Chihiro-ne? You're not hurt, right? Chihiro also sighed in relief and thought that it might be Shishio's grandpa's friend, and when he was with him, she also relaxed, feeling secure with him beside her. No, I'm alright. It's great that you're here. Shishio nodded then looked at Chihiro's friends. Sorry to scare you before, but are you three alright? Don't worry, we're alright, thank you, Oga-kun, Satomi said with her best smile, forgetting all the things that had happened before and thought of him as her prince and white horse. She looked at Chihiro, who sat next to Shishio and gave her a wink several times, but Chihiro ignored this woman directly. But is this matter really alright? Aina asked. Who did you call? Hirotsuka asked. It's going to be here soon. Shishio didn't answer their question. Young master, this is your kalpis, Yamazaki said and quickly served Shishio's kalpis respectfully. Shishio. I'm not a young master, but whatever, Shishio said and drank the kalpis to calm his nerve. It might not be related, but kalpis is a Japanese uncarbonated soft drink produced by Shishio's company too, so he ordered this drink, and it tasted surprisingly good. He drank his cold kalpis, and somehow he felt calmed down. You alright now? Chihiro asked worriedly. I'm alright, Shishio said, then suddenly everyone heard the siren of a police car. Hey? Police. Hirotsuka, Satomi, Aina, Chihiro, and Yamazaki were dumbfounded when they heard the siren of the police car. After all, in their minds, they thought that Shishio's friend was a Yakuza or something, even though it was bad, it was better than police since they were afraid that Shishio might be caught of excessive self-defense. Everyone was nervous, and it didn't take a long time before the police entered the store and saluted towards Shishio. Take them, Shishio said simply. Yes. The police nodded, then grabbed the Yakuza there without hesitation, then left directly after giving a salute to Shishio. There was no question. There was no talking. They only took the Yakuza and gave a salute to Shishio before they left. Shishio looked at the work of his private military company and had to admit that he was very satisfied. As for what they did with that trash, he didn't care much, but he needed to teach them that in this world, there was someone that they couldn't afford to offend. Chihiro had a lot of questions on her mind, but one thing for sure, she was glad that this matter had ended. Still, there was one question that she needed to ask no matter what. Shishio, why are you here? She looked at Shishio in confusion, since she didn't know the fact that her friends had just stolen her mobile phone to make a call to him. Chihiro-ne, your friend just called me on your phone and said that you were drunk, Shishio said. Satomi. Chihiro looked at Satomi angrily, and since she knew that Satomi was the only one who could do such a thing. No, it's not me. It's Shizuka. Satomi quickly blamed everything on Hirotsuka. Shizuka. Chihiro looked at Hirotsuka, who collapsed on Aina's arms in surprise since she didn't expect that Hirotsuka would be the one who did it. Hirotsuka. Hirotsuka only realized what a plastic friend was at that moment. 152, Chihiro, your nephew is too amazing, right? I didn't expect that Shizuka would secretly call you over with my phone, but it's good that you're here. Chihiro looked at Hirotsuka and her two friends beside her with relief. After all, if Hirotsuka didn't call Shishio here, then no one would happen to them. In the worst case, they would be raped by those yakuza. But are you all right? Your hands are full of blood. She only noticed it now and saw that Shishio's fists were full of blood. It's all right. It's the blood of those trashes before, Shishio said. Then quickly wash your hands. What will you do if their blood carries a disease or something? Boss, lend me soap and sink to wash his hands, Chihiro quickly said to Yamazaki. Oh. Yamazaki could only nod in this situation. You're too exaggerated. Shishio looked at his aunt helplessly, but he still washed his hands honestly, but when he washed his hands. Oga-kun. Hello, I'm Satomi Tachibana. It is nice to meet you, and please take care of me in the future. Satomi pushed Chihiro away, bowed her head lightly, put her hands in front, then squeezed her chest so it could become bigger, and introduced herself to Shishio. Shishio looked at Satomi, then looked at her cleavage that showed through her shirt. He knew that the moment he received the Silverman gem, there must be Satomi too in this world, but he didn't expect that she would be Chihiro's friend. Still, he had to admit that her introduction was a bit weird, but he didn't think too much and gave her a nod. It's nice to meet you, Tachibana. Satomi. Just call me Satomi-ne too, Satomi quickly said. Then I'll call you Satomi-ne. Shishio nodded with a light smile on his face, and if he didn't remember wrong, Satomi had a hobby to do cosplay. He was wondering whether he could check it on the internet when he returned back later. Chihiro raised her eyebrow at Satomi, clenched her fist, staring at her friend, wondering whether she should make Satomi remember her age was twice Shishio. Still, more than that, she treated her as a sister, but she wanted to sleep with her nephew? If she didn't do something today, then they might really do that, especially when she could see how Shishio and Satomi could become so close. Satomi was happy that her conversation with Shishio was very comfortable, and his joke made her laugh, but such a happy time was very short. Cough. Cough. Chihiro coughed loudly. Aina quickly stopped Satomi and said, "All right, stop, Satomi, or you might make Chihiro angry." She pulled Satomi then introduced herself to Shishio. "Hello Oga, my name is Aina Rumika. Like Satomi or Chihiro, you can also call me Aina-ne, and thank you for today. If you're not here, then we're not sure what will happen to us." She had to admit that Chihiro's nephew was very handsome and very strong. She felt that if he was born 10 years younger, she would date and even marry him now, having many children. Unfortunately, they only met now. Their age was too far apart, and when he entered society, she would be in her mid or late 30s. Chihiro and Satomi looked at Aina at the same time, wondering whether this woman also aimed at Shishio too. "Well, since you asked me to call you first, then just call me Shishio, Aina-ne, and I'm just doing what I need to do, you don't need to thank me," Shishio said, and didn't really mind befriending a lot of charming women. In truth, with his real age, he was more interested in someone of Chihiro's age. After all, they had this mature charm and plump body, which made them quite irresistible for him. Aina smiled and said, "Anyway, I'm very grateful to you. If you have time, I'll treat you to something to thank you for helping us." Oh. I'll treat you too," Satomi said without hesitation. Enough. Chihiro had enough of her two friends and quickly parted them from Shishio. Hirotsuka, who was still unable to move, was only sitting on the stool there, looking at the thing that had happened in front of them with a lonely expression since she couldn't join them. "Chihiro, do you want to go to the hospital now? Your friend can't move, right?" Shishio looked at the beautiful woman on the back, and he had to admit that among the four of them, she might be the most beautiful. Well, each of them had their own charms, too, though. "Oh, right." Chihiro only remembered then walking to Hirotsuka. "Shizuka, are you all right now?" She looked at Hirotsuka with a worried expression. Shishio dried his hands with a towel and walked to Hirotsuka too. Even though he wasn't a doctor, he had knowledge of orthopedic mastery, so he knew some basic knowledge for a doctor. "There should be nothing wrong, except that my body is a little numb." Hirotsuka tried to raise her arms, and after a long time of hard work, she could only move her finger lightly. "Shishio, this is Hirotsuka Shizuka. She's also my friend together with Ina and Satomi. They're all my colleague classmates. Today was just a gathering after a party, but I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing." Chihiro looked at Hirotsuka, who couldn't move, and his heart was full of worry. Shishio looked at Hirotsuka and knew that this woman was one of the women that people wanted to marry. After all, her hobbies were reading manga and watching anime, then sleeping. Her figure was perfect, and her face was very beautiful, except for her smoking and alcohol habit, which was like an old man. There were almost no shortcomings. If Shishio had met this woman first in this world, then he might have fallen in love instantly, but he had met a lot of people here, and he needed to be responsible for them. After all, even if he was a scumbag, he wasn't trash. He then squatted down in front of Hiratsuka and said, "Can you let me check you for a bit?" "Hey." Shishio didn't wait for Hiratsuka to answer and held her hand, massaged it lightly, trying to check whether there was something wrong with it or not. Hiratsuka, whose hand was suddenly held by Shishio, suddenly blushed. "Shishio, what the hell are you doing?" Chihiro was furious when she saw how Shishio could hold Hiratsuka's hand without hesitation. After all, they were unmarried couples. How could they hold each other's hands, right? "Chihiro nay, I have some knowledge about first aid," Shishio said while checking Hiratsuka's hands for a while and nodded. "Well, you have been drugged, right? Once you sleep with your healthy body, you should be alright tomorrow." With his orthopedic mastery, he could see how strong Hiratsuka was, and if Hiratsuka wasn't drugged, then that trash before had already become dead corpses. He didn't hold her hand too long and parted with it after he had checked her condition. After all, he didn't intend to take advantage of her, but he had to admit that her smell was quite good. It was a very personal fragrance, with a mix of alcohol, though it would be better if he didn't smell a cigarette from her. I see. Hiratsuka lowered her head since she was afraid that Shishio would notice that she was observing him. She had to admit that his serious expression was very handsome before, which made her blush. "I see, that's good." Chihiro sighed in relief and didn't doubt Shishio's words. After all, this guy was simply a monster, knowing a knowledge about first aid was something normal, compared to the talents that he had shown. By the way, Shizuka is also the teacher at Swime, so don't fall for her since it'll cause a huge scandal. Shishio and Hiratsuka. "But is it alright to date you?" Shishio asked in his heart but didn't say it out loud since he didn't think too much. Chihiro looked at Shishio and wondered whether this guy fell for Hiratsuka. After all, among the four, Hiratsuka was the most beautiful one. If someone could ignore her smoking and drinking habits, her vulgar mouth, her boyish personality, and her strength, then maybe Hiratsuka would have already married earlier than her. Still, it seemed that she was thinking too much since she could see that he was very serious from the beginning to the end. Satomi and Aina didn't say much, but they also felt relief when they heard from Shishio that Hiratsuka was alright. "Well, how about we go back now? After all, it is already very late," Shishio said since he wanted to go back now. "Well, that's true, let's go back." Chihiro nodded and frowned. After all, even though her head had been patted by Shishio before, it couldn't fully erase her drunk state, and there was a lot of things that happened today which made her very overwhelmed, and at this moment, she didn't want to think at all. But Shizuka is like this. Satomi, who knew the priorities, looked at Hiratsuka in Aina's arms with a worried expression. "Should I call you a car to send you back?" Shishio asked. Hiratsuka, Chihiro, Satomi, and Aina. No, it is all right, we have already troubled you enough," Aina quickly said to stop Shishio. "Yes, it's all right. I don't want to trouble you again," Satomi said. "Yeah, their house isn't that far, and as for Shizuka, I'll bring her back to Sakurasu for a rest. After all, it's not far from here. What do you think?" Chihiro also said, but in truth, she was really wondering what the hell her nephew did that he could call the police, a driver, etc., which made her very confused. Still, the most important thing was Hiratsuka now. Her apartment was quite far, coupled with what just happened now. Chihiro didn't feel relief to let Hiratsuka stay home alone tonight. The best way was to go back to Sakurasu by herself for one night, and they were working in the same school, after all, so there wasn't any real problem if Hiratsuka stayed at Sakurasu. "By the way, Shishio-kun, are you living in Sakurasu too?" Satomi asked. I'm living there." Shishio nodded. "Then can I visit you next time?" Satomi asked with a ruddy face. Chihiro, Hiratsuka, and Aina. "Why not? That's what I want to say, but Chihiro-ne is the manager there, so I can't make much of a decision there," Shishio said while looking at Chihiro. "Chihiro." Satomi quickly looked at Chihiro. "Can we talk about this later?" Chihiro rubbed her temple and became very dizzy now. "Well, I'll visit you later, Shishio," Satomi said with a smile. I'll prepare you good food when you get there." Shishio nodded easily and didn't think too much. "Oh? I can't wait for it." Satomi smiled happily. Hiratsuka, Chihiro, and Aina knew that Satomi was eager for love, but did she need to be so anxious? And the three of them looked at Shishio and wondered whether Satomi was his type, but more importantly, Chihiro wanted to ask them to care about her feelings. "Can we still go back just like this? What about the table and some stools that are destroyed in this store?" Hiratsuka suddenly asked. When Hiratsuka mentioned this problem, they quickly remembered that many things were destroyed in the fight before. No, no, you don't need to think too much, it is all right, and I'm really grateful for young master since this way, they won't bother my store again, Yamazaki, who had been silent, quickly said. After all, he knew that Hiroshi's Yakuza group would disappear in this world, and he didn't need to pay the cleaning fee again, which made him happy. Still, more than that, he was scared to ask for compensation from Shishio. After all, he was very scared when he saw Shishio fight before. Brutal. It was the only word that perfectly matched Shishio in Yamazaki's mind. The four women felt some relief, but they also felt complicated when they heard Yamazaki's words. After all, they knew that doing business was quite difficult. Shishio then took out his wallet and took all the money there. He put it on the counter table directly and said, "There should be 2 million yen there. Use it. Think of it as my compensation for destroying your interior." Hirotsuka, Chihiro, Aina, Satomi, and Yamazaki. No, no, this is too much. I can't accept it. Yamazaki knew that someone who could take out 2 million yen without hesitation wasn't someone normal, and if he accepted that money, he would feel that his hands would burn, so he didn't accept it. Or rather, he didn't dare to accept it. If you feel that it is a bit too much, then use that money to pay for all the drink or food that we're going to eat and drink in the future, take it, or I'll shove it in your mouth, Shishio said since he was too lazy to talk. Yeah, yes. Yamazaki nodded while crying. Shishio didn't care about Yamazaki, then looked at the four women. Let's go back. 153, if you can get 4, why you should get 2. See you later, Shishio-kun. Satomi said with a smile while waving her hand. Bye, Shishio. Aina nodded with a smile. Both of them left together, but in their minds, they thought that Shishio was becoming more mysterious, which made them wonder who he was, and at the same time, they knew that Shishio was a perfect husband candidate. See you later, Satomi ne, Aina ne. Shishio waved his hand with a smile, looking at 2 charming women, then he turned, looking at the other 2 women again. Well, Chihiro ne, Hiratasuka-sensei, should we go back? Inside the store, Chihiro looked at Shishio with a complicated expression, and her nephew became more and more mysterious. Still, she suddenly remembered her big sister's words telling her that Shishio loved to gamble. Don't tell me. Hirotsuka didn't think too much about the money. After all, when she heard that Shishio was the grandson of the general in JSDF, she knew that he didn't lack money, but she felt that it was a bit too much since this guy could take out 2 million yen without blinking, which made her more curious about him. Well, I want to go back, but I can't carry Shizuka, Chihiro said helplessly while supporting Hirotsuka's body. Hey? You can't carry me? Then what should I do? Hirotsuka quickly asked since she couldn't move her body at this moment. I'm just a weak woman. What do you want me to do? Even though I have said the distance between this restaurant and Sakurasu isn't far, I can't carry you that long, Chihiro said, but that was the truth. After all, she was just a weak woman, and unlike Hirotsuka, she didn't practice martial arts. Ugh. Hirotsuka also wasn't sure what to do. Then do you want me to carry you, Hirotsuka-sensei? Shishio asked. 2x. Chihiro was surprised, but Hirotsuka's cheeks were flushed. Chihiro, you can carry me, right? Hirotsuka begged. After all, if Shishio carried her, their skin would touch each other, and their distance would be so close. She was very nervous when she thought about it. Chihiro didn't answer Hirotsuka, but even though she didn't like the idea of Shishio carrying another woman, Hirotsuka was her good friend, and she even thought of her as a sister. With Hirotsuka's condition, it was also impossible to bring her back by herself, so Chihiro nodded and said, Shishio, carry her back to Sakurasu, can you? Sure. Shishio nodded. Hey. Hirotsuka was dumbfounded. Chihiro. Chihiro, I can go by myself. She was extremely fragile at that moment, and she had lost her usual strength. She was more like a shy little girl, struggling to stand up, but her legs were soft and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Shishio quickly supported her. Sensei, do you hate me? Shishio asked directly. No, I don't hate you, but… Hirotsuka was very nervous at this moment, resting on his chest, struggling to get up. Still, she didn't have strength, so she could only lay on his chest weakly, which somehow made her become even more nervous, but she had to admit that he smelled really good, and she could feel that his body was strong. So let me help you, all right? Shishio then didn't hesitate and carried Hirotsuka in his arms directly. Hey! Shizuka thought that she would be carried piggyback, but she didn't expect that she would be carried in Princess Carrie style. Why are you carrying me this way? Hirotsuka was so flustered. It's easier this way, Shishio said simply, but in truth, he was afraid that if he piggybacked her, his dick might get hard, considering how her chest might be pressed into his back later. Chihiro nay, let's go back. Ah, Chihiro frowned, but she didn't say much. Looking at Hiratsuka, who acted like a shy little girl, she let out a sigh, but as her good friend, she knew that even though Hiratsuka might have a strong attack, her defense was simply zero. She thought for a bit and looked at Hiratsuka and Shishio for a while. She felt that it might be good to match them up. The night breeze was quite cold, and the moon was quite beautiful, but the woman in his arms was more beautiful. Hiratsuka felt very relaxed in his arms and felt that it was great on his arms, but at the same time, she was very shy at this moment and didn't dare to say anything, especially when Chihiro was right beside her since she was afraid that Chihiro might tease her later, but she had to admit that Shishio was very handsome, especially when she could see him from a close distance. Shishio somehow wanted to hug Hiratsuka tighter, but he knew that he couldn't do that. He looked at Chihiro and asked, Chihiro nay, you have been walking strangely. Are you all right? I'm all right. You don't need to worry too much, Chihiro said while holding her head. She put her hand on the wall on the side and pressed her temple lightly. Still, even though she had said that she might support both Hiratsuka and Shishio, she felt quite bitter and wasn't in a good mood since she was quite jealous of Hiratsuka, who was carried in his arms. If you want, I can carry you too, Shishio said. Hey! 2x. Hiratsuka and Chihiro were dumbfounded. Excuse me. Shishio changed Hiratsuka's position and carried her with one arm, and his other hand also tried to reach Chihiro and carried her with his other arm. This process was so sudden and so smooth that Chihiro was dumbfounded, and suddenly she was resting on his arm at this moment while staring at Hiratsuka, who was also being carried on his other arm. Hiratsuka and Chihiro looked at each other and thought that Shishio was too strong, right? In truth, with his strength, it was quite a workout to carry both Hiratsuka and Chihiro at the same time. Still, with his balance mastery, it was very easy for him. After all, he could know which angle and the part were the easiest to carry with this ability. Hiratsuka and Chihiro put their hands on Shishio's shoulders, and somehow their cheeks were flushed at that moment. Oh, right, Chihiro nay, I have brought a new tenant, Shishio suddenly said. New tenant? Who? Chihiro asked with a frown. You know about Mashiro's condition, right, Chihiro nay? So I have asked their family, and when we discuss with each other, we have decided to send her a maid. She's at Sakurasu now, I'll introduce you to her later, Shishio said. Maid, hey. Chihiro nodded and also knew that it was necessary to send a maid to Shina. She then looked at Shishio and asked, Shishio, are you going out gambling again? Hey? Gamble. Hiratsuka was dumbfounded, looking at Shishio before she was thinking about Chihiro's cousin whose condition was like a toddler. After all, Chihiro had told Shina's story to her, so she didn't feel that much surprised if there was a maid to take care of her, but when she heard about a gamble, she frowned. She was the guidance counselor of Shishio's school, and she couldn't allow her student to do something bad. Staring at Shishio, she looked at him, waiting for his answer. Shishio looked at Chihiro weirdly and asked, why do you think that I have gambled? Because you've taken out 2 million yen without hesitation, tell me, did you stay out last night to gamble or something? Chihiro asked while starting at Shishio. Shishio looked at Chihiro for a bit and said, in truth, I have stopped gambling now. Then? Where did you go last night? Chihiro asked. I have really gone out to meet various people in business circles. I might stop gambling, but I'm doing something else now, Chihiro nay, which is why I don't lack money, Shishio said. What did you do? Hiratsuka asked curiously. I do stock, trading, investment, and a lot more, Shishio said simply. Chihiro and Hiratsuka. But... Shishio quickly interrupted and said, I know that you are worried about it, I know it is very risky, but it is very rewarding. Chihiro and Hiratsuka looked at Shishio, and there was no hesitation, very confident, which made their heartbeat move so fast. Just how much do you have now? Chihiro asked curiously. It's enough for me to marry someone and live with her forever without worrying about anything, Shishio said simply. Chihiro and Hiratsuka thought that this guy was simply their dream husband. Say, with your net worth, is it possible to take care of the four of us? Chihiro suddenly asked. Hey! 2x. Hiratsuka and Shishio were dumbfounded. You mean, Chihiro ne, Hiratsuka-sensei, Satomi ne, and Aina ne too? Shishio asked. Yes. Chihiro nodded and asked, can you? Shishio was surprised, but then he nodded without hesitation. Can. Then can you marry us together? Chihiro asked with a smile. What are you talking about, Chihiro? Hiratsuka couldn't comprehend what her friend was thinking. She roared with a flushed face. If you want, how about we register our marriage directly to the government office, Chihiro ne, Hiratsuka-sensei, Shishio said without hesitation. Hiratsuka couldn't say anything and stared at Shishio with a blush on her face, but at the same time, this guy was a bastard, right? Chihiro snorted but laid her chest lazily on his face, giving him a burst of fragrance from her body. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. I was joking too, Shishio said with a smile and rubbed his head slightly since it felt nice when her chest was on his face. Chihiro looked at Shishio and knew that this guy wasn't a good guy, but she didn't say much when she saw him rubbing his face on her chest since she was the one who gave him a chance. Still, why was he her nephew? If their relationship wasn't with an aunt or nephew, then without hesitation, she was going to eat him. After all, he was simply her dream husband. Hiratsuka somehow sighed in relief when she heard that both of them were joking. You're not tired? Chihiro asked. I was tired before, but now, I'm full of energy, Shishio said cheekily, rubbing his face on Chihiro's chest. Chihiro snorted while looking at him amusedly. Thank you, and think of that as your reward. Shishio looked at his aunt, and somehow she was so beautiful tonight. No problem. Hiratsuka looked at the two of them, and she had to admit that she was quite jealous since she could see how close the relationship between the two was. Still, she didn't notice Shishio, who was rubbing his face on Chihiro's chest at that moment. If she knew that, she might knock his head directly. It didn't take a long time before they arrived at Sakurasu, and as expected, Shishio arrived quite late because of that incident. Can you help me to open the door? Both of his hands were preoccupied, and he couldn't open the door after all. Chihiro nodded and opened the door, but someone opened the door first before she opened the door. Shishio-sama. In front of them, Roberta seemed to be very worried, staring at Shishio, and asked, Where have you been? She was very worried when she didn't receive his call and thought that someone had happened. Well, there's a problem earlier. You don't need to worry since it has been resolved, Roberta, Haru said. That's good. Roberta nodded, but then she noticed the two women in Shishio's arms. Chihiro and Hiratsuka also looked at Roberta, staring at her curiously. After all, they didn't expect that the maid that Shishio told them before would be wearing a maid uniform. The three of them stared at each other, and they weren't sure what to say. How about we enter first? It's quite cold outside, Shishio said, and somehow he felt that his arms were a bit numb since he had carried the two all the time, but he had to admit that it was a quite good and rewarding experience since he could touch their butts along the way before. Still, looking at two beautiful women in his arms, he was wondering why the two of them hadn't married until now. 154, if the wall isn't thin, then I might go for it. Entering Sakurasu, Shishio put down Chihiro and Hiratsuka at the entrance. He took off his shoes, he was about to help Hiratsuka, but Chihiro stopped him. I'll help Shizuka, Chihiro said. Shishio nodded and didn't say much. He looked at the dark corridor and then looked at Roberta. By the way, where's everyone, Roberta? Everyone has gone back to their room, Roberta said. Then you have been waiting at the entrance before? Shishio asked in surprise. Roberta nodded. Shishio, Hiratsuka, and Chihiro. Chihiro-ne, what about Roberta's room? Shishio asked directly. Ugh, of course, I haven't prepared her room. After all, she just moves here, Chihiro said while scratching her head. Then do you think there's someone who can share a room with her? Shishio asked. I'm not sure, but everyone might have slept now, Chihiro said and wasn't sure what to do with Roberta for a while, and even though it might be possible to let her sleep in her room, she was sure that it would be cramped. Then can I sleep in Shishio-sama's room? Roberta asked. Shishio, Hiratsuka, and Chihiro. Cough. Cough. How about I help you go to your room first, Chihiro-ne? Shishio asked. Hiratsuka and Chihiro were overwhelmed by the information that they heard from Roberta, and their heads were quite muddled because of their drunkenness. Let me help you, Roberta said and helped Hiratsuka to stand up. Thanks. Hiratsuka nodded then looked at Roberta's complexion. She couldn't see her face very well since half of her face was covered by thick round glasses. Still, she looked at Shishio, who helped Chihiro, and she was really jealous of Chihiro at that moment. Chihiro didn't see Hiratsuka's expression, let Shishio help her to stand up, and said, Well, Roberta-san, is it? My name is Chihiro Sengoku. I'm Shishio's aunt. Nice to meet you. My name is Roberta, Roberta said. Yes, nice to meet you too, Roberta-san, but are you sure that you are going to sleep in Shishio's room? Chihiro asked. Is that not okay? Roberta asked. Chihiro looked at Shishio and asked, What do you think, Shishio? There's a futon in my room, and she just sleeps in my room tonight, so I don't really see any problem here, Shishio said simply with an innocent expression, without any sin on his face. His face was like a baby that didn't understand the difference between a man and a woman. Chihiro stared at Shishio for a while and nodded. Well, let her sleep in your room tonight. Shishio nodded and didn't say much. Then they went to Chihiro's room and let Hirotsuka and Chihiro rest there. Okay, Shishio, go back and rest, remember not to be late tomorrow, and don't do something that can make a police officer catch you, Chihiro said while staring at Shishio. Shishio wanted to say that the police officer couldn't catch him, but he only nodded since he didn't want to argue too much. Okay, Chihiro-ne. Oga-kun, thank you for today. Hirotsuka's face flushed, even though she had maintained her composure to thank you, but when those words came out, she sounded so shy like a little girl that she couldn't believe that was her own voice. Shishio was stunned, smiled and didn't expect that Hirotsuka was really cute. No problem, by the way, your voice is so cute, Hirotsuka-sensei. Hirotsuka blushed, then hid her face behind Chihiro, and didn't dare to speak anymore. She felt that she was a little abnormal today. Okay, just go out quickly, don't continue to stay here. Chihiro quickly sent them out. Then good night, Chihiro-ne, Hirotsuka-sensei, Shishio said, then left. Let's go, Roberta. Yes, Shishio-sama. Roberta nodded and bowed to both Chihiro and Hirotsuka before she left with Shishio. It wasn't until Shishio's back disappeared that Chihiro withdrew her gaze and then looked at Hirotsuka next to her with a slight frown. Does she want to become my niece? She thought for a moment before she shook her head and denied her guess. After all, Hirotsuka was much bigger than Shishio. Even if Shishio might have an interest in Hirotsuka, it was impossible for Hirotsuka to like Shishio, someone who was younger than herself. In addition, there was also Shina on Sakurasu. In fact, Chihiro had discovered some things in the past few days. After Shishio showed his drawing ability at that time, Shina's eyes on Shishio had become different, and in her eyes, there were a few other emotions. Chihiro wasn't sure what kind of emotion it was, but she could only say that her nephew was so popular that it gave her a headache. She then looked at Hirotsuka and wondered whether her friend really didn't have an interest in her nephew. After all, based on her understanding of Hirotsuka, she knew that a guy like Shishio, who was good at cooking, had fully met Hirotsuka's criteria as a husband, and as for Satomi, that woman only interested in a handsome man. Say, Chihiro, is it alright for that maid to sleep with Oga-kun? Hirotsuka asked. Well, why not? She's very plain after all, Chihiro said simply, and it was the reason why she didn't think too much when Roberta decided to sleep in Shishio's room since she thought that Roberta was very plain. Well. Hirotsuka wasn't sure what to say and only nodded since she was quite tired. Well, enough of Roberta-san, what about you, Shizuka? Do you have an interest in Shishio? Chihiro asked with some awkwardness. Huh? Chihiro, are you stupid? Hirotsuka directly exploded on the spot, denying frantically, but her flustered cheeks and flushed cheeks might say otherwise. While Chihiro and Hirotsuka were talking to each other, Shishio let Roberta into his room. This is my room, quite small, isn't it? Compared to the camp in South America, this is huge, Roberta said while looking at Shishio's room curiously. Shishio was speechless and said, do you need to change your clothes first? If so, then I'll go out. No, it is all right, you can stay, Shishio-sama, Roberta said. Shishio looked at Roberta, who didn't show much of a change in expression when she uttered those words. Is that okay? Why not? Or do you have an interest in me? Roberta asked. Roberta, you should realize that you're a beautiful woman, and I'm a healthy young man. Something might happen between us, just by staying in the same room together, Shishio said. What kind of thing? Roberta simply asked. Shishio. Well, let's just change our clothes together, I won't lose anything even if I see you naked, and you have seen me naked after all, Shishio said. He knew that this woman knew what he meant but pretended didn't know. He sighed and was wondering why he had a feeling that he might be attacked tonight. Roberta simply nodded and put down her suitcase on the side, taking off her rosary and her other attires gently on the side. Shishio shook his head and also took off his clothes while facing the opposite of Roberta's direction. Roberta let loose of her braided hair, then turned her head to see Shishio's body from behind. She had to admit that no matter how many times that she had seen it, his body was so good. She wanted to touch it, but she knew that she couldn't. After all, he was her master. Shishio, who had changed his clothes, took off the futon from his wardrobe, then said, Roberta, you sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the futon since you might not get used to the futon. No, how can I let you sleep on the futon, Shishio-sama? Roberta quickly rejected. I'm your master. Just follow my words, all right. Shishio said directly. Roberta wanted to say something, but in the end, she could only nod. If Shishio saw her face at this moment, then he would realize that she was pouting at this moment. Then go to my bed and sleep, and have you changed your clothes? Shishio asked. Yes. Roberta nodded. Shishio turned his head and was dumbfounded when he saw Roberta was only wearing her underwear. You. He quickly turned his head and tried to calm himself, but he quickly squatted down since his dick became hard. He took a deep breath and asked quietly, "Why the hell aren't you wearing anything?" "I don't wear clothes when I sleep," Roberta said with a smile when she saw Shishio's reaction. This succubus. Shishio was wondering whether Roberta's intention to sleep in his room was to seduce him. "Go to my bed and cover yourself with a blanket." Regardless, Shishio was thankful for Roberta now. Roberta nodded and went to Shishio's bed, taking off her bra, and laid on it while covering herself with a blanket, smelling it deeply and secretly, feeling very comfortable. Shishio looked at Roberta and sighed. "You're lucky that we're at Sakursu. If you show me this at my apartment or hotel, then I might attack you." The wall on the Sakurasu was very thin, and his room was between Sorita and Ryu Unosuke. He was sure that if he really fucked Roberta, both of them, no, entire Sakurasu might have heard it. After all, he was quite wild on the bed. "I don't mind if you attack me now." Roberta turned and looked at Shishio with a smile. Shishio was stunned when he saw Roberta's smile. After all, he had only seen her indifference and calm expression before, so this smile was very refreshing to see, and it was so beautiful. "Just sleep." Roberta nodded and closed the curtain on Shishio's room. Shishio also locked the door before he slept on the futon since he didn't want someone to suddenly enter his room. "By the way, Shishio-sama. Is the reason why you stay here is because of your aunt?" Roberta asked. "Why do you ask?" Shishio turned and looked at Roberta. "It's just that your apartment building is better, right?" Roberta asked. "That place is indeed several times better than this old building, but I feel this place is more comfortable now," Shishio said. "Why is that?" Roberta asked. "It should be because I'm not alone here, I have a lot of precious people around me in this place, and while it is true that I don't like some people who are living here, this place is like home for me now," Shishio said, then looked at the ceiling. "Well, if I have someone who can accompany me to live together in my apartment building, then I will move there." For now, he just didn't want to be alone even though he tried to hide his loneliness by saying that he wanted to be the strongest or the richest when in truth, he might just want someone to accompany him in this world. "I'll always be with you, Shishio-sama," Roberta said. Shishio looked at Roberta, and his expression was quite complex. In the past, he tried not to become a scumbag so he wouldn't make a girl feel sad, then when he saw a lot of girls, their smiles, how fun it was to be together with them, and knowing their feelings toward him. If he only chose one, then he would make the others sad, so he needed to become a scumbag if he wanted to make all of them happy. He knew that it was bad, but he would be responsible for them. Shishio closed his eyes for a while, then made up his mind. "I'll be with you too, Roberta." Roberta's smile bloomed at that moment, then she asked, "Should we sleep together?" "Just sleep, all right." Shishio was speechless. Roberta nodded, smiling, still looking at his face before she closed her eyes to sleep and knew that she had a very good sleep tonight. Shishio was wondering whether he would be attacked again tonight. He shook his head and looked at the rewards that he had received before. Well, let's just accept it. He closed his eyes and accepted all the rewards that he had gotten and had to admit that he had won many things tonight. 155, morning is a good thing, right? Shishio and Roberta had a habit of waking up early in the morning, so they weren't that surprised when they woke up at the same time. Still, he was so embarrassed when his morning wood was being seen by Roberta, but when he thought that she had seen him naked, he felt that he really didn't lose anything, or rather, should it be a reward since he was being seen naked by a beautiful woman? Shishio wasn't sure, but he wasn't an exhibitionist, after all, so he didn't feel happy at all. Shishio was about to prepare his morning workout as usual, and Roberta also prepared herself. After all, there was no way for her to sleep when her master had woken up, right? "Roberta, do you want me to help you braid your hair?" Shishio asked. Roberta looked at Shishio for a while and said, "I think that isn't necessary." Even though, in truth, she really wanted her hair to be taken care of by him. "You don't need to get embarrassed, don't worry, I'm very good at taking care of hair," Shishio said and moved behind Roberta to braid her hair. Well, Roberta was helpless, but she felt a warmth inside. "Now that you mention it, why do you braid your hair?" Shishio asked. "It's easier to fight this way," Roberta said. Shishio. With his meticulous hands and great skill, Shishio braided Roberta's hair easily, but then suddenly, his door was knocked on. "Shishio, Roberta-san, have you woken up? If so, then you should get up quickly since I'll show Roberta her room," Chihiro said from behind the door. Shishio stood up and patted Roberta's shoulder. "Well, you don't need to worry too much about me, but please take care of Mashiro since she doesn't have the ability to take care of herself." "Yes." Roberta nodded. Shishio opened the door, and he saw Chihiro outside the room. Why did you lock your room? Chihiro asked with a frown, wondering what they were doing inside. After all, the door was locked. Isn't it normal to lock it? Shishio asked with a strange expression. Well, whatever. Chihiro shook her head then looked at Roberta. Are you ready, Roberta-san? Yes. Roberta nodded and walked toward her suitcase. Then I'll go out and work out first, Shishio said. Well, don't come back too late, Chihiro said with a yawn since she had woken up so early in the morning. Waving his hand, Shishio left and started his morning workout by running around the neighborhood. Shishio started to run and check the various rewards that he had accepted last night. After all, he was too lazy to check it before, so this time. There were 4 rewards that he had received last night, which were Driving Mastery, Tailor Mastery, Danger Intuition, and Gunmanship Mastery. Shishio had to admit that each of those rewards was amazing, and then he decided to check the Tailor Mastery. Tailor Mastery was just like that. It gave him the skill to create any clothes as long as he wanted. Shishio thought about his uniform and thought that he should modify it. After all, even though his uniform was quite good, it lacked something, especially the pants. He wanted his school pants slimmer so they would show his legs perfectly, and he also thought to change the material of his pants so they would be cooler and better. Shishio thought that it might be good to buy a sewing machine since that way, he could create any clothes that he wanted. After all, the clothes in 2005 didn't fit with his style. After he had enough, Shishio decided to check Driving Mastery, and he had to admit that this skill was amazing. With Driving Mastery, he could operate a variety of different vehicles from cars, motorcycles, tanks, walkers, hovercraft, robotic suits, aircraft, locomotives, rockets, spacecraft, horses, women, etc. with ease. As long as he rode on something, he could drive it very well. He wondered whether he should visit Mount Akagi in the future and then have a match with A86, but then he laughed since he felt that it was useless. It wasn't that he thought that he would lose against A86, but he felt that he would win easily against him. After all, he had a lot of cars with the best machines out there in his parking space, and even though the driver of A86 had great skill, in the end, he was driving an old car. Shishio had a good car, enhanced vision, and a godlike skill. Combined with the 3 of them, the driver of A86 would be left out without the dust. Shishio could only sigh and think that the power of money was great, after all. Shishio then checked the other rewards that he had received from Roberta. After his meeting with Roberta, he received 3 rewards from her, which made him a bit dumbfounded since she might be the one who gave him the most rewards besides Tachibana Rui, who had stolen his first time. With all of that, Shishio didn't waste his time and checked his Gunmanship Mastery that he had received from Roberta last night. With Gunmanship Mastery, Shishio was able to operate all variations of guns. He could create guns as well as repair them. He also had expert knowledge of guns and handling them, but it wasn't all since with this skill, his accuracy also increased, and this skill was very suitable for his enhanced vision. Shishio believed that he could headshot someone from a 10 kilometers distance if he had a sniper in his hands. Shishio had to admit that he was satisfied with his skill, so then he checked the last skill, which was a very great reward, and that reward was Danger Intuition. Shishio had to admit that Danger Intuition was a life-saving ability. With this ability, he sensed nearing danger, acute danger, potential immediate danger, or impending danger and sensed unwanted or hectic threats to their well-being and evaded it. Shishi believed that he wouldn't encounter any dangers so easily. Still, he needed to be careful, right? Shishio wasn't sure what kind of ability it was, but he hadn't been in danger, after all, so he couldn't check what kind of ability would work, but he could mostly guess how it works. Upon checking all of his rewards, Shishio continued to run. He ran so fast, ignoring everything, and embraced the pain that he felt on his body. He had to admit that the more he ran, the more he forgot his worry, he felt so free, and his mind was so sharp at that moment, but even so, when he saw a beautiful housewife, he didn't forget to greet them since he was a gentleman, right? I'm back. Shishio entered Sakurasu with his drenched body. He had sweated a lot from his running, but he felt that he didn't have enough of running, even though he had run 10 kilometers around the neighborhood. He then walked to the kitchen to drink water. After all, he was quite thirsty. While he drank, he looked at the time and saw that it was still early in the morning, so the kitchen was fairly quiet. Shishio then continued with his workout by doing a handstand push-up, dragon flag, and a squat. He did that for almost 15 minutes before he walked to the bathroom since he wanted to take a bath. Even though the people in this country didn't have a habit of washing in the morning, there was no way he could go to school with a sweaty body, but before that, he didn't forget to prepare the rice so he could eat after he had washed up his body. Shishio took off his clothes and squeezed his clothes that were drenched with sweat in the courtyard. He swept back his hair and had to admit that short hair was better than long hair since it wasn't hot, but then he shuddered since it was pretty cold. He didn't wear his upper clothes after all. Shishio was about to go to the bathroom, but then he noticed Hiratsuka, who had come out from Chihiro's room. Hirosuka-sensei, good morning. He greeted Hirotsuka with a smile. Ah! Hirotsuka was startled, then turned her head and couldn't help but suck a deep breath when she saw Shishio's body. She had to admit that his muscle was perfect, and she subconsciously wanted to reach it, but she quickly stopped. Good morning, Oga-kun. While blushing, she kept glancing at Shishio's body from time to time. Why didn't you wear clothes? Her face was red, and she felt that her body was so hot. Sorry, I just worked out earlier, by the way. Is your body alright? Shishio asked worriedly. It's alright. You can see that I'm very healthy now, Hirotsuka said while showing that she could move around easily. I see. I'm glad you're alright, Shishio said with relief. Hirotsuka was stunned when she saw Shishio, who showed such an expression. Just hurry up and go to the bathroom, or else, you'll catch a cold. Hehe, you're so cute, Hirotsuka-sensei, Shishio said with a smile when he saw her blushing. How can you say that to your teacher? Hirotsuka almost exploded since she couldn't handle it anymore. She might have had a powerful attack, but her defense was zero, after all. Yes, I'll take a bath now, Shishio said with a smile and walked to the bathroom. Hirotsuka looked at Shishio's back and could still feel her heartbeat that moved so fast, but then she quickly shook her head and slapped her cheeks several times since their status made it impossible for them to be together, after all. Though, if I wait for 3 years, it is possible, right? When Hirotsuka thought about that possibility, her heartbeat started to beat very fast again this time. Shishio was in the bathroom, washing his body easily, but then he heard a noise from the outside. He raised his eyebrow, but he didn't move from his spot. Still, he was quite wary. After all, Sheena had entered the bathroom so suddenly last night. Shishio heard the sound of a sigh from the outside. Hearing this voice, he knew very well who this person was. He then ignored it and continued to take a bath. Sorita looked at his complexion in the mirror and couldn't help but sigh. He felt that he couldn't stay in this place any longer, especially when he thought everyone was better than him, except for Sheena. After all, he didn't know that she was a world-famous painter. In truth, Sorita wanted to talk with Sheena or even get close with her, but he didn't have a chance. Well, not that he didn't have a chance. Still, he didn't have courage, and he was indecisive, so when Shishio didn't stay in Sakurasu for a night, he didn't really talk with Sheena. During that time, all he did was play with his cats and make flyers so someone would take his cats and he could go back to the regular dorm. Sorita then looked at the flyers in his hands and thought that he should search for all the owners of his cats so he could get out from this place as soon as possible, but then he thought about Sheena. He felt slightly unwilling deep inside. Unlike other girls he had seen in his life, he felt that she was so pure and wanted to know her better. If possible, he wanted their relationship to become even closer. Sorita let out a sigh once again and noticed someone was taking a bath in the morning, but he didn't care much. He looked at his ordinary face in the mirror and washed it with water, but the person who took a bath came out. Oh, Kanda-kun, good morning, Shishio said when he saw Sorita. Ah, good morning, Oga-kun. Sorita was stunned when he saw Shishio, especially when he saw his tall and well-built body, then looked at a huge bulge that was hidden under the white towel. He wasn't sure why, but he felt very threatened at that moment and also inferior. It was so uncomfortable that he wanted to run away now. Shishio noticed the flyers on Sorita's side and asked, "What's that, Kanda-kun?" "Oh, it is a flyer that I have made so someone will adopt the cats that I have picked up," Kanda said with a forced smile. "I see, then do you need my help?" Shishio asked. Really? Kanda was surprised. "Yes, I'll help you distribute it," Shishio said simply. "Then please." Sorita then, without hesitation, gave some of the flyers to Shishio. "Alright, I'll let you know when someone wants to adopt it," Shishio said. "Thank you, Oga-kun." Sorita thanked Shishio without hesitation. "Still, why do you want to give your cats? Isn't the reason why you moved here is because of the cats?" Shishio asked with doubt. Sorita showed an awkward expression and said, I was forced at that time, but in truth, I want to return to regular dorm." Shishio nodded and then patted Sorita's shoulder. "Alright, I'll help you. You don't need to worry too much." Yeah. Sorita nodded. "I'll take some of the flyers," Shishio said. "Yes, please." Sorita said while bowing his head subconsciously. Shishio nodded and left, thinking that it was good that this guy would leave. Sorita looked at Shizuho's back, his expression became heavy, and a jealous feeling swirled around his stomach again. It had been a week since he stayed in Sakurasu. The more he stood next to Shishio, the more he felt inferior, which was why he hated it. He hated to stay in this place, and he hated to compare himself to Shishio, since the more he felt that he was worthless. He knew that it was wrong, and Shishio wasn't at fault, but he just couldn't help it. Sorita then stared at his face again in the mirror, and somehow he realized that there was a pimple on his cheek, but more than that, he realized that he became more ugly for some reason and how he hated to see his face in the mirror at that moment. 156. Sakurasu is very peaceful today. Shishio took Sorita's flyers and walked to the kitchen to cook breakfast. He looked at the flyers and shook his head, thinking that the plot didn't really change much and Sorita still wanted to get out from Sakurasu, but he didn't feel that much surprised. After all, unless they were very individual characters or had one or two talents, or had a very stubborn character, then, without doubt, this place was hell. Oh, Shishio, what are you going to cook for breakfast? Chihiro asked. The moment Shishio entered the kitchen, he saw both Chihiro and Hirotsuka there. He glanced at Hirotsuka who was blushing when she saw him, and couldn't help but smile at how cute this teacher was. Well, I'll make salt grilled salmon, pumpkin miso soup, rolled eggs, cucumber pickles that I have made before, and a spinach salad with a sesame dressing, is that all right? It's good. Chihiro nodded and said, well, Shizuka, Shishio's cooking is very good, you should try it. Really? Hirotsuka looked at Shishio curiously. Shishio, show her your skill, Chihiro said smugly. Shishio looked at Chihiro and shook his head. Well, wait a moment. He rolled the sleeves of his shirt, showing his muscular arms, which somehow made Hirotsuka and Chihiro blush, especially when they thought that those arms had held them last night. Shishio didn't know what they were thinking and walked to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, but while he prepared breakfast, someone suddenly called his name out. Shishio, I want breakfast too. Mayumi said after she entered the kitchen. Shishio didn't turn back and said, I don't have many ingredients, so I can't make much. Then just don't give the boys food, just give them to the girls, Mayumi said without hesitation. After all, Shishio's breakfast gave her energy, and rather than giving it to either Mitaka, Sorita, or Shiro-san, it was better to eat it herself. Hirotsuka and Chihiro. Yeah, you don't need to cook for the boys, but don't forget to cook for me, Shishio. Misaki also entered the kitchen and asked for breakfast too. She had been working on her anime last night and still wanted to sleep, but her Shishio's radar was working very hard so she quickly woke up especially when she smelled a delicious smell from the kitchen, but then, she couldn't look straight at Shishio, after what had happened last night, but no one noticed the strangeness on her since she had always been very unpredictable. Shishio turned and looked at both Misaki and Mayumi speechlessly, thinking that he really had become a cook in this dorm, but as long as he cooked for the girls, he didn't really mind. After all, seeing the satisfied expression on their faces was quite a reward for him. By the way, who is she? Mayumi looked at Hirotsuka for the first time. Hey? Hirotsuka-sensei. Misaki was dumbfounded when she saw Hirotsuka in the dining room. Oh, Kamiagasa. Hirotsuka nodded at Misaki. Hey? She's a teacher at your school. Mayumi asked curiously. Chihiro then explained that Hirotsuka was her friend and also a teacher at Swime. Mayumi nodded and didn't think too much, but then she noticed flyers on the table. By the way, what kind of flyer is this? She took one of the flyers and read it. These are Kanda-kun's flyers. He wants to search for someone to adopt the cats so he can move out from Sakurasu, Shishio said simply. Mayumi didn't think too much, after all, she had seen a lot of people who had come out from the Sakurasu before. Chihiro looked at the flyers for a bit, then didn't think too much, then she looked at Shishio and asked, so what are they doing there? I have thought of helping him search for someone to adopt the cats, Shishio said while cooking. Are you going to distribute them, Shishio-kun? Misaki asked. Well, yeah, maybe when I come to the school later, I'll stand at the entrance of the school before the class starts to distribute it. Shishio then looked at Hirotsuka then asked, it is allowed, right, Hirotsuka-sensei? Well, I don't see a problem, Hirotsuka said simply. Hey, Shishio, don't call her Hirotsuka, you have called both Satomi and Aina by their first names, but you call Shizuka with Hirotsuka-sensei, don't you think that is a bit unfair? Chihiro asked with a smile. Wah? Hirotsuka was blushing since she didn't expect Chihiro to suddenly say that. Mayumi looked at Hirotsuka's expression and raised her eyebrow, but she didn't say much, but then who was both Aina and Satomi? Well, I don't mind, but isn't it going to cause trouble? Shishio asked with some doubt. What kind of trouble? You have called me Chihiro-ne all the time, after all, Chihiro said since she didn't see any trouble in calling Hirotsuka's first name. Then I'll do that. Shishio nodded and said, Shizuka-ne, you should call me Shishio next time. Hirotsuka nodded shyly. Then I'll call you Shishio too. Mayumi said while raising her hand. Shishio looked at Mayumi for a while then continued to cook. Why are you ignoring me? Mayumi was furious. Okay, enough. Enough. Chihiro didn't really want her morning to be so noisy. Hiratsuka could see that this place was very noisy, but it didn't bother her, or rather, it made her comfortable. After all, she was living alone all the time and even though she might not realize it, she felt very lonely. She then looked at Shishio's back at that moment and somehow there was a trace of longing. What a delicious smell. Mitaka entered the dining room and looked at Shishio who was cooking in the kitchen. Morning Mitaka-senpai, Shishio said and continued to cook. Mitaka wanted to ask Shishio to cook for him, but he knew that was very brazen. If possible, he wanted for Shishio to offer the breakfast, but Shishio didn't say anything, which made him quite awkward. By the way, you won't get any share for breakfast, Jin, Misaki suddenly said. Hey! Mitaka looked at Misaki with some confusion. There aren't many ingredients, and all his food is booked by the girls, Mayumi said simply. Mitaka. Mitaka could only sigh and cooked his own breakfast. After all, there was no way for him to rob from the girls, but then he was surprised to see Hiratsuka, and his pale face became even paler suddenly. Hey? Hiratsuka-sensei. Hiratsuka nodded and didn't say much, looking at Mitaka's pale face, she knew that it was because of his excessive indulgence, but as long as it didn't cause trouble to the school, she didn't really bother to say anything, and she was also too lazy to talk with this kind of student. Sorita also entered the kitchen and saw everyone was there. Good morning. Good morning, everyone said at the same time. When Chihiro saw Sorita, she asked, Kanda, you have decided to move out after you have found the owners of your cats. Ah. Sorita was surprised by this question, but then he asked, how did you know, sensei? Chihiro pointed at the flyers on the table and didn't say much. Sorita looked at the flyers on the table then nodded. Well, yes, I have always wanted to move out, after all. He felt a bit uncomfortable, but he still nodded, after all, he wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. Is that so? Chihiro nodded and didn't say much. Well, you should be able to find the owners of those cats with Shishio helping you. She knew that it would happen so she didn't react that much. I see. Sorita's expression was quite bad when Chihiro mentioned Shishio. Mitaka looked at Sorita and didn't say much. In truth, his condition was quite similar to Sorita, but unlike Sorita, there was no Shishio at his time, and he was coming to Sakurasu because he wanted to chase after Misaki, though he wouldn't say that since he felt that he was still unworthy of her. By the way, Jin, have you finished it? Misaki suddenly asked. Hearing Misaki's question, Jin's expression which was quite calm before suddenly became broken, but it quickly returned back to normal. Not yet, it'll be done soon. Misaki nodded and said, well, don't force yourself too much. Yes, thank you, Misaki. Jin smiled and nodded. Misaki nodded and didn't say much, but in truth, she was a bit impatient about her script, but since her childhood friend wanted to be the one who did her anime that much, she would give him a chance. Shishio. Shishio. When is breakfast ready? I'm already very hungry. She then looked at Shishio and asked again since the delicious smell from the kitchen was very unbearable for her. Jin looked at Misaki who returned to her usual state and wondered why she suddenly wanted to create a romance anime, but he didn't think too much since he knew that what he needed to do was to create the best script so he could match her. He closed his eyes and started to imagine a romance story that could match Misaki's skill and in truth, he felt quite confident at this moment. After all, he had a lot of experience of romance, and he thought that he could create a great script with this theme. He then looked at Misaki, who bothered Shishio, and couldn't help but imagine how amazed she was at that time. Just wait, Misaki. Shishio. Then Shina entered the kitchen and walked toward Shishio, who was in the kitchen. Good morning, Oga-kun. Ritsuo also greeted Shishio, but her face was so red since she remembered what had happened last night. She didn't dare to meet his eyes and lowered her head shyly. Roberta also followed behind and entered the dining room too. When Roberta appeared, it caused both Mitaka and Sorita to become surprised. Maid. 2x. Chihiro saw their expression and said, her name is Roberta. She's a maid that is hired to take care of Mashiro. Hey. 2x. Mitaka and Sorita were dumbfounded since it was their first time meeting a real maid, but when they thought about Shina's condition, they felt that it was necessary, but at the same time, they also felt that it was quite exaggerated. Mitaka might not think too much, after all, he knew about Shina's real identity, but Sorita was confused, wondering whether Shina was coming from a rich family since her family could hire a maid to take care of her. Roberta gave a slight nod to Mitaka and Sorita, then walked toward Shishio since she wanted to help him. Shishio, Shishio, Shina called out Shishio softly. What's wrong, Mashiro? Shishio looked at Shina while cooking. Can you do my hair? Shina asked. Sure. Shishio nodded and said, wait a moment, I'll help you once I'm ready with breakfast. Shina nodded. Roberta, can you take Mashiro out of the kitchen? Shishio asked. Yes, Shishio-sama. Roberta stood next to Shina and said, come on, Mashiro. Let's not bother, Shishio-sama. Shina nodded. Hirotsuka looked at Shina and frowned, wondering who this girl was. After all, she had asked Shishio to do her hair, but the question that was about to come out stopped when she smelled a delicious smell from the kitchen. Breakfast is ready, Shishio said and brought various dishes to the dining room. Yay! Misaki was full of happiness and looked at the salt-grilled salmon, white rice, pumpkin miso soup, rolled eggs, cucumber pickles, and a spinach salad with a sesame dressing on the table. She couldn't help but gulp her saliva, thinking how delicious that breakfast was. Mayumi, Chihiro, Ritsu, and Shina already wanted to eat all the food in front of her. As for Hirotsuka, she couldn't help but cast a gaze at Shishio since one of her criteria for a husband was that he must be good at cooking, and she could see that Shishio was really good at cooking. She blushed and wasn't sure what to do now, even though she tried to reject him since the difference between ages, and their status as a student and a teacher, her body was honest and she knew that she wanted him. Roberta, sit down and eat too, Shishio said. Yes, Shishio-sama. Roberta nodded and also joined him to eat since Shishio had prepared her breakfast. Shishio sat down, then looked at Mitaka and Sorita who looked at the breakfast enviously. Sorry, Mitaka-senpai, Kanda-kun, there aren't many ingredients. What could both Mitaka and Sorita say? They could only nod and sigh reluctantly, watching everyone ate Shishio's food happily. Shishio then noticed Shiro-san, who was sitting on the side, and felt surprised since he didn't notice him before. Hey? Shiro-san? Since when are you here? Shiro-san's breathing was very heavy, and his face was flushed in excitement. You don't need to worry, Shishio-kun, it's great that everyone is ignoring me. Everyone did what Shiro-san did and ignored him, then continued to eat, while Shishio thought that Sakurasu was very peaceful today. 157, this is my first time being touched by another man, but it feels great. After breakfast, Shishio washed his dishes and then walked to Shina, who also had finished eating her breakfast. Do you still want me to do your hair? Shina nodded without hesitation. Well, what kind of style do you want, Mashiro? Shishio asked while caressing Shina's smooth and blonde hair. When Sorita saw how Shishio touched and caressed Shina's hair as if a lover, he couldn't help but feel that his heart was torn apart at this moment. His expression turned ugly, but he lowered his head since he didn't want to be seen at this moment. Like how you before? Shina asked since she wanted him to tie her hair in a bun like before. You mean a bun? Shishio asked. Shina nodded. Shishio looked at Shina's hair for a while and said, how about something else? There's this hairstyle that might suit you. Then that's it. Shina nodded since she didn't know much. Well, turn your face toward me, Shishio said. Shina turned her body toward him, facing him, and could see his face from a close distance. Yet, somehow, she felt that her heartbeat moved so fast, especially when his hands touched her face and hair gently. Shishio looked at Shina, who seemed to be in a daze, but her cheeks were slightly red, making her cuter. He only smiled and didn't say much, then started to help with her hair. Chihiro, Ritsu, Hirotsuka and Mayumi looked at this scene with some strong jealousy somehow. Misaki only saw this scene curiously, then looked at Mitaka, who was in deep thought. She wanted to ask him whether he could do her hair too, but then she decided not to say anything. After all, she knew that he was working hard at this moment. Hirotsuka frowned and asked, is she his girlfriend? She looked at Shishio and thought it wouldn't be surprising for him to have a girlfriend, but she couldn't help but feel some disappointment when she knew about it. You mean Mashiro? Chihiro looked at Hirotsuka. Hirotsuka nodded. No, they're relatives, Chihiro said. Oh. Hirotsuka wasn't sure why, but she felt relief for some reason. Chihiro looked at Shishio and asked, Shishio, can you do a hairstyling? She was wondering whether there was anything that her nephew couldn't do at this moment. Don't you remember that I had long hair before? And by chance, I have read some books about hairstyling, and it seems that I'm quite good at it, Shishio said and didn't say much, then quickly finished to style Shina's hair. It's done. You can check it. Everyone forgot to ask Shishio again since they were in a daze when they saw Shina's hair that had been styled by Shishio. How beautiful! Everyone had to admit that Shina was a very beautiful girl, but because she didn't have the ability to take care of herself, her hair had always been quite messy, but this time, when Shishio had styled her hair, they had to admit that the beauty of this girl had been enhanced several times. Shina looked at her bangs that had been braided in French braided style on the mirror and couldn't help but feel surprised. She then looked at Shishio and asked his opinion about her new hairstyle. Shishio, what do you think? You're stunning, Shishio said without hesitation and patted her head gently. Shina smiled when she heard Shishio's words and felt happy with her new hairstyle. Mayumi, Ritsu, Hirotsuka and Chihiro weren't sure how to describe their feelings at that moment, but they felt so jealous at that moment. They wanted to ask him to do their hair too, but they weren't sure what to say. Sorita also couldn't utter words when he saw how beautiful Sheena was, but when he saw how she smiled toward Shishio, he felt even hurt at this moment. He clenched his fists tightly under the table and wanted to ask why she was smiling at Shishio, not him. But he couldn't say it. After all, he knew that he wasn't anything, and from the past week, he had never talked that much with Sheena. Sorita could only sit there and wanted to cry somehow. After all, he had been abused for a week in Sakurasu. Then he saw his crush showed such a smile to another man. He just couldn't handle it somehow. Shishio. Shishio. I want you to do my hair too. Misaki said without hesitation. Hey. Mitaka awakened from his deep thought and became dumbfounded. Shishio raised his eyebrow at Misaki, then glanced at Mitaka for a moment. Are you sure? I want you to style my hair too. Misaki said with a smile. Mitaka couldn't stay calm and wanted to stop them. Wait, Misaki, are you sure? Misaki nodded and said, he's very good at styling hair, I want my hair to be styled too, and it's only styling hair. What are you worried about? Mitaka couldn't say anything, but he stared at Shishio, wondering whether Shishio would help Misaki. He was quite possessive toward Misaki. After all, even though he didn't feel that he was worthy of her, he didn't want anyone to have her, which was pretty much selfish, but that is how man was, right? Shishio frowned at Mitaka, but he didn't say much. After all, he knew what kind of guy Mitaka was, and he didn't like it when someone glared at him, so he gave the nod to Misaki. Well, come here, senpai. Misaki then moved closer to Shishio, letting him do her hair. Mitaka frowned, but he couldn't say anything in this situation. Shishio looked at Misaki, but he didn't tie her hair in a braid and decided to tie her hair in a ponytail. I won't braid your hair like Mashiro. Is that alright, senpai? As long as it is good, I don't really mind. Misaki nodded, but then she felt that her body shuddered lightly when she felt his touch on her nape and hair. It was her first time to be touched by a man other than Mitaka, after all, and it was a new experience for her, but strangely enough, she didn't hate Shishio's touch. Hirotsuka, Chihiro, and Mayumi somehow wanted to ask, but they were adults after all, and they needed to go to work, so they couldn't ask him to style their hair in a unique way. It's done. Check them out, Shishio said. Oh? Ponytail. Misaki spoke with a smile while looking at her ponytail hairstyle. She then looked at Mitaka and asked, Jin, what do you think? Be beautiful. Mitaka gulped, and somehow he was attracted by Misaki's nape. He had to admit Shishio's talent in hairstyling and decided to forgive him this time for touching Misaki's hair. He somehow wanted to touch her hair, but... Don't touch it, Jin. You'll mess with my hair. Misaki had to admit that her ponytail was very great, so she didn't want anyone to mess it up. Haha. Mitaka could only laugh dryly. Shishio looked at Misaki and Mitaka, wondering whether their relationship had changed somehow. Well, it might be my imagination. He knew that Misaki loved Mitaka, and Mitaka also loved Misaki, but somehow, he could feel some change in Misaki. He wasn't sure, so he couldn't say anything about this matter. He then looked at Ritsu, who had been looking at him, but then he started to doubt something. Is Misaki really in love with Mitaka? When Ritsu saw Shishio looking at her, she was stunned, became shy, and looked away, but then her expression was a bit bad, pouting, but she might not realize it. Senpai, what about you? Shishio asked. Ritsu was stunned. If you want, I can also style your hair, Shishio said. Ritsu quickly blushed, she wanted to accept Shishio's offer, but she was very shy when she thought that he would touch her hair, but... Mayumi patted Ritsu's back and said, just accept it. You'll appear ugly if you walk with Mashiro and Misaki later. Ritsu stared at Mayumi begrudgingly, but she then nodded. Then please, Shishio. But in truth, she was quite grateful to Mayumi at that moment. Well, come here, Shishio said. Mayumi looked at Ritsu and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Oh, youth. She had to admit that she was a bit jealous at this moment, but well, she thought that she should support Ritsu at this moment, even though she knew that Ritsu's love wouldn't be so smooth. Ritsu sat close to Shishio, and her body was quite tense at that moment. Relax, Kawaii-senpai, Shishio said amusedly. Ritsu nodded, but she was still tense. Well, I'll start. Is that all right? Shishio asked. Yes. Hearing her confirmation, Shishio also started to do Ritsu's hair. He looked at her fair and white nape, and somehow he wanted to kiss it, but he knew that if he did that, he would be killed by everyone in this place, so he didn't do anything strange, only styling her hair gently. Ritsu could feel his hands that caressed each of her every hair gently, and it felt good somehow. She then subconsciously loosened her body, started to feel relaxed, and understood why Shina and Misaki showed such a reaction before. The process of styling was very fast, and before long, Shishio had done styling Ritsu's hair. "Senpai, check the mirror first," Shishio said. Ritsu nodded, then looked at small braids on both of her sides, behind her ears, giving her a cuter image. In truth, she kept her hair short because she didn't like to be troubled with her hair. After all, rather than doing her hair, it was better to read a book, which was why she didn't expect her hair could be styled this way. "Ritsu, you're so cute," Shina said while looking at Ritsu. Ritsu smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Mashiro." Shina nodded and felt happy when she saw everyone was showing a happy smile. After all, she had never had this kind of experience in the UK. Shishio nodded and said, "Yeah, if the guys in your class see you now, I'm sure that they'll fall for you instantly." "I don't need them to fall for me," Ritsu said with a snort, and rather than those boys in her class, she was wondering about how Shishio thought about her, but she didn't dare to ask this question. "Well, let's go to school," Shishio said. Hearing his words, everyone was also prepared to go to school, but before Shishio went to the school, he took a piece of paper and wrote a list of something there. He then gave that piece of paper to Roberta and said, "Roberta, can you help me to buy all of that later?" Roberta looked at the list on the paper and nodded. "Yes." Shishio then looked at Chihiro and said, "Oh, right, Chihiro-ne, I'll be home quite late later." "Hey? Where are you going?" Chihiro asked. "We have a club activity after school," Shishio said. He then looked at Roberta and said, "Sorry to leave you alone, Roberta. If you want, you should check around the city when you buy those things on the lists." Roberta was a bit hesitant, but then she nodded. "If you have something, please call me immediately, Shishio-sama." "Yes." Shishio nodded, then said, "Then we'll go to school first." Take care, Shishio-sama." Roberta nodded. "Oh, right, bye, Shiro-san," Shishio said, then the rest also followed. "Bye, everyone." Shiro-san said goodbye to everyone with a smile, and he thought that sometimes being greeted was also good too. Then they left for the school together, and Roberta followed them until they had left before she returned to her room to prepare herself since she needed to buy the things on the list. This was a rare time when everyone from Sakurasu was leaving for school together. Shishio was listening to Misaki, who blabbered about anime with great vigor, but then he glanced at Mitaka and Sorita, who walked next to each other, and thought that it might be good to knock them down together. "First is Sorita then." Shishio looked at Mitaka then Misaki and said, "Well, I'm a bit interested in anime now. Tell me more later, senpai." He wasn't Mitaka's mom, and he wanted to help Misaki, so at this moment, he was going to force Mitaka to move, and whether the result was good or not, he wasn't sure, but it might be good if they weren't meant together so Misaki wouldn't be trapped by Mitaka and moved on. Misaki nodded with a smile, thinking that she had a great junior. She patted Shishio's back and thought that her work hard to make Shishio interested in anime had borne fruit. "I'll teach you a lot of things, Shishio-kun." Mitaka looked at Misaki, who talked happily with Shishio and didn't think too much. After all, besides Shishio, there was Ritsu, Shina, Chihiro, and Hirotsuka. He then looked at Sorita, who seemed to be very gloomy and could only shake his head since this junior was very hard to talk with. 158, I'm just distributing flyers, but I got a number. Is it only me, or are there a lot of people who are looking at us? Misaki asked while looking around curiously. No, it isn't your imagination, senpai. There are a lot of people who are looking at us, Ritsu said and looked at Shishio with a sigh. She knew that this guy was very handsome, and it was quite common for them to be a center of attention, but she had never cared much about people's gaze, so she simply ignored it. I mean, isn't that normal? There are a lot of beautiful girls here, of course, and our group will attract attention, Shishio said simply, ignoring the fact that he was also the cause of this attention too. They blushed lightly when they heard Shishio's words, but Chihiro sighed and said, I wonder how many girls that you have seduced with this mouth. She stared at Shishio, and even though she was happy with his praise, this nonchalant praise had an area of effect, so the one who was affected wasn't only her, but the girls in their group too were caught by his attack. Sorita had a very hard time maintaining his expression so he wouldn't show his jealousy on his face. At that moment, he knew that the one who was being stared at by a lot of girls wasn't him, but rather, Shishio, which somehow made his face become uglier even though his face was already ugly at that moment. Mitaka was quite popular. After all, his soft contour, giving him an image of a handsome young man, but compared to Shishio, he realized that his popularity was simply minuscule. By the way, Sorita, is the phone number on the flyer yours? Shishio suddenly asked. Ah, yeah. That's mine. Sorita nodded quickly while trying to maintain his expression. Okay, then. Shishio nodded. Now that you mention it, what flyers are on your hands? Ritsuo asked curiously. It's Kanda-kun's flyers. He wants to search for someone to adopt his cat so he can move out from Sakurasu, so I have decided to help him, Shishio said. Ritsu nodded and didn't say much since her relationship with Sorita wasn't that close, and she didn't care much if Sorita moved out or not. After all, Sorita was only living in Sakurasu for a week. Sorita looked at everyone whose reaction was quite flat when they heard that he was going to move out. He might have clamored that he would escape from Sakurasu and moved out from that place, but when he saw everyone's reaction was so flat, and no one stopped him, he felt very complex at that moment, thinking that no one cared about him. His thought was very contradictory, he wanted to move out, yet he wanted someone to stop him too, but with just a week of living, there was no way for him to create a good relationship with everyone. After all, he wasn't Shishio, who had a high EQ and was very good at talking to people. Sorita was just a normal boy who thought the world revolved around him when he just picked up a stray cat on the street. Well, Kanda-kun, don't enter the class first. Stay with me at the entrance of the school, and we'll distribute the flyers there, Shishio said. Hey! Sorita was dumbfounded. You want to move out quickly, right? Then I'll help you, Shishio said with a smile. You should go with Shishio. This guy is very good at talking to people. I'm sure that you might be able to find the owners of those cats easily with him around, Chihiro said, and thought that there would be a lot of girls who were going to take care of the cats that had been picked by Sorita with Shishio around. Sorita felt very complex at that moment, wondering whether everyone wanted him to move out as soon as possible, forgetting the fact that he was the one who wanted to move out as soon as possible. Human nature is just like that. They're full of contradictions. Shishio, I'll help, Shina said, looking at Shishio, hoping to help him. Shina-san. When Sorita heard Shina's words, he quickly became happy, thinking that he might have a chance to talk with her when they distributed the flyers, but... It's all right. You don't need to worry. Shishio patted Shina's head gently, then looked at Sorita with a smile and said, we'll do well by ourselves, right, Kanda-kun? There was no way he would let Sorita be with Shina, especially when this guy was about to move out, so it was better for Sorita not to have any relationship with Shina at all. He was also quite worried about letting Shina distribute the flyers, especially when he thought about how ignorant she was. Ah, yes. Looking at Shishio, who gave him such a response, Sorita could only give the nod, but his heart was bleeding at that moment. He wasn't someone who was decisive and brave. After all, in his brain, he thought what would happen if he was the one who asked Shina's help? He was sure that everyone would look at him in doubt since everyone knew very well about Shina's condition. Shishio looked at Sorita and knew that this guy would move out sooner or later, so he thought to give him a surprise. What kind of surprise should I give? Then before long, they arrived at Swime, and as they had said before, Shishio and Sorita didn't enter the school immediately but stood at the entrance of the school to distribute the flyers. Well, see you later, Oga-kun, Ritsuo said. Bye, Shishio-kun. Don't be late to enter the school later. Shina, Misaki, Ritsu, Chihiro, and Hiratsuka said goodbye to Shishio then entered the class. Well, see you later, Oga-kun, Kanda-kun, Mitaka said. See you later, senpai. Shishio nodded. Yes, senpai. Sorita nodded, but he wanted to complain since the girls didn't say anything toward him. Was his presence so low that no one noticed him? Come on, Kanda-kun. Let's distribute the flyers as soon as possible, Shishio said. Ah, yes. Sorita nodded, but somehow, he just wanted to throw the flyers in his hands at this moment. It might be his imagination, but when he saw Shishio smiling at him, it was like Shishio was mocking him or playing him, or something like that. He wasn't sure, but he might have paranoia about Shishio. If Shishio knew what Sorita was thinking, he would say that this guy was thinking too much, but that was the truth since he just wanted to laugh at this guy. He didn't like Sorita, that was the fact, so it was better to kick him out from Sakurasu, and he was sure that Sorita would be happy that way. After all, in the regular dorm, Sorita wouldn't be pressured like when he was living in Sakurasu. Sorita could easily spend his normal and happy high school life when he was living in a regular dorm, rather than living in Sakurasu, where his mind was constantly tortured by the people around him. Then without waiting anymore, Shishio started to distribute the flyers. Excuse me. We're looking for someone who can adopt a cat. Sorita looked at Shishio, who distributed flyers without hesitation in the crowd, and even though he was slightly nervous, in the end, he moved forward and also started to distribute the flyers. Excuse me. We're looking for someone who can adopt a cat. He had made up his mind, and he had decided to move out from Sakurasu. Shishio was very tall, and in the eyes of people, he was simply like a model that Sorita hired to distribute flyers. It could be said that the number of his flyers decreased at a very fast speed. After all, with just standing, many people would come toward him, but he also approached them, so his speed to distribute the flyers was very fast. He also didn't forget to explain and gave them a service smile, which made many girls blush and some guys too, but he ignored the guys who blushed at him. Looking at the group of people that he had talked with, he was sure that among the people that he had distributed the flyers with, there would be a lot of them who would take Sorita's cats, and that way, Sorita would move out from Sakurasuo as soon as possible. Sorita was also distributing the flyers, but somehow the number was still a lot at the moment. He glanced at Shishio, who was talking with a group of males and females happily, and somehow, he felt that this guy was amazing, right? After all, with Shishio standing there, many people were quickly attracted by him, which made him feel that he was inferior again. Their ages were similar. They were in the same class, but why was there such a huge difference between them? Shishio didn't know what Sorita was thinking nor did he care much about him. He was distributing his flyers, but then he heard a familiar voice, asking him a question. Hey, what are you doing? Shishio turned and saw two girls that he had seen before. He didn't answer their question immediately but asked, I have seen you two before, right? That's right. The glasses girl smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, you're Shishio Oga, right? You have cut your hair that I almost do not recognize you. She looked up from up and down and thought that this guy was really a Samet, attacker on BL. Yes, my name is Shishio Oga. Nice to meet you too, Shishio said politely. My name is Yumiko Miura. Nice to meet you too, by the way. I'm your senior, Yumiko said and observed Shishio secretly since this guy was more handsome than Hayato, right? Though she wouldn't admit it, after all, she felt that she would betray Hayato, and she wasn't an easy girl who would move to a different guy because someone was more handsome than her crush. But it wouldn't hurt to talk with him and glance at him secretly, right? Hello, I'm Hina Ebina, Ebina said with a smile. Hello, Miura-senpai, Ebina-senpai, if you don't mind, how about you take this flyer? I'm searching for someone to adopt a cat, so if you know someone who wants to adopt a cat or you two want to adopt a cat, please call the number on that flyer, Shishio said and gave a flyer to Yumiko and Ebina. Yumiko looked at the flyers and asked, is the phone number on the flyer yours? No, that is my classmate's phone number, Shishio said, but then he looked at Yumiko for a while, and there was an impulse somehow. But if you want, we can exchange our contact info. Wah! Yumiko was stunned, and her face was quickly covered in blush since she didn't expect that this guy would be so proactive. I was joking, but you're so cute when you're blushing, senpai, Shishio said with a smile. Don't tease your senior. Yumiko roared. Her face was so red, but she still stared at Shishio, folding her arms, showing that she was unhappy that she was being teased, but in truth, her heartbeat was moving so fast. Anyway, I'll take this. I'll tell you if someone wants to adopt a cat. Let's go, Ebina. She couldn't stay here any longer since if she stayed here, her heart might be shaken. Ebina smiled, looking at Yumiko's reaction, then patted Shishio's shoulder. If you want to chase after her, I'll support you. Call me anytime, alright. She then gave Shishio a piece of paper before chasing after Yumiko. Wait for me, Yumiko. Shishio looked at the piece of paper and raised his eyebrow when he saw that it was a phone number and an email. He looked at it for a while and decided to keep it since he didn't see the harm in it. He then continued but noticed a student with dead fish eyes that he often met, so he didn't hesitate to approach him and also gave him a flyer. Excuse me, we're looking for someone to adopt a cat, if you don't mind, please take care of this flyer. Ah, yes. The dead fish eye student subconsciously thanked Shishio, but then he looked at him with a complex expression. After all, he had seen how the famous queen in his class showed such a cute reaction to Shishio. He then looked at Shishio with a complex expression. Then he made up his mind to not let this guy meet his little sister, or else. 159, Cat Lover. Shishio didn't like to waste time, so he quickly distributed the flyers. He had to admit that Sorita really had printed a lot of flyers, which made him speechless, and if this was business, then he would ask Sorita for money. After all, most of the flyers that Sorita had printed were being distributed by him. When Shishio distributed the flyers, he heard his name was called. Oga-kun. Shishio turned his head and saw Nanami was there. Oh, good morning, Aoyama-san. Good morning, Oga-kun. Nanami smiled then looked at him in surprise. I almost don't recognize you since you have cut your hair. You're so cruel, Aoyama-san. You can even forget the one who is sitting behind you, Shishio said sadly, but with some joking tone. Nanami smiled and said, I was just joking, but this hairstyle suits you well. Thank you, I know that it is very late, but a ponytail really suits you well too, Shishio said sincerely, but in truth, he really loved Nanami's ponytail and watching her nape during the class was one of his enjoyment during his free time. Nanami blushed and became shy when she heard such sincere praise. Well, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm helping Kanda-kun to distribute flyers. It seems that he's going to search for the owners of the cats that he has picked up, Shishio said. Kanda-kun did. Nanami was surprised, then sighed in relief. It's good that he has decided to move out. Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, it seems that you want him to move out from Sakurasu. Well, I'm not saying Sakurasu is very bad, but I'm worried about his state after he has stayed there, Nanami said worriedly. Well, Kanda-kun is really lucky to have you feel worried about him, Shishio said and felt really jealous of Sorita, who had Nanami who worried about him. Don't tease me, alright? I'm just worried as his friend, and I have never thought of him that way. Nanami pouted, murmured in a low voice. What did you say? Shishio asked when in truth, he heard what this girl was saying. Nanami felt that her face was so hot at the moment, so she quickly changed the topic. By the way, where's Kanda-kun? Are you here alone? If so, then she really felt that her friend had really changed. After all, Sorita would let Shishio distribute the flyers alone. He's over there, Shishio said, pointing to Sorita, who stopped distributing flyers. However, he didn't blame Sorita that much, considering he was talking with Sorita's waifu candidate so intimately. He was wondering whether Nanami didn't notice Sorita, who had been staring at them earlier. Hey! Nanami was surprised, but then she saw Sorita, who was looking at them with an ugly expression, but he quickly looked away when he noticed both of them were looking in his way. Nanami wasn't sure, but somehow, she just couldn't bring herself to come toward Sorita when she saw Sorita with that expression, but then she felt that her back was patted gently. Go after him. You want to help him, right? Shishio said gently. Oga-kun. Nanami looked at Shishio for a bit before she nodded, then she walked toward Sorita since she had decided to help him distribute the flyers. Shishio looked at Nanami's back. He had to admit that he was a bit jealous of Sorita, especially when he saw Nanami was so worried about him, and when he thought about Nanami's profession. Cough. Cough. He shouldn't think something perverted now, and it was better to focus on distributing the flyers. Nanami's profession was seiyuu, voice actor, and marrying seiyuu was like marrying thousands of waifu. After all, she could mimic various voices, which meant she could become various waifu with her ability, mimicking various voices. Shishio was in deep thought, but then he heard a slightly cold voice from behind. You're searching for someone to adopt a stray cat. Shishio turned and saw an unexpected person. He saw the Yukinashita-san that had made Sorita mesmerized in the past. He observed her secretly, from up to down, and had to admit that except for her flat chest, this girl was gorgeous, especially those long legs that wrapped by a black stocking made him want to rub his face there forever. The Yukinashita-san stared at Shishio with indifferent eyes. There was a trace of unnaturalness and blush, seemingly very embarrassing when she asked this question to someone that she didn't know. Yes, do you want to adopt a cat? Even so, Shishio smiled gently and asked politely. No, not me, but my niece. The girl quickly said, but then she noticed Shishio's strange expression on her, which made her frown. Why are you staring at me like that? Nothing, do you want to see the photo of the cats? I keep it inside my phone, Shishio said and took out his phone. If it was someone else, he wouldn't even bother to do this, but he knew that the girl in front of her was a cat lover, and he was sure that this girl would be hooked by the photos of cats that he had taken before. Shishio had gotten photography mastery and took photos of cats that were a piece of cake for him, even though the quality of his mobile phone camera was shit, but the result could make anyone feel amazed by his skill. Let me see it. The voice of the Yukinashita-san was quite eager, but then she realized her mistake and quickly coughed to fix the misunderstanding. Don't misunderstand. I just want to see whether the cats are in a healthy condition or not. Yes, yes, I understand. Shishio smiled knowingly since this girl was too cute, right? The Yukinashita-san seemed to be quite displeased by Shishio's smile. I haven't seen you before. You're a freshman. It seemed that the quality of the freshman was quite low this year since this guy dared to tease her, so as a good senior, she thought to teach him some manners. Yes, my name is Shishio Oga. Shishio nodded. The Yukinashita-san nodded then said, then have you heard that you should respect your senior, Oga-kun? Really? I feel like I have respected you enough. After all, you haven't even introduced your name to me, Shishio said. That's true. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yukinashita Yukino, Yukinashita said while putting her hand on her flat chest. I see. Nice to meet you, Yukinashita-senpai. Shishio nodded and asked, by the way, do you still want to see the photo of the cats? I don't really have time, but since you insist, I'll look into it for a moment, Yukinashita said like she didn't have a choice. No one is forcing you, though, Shishio thought, speechless. Are you thinking of something rude about me? Yukinashita asked with a frown. Nothing. Shishio shook his head and said, by the way, I have two themes of photos, one is lazy cute, and the other one becomes a beast. Which one do you want to see first? Then let me see the lazy cute first, Yuki Nashida said and stared at Shishio's mobile phone screen intently. Alright. Shishio then showed a photo of the cats showing their bellies while meowing lazily and smiling in front of the camera to Yuki Nashida. What do you think? Cute. Yuki Nashida seemed to be obsessed and couldn't take her eyes away from the mobile phone. She just wanted to grab Shishio's phone at that moment, but she held herself. I don't take many photos. After all, the quality of the camera on the phone is like this, but if I have a better camera, I can make the cats become several times cuter, Shishio said confidently. Several times. Yuki Nashida's mind seemed to be shaken. After all, the photo of cats on Shishio's phone was so good and cute, but then he said that he could make it several times cuter? Was this guy trying to kill her? Shishio nodded and said, but well, let's talk once I have a new camera, so do you still want to see the other theme? Yes. Yuki Nashida nodded without hesitation. Here. Shishio then showed a photo of the cats roaring angrily in front of Shiro-san, but from the angle of the camera, to achieve the best photo, he needed to erase the existence of Shiro-san from the picture. Still, he wasn't going to say all of that to Yuki Nashida. Yuki Nashida was speechless and asked, what did you do to make a cat so angry? It's not me, but my friend. Shishio wasn't sure about his relationship with Shiro-san, but he was pretty close with him. But they're still very cute. Yuki Nashida said and still observed the photos with some obsession. Shishio. Then, do you want to adopt those cats? Shishio asked. Yuki Nashida couldn't say a word. After all, she just wanted to see the cats, not to adopt them since her apartment didn't allow her to keep one. Well, don't force yourself. I know that you just want to see the photos of cats, senpai, Shishio said with a smile. Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio, then became annoyed and said, Oga-kun, it seems that you don't respect your senior that much. Yes. Shishio only nodded and didn't care much. Well, I'll give you one of the flyers. You can keep it, senpai. If you know someone who wants to adopt a cat, then you can call the number that is written on the flyer. Yuki Nashida snorted and didn't care about his rudeness since she was a good senior and she needed to tolerate her junior, right? She looked at the contact info and asked, is this your number? No, it is someone who lives in the same dorm as me. Shishio then pointed his finger at Sorita and said, it's that guy's phone number. He pointed his finger at Sorita, but then he was stunned when he saw what had happened in front of him. I don't need your help. I can do this by myself. You don't need to help me. Just leave me alone. Sorita roared at Nanami. Kanda-kun. Nanami looked at Sorita for a while, and her eyes were red, staring at Sorita. She was about to cry, but she held it since she felt that her tears weren't worthy of the boy in front of her. I see, then I won't help you. She then left decisively, without looking back, while wiping the tears that slowly dripped from her eyes. Sorita looked at Nanami, who was walking away, but then a regret started to appear on his face. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth before ignoring Nanami, who had left. Shishio frowned, looking at the scene in front of him since he didn't expect such a thing would happen, but he could more or less guess the reason why it was happening. So the number on this flyer is that guy's phone number? Yuki Nashida asked with a frown since she didn't have a good impression of a boy who made a girl cry. Well, senpai, I'll leave first. I need to talk to him, Shishio said and left Yuki Nashida without hesitation. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio's back and wanted to call him. Still, she felt quite embarrassed and knew that it wasn't the time to ask for his contact number so she could get those cats' photos, but she was a bit unwilling. After all, if she could get those photos, she could stare at them every day. However, once he had left, she knew that she couldn't talk with him again. While Yuki Nashida was thinking about cat photos, Shishio approached Sorita and asked, Kanda-kun, what happened? Why did you fight with Aoyama-san? Sorita, whose mood wasn't good, also wasn't in the mood to talk with Shishio. Nothing, it isn't your problem. You don't need to ask. He just wanted Shishio to go away at this moment or else, he might lash out his emotion again. Is that so? I have heard that you can do this on your own, right? So here's the rest of the flyers, please do it yourself, Shishio said and returned the flyers to Sorita directly, then left and thought that Sorita was stupid for fighting with Nanami. Sorita looked at the flyers that had been returned by Shishio and couldn't help but crumple it tightly, showing his jealousy and anger. He wanted to get angry, but his anger quickly cooled down when he noticed the stares of the students on him, which made him very uncomfortable, and then he could also hear some murmurs that talked about him, which made him want to run away. Sorita lowered his head and entered the school silently, and at this moment, he just felt regret and wanted to apologize to Nanami, but he didn't know that he was too late since someone moved faster than him. 160. there are 2 places where you can cry. After he returned the flyers to Sorita, Shishio quickly chased after Nanami, but he had to admit that her speed was very fast. However, he could chase after her and didn't lose her, especially when he had enhanced vision, but then while chasing after her, he was thinking about the cause of what had happened earlier. Shishio had been talking with Yuki Nashida, after all, so of course, he missed seeing what had happened before, but even if he didn't see what was happening, he could guess what had happened. Shishio could tell that Sorita was mostly jealous. After all, he was sure that Sorita was watching him, talking intimately with Nanami, so when Nanami came to Sorita and offered her help, Sorita directly rejected and said that he didn't need her help, but with her personality, Nanami must have offered her help again to Sorita, but the more she talked, the more annoyed Sorita was, which caused Sorita subconsciously lash out his emotion to Nanami. However, when Shishio thought about Sorita's personality and how Sorita lashed out his emotion to Shina in the story, he felt that it was quite normal for Sorita to do that. He didn't even feel surprised, but he was just thinking that Sorita was quite stupid for getting angry at the school entrance. If it was on a private or the place where there was no one that Shishio might beat Sorita, but Sorita got angry at the public in front of a lot of people, he didn't need to do anything, and he was sure that a lot of people might talk about him and created a rumor or so, but still, even though he didn't like Sorita, it didn't mean that he was going to drive him insane until Sorita decided to commit suicide since it would give a bitter taste to his mouth and he wasn't that ruthless unless Sorita really did something that he couldn't forgive as the Yakuza group did to his aunt and her friends, so if possible, he wanted to make the relationship between Sorita and Nanami returned back to normal, just a normal classmate like that, but as for whether both of them could become together, he wasn't sure whether it was possible and he was sure that there would be a rift between them from now on. Shishio walked to the rooftop, where he had talked with a lot of people before. He hadn't entered, but he could hear a sob voice from there. He then didn't hesitate and opened the door. Aoyama-san. Ah. Nanami was startled, quickly wiped the tears from her eyes, and put on a forced smile. Oga-kun, what are you doing here? The class has almost started to, you should go back. Shishio really wanted to curse Sorita at this moment to make such a cute girl cry like this. He then walked closer and said, I'm worried about you. You suddenly ran away like that after all. Nanami saw that Shishio moved closer and couldn't help but move backward subconsciously since she really didn't want anyone to see her like this. It's nothing. You should go back to the class I'm really alright. Just she hadn't finished her words, and suddenly she was hugged. When the girl said that she was alright, it was without a doubt the girl wasn't alright. Shishio just couldn't leave Nanami like this and let her emotion be bottled up, and when she returned, she would act like nothing had happened and talk like usual with Sorita and everyone in the class. Even if Sorita was happy, and everyone was happy, he wasn't happy, and he was sure that Nanami wouldn't be happy. After all, she was just a girl who was living in Tokyo alone without anyone that she could rely upon, chasing after a dream that no one really knew whether it could be achieved or not, so acting as if nothing happened was her way to live. Even though he didn't really want to admit it, Sorita was also her pillar of support. Without a pillar of support or someone that could support her, Nanami might break any time, which was why at this moment, Shishio needed her to cry, let out all of the bottled up emotion that she had kept, and, if possible, be her pillar of support. When Shishio suddenly hugged her, Nanami was stunned, and she felt a sense of security that she had never felt after she had a huge fight with her father. She was scared about her future and tired of the hard work that she needed to do to achieve her dream, but in his arms, she just could forget everything, but then she quickly woke up and knew that it wasn't appropriate. Oh Oga-kun, what are you doing? Her face was covered in blush, and the shyness that she felt at this moment was mixed with the sadness that she felt, which made her emotion become so complex that it made her head blank for a moment. I have heard that there are only 2 places where you can cry, one is in the bathroom, and the other one is in someone's arms. Shishio looked at Nanami, who buried her head on his chest and said, unfortunately, you're not crying in the bathroom, and all I can do is to hug you so you can cry in my arms. What was that? That's so stupid. Nanami laughed with choke voices, tears dripped from the corner of her eyes, letting him hug him, and said, I wonder what was so wrong. I wonder what has made him change. I just wanted to help him, but that's his response? I was so tired with my part-time job, audition, and school, and I wanted to help him so he could feel better, but why did he get angry at me? She kept complaining about a choke voice and sob that were mixed together, resting her head on Shishio's chest and resisted herself to hug him. I'll hear everything. You don't need to hold back, Shishio said while patting Nanami's head. Hearing his gentle words, Nanami just couldn't handle it anymore and let out all of her emotions, hugging him tightly. Stupid, Kanda-kun, stupid. 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 She kept screaming with a Kansai dialect, showing how frustrated she was with Sorita. Shishio looked at Nanami and sighed. He had to admit that this girl was very kind since he could see that even though she kept cursing Sorita, she didn't really hate him, but he didn't think too much. He only listened to Nanami's complaint, hugging her while patting her, but he didn't feel that it was very troublesome. After all, she smelled very nice, and her body was so soft that it was comfortable to hug her. Nanami let out all of her emotions, but when the sound of the bell was heard, she was stunned since she didn't expect that she would cry for so long. She wanted to part from him but somehow felt quite reluctant. Oga-kun, we need to go to class. Let's just skip today, Shishio said without hesitation. Hey! Nanami was stunned and looked at Shishio with a surprised expression. Looking at your condition right now, someone might have misunderstood that I have messed you up, so let's just skip the class, Shishio said. Nanami blushed, then murmured, well, that's true, you have taken advantage of me, after all. When she thought about it calmly what she had done, she felt that her entire face and body were so hot. After all, she had been hugging her classmate, who wasn't even her boyfriend. Even though she had to admit that it was comfortable, she knew that it was wrong, and she didn't have any experience of this matter, so she became very shy, but she had to admit that this new experience wasn't bad. But well, let's go to the infirmary. That way, we can have an excuse for not coming to the class, Shishio said and reluctantly let go of Nanami's body. Nanami looked at Shishio's reluctant expression and couldn't help but laugh, but she didn't really hate it since she enjoyed being hugged by him, and at the same time, she realized that this guy was really bad. So, what are we doing on the infirmary? Well, just talk there, Shishio said. Nanami nodded and asked, still, if I'm asked, why am I in the infirmary, what should I answer? Just say that you know, a girl's special condition, Shishio said. Nanami blushed and wanted to smack Shishio's head at this moment, but she had to admit that this guy was very smart. Then let's go there. She just didn't really want to go back to the class now, so she agreed with Shishio's invitation, and at the same time, she had to admit that it was great to stay beside him. Wait a moment, Shishio quickly said. What's wrong? Nanami asked. Shishio then wiped the tears on her face with his thumb gently and said, now, it is better. Let's go. Nanami was stunned, then her face was gradually covered in blush, but she didn't say much and nodded at his words, following him to the infirmary. Nana, who was inside the class, was in quite a bad mood. After all, the first person that she wanted to see at this moment wasn't in class. She didn't know what had happened at the school entrance before, nor did she know about the conflict between Nanami and Sorita since all in her head was Shishio. Nana was wondering whether the reason why Shishio didn't come was because of what had happened last Saturday. She tried to send him a text, but he didn't even answer her, which made her become more and more worried, wondering whether her advance was a bit too much. She couldn't concentrate on her lesson, and she looked at his bag that she had borrowed to bring a game console, then looked at his empty seat, which made her so lonely and distressed at this moment. In class, it wasn't just Nana who couldn't concentrate on her lesson. Sorita also couldn't concentrate. After all, he didn't know where both Shishio and Nanami were. In his mind, there was a picture where Nanami was stolen by Shishio, which made his chest become so stuffy and made him regret that he lashed out his emotion to Nanami before. When Sorita returned to class, he wanted to apologize quickly, but he didn't see Nanami, and he didn't see Shishio, which made him wary. Even with the class starting, both of them hadn't returned, which made his heart become more and more irritated. As for the girls in the class, they also couldn't concentrate. After all, without Shishio there, their spirits were quite lacking, especially when they had heard that Shishio had cut his hair. They wanted to see it when he came to the class, but he didn't come, which made them very sad. Everyone was listening to the lesson, and it wasn't until the second lesson that the door was knocked on, and Shishio entered the class. Everyone was surprised when they saw Shishio had just entered. Sorry, teacher, I'm a bit late, Shishio quickly apologized. The teacher nodded when he saw Shishio quickly apologized and asked, it's all right, but can I ask you why you're late? I was helping Aoyama-san since she was a bit sick before, Shishio said without changing his face. I see, then you should sit down first, and I'll help explain to your homeroom teacher later, the teacher said since he could see Shishio's serious expression. He could see that Shishio wasn't the type of person who would lie, so he quickly accepted Shishio's reason. Thank you, teacher, Shishio said with a polite smile and thought this teacher was very easily deceived. He then looked at Nana, who had been looking at him. He saw Nana smiling and showed a relieved expression, but then she snorted. He smiled and walked toward her, then patted her back gently and whispered, did you feel lonely without me? He then calmly walked to his seat that was located next to Nana. Who is lonely? Nana was annoyed by Shishio's words and said in a low voice to him, but then, she asked, what's wrong with Nanami? When she saw him there, all her previous worries had disappeared, and she felt so complete with him beside her. I'm not sure. She said that she had a cramp on her stomach, and there wasn't any infirmary teacher before, so all I could do was to stay beside her until the teacher came, Shishio said. Nana nodded and wondered whether Nanami was on her menstruation, but she didn't think too much and said in a low voice, "Well, once we're on break, let's go to the club room immediately, don't forget about our match, if you lose, you need to pretend to be a dog." Shishio looked at Nana and wondered why she didn't forget about their bet a few days ago. While Shishio and Nana were talking to each other in a low voice, Sorita cast a glance at both of them secretly, and there were many questions on his mind at this moment, but one thing for sure, he was surprised to hear that Nanamai was sick. So the reason she seemed unwell before was that she was sick. Sorita thought Nanamai's complexion was bad before because she was sick, which somehow made him feel relieved since he wasn't the cause of what had happened before. He thought about whether he should visit Nanamai later and asked whether she was alright or not. Then he also thought to apologize later since he felt regret for what he had done before, and frankly, he didn't want to lose Nanamai, even though their relationship was just a normal friend. It might be because of Shishio's influence that made him realize how lucky he was with Nanamai around. Still, he didn't realize that in Nanamai's heart, his figure slowly became vague, and soon, it might disappear since a certain someone had slowly replaced him at this moment. 161, just one after another. The time was moving fast, and before long, it was time for the break. The girls in the class, who had been stealing a glance at Shishio from time to time, couldn't wait anymore and stared at him directly when the teacher had gone. After all, they had to admit that with his short hair, he was so handsome at that moment. Unfortunately, they couldn't come closer and only watched him from a distance. After all, besides him, someone was already there. I have heard that you have cut your hair, but I didn't expect that you would cut your hair so short, Maya said. Was it bad? Shishio asked. No, you're very handsome, Maya said with some blush on her face, but because her long hair covered most of her face, it wasn't noticeable. It was all thanks to Mako's father, Shishio said. Shishio, you're going to make me embarrassed if you praise my father that much, Mako said, but she was also very happy since she had to admit that this guy was simply a walking advertisement for her family shop. Oga, have you cut your hair at Asanoi-san's house? Tegami asked curiously since he had heard their conversation and was looking at Shishio's haircut. He was wondering whether he should cut his hair similarly since that way, he might become popular. If you want to cut your hair, you should visit her house. Her father's skill is amazing, Shishio said and didn't hesitate to promote Mako's family's shop. Really? Then I might go there, Tegami said while touching his long hair. He wanted to cut it, but somehow, he felt a bit reluctant since his long hair was his trademark. Without it, then he wouldn't be called Tegami. Well, enough of that now, let's go, Shishio. Nana said and pulled Shishio's hand directly and also held Shishio's bag that she had borrowed before. She might not have had time to play with him at her big sister's house before, so she thought to play with him at school since today was Monday, and there was no club activity, which meant both of them could stay in the club room together alone. She had also told Maya and Mako about this matter and hoped for them not to interrupt them, and if the mood was good, she might as well confess to him directly and steal a kiss from him since she wanted to get him as soon as possible. Yes, you don't need to be so impatient, Shishio said helplessly, looking at Nana's eyes. He could see how eager this girl was and knew that she must be planning to do something, but he didn't think too much. After all, even if he was attacked, he didn't lose anything. Oh, right, USA. Hey? What's wrong, Oga? USA asked when his name was called. You don't have anything to do after school, right? Shishio asked. No. USA was speechless, but he really didn't have anything to do later since after school, he would spend most of his days at the regular dorm. There's club activity later, so don't go home immediately, Shishio said. Yes. USA nodded and didn't think too much, but when he knew where they would go on their club activity later, he would have never thought that he was so glad that he had joined the literature club. Well, you two, Maya, Mako, don't forget later, but for now, I have to go with Shishio. See you later. Nana said and pulled Shishio's hand. Bye, everyone. Shishio said, then left with Nana. Tegami, USA, Maya, and Mako. Tegami smiled, looking at Maya and Mako, coughed several times, and asked, say, why don't we? But before he finished his words, both Maya and Mako left directly with a sigh, since they felt quite jealous of Nana at this moment. Tegami was standing there in silence until his shoulder was patted. He turned his head and saw USA was there. USA. His eyes were brimming in tears at this moment, looking at his friend, no, a brother. Don't worry, USA said since that was the only word he could say at the time. When Shishio and Nana left, they happened to meet Nanamai, who was about to enter the class. Oh, Aoyama-san, are you all right? Nana quickly asked. Ah, yes, thank you for asking. Nanamai quickly nodded since she knew that she needed to pretend to be sick or else she might be called by the teacher. She then glanced at Nana, who was holding Shishio's hand, and somehow there was a hint of bitterness in her heart. Nana patted Nanami's shoulder and whispered, "It is your time at a month, right? You should rest since I know that it is very uncomfortable." Nanami blushed and glared lightly at Shishio, who had made such a lie for her. Shishio only shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much since he knew that he was also partly at fault. Then Aoyama-san, we'll go now. You should rest for a bit. Nanami could only nod, but there was a hint of grudge on her face when she looked at Shishio. "Well, sorry, Aoyama-san, we need to go to the teacher's room first." "Let's go, Nana," Shishio said. "Oh." Nana said and pulled Shishio's hand again with a smile. "Bye, Aoyama." She didn't forget to say goodbye to Nanami, then left with Shishio. "Bye." Nanami looked at both of them from the back and looked at their hands that were holding each other. She then shook her head and walked back to her class, and the moment she entered, her friends quickly came toward her, asking about her condition. "Are you all right, Nanami? I heard that you're sick. Is it all right for you to walk now?" Nanami smiled and nodded. "I feel a bit better now. You don't need to worry." She then continued to talk with her friends, but then, suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. "Aoyama." Nanami turned her head and saw Sorita was there. "Is there something wrong, Kanda-kun?" Nanami's friends who saw Sorita came, looked at each other before they retreated silently, and smiled thoughtfully since they knew that Nanami had a feeling toward Sorita. They didn't really know what was happening at the entrance school before since it happened so short. In truth, no one really talked about Sorita. After all, he wasn't very noticeable at school. The people who saw the accident only talked about the matter of Sorita getting angry at Nanami before they forgot it. After all, it wasn't a very important matter. However, if Nanami's friends knew what was happening, they might push Sorita directly and tell him not to get close to Nanami since this guy was too ridiculous, right? Sorita came towards Nanami nervously to apologize, thinking that she might ignore him or even get angry at him, but her response was quite unexpected. Her response was quite normal, as if what had happened before didn't really happen, or rather, she didn't care. Sorita didn't think too much at this moment, and at the same time, he sighed in relief since Nanami didn't ignore or got angry at him, thinking that she might have forgiven him, then asked, Are you all right? I have heard that you're sick." "It's all right. You don't need to worry," Nanami said simply. "I see." Sorita nodded with a relieved smile on his face. Nanami didn't say much and only stared at Sorita. Somehow before, when she saw his smile, she had always felt saved, but as for now, she didn't really know. It was just annoying somehow. "If you're all right, then it's good," Sorita said with a smile. Nanami nodded, wondering what this guy wanted to do. "I will go back now. I know that you might feel better now, but you should take a rest," Sorita said, then left Nanami with a smile, thinking that his relationship with Nanami had returned back to normal. Nanami nodded, looking at Sorita's back, and could only shake her head. She let out a sigh, then looked at the cloudless sky, then looked at Shishio's desk behind her, and couldn't help but smile when she recalled their talk on the infirmary before. Unfortunately, the infirmary teacher came before and told Shishio directly to go back, which cut their conversation short. During their conversation, Nanami didn't ask why Sorita had changed, or rather, she didn't need to. After all, when she saw him at that moment, she knew that Sorita didn't change, but rather, it was his true personality, which was why she was glad that she could see that personality now. She was glad that she didn't follow her impulse to confess to him at that time. In her heart, Sorita's image slowly became vague, and it was replaced by someone slowly. Unfortunately, Sorita didn't realize it at that moment and was caught in the thought that Nanami had forgiven him, which made him feel very happy. Suppose at this moment, he tried to apologize and brought some bread and juice, trying to make Nanami feel happy. In that case, there might be a chance for their relationship to return back, but Sorita wasn't only a young man who was full of an inferiority complex. Still, he was also very dense and low EQ level, which made him lose that chance to amend his relationship with Nanami. It wasn't that Sorita didn't care about Nanami, but he saw Shina and Ritsu who came to his class. When he compared the existence of both Nanami and Shina, he couldn't help but lean toward Shina, especially when her hair was so beautiful today, so even though he knew that Shina might not come to him, but someone else, but even so, there was a small chance that she was looking for him, right? But, there is a maybe, right? Sorita thought, full of optimism. However, Ritsu, who saw Sorita's eagerness and full of obsession face toward Shina, quickly stood in front of Shina since she really felt that this guy was quite creepy. Sorita was about to go forward, but someone was faster than him. "Senpai, what's wrong?" USA asked Ritsu with an eager smile, and his eyes couldn't look away from her since her new hairstyle made her look cuter than ever. "Sorita." Shishio and Nana moved very fast, and they went to the teacher's office to get the key from Kiria. Still, the moment they entered the teacher's office, his name was Koharu Shirayama, who was Shishio and Nana's homeroom teacher. Oga-kun, can you come here for a second? Koharu asked. Shishio looked at Koharu, then looked at Nana. Well, Nana, can you ask for a key from Kiryu-sensei? I'll talk with Shirayama-sensei first. Nana nodded and thought that Shishio might be called because of his absence in the morning class before. What's wrong, Shirayama-sensei? Shishio asked, but then someone suddenly interjected. Koharu, is this kid causing you trouble? Hirotsuka directly asked, looking at Shishio, thinking that this guy was causing trouble, but in truth, she just wanted to know who was the girl that came with Shishio in the teacher's office. No, he's a very good student. You don't need to worry, Shizuka, Koharu said with a smile. Even though Shishio often ignored the lesson, he was fairly quiet, and he also helped some of the students with the lesson. Hence, she felt that he was a good student. After all, with his level, he could directly graduate from high school without trouble, but more importantly, his impression of Shishio was very good, so she was quite partial toward him. Hear that? Shishio said with a smile. Hirotsuka looked at Shishio and somehow wanted to beat him. I had heard from Kitayama-sensei that you are helping Aoyama-san before, so you didn't enter the class in the morning. Koharu asked curiously. Yes. So, how is Aoyama-san's health? Is she alright? Koharu asked worriedly. She had a cramp in her stomach before, and now she should be alright, Shishio said. Her stomach is on cramp, hey. 2x. Koharu and Hirotsuka nodded and quickly thought that Nanami should be at her menstruation now. Hey, Oga-kun, what are you doing here? Are you being called by your teacher for doing something bad? Suddenly someone joined their conversation again. Hina came toward Shishio, looking at him with a smile, thinking that he had caused trouble. Tachibana-sensei, I'm a good student. There's no way I'll cause trouble, Shishio said without hesitation. Koharu and Hirotsuka had never seen such a shameless person before. Still, you know Hina? Hirotsuka asked. Yes, how did you know Shizuka-ne, Shishio? Hina asked curiously. The relationship between Hirotsuka and Hina was very good, after all, Hirotsuka was very gentle, and she had taught a lot of things to Hina during Hina's first year working at school, so their relationship had always been very good. Oh? Shishio, why are you here? Chihiro also came and joined, wondering why a lot of female teachers were surrounding Shishio. Here's the key, Kiryu said and gave the clubroom key to Nana. Thank you, Kiryu-sensei, Nana said, but her eyes had been focused on Shishio, who had been surrounded by a lot of beautiful female teachers. Looking at those teachers, she hoped that no one would seduce him later. Kiryu also realized Nana's focus and looked at Shishio, who was surrounded by a lot of female teachers. He smiled and said, that guy is very popular. You should get him if you don't want to lose him since I might be tempted to date him too. Nana. Shishio wondered why there were many beautiful teachers in this school, which made him speechless somehow, but well, it was all good, and he didn't complain about it, so he just enjoyed it, but there was one person who couldn't enjoy it. Come on, Nana. Don't sulk. Let's go to the clubroom and play that game now. Didn't you say that you are going to pretend to be a dog after we play? Who said that? You'll definitely be the one who becomes a dog later. Come on. Being challenged, Nana's spirit was raised once again. She quickly pulled Shishio's hand and rushed toward the literature club, but someone called out his name again. Shishio. Shishio and Nana turned their heads and saw a female student, and her expression was very bad at that moment. Nana looked at the girl and wondered who this person was, but then she was going to ask. She looked at Shishio and saw his expression and didn't change much and greeted the girl calmly. Saki. Nana thought about Kiryu's words and thought that she needed to get him fast, or else someone might steal him from her. In front of Saki, she didn't hesitate and hugged Shishio's arm tightly and asked, Shishio, who is this? She had never been afraid of challenges, or rather, letting them all come since she believed that she would win. 162, Fighting Game 1. Saki. Shishio looked at Saki, who seemed to be in mixed pain and anger when she saw him, watching him, whose arm was being hugged by Nana. He had expected this problem, and in truth, he wanted to introduce Saki too to the literature club slowly so she could become closer with everyone. Still, at the same time, he also had prepared for the worst situation where Saki saw him, was so close with another girl, like Nana did now. Shishio glanced at Nana, then looked at Saki. Even though both of them weren't his girlfriends, their relationship was more than a mere friend, and since he had decided to become a scumbag and made everyone happy, he couldn't be partial. His face was very calm at that moment, but his mind was moving very fast. Saki, how about you follow us to play a game now? If both Saki and Nana knew each other, then this situation wouldn't be difficult. Unfortunately, both of them were strangers. Game. Saki frowned when she heard Shishio's words since she just wanted to know who was the girl beside him. She also wanted to tear Nana's hand away from Shishio, and she was also furious at Shishio since he had never told her that he had a girlfriend. Still, she didn't feel surprised since, with Shishio's quality, it was very easy for him to get a girlfriend, and she also had expected this problem before. But why does my heart hurt? Saki knew she wasn't his girlfriend, and Shishio was also her boss. Even though she knew that it was wrong, she just couldn't help but fall for him and depended on him, especially what he had done to her, which was why she didn't want to lose him, even though he might have a girlfriend. Still, even if she had a girlfriend, she would also try to steal him from that girlfriend. As for the kiss that she had done before, she was going to keep it a secret since she knew that it was wrong. Saki then looked at Nana, and Nana also looked at Saki. Nana had never seen Saki, so she didn't know who this girl was, but considering Saki's reaction and the way Shishio called her, she could pretty much tell that they knew each other. Girlfriend. She then quickly shook her head since, unless Shishio was lying for what he had said before, she was sure that Saki wasn't his girlfriend. Still, she wasn't sure about their relationship, and that was why she wanted to know, but even if he had a girlfriend, she was going to steal him from this girlfriend. Yes, come on. Shishio took Saki's and held it naturally like the first time they met each other. Saki didn't want to blush since her mood wasn't good, but she failed to control her emotion after all. Shishio. She wanted to resist, but in the end, she didn't have the power, and she also didn't want to be separated from him, after all. Nana raised her eyebrows and was clearly unhappy when she saw Shishio holding Saki's hand, but then, she was stunned when he tried to force his hand to get away from her. No. Nana wasn't sure why, but she felt scared at that moment, thinking that she was rejected, but unlike her imagination, suddenly her hand was also being held by him. Saki and Nana were lost for words, staring at Shishio, who were holding their hands together. Let's go to the literature club room first. I'll start to introduce you two there, Shishio said calmly. Looking into his eyes, Saki and Nana nodded since this wasn't the place for them to talk and decided to move to the literature club room. This time, they were going to tolerate him for holding their hands together, and at the same time, both of them then looked at each other and started to frown, thinking who they were. Shishio had to admit that a girl was very troublesome and knew that it would be very easy to just date one of them, but if he did that, he would make other girls become sad, so what he needed to do was to date all of them, right? Leading both of them on the literature club, Shishio then started to introduce both Saki and Nana to each other. Let me introduce you two. Shishio looked at Nana and said, Nana, this is Kawasaki Saki. Then he looked at Saki and said, Saki, this is Sunoera Nana. Hello, Kawasaki-san, Nana said with a smile. Saki also nodded, but she didn't say much. Nana and Saki then looked at each other then looked at Shishio, and they wanted to ask him what their relationship was with him, but... Well, how about we play a game first? I know that you have a lot of things that you want to ask me, but the break is very short. Shishio looked at Nana and asked, so what kind of game is inside your game console, Nana? He had a feeling what they wanted to ask him, so he wanted to avoid this question, especially about the question that was related to a relationship. Both of them weren't his girlfriends, but their relationship was more than a mere friend, but if he introduced them as his friend, he was sure that it would hurt them, and if he said that both of them were very important to him, then without a doubt, he would be punched directly by both of them, so the best way to avoid this problem first and delayed this problem until he could talk with each of them alone. However, Shishio felt that this problem was really troublesome and just wanted to kiss their lips directly and told them that both of them were his girls, but it was unrealistic, and to do that, he needed to set up the mood. Shishio knew that the mood was at its worst at the moment, and rather than doing something stupid, it was better to delay this matter first. It's a fighting game, Nana said without hesitation, then she looked at Saki. Kawasaki-san, can you play a fighting game? Saki raised her eyebrow and could feel that Nana tried to provoke her, and it had never been her style to back down, so she said, I'm very good at it. Nana raised her eyebrows then smiled. It's great. Then why don't we have a match then? Good, I don't mind. Saki nodded without hesitation. Shishio. Shishio, I know that it might trouble you, but I'll have a match with Kawasaki-san, so can you help us to buy lunch? Nana asked since she didn't think that she could take her hands off this matter, and she was about to have a decisive match with Saki. Saki looked at Nana in surprise, but then she nodded and looked at Shishio. I know that it is quite rude to ask you this, but can you? Shishio looked at both of them for a while and nodded. Is bread alright with you too? 2x. Saki and Nana nodded at the same time. Well, I'll go buy the bread after I have set up the game console on the television so you can play together, Shishio said and started to set up the game console on the television inside the club room. Saki and Nana looked at Shishio, who set up the game console very smoothly, then stood up. Shishio looked at the two girls again and said, then I'll go out to buy bread now. He wasn't sure what kind of conversation that both of them had, but he knew that this was the best solution that he could come up with. He came out the door and hated his inability to just hug both of them directly, then confessed to both of them that he wanted both of them to be his and kissed their lips. Still, since he had made up his decision to write a book to say goodbye to his past, even though it might sound stupid and troublesome, he needed to follow through. Shishio knew that no matter what was the result of their conversation that both Nana and Saki had in the club room, he knew that he couldn't delay his matter anymore. When Shishio left, Nana and Saki asked the same question. Are you his girlfriend? 2x. Nana and Saki were speechless when they asked this question at the same time before they quickly realized that both of them weren't his girlfriend, which somehow made them relieved. So, what do you want to do? Saki asked since she was wondering about Nana's intention, asking Shishio to go out. My intention? Of course, it is to play a game, Nana said without hesitation. Hey! Saki was dumbfounded. Nana held the game stick and gave the second one to Saki. Let's play a fighting game. You have said that you are very good at it, right? Saki looked at Nana for a bit and asked, are you serious? Of course, I'm serious. If we hadn't met you before, then we might be playing a game now and having fun together, but since you had come, that plan was a failure, so you needed to play a game with me, Nana said. Saki looked at Nana for a while, then nodded. Alright, let's do it. She took the game stick from Nana's hand and sat down right next to her. Both of them sat next to each other while facing the television screen together and started the game. Both of them were quite familiar with this game, so they didn't say anything when the game was played and chose the game's characters directly. Saki chose her favorite character directly, which was a military man, then looked at Nana, who was still choosing before she asked, by the way, what grade are you in? I'm a freshman. Are you the same? Nana asked. No, I'm in my second year, Saki said. Should I call you senpai? Nana asked. No, you don't need to. I don't care much about it, Saki said. Then I'll do that. Nana nodded and didn't think too much and chose her character for the game, which was a karate boy. After choosing a random battlefield for their battle, the game quickly started, and they quickly started to fight. Nana and Saki were veterans of the fighting game, and the moment the game started, they started to fight with various combos and techniques that could only be done by someone who had played this game for a long hour. You're good, senpai, Nana said with a smile since it was her first time to have a girl who was able to match her on this game. You're the same. Saki raised her eyebrow since she didn't expect Nana would be so good. Both of their characters kept fighting, and somehow there was a deadlock between them, showing that their skill was similar to each other. Nana frowned and knew that if this continued, the result of the battle would become a draw. She quickly used a different strategy then and asked Saki this question. Say, senpai, do you like Shishio? Saki was startled, and her face quickly turned red, but there was a mistake in her movement at that very moment, and Nana used that chance to attack her. Nana sent out a combo one after another and quickly defeated Saki in one go. Saki. Nana smiled and looked at Saki, then said, Senpai, if you don't like him, then why don't you just give up? Give him to me. In the first confrontation, she had won, and at the same time, she wanted to take down Saki so there wouldn't be any more competitors. Saki felt that her body was trembling when she heard those words, but then she took a deep breath, trying to calm her mind, recalling the days that she spent with him, which somehow made her smile. She then looked at Nana calmly and said, let's have one more match. 163, Fighting Game 2. When Nana suddenly asked a question whether she liked Shishio or not, Saki was startled, and it was the reason why she had lost calm before. Even though she might look quite aggressive, she didn't have an experience with love, and Shishio was her first. Her awkward personality also couldn't help her in this situation, so she lost against Nana in the match. However, when Nana suddenly asked her to give up Shishio, she couldn't help but start to reminisce her time with him. Their first meeting, the time when she treated him as a Jihuden, the time when both of them pretended to be a boyfriend and a girlfriend in the cafe, the time when he told her to stop working at a cafe late at night and worked for him, the time when he saw him fighting, and the time when she stole his lips secretly. Their meeting might not be that long. Still, each of their meetings was a very precious memory for her, and she knew that she loved him. Saki knew that she might be dependent on him, but she didn't care, or rather, it was all right. That was why she wasn't going to give up on him, and she knew that compared to Nana, the memories that she shared with Shishio were deeper, and she also believed in her feelings. She then looked at Nana with a calm smile and said, let's have one more match. Looking at Saki's calm smile, Nana wasn't sure why, but she felt quite uneasy at this moment, but it had never been her style to give up so easily. Good, let's have one more match. She didn't hesitate and chose the same character as she chose before and then glanced at Saki secretly. Saki didn't think too much and also chose the same character even though she had lost by using this character before. Are you going to choose the same character? Nana asked in doubt. You win because of some tricks. If we're fighting fairly, I won't lose, Saki said. Now that you said that, I would beat you again after this, Nana said annoyedly. Say that after you have won this round, Saki said calmly. But the calmer Saki was, the more uneasy Nana was, wondering whether Saki had some secret tricks that she didn't know. Then their match started again, and this time, Nana could see how Saki used various more advanced techniques and became more aggressive, which caused her to be in a defensive position and was unable to counter Saki's attack. Sunoera, do you like Shishio? Saki suddenly asked. Nana wasn't Saki, so she wasn't nervous and said, yes, I like him. She didn't have any doubts, and she could say those words several times without feeling embarrassed since she really felt that way. She wondered what Saki's trick was, but if this was her trick, she thought that Saki was too innocent. You like him, but I also like him, but you should know that my feeling toward him is deeper than yours, Saki said. What do you mean? Nana asked with a frown, wondering whether Saki wanted to compare how big their feeling toward Shishio was. How did you start to like him? Saki asked. Nana didn't look away from the screen and answered Saki's question. At first, I wanted to challenge him since he's better at him at a grade, but slowly, after I have known him, my feelings start to change, and I start to fall for him. She then glanced at Saki, who didn't show much change in her expression, and asked, how about you? She was also quite curious how Saki and Shishio met each other and at how Saki started to fall for Shishio since she could see that Saki's feeling toward Shishio was very strong. He saved me, Saki said without hesitation. He has saved you. Nana was stunned. Saki nodded, but somehow she felt a bit regretful when she said this since she didn't really want to share her experience. Her experience wasn't a good experience, and she felt that it was quite shameful to tell her story to Nana. Still, because of this chance, she saw an opening on Nana's character and directly blasted Nana's character in one go, defeating her in an instant. I won, Saki said, but Nana didn't care much and asked, Senpai, tell how Shishio saved you. Saki looked at Nana, who closed the distance between them and felt a bit embarrassed, but then she gritted her teeth and said, just don't tell anyone, all right? Nana nodded without hesitation. Saki looked at Nana's facial expression for a bit. After she confirmed that Nana wouldn't be lying and also started to show a serious expression on her face, she nodded and started to tell Nana how she met Shishio. Nana listened to Saki's story and didn't expect to hear that Shishio would have such a wild side, and she also didn't expect that he would be good at fighting, which made her heartbeat move very fast at this moment. Even though she didn't see what was happening, she could imagine how wild he was when he beat up the scoundrel that was about to do something that would give Saki a scar in her entire life, which also made her realize why Saki's feeling toward Shishio was so strong. If Nana was in Saki's position, then, without doubt, she would also feel the same as Saki, and she would also fall for Shishio instantly since being saved in a very dire moment and being protected was very lethal for a girl, and anyone could instantly fall in love with that guy, especially when Shishio's face was so handsome. Nana then also realized that not only Shishio was good at his grade and also had an amazing talent in music, but he was also very good at fighting, which made her quite dumbfounded. That's how it is, I like him, so can you give up on him? Saki asked and also did the same as Nana did before. She knew that Nana liked Shishio, but their relationship wasn't a lover, so she didn't need to worry that much, but what made her worried was Nana was sitting right next to Shishio, which made her quite jealous, wondering why she wasn't a freshman, but a second year. If she was a freshman, she might be able to enjoy her high school life more, sitting next to him, but everything had happened so there was nothing that she could do and all she wanted was to be with him now. Hearing Saki's words, Nana frowned, and she felt very uncomfortable at this moment since she knew that Saki's feeling toward Shishio was bigger than her. For a moment, she couldn't say anything to refute Saki's words. Can I give him up? Nana started to question herself whether she could let Shishio to Saki and let her have him, but when such a thought appeared, she quickly shook her head and knew about her answer. No, I can't. She had fallen so deep for him and to give up for him so easily. She didn't want that. I see. Saki nodded and didn't say much. Nana looked at Saki, but at the same time, she realized something. How about we play one more match? Yes. Saki nodded. Both of them chose the same characters again and also started to fight again, and at the beginning of the fight, Nana suddenly asked, say, have we thought about his feelings? Shishio's feeling. Saki was stunned when Nana suddenly asked this question. You know, we might have forced our feelings too much on him, but when in truth, we don't really know whether he really has a feeling for us, Nana said without hesitation. Saki couldn't say anything in refuting this time, and her fingers that had been pressing on the buttons on the game stick also stopped, looking at Nana. She knew that Nana was right, and she might be forcing her feelings toward Shishio without knowing whether he loved her or not. Nana also did the same and looked at Saki. You know, it is just my guess, but I feel like he has a feeling toward Miu-senpai. Miu-senpai. Saki raised her eyebrow since she had never heard this name before. She should be in the same grade as senpai, and she's also the president of the literature club, Nana said since she had always thought that Shishio had a feeling toward Miu. It was also the reason why she had always been in a hurry to confess. After all, if she was late, she was sure that Miu and Shishio would be together, considering Shishio's personality. Unlike most of the high school who were herbivores and didn't dare to move, Shishio was a carnivore, and he was at the top of the food chain. Miu, who was such a cute, shy and polite girl, would be eaten by Shishio without leaving any bones behind. What kind of girl is she? Saki asked shakily. Her voice was trembling since she felt a sense of crisis at that moment. Nana looked at Saki for a while, and she had to admit that it was quite cute to see her acting like this, but she wasn't going to tease her and tell her what kind of girl Miu was. When Saki listened to Nana's words, she probably understood why Shishio seemed to be in love with this Miu. After all, unlike her who dressed quite sloppily, Miu, who was coming from Nana's description, was a quiet, girly, and very proper girl, which was very much different from her. Saki then became quite disheartened when she heard about the description of Miu from Nana. If it was Nana, she wouldn't care much. After all, both of them weren't that different since they dressed like a guru, but Miu was different since Miu was a different type of girl from both her and Nana. She then looked at Nana and asked, knowing all of that, what are you going to do? Nana knew that Shishio had a feeling toward Miu, then what would Nana do? Saki wanted to know the answer. I won't give up, Nana said without hesitation. Is that okay? Saki asked with a frown. Yes, it is also the reason why I have always attacked him. After all, he's a boy, and without a doubt, he has an interest in my body, Nana said without hesitation. Saki looked at Nana's body and had to admit that this girl's body was very good, but then there was a real problem. But what if your body isn't his type? From your description, this Miu has a petite body, but yours. She didn't need to finish her words, but at the same time, she was quite surprised when she knew that Shishio might have an interest in a petite body. Achoo! Shishio felt that his nose was very itchy all of a sudden, which made him a bit bewildered, but he didn't think too much. Nana couldn't say anything to refute. Her eyes were slightly red, and she asked, then what should I do? Saki also wasn't sure what to say in this situation. Nana then looked at Saki and asked, what about you? What will you do? I won't give up, Saki said without hesitation. He's different from any other man, and I know that he's the best. I want him, and I don't want anyone else. Even if he has a girlfriend? Nana asked. Saki gritted her teeth and nodded. Yes. She knew that Shishio might not love her, but she also had fallen so deep for him, and she didn't want any other guys other than him. Nana looked at Saki, and she wasn't sure what was inside her mind at that moment, but then she said, say, senpai, how about we date him together? It might be because she believed in him, or it might be because she was quite desperate, but she said those words without hesitation. Hey! Those words dumbfounded Saki. Like what you have said, I think that it is impossible to search for someone like him again in the future. No, in this entire country or the world, there won't be any second guy like him, so how about we date him together? If we're together, I think that Miu-senpai won't be our opponent, Nana said with some excitement. Saki's mind was blank at that moment, but she also felt that Nana's words were also reasonable since she also knew that Shishio's quality was too good and she was sure that there would be a lot of girls that would fall toward him, and even though she had confidence in her beauty and intelligence, she knew that her family's economic condition wasn't good and it was also the reason why she decided to work on that late-night cafe, and it was also her complex. Saki knew that Shishio's economic condition was very good, and sometimes, she also thought about the plot on the TV drama where Shishio might have a fiancé in the future, so even if they were together in the future, they might be separated because of the existence of this fiancé. But... Saki looked at Nana in front of her and wondered if they were together? Sometimes when someone was so good, it would bring pressure to their partner, but what if their partner had a helper? What if they took him down together? One question after another poured into Saki's mind instantly, thinking about this possibility. What do you think, senpai? Nana asked, staring at Saki with a serious expression. After all, if Saki agreed, then both of them would board on the same ship to take down Shishio together. Saki looked at Nana, who extended her hand toward her. She could only look at her hand and couldn't make her decision for a while. Senpai, we're only dating him together, we're not married him together. If it goes well, we will be together, but if it doesn't work, then we'll drift apart. Let's try and see this through together, Nana said. Hearing Nana's words, Saki looked at Nana in surprise for a while and said, you said something good. It was something that Shishio had said before. Nana smiled and said, he is very good at words, after all. I see. Saki smiled then reached Nana's hand. I don't know much about you, but for now, let's see if we can get this through together. Nana also smiled, and somehow she could talk very well with Saki even though they had only met each other for a while. Both of them then started to talk to each other, talking about the information that they knew about Shishio, ignoring the fact that the result of their last match in the fighting game was a draw. 164. With all of that, the members of the literature club are completed? Shishio walked out from the clubroom to buy bread while thinking about what could happen when he left both Nana and Saki in the classroom. In his mind, he was thinking about the worst that would happen between them, and there were two scenarios that could happen. The first scenario was that both of them were fighting against each other, and both girls came out of the clubroom without hesitation. The second scenario was when Shishio returned later. He was forced by two girls to choose one of them. Frankly, Shishio had to admit that he hated the second scenario where he was forced to choose. If that situation happened, then he could only be cruel to the two of them. After all, he didn't like being forced, and the relationship that was made through that process wouldn't be a happy one either. If both of them talked to each other then decided to share him together, Shishio would be very happy, but he felt that possibility was quite low. After all, this wasn't shounen manga where two enemies fought each other and then became friends because of each other's determination. Still, whatever happened just happened. Rather than thinking something that hadn't happened, it was better to buy the bread quickly and return so he could cope up with any situation that came toward him. If Shishio didn't have a system, then he wouldn't be troublesome toward the matter of emotion since a girlfriend only affected the speed of his study. If he was a samurai, then it would affect his speed to draw a sword, and he had to admit that no matter what era, a woman was very troublesome, but who didn't like a woman? So even if it was very troublesome, Shishio knew that he needed to be patient since he was like a farmer now. After he spread the seeds on the earth, he needed to take care of the seeds until harvest time, and he also needed to take care of them from the pest, disease, and various things that might prevent the seeds from harvesting. Shishio was a farmer now. Unfortunately, he didn't have a farming mastery. Jokes aside, Shishio knew that he needed to be patient and couldn't be impatient, like Mahatma Gandhi had said, to lose patience is to lose the battle. Right now, he was in the middle of battle, and to win this battle, he needed to be patient, slowly, yet surely. While thinking Shishio had arrived at the place where he bought bread before, he happened to meet with the girl that he had helped to buy bread before. It might be late, but he hadn't described that girl's figure before. The girl was an attractive girl of average height. She had light brown eyes and grey hair and wore glasses. She also possessed a slender yet very voluptuous figure and a large bust. Shishio didn't really know this girl and had only met her twice. The first one was when he helped to buy bread and the second one was when he was at the entrance of the school when he was about to cut his hair before. The girl also noticed Shishio and felt quite surprised. Then she blushed. After all, Shishio's new hair made him very handsome. Do you want me to buy your bread again? Shishio asked gently since he knew that the girl wouldn't take the initiative. Ah. The girl was surprised, but then she nodded shyly. What bread do you want to buy? Shishio asked. Choco cornet, the girl said. Wait here, Shishio said and entered the crowd without hesitation. The girl was looking at Shishio's back, and somehow she thought that it might be her chance to know each other, but she wasn't sure what to do since she had never had this kind of experience before and she also felt that the two of them were from a different world. The girl knew that their grades might be similar, but their standing in the school was quite different. She was quite a loner and quite gloomy. In other words, she was an outcast, but he was very bright, and there had always been a lot of people around him. But Shishio brought the bread and returned it to the girl. He gave the choco cornet bread to the girl from the plastic bag. Here you go. Thank you, the girl said and then took out the money from her wallet. By the way, here's the money for the chocolate cornet and the previous one too. Shishio looked at the girl for a while and only took some of the money from the girl's hand. Think of the previous one as a gift, though. The gift was quite cheap. Even though this girl was beautiful, there was something that he needed to do. Then I'll go back now. He wanted to return to the clubroom directly since he knew that he couldn't leave Nana and Saki alone there for a long time. Wait. What's wrong? Shishio stopped and looked at the girl. The girl was wondering why she tried to stop him since she really didn't know what to say, but then she thought for a while and remembered something. I have heard that you're searching for someone to adopt a cat. Even though she didn't see him at the entrance of the school before, she heard the girls and the guys from her class saying that Shishio was searching for someone to adopt a cat before. The girls thought that they could use that chance to talk with Shishio, even though she snorted at them secretly, but she didn't care about all of that now since she knew that if she was successful, then she might become his acquaintance. Hearing the conversation of the girls from her class was also the reason why she knew why Shishio had cut his hair and also had to admit that he was very handsome in this hairstyle. Oh? You want to adopt a cat? Shishio asked in surprise. The girl nodded without hesitation. Shishio checked his pocket and knew that he had given all the flyers back to Sorita. Sorry, I didn't bring the flyer. Ah. The girl couldn't help but feel disappointed when she heard Shishio's words, but... If you don't mind, how about we exchange contact info with each other? Shishio asked. The girl was dumbfounded. You don't want to? Shishio asked. No, it's all right. The girl said without hesitation. Shishio took his phone and said, now that you mention it, we haven't introduced each other yet. My name is Shishio Oga. I'm from the 1-1 class, what about you? I'm Ryo Futaba, and I'm from the 1-2 class, Futaba said, introducing her name and her class, and didn't expect that she would get his contacts so easily. You're right in the next class. Shishio was surprised. Futaba nodded. Then it is easier. You can come to my class if you want to talk about the cat later, but if you don't feel comfortable, then let's talk through a text or phone, Shishio said. Futaba nodded and sighed in relief secretly, but there was also some excitement. After all, she wasn't good with people, and the thought that she might talk with him through the phone made her excited. Then both of them exchanged their contact info, but suddenly someone called his name out. Shishio. Shishio and Futaba turned their heads and saw Ritsuo and Shina. Mashiro? Why are you here? Shishio was surprised. I want to see Shishio, Shina said and walked next to Shishio. Shishio looked at Shina and wondered whether this girl realized that she might cause a lot of misunderstanding, but he ignored her remark and asked, well, I have bought bread. Do you want some? He took out the melon bread that he had bought. I have melon bread and a twisted donut here. Which one do you want? Both of them, Shina said without hesitation. Shishio. Shishio knew that Shina liked to eat something sweet, but this girl loved sweets too much, right? But he didn't think that it was weird. After all, sugar was energy, and Shina had always worked hard on her manga. Still, he couldn't let her eat too much since he was afraid that she might become fat. Shishio ignored Shina for a while and greeted Ritsu. Senpai. Ritsu nodded, then looked at Futaba, who was standing next to Shishio warily. After all, this girl's chest was too huge, right? She then thought of Nana, whose breasts were also huge, and then looked at her own breasts, which were quite petite. She was wondering whether his type of girl had big breasts. Shishio, who is this? Shina asked while looking at Futaba. Her name is Ryo Futaba, and she wants to adopt one of Kanda-kun's cats, Shishio said. Futaba looked at both Shina and Ritsuo and couldn't help but feel surprised since both of them were so beautiful. She felt a bit nervous, and at the same time, she was wondering who they were. After all, she had seen them with Shishio before. Futaba-san, let me introduce both of them to you. They're Shina Mashiro and Ritsuo Kawaii senpai. The three of us are tenants at Sakurasu, Shishio said. Sakurasu. Futaba was surprised. Even though she didn't care about the rumor or anything, she had heard that Sakurasu was a den of weirdos, but when she looked at Shishio, Shina, and Ritsu, she started to doubt it since it felt like a den of models or something there. Hello. Shina greeted Futaba. Hello. Ritsuo also greeted Futaba. Hello. Futaba wasn't sure why, but she felt that Shina was very cute somehow, and as for Ritsu, she felt a bit nervous when she saw her eyes were quite intense. Sorry, Futaba-san, we have to go now. Let's talk about the cat later, if you don't mind, Shishio said. Futaba nodded and said, I won't disturb your times. I'll go now. She then left without hesitation. After all, she was afraid that she might have troubled him. Still, she glanced at him for the last time and hoped that they could talk again like this again in the future. Shishio looked at Futaba's back, and frankly, he had only talked with her for a while, so he didn't know much about her. Shishio, do you like big breasts? Shina suddenly asked. Shishio and Ritsu. Why are you asking that? Shishio quickly looked around and sighed in relief when it seemed no one heard their conversation. That girl's breasts are huge. I thought you'd love it, Shina said while staring at Shishio. She then looked down at her breasts and compared them to that girl. She could feel how big the gap between them was. Shishio wasn't sure how this girl could get such a misunderstanding, and at the same time, he felt that Ritsu's stare started to hurt him. Senpai, don't stare at me like that. Ah. Ritsu was startled but lowered her head slightly, but then she kept staring at him, waiting for his answer. Shishio sighed and said, like what I have said before, whether is it big or small, it doesn't really matter. Wait a moment, why do I need to explain this matter here? He felt dumb explaining both small and big chests to two girls in public. Anyway, you don't need to worry too much. He patted Shina's head and said, let's go to the club room. There's a game console there. You can play the game. Game. Sheena felt comfortable with Shishio's pat, but then she was confused by the word game that came out of Shishio's mouth. Shishio looked at Sheena and Ritsuo and knew that with both of them, the matter between Nana and Saki might be delayed, but at this moment, Ritsuo was confused, wondering the meaning of before that he had talked about, but he didn't give her time to think. Well, let's go. However, when Shishio returned to the clubroom, he was quite dumbfounded when he saw both Nana and Saki seemed to be very close. What's happening? What do you mean? Saki asked. We have been very close, right, senpai? Nana said while hugging Saki. Don't get too close. Don't hug me. Saki blushed and pushed Nana away. Aren't we so close before? What are you embarrassed about, senpai? Nana said with a laugh. Shishio had never expected that Nana and Saki would be so close the moment he left them for a while. Have they become Yuri, lesbian? Jokes aside, he was really curious about what had happened here and how they could become so close when they were about to fight before. Ah, Mashiro, senpai, you two are so cute. How come you did your hair? Nana was quickly attracted by Sheena and Ritsu, who were standing next to Shishio. Shishio did, Sheena said. What? 2x. Saki and Nana were dumbfounded, then looked at Ritsu too. Ritsu was a bit shy, but she nodded and said, Shishio did our hair. Saki and Nana looked at Shishio and wondered whether there was nothing that he could do, and at the same time, they wanted him to do their hair too. But then, Nana, Shishio, we're here. We're coming. Maya and Mako also came to the literature club, but this wasn't over since there was another person too. Everyone, you're all here. Miu said and looked at everyone in surprise with a smile, thinking that it was good when the literature club was filled with many people. With all of that, the literature club was completed, and everyone stayed there happily, but had they forgotten one person? Achoo. USA felt that his nose was quite itchy, but he didn't care much. He looked at the distant horizon and somehow he felt that everything was so beautiful, especially after he saw Ritsu, who was so beautiful before. Ah, Kawaii-senpai is so beautiful. Ignorance is bliss. 165, part-time job? After school, USA would usually go back to his school dorm as usual. Still, now, he had joined the literature club, so he would go to the club if there was a club activity, but he didn't expect that there would be a club activity on Monday since it would be held on Tuesday and Thursday. In truth, if possible, he wanted to have a club activity every day since that way he could see Ritsu, but he knew that he couldn't be greedy. However, still, he wanted to meet Ritsu every day, and it seemed that God seemed to be on his side, especially when he heard that there was a club activity from Shishio. Everyone from the literature club walked together while talking to each other, especially the girls, since they seemed to be very spirited. Not only the girls, but USA was also very spirited. He was very happy. After all, he had nothing to do at the dorm, and doing a club activity was a good thing, especially when there were many beautiful girls in this club activity. Still, suddenly he was in doubt when they didn't walk toward the club room. His relationship with the girls wasn't that good, and somehow, USA was quite nervous to talk with a group of beautiful girls, so he walked beside Shishio, though, he had to admit that he was a bit jealous of Nana and Shishio's communication ability since both of them could talk with anyone freely. Oga, why don't we go to the club room? USA asked in doubt. We're doing that activity on the outside, Shishio said simply. USA was surprised and asked, where? Library. No, it's at the arcade, Shishio said. Hey? Arcade? Why? USA was surprised. You don't want to? Shishio asked curiously. I don't mind, but... USA thought about his small amount of pocket money and couldn't help but sigh. He was alright to play on the arcade, or rather he was very happy to play with everyone, doing a lot of things with Ritsu such as playing various games, touching each other's hands, and taking a picture together. But... USA looked at the money in his wallet and felt that it was empty. You don't have that much money? Shishio asked in a whisper. USA looked at Shishio in surprise, but he nodded bitterly. He could play around, but he wasn't sure whether he could eat the next day. If you don't have money, then why don't you do a part-time job? Shishio suddenly said. Part-time job? USA looked at Shishio in surprise since he had never thought about this possibility. Shishio nodded and said, it isn't something uncommon, right? If a high school student wanted to get more money, they needed to work, and it wasn't that uncommon to see a high school student work a part-time job, though, sometimes, that part-time job wasn't quite ethical. Shishio had watched Initial D in the past, and he had seen one of the heroines working as a prostitute for the Benz guy. He had never seen a high school prostitute in this country before, but he was quite curious, but it was likely to be done by the students around Adachi Ward, which was the most unsafe ward in Tokyo. Or Shibuya. Shinjuku. Shishio was sure that he would be able to meet such a girl around those areas, but if he asked whether he wanted to do that kind of thing with such a girl, then without a doubt, he would refuse without hesitation since he didn't want to get sick. As for the students at high school affiliated with Swime University, Shishio didn't think that anyone in his school would work as a prostitute, considering the economic condition of the students in his school was very good and the reputation of his school was very famous, so no students would want to sacrifice their future to become a prostitute. Even Nanami, who had always been working part-time job, was in truth, wasn't coming from a poor family. Nanami only had a fight with her father, which made her need to work so she could get money for her voice acting school. If she didn't join that school, her life in Tokyo would be several times easier. After all, her father wasn't that cruel enough not to give her money for her pocket money and rent. Part-time job, hey. USA was in deep thought, thinking about what kind of part-time job he should take. If you don't mind, how about you work at the cafe as a waiter? Shishio asked. Waiter. USA looked at Shishio curiously. Well, I know this good cafe, and it is pretty close to the school. My acquaintance owns it. You can work there if you want, Shishio said. The cafe that he mentioned was the cafe on his Acanthus site bookstore, and he knew why this cafe was a bit familiar since one of the cafes in his bookstore was the cafe where USA was working in the original story. In middle school, USA was known as the Weirdo Master. He was known as someone who could control a weirdo around him, which was why he got that nickname. Shishio knew that there were some people with very individual personalities in his cafe and he was sure that USA would be very suitable to work there. Really? USA was very excited when he heard Shishio's words. Give me your phone, let me write down the address and phone number there. You can tell them that you're my friend, so the interview will be easier, but don't slack off, alright? Shishio said, trying to remind USA. Yes. USA nodded without hesitation and gave his phone to Shishio. He knew that Shishio's family was quite rich, considering he had seen Shishio come out from a luxurious car before, so he didn't feel that much surprised when he heard that Shishio's acquaintance owned a cafe. In his mind, he started to imagine himself serving coffee with a very handsome appearance and smiled handsomely, causing several girls to fall in love with handsomeness instantly. If Shishio knew what USA was thinking, he could only laugh since this guy had a huge misunderstanding, but he wasn't cruel enough to destroy his dream, and it was more fun to see his disappointed expression when USA knew the reality of the cafe. Here you go. Shishio gave back the phone. Thanks, Oga. USA was full of smiles at that moment, but then he looked at Saki. Even though Saki was quite beautiful, she was terrifying in his opinion, but he knew that this girl was related to Shishio. USA looked speechlessly at Shishio and wondered how many girls that this guy knew. Oga, who is she? Saki didn't introduce herself to him after all, so it was normal that he didn't know much about her. Oh, her name is Kawasaki Saki. She's a new member of the literature club, by the way, she's our senior, you should call her senpai, Shishio said simply. USA nodded, but then. Hey, Shishio, what are you talking about? Maya asked curiously since she could see that Shishio and USA were talking to each other. Unlike both Mako and Nana, she was fairly quiet, and she was also the most modest style among the Triokiru. Still, even though she might be the quietest among the three, she might be the lewdest among the three, especially when it was related to a little boy. USA wants to have a part-time job, so I introduce him to a place, Shishio said to Maya. USA also nodded in response. Hey, where are you going to work? Mako asked curiously since this place was being introduced by Shishio. It seems to be in a cafe. I'm not sure, I haven't been there, but Oga's acquaintance owns it, USA said. Really? What kind of cafe? Nana also asked. Miu, Ritsu, Shina, and Saki also looked at Shishio curiously. Still, unlike Miu, Ritsu, and Shina, Saki thought that Shishio might own this cafe, but he told them that his acquaintance owned it so it wouldn't cause much commotion. Shishio saw that everyone was curious, so he didn't really hide it. It's an apprentice cafe. Apprentice cafe. Everyone looked at Shishio in interest in what kind of cafe it was. It's like a cosplay cafe, but the waiter needs to wear a uniform like an apprentice at the end of Meiji Restoration era, Shishio said. It is that kind of cafe. USA was dumbfounded since he thought that he would wear a suit or white shirt with a vest, so he was dumbfounded when he heard that he would wear an apprentice uniform, but... Apprentice. Ritsu's eyes seemed to be beaming when she heard about an apprentice cafe. Shishio nodded and said, there should be a lot of old books there. You can come to visit if you want, senpai. I'll. Ritsu nodded without hesitation when she heard that there were a lot of old books in that cafe. Shishio looked at USA and asked, you have heard that, USA? Will you still work there? Of course. USA agreed without hesitation when he saw Rista's reaction about the apprentice and book. He didn't know what kind of cafe apprentice cafe was, but one thing for sure, he knew that Ritsu loved it, and he also knew that Shishio wouldn't do something bad to him, so he decided to accept this job. Though, if USA knew what kind of people were working in that cafe was, he could only cry without tears. Everyone except Ritsuo looked at USA's expression at this moment and couldn't help but think that this guy was too simple, right? They weren't blind, and they could see that USA had a feeling toward Ritsu, but as for Ritsu, they weren't sure about her feelings, or rather they might have a feeling that Ritsu might have a feeling toward. Say, can I try to wear this apprentice uniform? Nana asked. It should be possible, if you want, we can visit it someday, Shishio said. Yay! Nana couldn't help but hug Shishio happily. Shishio looked at Nana, who hugged him and shook his head helplessly. Saki, Ritsu, Miu, and China stared at Shishio and Nana at this moment. Cough. Cough. By the way, where's this arcade, Nana? Shishio asked. Nana also didn't embarrass Shishio that much and let him go, then said, it's quite nearby. We have often played there in our middle school time, right, Mako, Maya? Mako nodded and said, yeah, it is a good place. It's also quiet, and there aren't many people, but most of the game machines there are new, Maya said. If there aren't many people, shouldn't the business be bad? Saki asked in doubt. I'm not sure. Maybe the owner is rich? Maybe opening the arcade is just a hobby? Well, don't think too much and just play there, Nana said. Have you been there a lot of times, Nana? Miu asked curiously. Well, we have been there quite a while before, Nana said while trying to count how many times that she had been there with Maya and Mako. Well, don't worry, this place is very fun. Shishio nodded and didn't think too much, but then he felt that his sleeve was tucked. Unlike the rest of the students, he didn't have a hobby of wearing the school blazer since it was quite ugly, and no one said anything about it. In truth, after he had gotten the tailor mastery, he wanted to make his custom uniform, but let's do that later. He looked at Shina, who tucked his sleeve and asked, what's wrong, Mashiro? Shishio, what is an arcade? Shina asked. Somehow everyone was stunned at this moment and wondering how this girl could be so cute, right? 166, Arcade 1. When they arrived at the arcade, Shishio understood why this place was fairly quiet since it was located at a fairly deserted place, but he had to admit that the size of the building was quite huge, and the building was fairly new. Should it be 3 or 4 years? Shishio thought while observing the building outside and wondered whether the people who built this arcade were only for a hobby and didn't care about the business at all, but he didn't care much as long as the game inside was good. On the other hand, Shina looked at the arcade quietly, wondering what kind of games were inside since it was her first time to be here. Well, let's enter. Nana smiled while leading everyone inside. Everyone nodded and entered the arcade together. The automatic door was automatically opened, and they entered the arcade's corridor. Inside the corridor, there were several benches lined up on the right side, and there were also several vending machines on the left side. Shishio could tell that this corridor was intended to be used as a rest area for the customers. It might be small, but he didn't feel that much surprised since the land in Tokyo was very limited, so the architects of this country had always tried their best to optimize the use of every space within a building. Let's get something to drink before the battle. I'll treat all of you, Shishio said. Hey! Everyone was surprised. Are you sure, Shishio? Miu asked since she felt weird. After all, before Shishio asked whether their activity on the arcade could use the money from the club, but now, he suddenly said that he would treat everyone. It's all right. I have just gotten a bonus from my part-time job, Shishio said since the money that he won from gambling in the Kengan match before had been sent to his holding company account. Part-time job. Everyone was surprised again since they didn't expect that Shishio would also do a part-time job. Saki looked at Shishio weirdly since she knew what kind of part-time job he did and how much money he had gotten from that fight, including the gamble he had put on himself. Even if he treated everyone to a beverage and played in the arcade together, the amount of money on his account wouldn't decrease at all. What kind of part-time job? Ritsuo asked. Programming, Shishio said simply. Programming. No one was sure what to say at the time. They thought that it would be some kind of service work, even Maya thought that this guy might become a host, but no one expected that he would be a programmer. Anyway, what do you want? I'll treat all of you here, Shishio said. He then looked at Saki and said, Saki, help me to get their drink. Saki nodded and also helped Shishio. She also glanced at him, who lied without blinking her eyes, which made her speechless, but she didn't say much. After all, there was no way she would tell everyone that he was a fighter in the underground match, right? Everyone was looking at Saki and Shishio and felt that their relationship was so close, right? After all, it was their first time meeting Saki. Unlike Nana, who was very close to Saki, the rest didn't know much about her. Shishio then chose a Pocari, opened the bottle, and drank it immediately. He tasted mild grape-like and felt that the taste was quite similar to the drink that he often drank in his previous life, which somehow made him slightly nostalgic. Everyone who hesitated for a while decided to accept Shishio's treat. After all, they had offered to treat them, and it was too rude to reject him, especially when he said that the price of the beverage on the vending machine was very cheap. How come that I have never heard that you can do programming? Nana asked curiously while drinking cola. It isn't an interesting job, all you need to do is just write a code in front of the laptop, and rather than talking about this, how about we have a match here? We haven't had a chance to have a match in the fighting game before, Shishio said while looking at Nana. Good. Nana became spirited and said, let's do this. Only one game. Everyone is here after all, Shishio said. The loser becomes a dog. Let's do this. Nana said and pulled Shishio directly to the fighting game machine on the arcade. Being pulled, Shishio looked at Nana and wondered whether this girl would lick him once she became a dog. Alright, let's do it here. Nana then sat on the stool while rolling her sleeves, facing the game machine in front of her. Good. Shishio also did the same and rolled his sleeves, but then he was patted. Shishio. Shishio turned and looked at Shina. What's up, Mashiro? He looked at Shina, who suddenly said something outrageous, but then he nodded and agreed to her request. Nana, who was ready to play, was all fired up since she wanted Shishio to act like a dog, acting docile while licking her cheek and neck. Well, she wasn't sure, but she was going to pet him like a dog later, so while she was in her imagination, the game was about to start, and she was also getting ready. What data? Nana was full of excitement, giving various combos to Shishio's characters. Maya and Mako, who were behind Nana, nodded and thought that Nana was as strong as usual. They had been together with Nana for a long time, and they knew that there was no one who was better than her, which was why they didn't think that Shishio would win, but… Bam! What the hell? He inputted that super move into just one frame and followed up with a combo. His reflexes are beyond those of ordinary humans. And on top of that, a fatality. Give me a break. Nana was dumbfounded when she saw her character couldn't even do anything against Shishio's character. KO. Perfect. Nana, Maya, and Mako. Nana then stood up and became annoyed. Shishio, I'm a girl. You should give me some handicaps. But then, she was dumbfounded when she saw the one who sat on the stool wasn't Shishio. Shishio, Saki, Ritsu, USA, and Miu were dumbfounded, looking at Shina, who was sitting on the stool and won against Nana in perfect KO. That was you, Mashiro-chan? Nana asked with a shaky voice. Shina nodded gently. Shishio looked at Shina and had to admit that this girl was a genius since she could remember a lot of things and learned a lot of things easily as long as she wanted. Nana, let me play against her, Maya said without hesitation. No, let me, I'll avenge you, Nana. Mako said. Maya and Mako somehow couldn't accept when they thought that Nana would lose against Shina so easily and thought to avenge her, but they didn't know Shina's power, so they didn't know how scary Shina was. Nana looked at her two friends and knew that both of them would lose instantly against Shina, so she didn't agree with their request. Still, their friendship moved her. She knew that she promised to play one game with Shishio, but this time, she had lost against Shina, who was a beginner who had never ever entered the arcade to win against her, who was a veteran, and somehow she couldn't accept it for a while. She took a deep breath and said, Saki-senpai, change with me. Avenge me. Saki was dumbfounded. Shishio shook his head and then looked around. He saw Miu, who was walking toward the crane game curiously. He looked at the rest who were still busy with the fighting game and decided to walk toward Miu. After all, there were a lot of games on the arcade. He still wanted to try all of them, right? Miu walked around the arcade curiously since, in truth, it was her first time to be here, even though she had heard about an arcade she had never been to. After all, with her personality and her circle of friends, most of them had never been on the arcade. As a curious girl, she wanted to see what kind of games were inside this arcade, but the cute dolls in the crane game attracted her. What's wrong, senpai? Ah, Shishio-kun. Miu was slightly surprised, but then she looked at the cute dolls inside the crane game. Shishio-kun, there are just so many cute stuffed animals here, she said while looking at the cute stuffed animals, especially the rabbit one. Well, there's a ton of prizes these days, Shishio said while looking at the crane's games and saw that it was mostly dolls, snacks, toy figurines, and unique pajamas. Miu touched the crane game and asked, can you really get these, Shishio-kun? Do you want me to get them for you? Shishio asked. Miu was surprised. Shishio moved forward and asked, which one do you want? He put the money then looked at Miu. Miu blushed and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. I'll repay you later. She was wondering whether Shishio could read her mind. After all, she felt that he really understood her. If Shishio knew what this girl was thinking, then he could only say that Miu's mind was too simple, which was why he understood her. It's alright, you don't need to think too much, and rather than that, which stuffed animals, do you want, senpai? If you're not in a hurry, the time is going to end, Shishio asked. There's a time limit. Miu was startled then quickly said, then the rabbit. Okay. Shishio then moved the crane, used his enhanced balance and enhanced vision to the limit then caught a quite huge cute rabbit doll in one go. When the doll dropped on the hole, he took it and gave it to Miu. Here you go. Thanks. Miu blushed, lowered her head shyly, then accepted the huge rabbit doll from Shishio's, hugging it tightly, hiding her face, since she couldn't face him at this moment, but she was very happy since she received her first gift from him. Should I get one for your little sister too, senpai? Shishio asked. Miu was surprised. Anyway, since we're here, I can get one of them easily after all, Shishio said. Then, can you get me the hedgehog one? By the way, here's the money, Miu quickly said and took out her money since she couldn't let herself be treated by Shishio again. Shishio wasn't going to be hard-headed, so he accepted Miu's money then caught the hedgehog doll. He grabbed it from the machine and gave it again to Miu. Here you go. Thank you, Shishio-kun. Miu said with a sweet smile. Shishio wanted to say something, but... Cough. Cough. Shishio and Miu turned their heads and saw Shina, Nana, Ritsu, Saki, Maya, Meiko and even USA were there, watching them in silence. Miu blushed and became shy when everyone stared at her, so she hid behind Shishio subconsciously. Shishio saw their expression and asked, should I catch them for you? Yay. The girls quickly became happy, but Nana and Saki glanced at each other and made a nod. Mashiro, which doll do you want? Shishio asked. Shina looked at Miu for a bit, then said, cat. Then is it? Shishio put the money in, then caught the cat's doll easily. Here you go. Shina received the huge cat doll from Shishio and hugged it directly. She looked at him with a smile and said, thank you. It's all right. Shishio patted Shina's head, then looked at the Meiko, Maya, Nana, Saki and Ritsu. So, who is next? Me. Me. Meiko and Maya said at the same time. Senpai, let me catch them for you. USA said when he saw Ritsu seemed to be attracted by the doll on the crane game. I don't want to. Ritsu was surprised when USA suddenly said those words, but then she shook her head. I don't have an interest in this kind of thing. But then her eyes stared at Miu enviously, and somehow she started to regret saying those words. She knew that this way, she wouldn't get the stuffed animal anymore, which made her sad somehow. USA. You don't want the stuffed animal, senpai? Shishio asked strangely. Ritsu nodded, and she felt very regretful, then glared at USA, who was the cause of everything. USA. Shishio gave an eagle and a fox for both Maya and Meiko, respectively. Shishio, can you get me for my sister too? Maya asked. Sure, tell me which one that you want. Shishio asked. That one. Maya said while pointing her finger at the deer doll. Good. Shishio caught the doll easily and gave it to Maya. Here you go. Thanks, Maya said with a smile. Shishio looked at Nana and Saki and asked, how about you, Nana, Saki? I don't want to, Saki said, but after she said those words, she started to regret them since, in truth, she wanted them. If you don't want to, you can give it to your little sister, right? Don't your sister love this kind of thing? Shishio asked. Well, that's true. Saki nodded with a red face, then said, if it's for my sister, don't misunderstand, alright. Alright, which one do you want? Shishio asked with a smile. Saki looked at Shishio, pouted, then said, then the wolf and the shark. Even though both animals were fierce, when they were made into stuffed animals, they were so cute. Yes. Shishio nodded, then caught both the wolf and the shark for Saki. Here you go. Saki, who received both dolls from Shishio, couldn't help but hug it since it was so soft. She also couldn't help but smile, but then she realized that everyone was looking at her. It's for my sister. Saki said and raised her voice slightly. Yes. Everyone nodded with a smile and thought that this girl was very cute, right? Saki then glared at Shishio. Shishio only smiled then looked at Nana. Nana, how about you? I want Shishio, lion. Nana said with a smile. You mean a lion, right? Shishio asked, but the corner of his mouth twitched. I want Shishio, lion. Nana smiled mischievously at Shishio. Shishio looked at Nana amusedly, then took the lion doll for her. As for the girls, they looked at Nana, and somehow their expression was quite strange at that moment. Here you go. Shishio gave the lion doll to Nana. Thanks. Nana said with a sweet smile. Cough. Cough. How about we continue to play now? Meiko said. Oh. Everyone nodded and tried other games on the arcade, but only one person was unhappy. USA looked at Ritsuo and felt a bit helpless at that moment, but then as a young boy, he wanted to try some of the game in this arcade since it had been a while since he came to play. Ritsuo looked at everyone who walked to try various game machines in this arcade and sighed, but suddenly she felt something on the top of her head. Hey! She looked up and saw an owl doll, which made her dumbfounded. It'll be unfair if you don't have one too, right? Shishio said and gave the owl doll to Ritsuo. If you don't like it, I can get a different one, senpai. No, no, this one is all right, thank you, Oga-kun, Ritsuo said, and she didn't realize at this moment that she was smiling at this moment. Looking at the owl doll in her hands, she also couldn't help but hug it as everyone did with their doll before. Shishio was a bit stunned when he saw Ritsuo, who showed such a reaction. He then looked at USA, who seemed to be having fun, playing a game, and could only shake his head. Senpai, you should smile more. This way, you're more beautiful. WH. Ritsuo's face was stunned before a blush gradually covered her face and neck. Shishio, come here. Let's play this. Yes, yes. Shishio looked at Nana speechlessly, then looked at Ritsuo. Let's go, senpai. Looking at his back, Ritsuo somehow wanted to reach it, especially when she saw him smiling with Nana, Saki and China, and here she was just standing there, looking at them from afar. She then couldn't help but recall Mayumi's words before. So if you don't move, it is better for you to retire quickly rather than feeling heartbroken. Ritsuo was silent. Senpai, let's go there and play. USA said with a smile. Ritsuo looked at USA for a while and nodded, then walked towards Shishio. As for USA, he smiled and thought that it was great that he could play with Ritsuo together, but then he noticed the owl doll on her hands and felt weird, wondering whether she got it by herself before. 167, Arcade 2. After everyone asked for a bag from the staff to put their dolls, Shishio wondered what kind of game Nana wanted to play next, but he didn't expect it to be this game. He looked weirdly at her and asked, air hockey? Yes. Nana looked at Shishio, but she noticed his hesitation, which made her smile and tease him. What? Are you afraid to lose? Shishio raised his eyebrow and said, but it's for 4. It wasn't that he was afraid to lose, but rather, he didn't think that he would lose in air hockey, considering his reflex, vision, and the power of his body. Then we'll have a tag battle, Maya said. I agree. Nana nodded without hesitation. Then the pairs are. Shishio then looked at Saki, who was standing beside him. Will you play too, Saki? Saki nodded and didn't hesitate. Well, let's decide which pairs with rock paper scissors, Maya said. Shishio, Nana and Saki nodded, then the 4 of them started to do rock paper scissors together. When the result came out, Nana was together with Saki, and Shishio was together with Maya. Please take care of me, Shishio, Maya said gently. Please take care of me too, Maya. Shishio nodded. Hehe, with both of us together, I don't think that you can win this game, Shishio, Maya, Nana said with a smile since she knew how strong Saki was, and forgetting the fact that Shishio could fight. Saki looked at Nana and wondered where this girl's confidence came from, but then she didn't think that Shishio was going to be serious against them, so there should be a chance, right? Enough of the talk. Show us your skills. Maya said while pointing out the paddle toward both Nana and Saki. Humph. Let me show you the skills that I have trained for the past decades. Nana said, then put the puck on the air hockey table. Shishio looked at Maya and Nana and wondered whether they were Chiyunibu in the past too. Nana looked at Shishio with a smile and called him out. Shishio, Shishio, do you have a second? Yet. Shishio raised her eyebrow, looking at Nana in doubt, but then. You're wide open. Nana struck the puck directly with her paddle. Hey! Shishio was speechless, but he stopped the puck by pressing it with his paddle. He then looked at Miu and asked, Referee. What's your call on that play? Referee. Miu was startled and felt a bit panicked. I'll allow it. You're going to let it go. Shishio and Maya were speechless. Nana and Saki were also lost for words for a moment. Fight. Miu said to everyone. The white puck was moving like a white lightning moving from one side to the other, with a very fast speed that couldn't be followed by eyes. The audience was from Ritsuo, Meiko and Miu were speechless, looking at the battle in front of them. Saki, Maya and Nana focused all of their attention on this match, putting all of their strength. As for Shishio, he tried to hold himself so his dick wouldn't stand up since Nana's movement was so wild that it shook her breasts around, which made it hard for him to calm himself. How long is this match going to continue? Ritsu was speechless, looking at the air hockey match in front of her, which had continued for a while, but at this moment, suddenly Nana lost her focus and missed her chance to strike back the puck. Ah, I miss it. But... The puck didn't slide as usual but stopped in the middle. Stuck. Maya was confused. There's no air coming out, Shishio said while touching the table with his hand. Well, there's a time limit after all. Is there a time limit? No way. Should we continue? Maya asked. Let's continue. Saki nodded without hesitation. Let's start the match again. Nana said with a smile. I'm going to stop. Shishio felt that if he continued, his dick would stand up, so he decided to stop. Do any of you want to play? I'll go. Mako said and moved forward to change Shishio's position. Ritsuo and Miu didn't intend to move forward. After all, it wasn't a match that could be played by a literary girl like them. Shishio then moved back and joined the audience to watch the match. The match started again, and they continued to fight, but then, he felt that his sleeve was tucked. Mashiro, what's wrong? Shishio, come here, Shina said and pulled Shishio somewhere. Shishio followed Shina and was wondering where this girl was going to take him. He then looked at USA, who was playing a game, and wondered why this guy didn't talk with Ritsu but played with a game? Shishio, what's this? Shina pointed her finger at the small booth on the edge of the arcade. Oh, that's a photo booth, Shishio said. A photo booth? Shina looked at Shishio curiously. It's a place to take pictures together. You can even edit the photo there, Shishio said. Photo. Shina looked at the photo booth with interest. Shishio looked at Shina and asked, do you want to give it a try, Mashiro? Shina nodded without hesitation and wanted to pull Shishio inside the photo booth. Let's try it together, Shishio. Shishio looked at Shina with a smile and nodded. Sure. Shishio and Shina entered the photo booth together, and they could see their reflection on the screen. He looked at the various effects on the photo booth with interest and also made it better since he had a photography mastery. So, is there any effect that you want, Mashiro? Shina shook her head and said, I only want a photo with Shishio. Shishio looked at Shina for a while, then nodded. He erased all the effects on the decoration, effect, etc., on the booth, only added some adjustments so the photo that came out would become several times better. Alright, it is ready. Do you want to put a pose or something? Pose. Shina tilted her head, but then she asked, then let's hug. Are you sure? Shishio asked. We hugged each other, right? Shina said innocently. Shishio looked at Shina for a bit, then moved behind Shina, hugging her waist gently, then put his head on her shoulder. Is this okay? He was someone who had never hesitated, so he directly hugged her when there was a chance. Shina wasn't sure why, but she felt that her heartbeat was moving so fast, and she felt that her body started to feel hot, but she didn't hate this feeling, or rather, she felt very happy. Then I'll start taking photos, Shishio said. Shina nodded. Then Shishio pressed the button, and the screen showed the timing that it would start to their photo soon. Be ready, Mashiro. Then the camera on the photo booth started to take their photos several times, and it was only a few moments later that the photo was printed. Shina took the photo gently and looked at it for a while. There were 6 photos on her hands, and she couldn't help but smile when she saw Shishio showing various expressions on some of the photos. What do you think? Shishio asked curiously. It's great. Shina looked at Shishio with a smile and said, thank you, Shishio. No problem. Shishio patted Shina's head gently and said, well, let's go out, and put that photo on your wallet or bag, so it won't be lost. Shina nodded, but then she gave half of the photos to Shishio. For you, Shishio. Thanks. Shishio accepted the photos with a smile, then put them in his wallet. They then walked out of the photo booth together and returned to everyone. Shishio, where have you been? When Shishio and Shina suddenly disappeared, everyone felt confused and wondering where they had gone. Shishio wanted to answer their question, but he felt that his sleeve was tucked by Shina again. He looked at Shina, who looked at him with some pleading, and somehow he understood what she meant, even though she didn't say anything. He looked at everyone and said, Mashiro wanted to go to the toilet before, so I guided her there since she didn't know where it was. He then looked at Shina and saw that she seemed to be relieved. Shina also nodded and said, I went to the toilet. Everyone also nodded and didn't doubt their words since they didn't think that Shina had the ability to lie. Shishio looked at Shina and thought that this girl was craftier than he had thought. Then let's continue to play. Oh. When there was a beginning, there was also an ending, the fun time on the arcade ended, and they went home. After all, they couldn't stay out too late. Even though some of them were guru, it didn't mean they were a bad girl, or rather they were a good girl. Bye, everyone. See you tomorrow. USA waved his hand and felt happy about the play, but he felt sad when he thought about his wallet. See you tomorrow. Miu nodded with a smile and also left. Then one by one, they went on their own way to go home, except for Shishio, Shina, Ritsu, and Saki since the three of them were living in the Sakurasu and Saki's house was in the same direction. Nana said goodbye to everyone, then whispered to Saki. Don't steal the march, alright. Saki was speechless, staring at Nana. In truth, she had stolen the march since she had kissed Shishio before, but there was no way for her to say this matter, right? Nana stuck out her tongue toward Saki, then smiled at Shishio. See you tomorrow, Shishio. See you tomorrow, Nana. Shishio nodded with a smile. Cough. Cough. Don't forget about us, alright? Meiko was speechless. Your treatment of us is so unfair. Maya complained. Bye, Meiko, Maya, see you tomorrow, Shishio said in a monotone. Maya and Meiko somehow wanted to beat this guy up. Nana laughed, then grabbed both Maya and Meiko. See you tomorrow, Shishio. Shishio nodded and didn't care whether Nana had said see you tomorrow several times, then looked at Shina, Saki, and Ritsu. Let's go back. The three of them nodded and walked back together. Shishio looked at the three of them and asked, say, did the three of you have fun today? He had asked them to join the literature club, after all, so at least he wanted them to have fun and not regret their decision to join. Shina nodded without hesitation. Well, it's good to do something like this from time to time, Saki said simply, but in truth, as long as she was with Shishio, she didn't think too much. Shishio looked at Ritsu and asked, what about you, senpai? Well, it's all right. Ritsu somehow felt embarrassed, to be truthful, but well, she was really having fun. However, she felt conflicted since she could see that among the girls that came to the arcade before, she was the one with the most distance from him. When everyone was calling him by his first name, she was still calling him by his family name. Even though she had never said it, she felt quite jealous and restless since she was afraid that their relationship would have never changed, but she was also afraid that their relationship might change. Her feeling was very contradictory, and she wasn't sure what to do. Shishio looked at Ritsu's smile and could see that there was something, but since it wasn't the time, he wasn't going to say anything. If you feel today's fun, then tomorrow will be even better. Shina, Saki, and Ritsu. Why are you looking at me like that? Shishio was speechless. I have only realized it, but sometimes, you have always said something embarrassing, Oga-kun, Ritsu said with a blush. Shishio blushed and looked away for a moment. Shina, Saki, and Ritsu saw Shishio, who was blushing, and somehow felt that he was very cute right now. Well, Mashiro, senpai, it is quite near Sakurasu now. Can you go home first? I'll send Saki back to her home, Shishio said. Ritsu was startled, and Shina opened her slightly dazed eyes. Saki was also surprised, but at the same time, she knew that Shishio didn't forget about her. She nodded gently and agreed. Then I'll send Saki first since it is almost dark, Shishio said. Shina nodded. Then be careful, Ritsu said, but at the same time, she was really wondering what the relationship between Shishio and Saki was. Shishio nodded and said, let's go, Saki. Saki nodded and didn't say much, walking next to Shishio, closer to him, feeling the long-lost warmth that she sought and loved. Looking at Saki and Shishio, who walked together, Ritsu felt complicated, but then her sleeve was tucked by Shina. Ritsu. Ritsu looked at Shina, who looked at her with a confused expression. Looking at Shina's expression, she was wondering what kind of expression was on her face right now. She quickly returned her face to her usual indifference and said, let's go back, Mashiro. Shina nodded while looking at Ritsu in doubt. Ritsu held Shina's hand and walked back to Sakurasu, but before she walked, she turned her head once again toward the direction of Shishio and Saki. She tried to ignore the feeling in her heart, but why did it feel so uncomfortable? 168, I don't want to be half-assed. Walking side by side, Shishio glanced at Saki, who was in silence. He knew very well that this girl wasn't good at talking, but even so, it made him felt weird since she didn't ask anything about his relationship with other girls, even though she reacted so much when she saw him with Nana before. Shishio wondered what Saki had said with Nana when he had left them before, but he knew that it didn't really matter since he needed to confirm her feelings and tell her the truth about his feelings. On the other hand, Saki wasn't sure what to say to Shishio, especially after she had a conversation with Nana yesterday. Even though she had said that they might share him, there was no way that she could talk about that matter, right? Saki glanced at Shishio and wanted to ask many things, but what she wanted to ask the most was what he thought about her. Shishio, what do you think about me? It was such a simple question, but Saki couldn't say it out loud. The distance between them was so close, and if they just moved slightly closer, their hands would touch each other, but she didn't dare to do it until suddenly, Shishio held Saki's hands naturally. Saki was surprised, then looked at the hand that was holding her hand. She stared at his hand for a while, feeling quite complex since she knew that Shishio had a lot of close relationships with several girls, but more importantly, even though she didn't want to feel this feeling, she had to admit that she was pleased. Just by holding each other's hands, she felt that her heart was fluttering at this moment. Saki remembered the warmth and the feeling of being protected by him when they met for the first time. It was so comfortable and addictive that it made her not want to lose it, but she had only held his hand twice, so she didn't know what to do at this moment until she saw his fingers intertwined with her fingers so naturally. Saki could feel his slender, strong fingers through the gap of her every finger, which made her giddy somehow, but at the same time, it also made her flustered since she didn't expect that holding hands with him would be so wonderful. "You're not asking me to let go of your hand?" Shishio asked while looking at Saki. His movement by holding her hand so suddenly might be very bold, or rather, he might be slapped since he had done something so perverted to a girl, but he didn't regret his action since he wanted to see her reaction. He wanted to see whether she would forcefully separate their hands or allow him to hold her hand. Saki, who felt flustered inside, quickly calmed down when she heard his words. Looking at Saki's reaction, Shishio knew that Saki was very conflicted at this moment and didn't know what to say to him. He didn't want to lie to her, and it was better to solve this matter directly so there wouldn't be any lingering feelings between them. So whether she would accept what he was to do or she couldn't accept it, he was going to settle everything here. "You have seen all of those girls, right? Like you, their relationship with me is very close to each other," Shishio said calmly. Saki looked at Shishio for a moment and asked, "Do you have feelings for them?" Her voice was quite shaky, and she didn't look at him, looking below at her feet. "No." When those words fell, Saki looked at Shishio in surprise. "If I say that, I'll be lying, but I can't give my heart to someone so easily," Shishio said while looking at the sunset in the distance. Falling in love with someone was so painful, Shishio had died and became Shishio Oga. Even though it had been a month or so, he would be lying if he didn't miss his previous life. He missed his family, he missed his friends, and he missed his girlfriend. It was just so painful when he thought that he couldn't meet them again, and he was about to get. Shishio shook his head and knew that he needed to move on, and the easiest way was to fall in love with another girl, but suddenly he received a system that could give him various rewards that he couldn't think of. Shishio could get various incredible rewards that could only appear in fantasy by making out with a girl, even though he felt disgusted at first. Still, when his life progressed, he knew that there might be a possibility that he might get the power to return to his world back, even though the possibility was tiny since most of the rewards that he had gotten were talent, strengthening his body, assets, etc. Still, even if Shishio didn't get the power of traveling to a different world, he might be able to develop a technology that helped him to travel to a different world. After all, with all the talents that he received, it was possible, especially when he had gotten the machinery mastery, he even thought to develop Doraemon's gadgets with this talent. However, for sure, Shishio knew that he needed to let go of his past and move on since there were many people waiting for him. "I'm like this. I'm the worst kind of man, even though what I'm about to say might make you hate me or even beat me up to a pulp, but I still need to say this." Shishio stopped, looking straight at Saki, and said, "Saki, I can't give you all my heart for you, but even so, I want you to be mine." Shishio felt that it was too pathetic when he thought that he needed to make all the girls that had feelings for him wait until he had said goodbye, especially when he saw Saki's sad expression at that time. So even though he knew that it was quite wrong, he knew that he needed to break the rule that he had set up for himself. Saki stared at Shishio in surprise and would have never expected that she would be confessed like this. Her heart was fluttering, and she was thrilled, but at the same time, she knew that she wouldn't be the only one, and that made her very complex and wanted to beat him up somehow. In her mind, Saki often thought about how it felt when she didn't meet him since she might not feel this way. The ugly emotion that she felt in her heart wouldn't happen when she thought that he would be together with other girls. However, at the same time, she was also glad to meet him since it was the first time she could depend on someone, and for the first time, she was in love with someone. "You're a bastard," Saki said in a low voice, staring at Shishio coldly. "I know." Shishio nodded calmly. "You have made me like this, you have helped me, you have saved me, you have solved all my troubles, and you have made me dependent on you, so you think that I can accept your relationship with other girls by saying that to me, right?" Saki said coldly, but tears kept dripping from her eyes. Shishio nodded even if his heart was heavy and said, "Yes, I'm such a scumbag. I deserve to be hated by you for playing with your heart, so let's settle everything here. You can reject me or accept me, but even if you reject me, you don't need to worry. Even if we are separated now, I'll help with the tuition of your education and even your siblings, so you don't need to work late at night again." You think that the reason why I like you is because of money? Saki asked with a choked voice, and tears dripped from her eyes. She just wanted to run away from him right now and scream, but she just couldn't since his hand was holding her hand tighter. Shishio shook his head gently and wiped her tears with his thumb. Of course not, I have never thought of you that way, and all I want is to help you. Why are you always so gentle with me? If Shishio wasn't so gentle toward her, Saki could slap his cheek, kick his nuts, beat his face, then quickly return to her home, but after what had happened between them, she couldn't do all that. Isn't the reason obvious? Shishio said while looking at Saki. His heart was so heavy now since he knew that he hurt her, but he knew that there was no turning back. He had decided to walk this path, and a short pain was better than a half-assed feeling. Saki stared at Shishio, blushing, and almost swayed by his words, but then she shook her head and said, I can't make a decision now. Everything happened so fast, and she felt that if she stayed here any longer, she might agree directly to his words, but she didn't want that. She wanted to reaffirm her feeling first, and even though she had said that she could share him with Nana, when it happened so suddenly, her heart couldn't accept it for a while. Saki wanted to monopolize him, she wanted him only by herself, and she didn't want to share him with anyone, so she couldn't accept this confession right away until she confirmed her feelings. Shishio nodded and said, then how about we have a date? Date? Saki looked at Shishio in doubt since she couldn't understand why they would have a date with what had happened today. Let's have a date next Sunday, so before that date, I want you to confirm your feelings, thinking this thoroughly since if you accept it, then I won't let you go, since I'm quite possessive, Shishio said in a whisper on Saki's ear. Saki blushed instantly and felt her body was weak instantly. Shishio chuckled when he saw Saki's reaction and said, I was joking, but I want you to think about it. Let's have a date on Sunday. He thought that he should finish his novel before Sunday, and by that time, he could say a simple I love you toward Saki since he couldn't say that now. You. Saki knew that this guy was a bastard. Saki looked at him for a bit, let out a sigh, and said, then let's have a date. Great. Shishio smiled happily. Looking at his smile, Saki snorted and said, I haven't agreed to your confession yet. It's all right, I know that you won't accept it so easily, but my feeling is serious, Shishio said while looking at Saki. If you're serious, then you should date me alone. Saki said without mercy. Shishio couldn't say anything to refute. Saki snorted but felt satisfied when she saw him in silence. I want to go back. Then I'll send you back, Shishio said without hesitation. Saki looked at Shishio for a while and nodded gently. Shishio smiled and said, Saki, you're so beautiful when you're angry. Do you have fun teasing me? Saki stared at Shishio with an unhappy gaze. Yes. Shishio nodded without hesitation. Saki sighed and said, should I reject you now? You want to reject me? Shishio asked. Saki. Shishio looked at Saki, and even though he felt guilty for using her feelings, he knew that he couldn't regret it, and what he could do was move forward and make her happy. Let's talk about the date, is there a place that you want to go to? Shishio asked while looking at Saki. Why are we talking about this matter now? Saki was startled and blushed. Of course, it is because I'm excited. It'll be our first date after all, Shishio said with a smile. Saki somehow wanted to fight back, but when she saw this smile, she knew that she couldn't, and knew that she had fallen so deep, but she didn't want to accept his confession because of the heat of the moment. She wanted to confirm and calm herself first before she accepted everything since it wasn't an easy decision for her. Looking at Shishio, who held her hand, Saki knew that she couldn't escape, but did she want to escape? Saki wouldn't answer that question now, but she would answer that question on their first date later. She looked at Shishio. Then she looked away with a blush while wondering how it felt when she didn't meet him. Would she be in pain? Or would she be happy? Saki wasn't sure, but she just wanted to enjoy this moment now. 169, Where are the cats? After he sent Saki back, Shishio returned to Sakurasu, and he wasn't sure how to describe his feeling. He was happy that there was a chance that she might accept his relationship with other girls, but he also felt guilty about using her feelings. However, he knew that if he wanted to have a relationship with many girls, he could only be a bad guy rather than a good guy. Shishio rubbed his head and knew that there was no turning back, so all he could do was to move forward, making sure that Saki wouldn't regret her decision if she agreed and made sure that she would be happy in this relationship. I'm back. Shishio took off his shoes, then saw Roberta, who came toward him. Welcome back, Shishio-sama. Roberta welcomed Shishio. Shishio looked at Roberta for a moment and had to admit that it felt great to have a maid. I'm back, Roberta. Roberta nodded and said, I have bought everything that you have asked for before. I have placed it in the living room. Thanks. Shishio nodded, but then. Shishio, it's unfair. Misaki suddenly interrupted their moment and came to Shishio. What's so unfair? Shishio asked. You have bought Mashiro and Riken a doll. How can you not give it to me too? And why didn't you invite me to play at the arcade? I want to play too. Misaki cried out and felt quite jealous of Shina and Ritsu, who had returned home with a doll, and when she asked where they had gotten it, they told her that they had gotten it on the arcade and Shishio had gotten it for them. You're not a member of the literature club, and aren't you busy with your anime? Do you still want to use my portrait as the main character? Shishio asked since he knew that Misaki wanted to create an anime by using his face as the main character, but he couldn't agree until he saw the script. He knew that Mitaka was the one that made the script, and because of that, he was sure that the script wasn't ready, but he still asked, is the script ready? Misaki's mood suddenly became low, and she shook her head. Not yet. When she thought about Mitaka, who was writing her script at that moment, she wasn't sure, but she felt quite unconfident about the result. Shishio looked at Misaki and saw her breasts became smaller. He then patted her shoulder and said, what do you want to eat? I'll cook you anything. Really? Misaki's mood quickly became happy. Roberta has bought me a lot of ingredients before, after all. Looking at Misaki's happy smile, Shishio felt that this girl was either simple or good at faking her expression, either way, he was sure that eating good food would make her mood better. Shishio had asked Roberta to buy many ingredients before since his ingredients were almost emptied being eaten by everyone. He also had asked her to buy him various things, and he wanted to check them first. Then I'll change my clothes first, Shishio said and walked to his room. Roberta and Misaki nodded, then returned to the living room together, waiting for him there. Shishio came to the living room, and there was already Shina and Ritsu there, including him, Misaki, and Roberta. So there were 5 people there. Shishio, have you sent Saki back? Shina asked. Shishio nodded then walked to the table where there were various things that he had asked Roberta to buy. Looking at Shishio, who placed various bottles of oil on the table and took out a strange machine from the cardboard, Misaki couldn't help but ask, Shishio, what is that? Well, it is an ingredient for a pomade and a coffee machine, Shishio said while checking the quality of the various things that had been bought by Roberta. Pomade? Coffee machine? Misaki and Ritsu were dumbfounded. Shina stood silently on the side, observing the things which Shishio bought. Well, I'll take care of it later. Do you want to eat something? Shishio asked while looking at everyone. When they were asked, they couldn't answer him since they knew whatever he cooked would be very delicious and there was too much choice of food, which made them confused somehow. Shishio, I'll leave it to you, Misaki said without hesitation. Shishio looked at Misaki for a while, then looked at everyone, who also gave the nod since they weren't sure what to eat. He suddenly thought about the feelings of housewives who were told to cook whatever by their husbands, and somehow he could feel their feelings at this moment. Leaving it to him, even though these words were very simple, it was the most troublesome of all. Shishio looked at the ingredients that Roberta had bought then said, then how about an okazuke? Okazuke. They titled their heads at the same time, but then they nodded. After all, they knew that it would be delicious without a doubt. Well, wait a minute. It'll be ready soon. Shishio then walked to the kitchen while bringing various ingredients that he had asked Roberta to buy. Still, he felt that he should buy it himself in the future since even though he knew that Roberta might buy the ingredients that were quite expensive at price, he could see that the quality of those ingredients wasn't that much different from the ones he usually bought in the shopping district. Okazuke is a simple Japanese dish made by pouring green tea, dashi, or hot water over cooked rice. If it was just like that, then it was too simple, which was why Shishio was going to create various toppings for this okazuke. The first thing that Shishio cooked was the rice since it would take quite a long time to be ready, then the next thing was the dashi broth. Even though the taste of okazuke with either green tea or hot water wasn't that bad, he loved something with a strong taste, so he used a dashi broth directly. Shishio took the dashi broth that he had made previously, then added the taste by adding soy sauce, salt, and mirin, then he boiled them just about to boil. Everyone who was watching Shishio who cooked had to admit that no matter how many times they had seen it, they had to admit that his skill was amazing. Hey, Shishio, what did you cook for dinner? Mayumi suddenly joined everyone. Okazuke, Shishio said. Don't forget mine too. Mayumi said without hesitation since Shishio's food was just a reward for her hard work. Her job was hard, her colleague talked about romance and relationships while she was still single, and she also hadn't found someone who would marry her. She felt that life was so heavy and bleak, but even if her life was like that, there was still something that made her happy, and that was the food that Shishio cooked. Looking at his handsome figure cooking dinner for her, Mayumi couldn't help but imagine a happy life where she married him. Shishio wasn't sure what Mayumi was thinking, but well, he decided to ignore it. Ugh, so tired. Chihiro also entered the living room, where everyone was while rubbing her shoulders. She felt quite tired, especially when she needed to prepare for an exam that would be held after Golden Week later. Welcome back, Chihiro-ne, Shishio said with a smile. I'm back. Chihiro nodded and sat down with everyone. Don't forget mine too. Looking at Shishio's smile, somehow, she understood how good it was to have a nephew that would take care of her, and when that smile greeted her, she felt all fatigue on her body disappeared. Shishio realized that he had become the cook in this place, and he felt that he needed to change this position since he didn't want to get stuck in this position and he wasn't a servant, but he could do that later. He continued his preparation by grilling the salmon before smashing it into small pieces, then preparing several toppings such as ginger, maiga, and cucumber. Unlike ginger and maiga, cucumber needed special preparation by soaking it in salt water for a while so the natural sugar inside would be diffused on the water. After that, he squeezed the cucumber with a paper towel before he put it on the water again to control the moisture level of the cucumber. Shishio had to admit that this process was pretty much complicated, and it was very troublesome, but to achieve the best taste, everything was worth it. He then served the okazuke on the table for everyone, and they couldn't help but marvel at the presentation of their dinner. If they had to describe their feelings, it felt like they were eating at a 3-star restaurant with a long history or something. Bits of salmon, maiga, ginger, salted konbu, and miso have been prepared for you. Add whatever you want, then lastly, pour the broth into your bowl, Shishio said. They nodded and did what was told by Shishio. Then, gently putting the toppings into their bowls, they poured the broth until half full before they started to eat it. Slurp. The sound of the soup entered their mouths, and the moment they gulped it down, they felt that their entire bodies were warm, like they were covered by a warm blanket while snuggling into the hands of their lovers. Delicious. The taste of the okazuke might be quite strong, but it was so gentle that it made them feel very comfortable. Shishio also ate his food quietly until he noticed that the number of cats on the sakurasu had decreased. Usually, he would hear the sound of cats from time to time, and some of them even rubbed on his feet, asking him to give them food, but this time, he hadn't seen them for a while. Then it was at this moment, Sorita entered the living room and looked at everyone who was eating dinner together. No one except for Shishio noticed Sorita since the food on their hands was more important, but Shishio noticed him and asked, Kanda-kun, where are the cats? Sorita looked at everyone who was eating a dinner cooked by Shishio and couldn't help but gulp his saliva since he could see that it was so delicious. However, there was no way for him to ask Shishio to cook for him unless he had thick skin. He then looked at Shishio, who asked him a question, and somehow felt quite complex, especially when he thought about what had happened in the morning. Still, looking at Shishio, who showed a normal expression on him, he also couldn't show his annoyance and said, they have been adopted. In truth, he felt quite complex since he knew all it was because Shishio that 6 out of 7 cats that he had picked up had been adopted. However, he was quite jealous since those who adopted those cats were all girls, and they asked the same question to him. Where's Shishio? Sorita could only answer awkwardly that he didn't know or Shishio hadn't gone home yet, which somehow made him tired and jealous. All of them? Shishio asked. Not yet, Hikari, Sorita's cat, is still here. When Sorita mentioned Hikari, he felt awkward and some guilt, since, in truth, someone also wanted to adopt Hikari. Still, he couldn't give Hikari that easily, or rather, he pretended that someone had picked Hikari. His feelings were very contradictory, even though he wanted to get out from Sakurasu, but he hesitated whether he should get out or not when it was time. Well, I know someone who will adopt Hikari, so you don't need to worry about it, Shishio said simply. Thank you. Sorita lowered his head slightly, and his expression was quite ugly at that moment. Right, have you made up with Aoyama-san? Shishio suddenly asked. What's wrong, Kanda? Have you fought with someone? Chihiro asked. Everyone was also looking at Sorita curiously since they didn't see him who lashed out toward Nanami before, and it was also their first time to hear that Sorita had a close relationship with a girl before. Yeah, you don't need to worry. Sorita nodded, and his expression was better when Shishio mentioned Nanami since he knew that after he had apologized before, the relationship between them should return to how it used to be. He also didn't think that Nanami would be interested in Shishio, considering Shishio's relationship with Nana. It was also the reason why his mood was pretty good, forgetting the fact that he didn't really apologize to Nanami. Kaoru-hei-kun, Aoyama-san is your girlfriend? Misaki asked casually. Gi girlfriend. Sorita blushed, then quickly shook his head and said, No, she isn't my girlfriend. He quickly glanced at Shina and saw her, eating her dinner slowly, which somehow made him feel relief since she didn't seem to misunderstand, but he also felt lost since she didn't seem to care about him. Misaki nodded and didn't ask much since she felt the food in front of her was more important than Sorita. As for sharing their food with Sorita, no one thought about it at this moment since the taste of the food was very delicious, and it had very low calories based on Shishio's words, which made them even more excited about this food. Shishio, who had eaten his dinner, picked up all the pomade ingredients and said, Well, I'll return to my room first. There were a lot of things that he needed to do after all. As for Sorita, he didn't care much since it was only a time before Sorita would leave Sakurasu. As for Sorita's relationship with Nanami, he felt that Sorita was eating hallucinogenic mushrooms at this moment since he knew very well how Nanami was feeling toward Sorita now. The rest also followed and returned to their own room. Roberta also followed Sheena since she had been tasked to take care of Sheena by Shishio. As for Sorita, he wondered why he didn't come out earlier so he could join everyone at the dinner. Sitting on the chair, Shishio was in his room at the time, preparing his pomade while accepting his reward since he hadn't accepted it before. Let's see what kind of rewards that I get. 170, meet again? Shishio then accepted his reward, which was business mastery, and the moment he accepted it, he couldn't help but stop his movement for a while, trying to proceed with all the knowledge that he had received. Shishio took a deep breath and had to admit that it was a good ability. This ability allowed him to successfully run businesses and companies and intuitive comprehension of banking, entrepreneurship, investing, and finances. Using this ability, he could become wealthy very quickly and easily and perform feats such as always developing ideas to generate profits, making the right choice when it comes to advancing said business, and predicting sources of monetary crises. Shishio thought that this ability was quite good. After all, even though he was also a businessman in his previous life, his business was only related to food, services, mining, publishing, garments, and property. As for other businesses, he needed to learn. Still, with this ability, he knew all the knowledge and optimized the performance of the various businesses, even the most unique ones. Shishio thought about all the businesses and assets that he owned from the system and felt that he could develop them better. As for entering the stock market, future exchange, real estate, etc., he needed more data, but he could get them easily by using his programming mastery since this ability gave him the ability to hack various things. However, in conclusion, he had become a god of wealth now. Shishio thought for a while and had to admit that it was simply troublesome to manage a business, so he thought he should create a cryptocurrency, so there was no need for him to work. Joke aside, he really had an idea to create a cryptocurrency. Shishio knew that in 2009, in his original world, presumably pseudonymous developer Satoshi Nakamoto created the first decentralized cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. In 2009, it didn't have that much worth, and it was used as a game by many people, but in 2021, it had become a cryptocurrency with the biggest value in the world. With his programming mastery, Shishio thought to create this cryptocurrency by himself since it was pretty easy. He thought for a while and made up a plan on his head for a while, creating various notes inside his brain. He didn't think that he would forget this matter since he had an enhanced memory. It wasn't that he didn't want to write down his plan on his laptop, but he was afraid that there was a small chance his plan was stolen or something, and the safest place to keep a secret was inside his head, after all. Unless someone could hypnosis him, which was pretty much impossible, considering he had a hypnosis mastery, then there was no way his plan would be leaked out. Shishio wrote down his plan for a while before he stopped since he remembered that he needed to write his novel as soon as possible. He wanted to write his novel, but before that, he thought to call Futaba first so she could adopt Sorita's cat, especially Sorita's last cat. Shishio had planned to make Sorita leave Sakurasu, so he needed someone to adopt Hikari, Sorita's cat. He knew that Hikari had a lot of meaning to Sorita, and he also had a feeling that someone wanted to adopt Hikari before. However, Sorita rejected this person or pretended that there was no cat anymore, which was why Hikari was still in Sakurasu. Hikari was the reason why Sorita moved to Sakurasu. If it wasn't because of this cat, he might not know how insignificant he was in this world and might not know the existence of genius in this world, but this cat is also the one who made him meet Sheena. Still, even though Sheena and Sorita met each other, their relationship wasn't even a friend, or rather they were only a tenant from the same dorm, who had only talked to each other by few words. Even so, this cat had a lot of meaning to Sorita. Unlike his other cars, he also treated this cat differently from other cats. Shishio then took his phone and called Futaba directly. He pressed her number then waited for a while before it connected. Hello, is this Futaba-san? As usual, after school ended, Futaba went back to her home. Like usual, everything inside her house felt so dim, but she had gotten used to it, so she never said anything. I'm back. Futaba went back, but no one greeted her back. Her house was so quiet, and only her voice was heard echoing through the corridor, but such a situation was a norm for her, so she didn't react much. Taking off her shoes, she went to the living room, sitting on the sofa for a while before she took out her phone from her pocket. She quickly looked at Shishio's number saved on her phone and couldn't help but blush. Futaba had never expected that both of them would exchange contact with each other so easily, and she had to admit that someone with a very high interpersonal skill was really different. Here, she struggled to talk and blended with everyone in her class, but Shishio could easily ask for her phone number, and she also happily gave him her phone number. But a cat, hey. Futaba thought about her reason to talk with him and knew that she might need to adopt a cat. Looking at her quiet house, where only her voice could be heard, she felt that a cat might not be bad. Someone might have realized it by now, but Futaba received some kind of neglect from her parents since they had been abroad because of work. She also had quite a lonely childhood, making her choose to be alone since it was her comfort zone. Her talk with Shishio before might have been outside her comfort zone, but Futaba wasn't sure why. It was just comfortable just standing by his side. Futaba looked at his phone number again and wondered if she should call him first or send him a text. Such a thought kept circling for a long time, which made her hesitant since she was afraid of being thought of as a weirdo and forgot the fact that he was living in Sakurasu, which was known as Den of Weirdo. However, no one could blame her. After all, when Futaba saw both Ritsuo and Shina, she felt like Sakurasu was a place for gathering a model or something since the one who lived there was either beautiful and handsome. However, she might change her mind if she knew that Sorita also lived in that dorm. Futaba was still hesitant and didn't realize that it had been a few hours since she had been staring at the screen of her phone, but suddenly, Futaba was stunned when she saw that Shishio had called her phone and she became very nervous, but when she thought it might not be good to make him wait, even though she wasn't sure what to say, she still accepted his call. Hello, is this Futaba-san? Futaba could solve various mathematics, physics, chemistry, and various science-related knowledge easily and explained them to the monkey so it could understand. Still, she had zero knowledge about love, so she didn't know what to do, nor did she have someone to talk with. Those were the only words that came out from Futaba, which made him feel regret at this moment. I see, then I'm glad that I didn't call the wrong person, and just to remind you, I'm Shishio Oga. We have talked near the bread food truck before. Oga-kun, I remember. Futaba, of course, remembered him, or rather she dreamed of him, but there was no way for her to tell all of that, and at the same time, she hoped that she could express her feeling better. She was also wondering whether her tone and words were too cold that it made him think that she hated him. Ugh. Futaba was wondering why talking to someone was so hard. I'm glad that you remember me, so I want to you whether you still want to adopt a cat. Shishio asked. Futaba nodded and said, I want to adopt a cat. I see, but have you ever taken care of a cat before? Shishio asked. Futaba. From this silence, I can tell that you don't have an experience yet, Shishio said with a deadpan tone. Futaba blushed and felt embarrassed. I have an experience. She felt that she was being teased, which made her not want to lose. But why did my words feel pretty weird? Futaba felt confused suddenly. Futaba-san, you don't need to force yourself. You should know that a cat is different from a lesson at school. It is a living being, and if you are not careful, then it might hurt, in a worse case, it might be dying, Shishio said, telling the cruel fact since even though he wanted someone to adopt Hikari, he didn't want someone irresponsible to do it. Even though he knew that Futaba might not be such a person, he still wanted to be careful, right? Futaba was wondering whether her decision to adopt a cat was too willful, but when she thought about it calmly, that was true, since the reason why she wanted to adopt a cat was so she could talk with Shishio. How about this? Are you free this week? Shishio suddenly asked. Hey. Futaba was confused. Do you want to visit the Sakurasu so you can see the cat yourself? I can also teach you and tell you what you need to watch out for to care for the cat later there, Shishio said. Futaba had never expected that their progress would be so fast, and she didn't expect that Shishio would invite him to come to Sakurasu, but... Then, how about this Friday? She wanted to use her time to learn how to care for a cat first before she went to visit Sakurasu. Alright, I'll see you on Friday later, Futaba-san. Futaba somehow also anticipated her visit to Sakurasu. Then both of them said goodbye and ended the call. Futaba somehow dropped her phone on her soft and huge breasts and felt her body was quite giddy for some reason. She wanted to share this information with someone, but she wasn't sure who she could talk with. Ugh. Futaba's feelings were mixed at this moment, she was both excited and nervous at the same time, but one thing for sure, she needed to prepare herself so she wouldn't mess up there. Futaba then turned on the light on her house, and it might have been her imagination. Somehow her house was more vibrant than before. Shishio put down his phone and didn't know what Futaba was thinking now, but he didn't think too much since there was something he needed to do now. He stared at his laptop and was getting ready to write. Shishio had decided to write a novel to say goodbye to his past. If possible, he wanted to write it as soon as possible, but he might create an excuse like he didn't have time, or he might try to avoid it, but now, he couldn't do it. He had confessed his feelings to Saki and knew that he couldn't delay it any longer, but the moment his fingers touched the keyboard on his laptop, Shishio frowned and felt that his head was blank at this moment. In the past, he had gotten nursery, kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school knowledge mastery, and of course, he also had literature knowledge. So it should be easy for him to write a novel. Of course, he could also write everything from his previous world and make it even better, but this time, his fingers just couldn't move. Why is it so hard? Shishio closed his eyes and rubbed his temple. He sat there for a few minutes, and suddenly a thought crossed his mind. Convenience store. Shishio thought about a girl that he had taken advantage of on his first day arriving in Tokyo. When he thought about what he had done to this girl, it made his chest ache since he might try to forget this girl, but he knew that he couldn't escape from his mistake and he needed to fix this up or else, he would just walk in spiral unable to move on. Shishio stood up from his seat and knew that he couldn't stay like this any longer. So he took his hoodie and wore it before he came out of his room, hoping that he could see her again there so he could confirm something from her. 171. You really love a maid, huh? Shishio walked out of his room, and he happened to meet Shiro-san. Oh, Shiro-san. Shiro-san smiled at Shishio and said, Good night, Shishio. Where have you been before, Shiro-san? Shishio was wondering where this pervert went since he didn't see him in the dining room before. I'm on my research for my novel. Shiro-san answered, but then he remembered something and asked, How is your novel? Have you written it? Shishio's expression was quite bitter, and he said, Not yet. Shiro-san looked at Shishio curiously and asked, What happened? Shishio thought for a while, looking at Shiro-san. Even though Shiro-san might be a pervert, he was still a professional writer. Even if Shishio knew that writing was just like that and knew the cause of his inability to write, he wanted to ask Shiro-san whether Shiro-san had a similar experience. Well, the truth is. Shishio didn't tell how his head was blank, and his fingers couldn't move, even though the idea was just right on his head. He had decided what kind of story to write, but when he wanted to put that into reality, there was something that made him unable to write. Still, even so, he wasn't the type of someone who could rely on someone so easily unless he trusted them very much. After all, relying on someone meant that he would expose his weakness. He would be naked right in front of these people, and the thought of being naked in front of Shiro-san crept him out, even though both of them had taken a bath together in the past. Chapter 20. Listening to Shishio's words, Shiro-san couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking that this Superman was cuter than he had thought. Even though Shishio didn't tell him the details of his problem and only asked him whether he had a similar situation, he could guess more or else what was happening to him. Of course, I have had such an experience. Shishio nodded and didn't seem that surprised. However, even if I have such an experience, my way to solve this problem might not be able to solve your problem, Oga-kun, Shiro-san said calmly with a smile. Then how did you solve your problem before, Shiro-san? Shishio asked curiously. Well. Shiro-san started to breathe heavily when he remembered his experience to solve his problem. In my case, I have someone slap me. Shishio. You might feel it was weird, right? Shiro-san said with a smile. No. Shishio shook his head and wouldn't comment on Shiro-san's hobby. So, how were you being slapped? It was when I was about to help someone, but because I breathed heavily in the summer, she might have crept out then slapped me directly. Shiro-san smiled and said, thinking back, it might be the reason why I have continued to become a writer and a masochist. Shishio. But that was an incident, right? Shishio asked since Shiro-san's method to solve his problem was by accident. That's true. In my case, it was an accident, but whatever method that you are going to use, it doesn't really matter as long as you solve your problem, right? Shiro-san looked at Shishio with a gentle smile and said, It seems that you have a method to solve your problem, so all you need to do is to follow this method without hesitation, and I'm sure that you'll be alright, Oga-kun. If you're not a pervert, I'm sure that you'll be popular, Shiro-san, Shishio said. He, as long as I'm being abused, I'm alright, Shiro-san said with a smile. Shishio. So, are you going somewhere now? Shiro-san asked. Yeah, I'm going to the place where everything starts, Shishio said. Somehow, I feel like a mentor-like character in the RPG game who watches the main character when on his journey, Shiro-san said with a smile. Shishio smiled and said, Well, I'll go now, Shiro-san. Bye. Looking at his smile, Shiro-san also nodded, but before Shishio walked away, he called him out. Oga-kun. Yes. Shishio stopped and looked at Shiro-san. Do you want to write? Shiro-san asked. Shishio was stunned by this question, it was so simple, but at the same time, the writing was just like that. He needed to sit down and put his idea into a paper. It was as simple as that, and what made it complicated was his state of mind and physiology. He took a breath and looked at Shiro-san without hesitation. Yes. He knew that he needed to solve this problem on his mind, but even if it hadn't been solved this problem, he felt that his steps were lighter than before. With that feeling, I'm sure that you'll be alright. I'm anticipating what kind of story that you'll write soon, Shiro-san said with a smile. You'll see it soon, Shiro-san, Shishio said, then left. By the way, I'll cook you breakfast tomorrow. Then, leaving such words, he strode toward the convenience store. I can't wait for it. Shiro-san looked at Shishio's back, and somehow he also wanted to write something. Shishio was about to go out and open the door of Sakurasu, but someone opened the door first. Oh, Mitaka-senpai. Mitaka opened the door of Sakurasu with a slightly pale expression. When he saw Shishio, he nodded with a tired face and greeted him. Good evening, Oga-kun. He then yawned and seemed to be quite sleepy. Shishio did a quick observation on Mitaka, and he was able to see a hickey on his neck. He could also see Mitaka's complexion wasn't good, or rather, Mitaka seemed to be exhausted. He didn't need to guess what this guy had been doing and could only shake his head inwardly, especially when he thought about Misaki. He wondered whether Misaki's effort was worth it for this guy. Good evening, Mitaka-senpai. Did you just come back? Yeah. I have played several rounds with Rumi-san before. Mitaka was very tired now, especially when he just played 3 rounds with this Rumi, but he also observed Shishio's expression when he said this. Unfortunately, he didn't see anyone on Shishio's expression since it didn't change much, which made him wonder whether a young man like Shishio had an interest in sex. Still, he thought that might not be the case since, unlike Sorita, he knew that Shishio didn't lack a girl. If Shishio knew what Mitaka was thinking, he could only snort since, unlike Mitaka, who would plunge his dick anywhere, he was a man with a class. He didn't want to get sick. Mitaka noticed Shishio was about to go out and asked, Are you going out somewhere, Oga-kun? Yeah, I'm going to a convenience store. Shishio stood up and didn't really want to waste his time here. Then I'll go out first, senpai. He then walked out from Sakurasu, but suddenly Mitaka called his name. Oga-kun. Shishio stopped and looked at Mitaka. What's wrong, senpai? Mitaka wanted to ask Shishio what Shishio thought about talentless and talented people, but those words stuck in his mouth. So he then changed his question and asked, You're not asking me how to become a playboy. Why should I? Shishio asked weirdly at Mitaka. Mitaka wasn't sure why, but he felt that his face was burning at that moment. No, I'm just curious why you didn't ask me anything when you knew that I had several rounds with a girl. Shishio was wondering what this guy wanted to do, but he didn't care much and asked, Senpai, am I your mother? Shishio's answer dumbfounded Mitaka, but then he shook his head. No. I'm not your mother. I don't have the right to control you, nor do I intend to since I'm sure that you won't like it either, right? Everything is your responsibility. If you want to date a nurse, then do it. If you want to date a housewife, then do it, you can do whatever you want, but you should be careful how to treat people since what you do to others has a funny way of coming back on you, Shishio said simply. Mitaka. Well, I'll go out first. Bye, senpai, Shishio said, then walked out from Sakurasu after he closed the door. Funny way to get back on you, hey. Mitaka's expression was quite complex, but then he shook his head and understood that not all guys in this world would appreciate his action, which somehow made him feel very ashamed when he thought that he could be better than Shishio by having more women. Mitaka then thought about Misaki and how he didn't want to be swallowed up in Misaki's shadow due to the gap that existed between them. Mitaka shook his head and felt that he wasn't good enough. He thought about sleeping first since he was drained, but when he thought about how he had promised to write the script for Misaki's first romance anime, he knew that he couldn't do that and needed to work hard. However, Mitaka didn't know that Misaki might have already given up on him. Shishio felt slightly cold because of the night temperature, so he couldn't help but think about Mitaka. However, he felt that Mitaka was just making an excuse for himself since when someone was together, they wouldn't care whether that person had a talent. When a couple was formed, they become one because they wanted to be together with that person. It was as simple as that, but the human heart was very complicated. Mitaka was a chicken who didn't dare to face his emotion and made an excuse for his philanderer activity by saying that he wasn't good enough for Misaki. With that excuse, Mitaka dated various girls and harmed them, including Misaki and her sister too. If you love someone, then just say it. If you don't like someone, just say it, since hanging someone with a half-assed feeling is the most painful thing. Shishio thought about the relationship between Mitaka and Misaki and felt that, unlike Mitaka, who was in love with Misaki, he felt that Misaki's feeling toward Mitaka was different, and rather than love, it might be because she didn't want to be alone. The first time Misaki realized her feeling was when Mitaka dated her sister. The three of them had been together since childhood. So when suddenly Mitaka and her sister left her alone and decided to date together, she felt that she was being left out, and since she didn't have an experience with love, she also didn't understand that feeling very well, considering her way of thing was different from a normal human, which caused her to think her feeling toward Mitaka was love. In addition, among Misaki's circle, there was no better man than Mitaka. Even though Mitaka might not be talented, he was handsome, and his interpersonal skill was also quite high. If his interpersonal skill wasn't high and his face wasn't handsome, then there was no way for him to be able to become a playboy and make a lot of girls fall in love with him. Originally, there was only Mitaka, Ryu Unosuke and Sorita around Misaki in the original story. Ryu Unosuke might be handsome and had a girl-like feature, but he was shut-in and anti-social. He also hated a girl and felt that love was simply a bug in the human neural circuit. As for Sorita, there was no need to explain why Misaki wouldn't fall for this guy, right? So out of the three males, even though Mitaka had a philandering hobby, he was several times better than Ryu Unosuke and Sorita, so Misaki's answer was quite obvious, right? Mitaka also had a special place in Misaki's heart since both of them were childhood friends, but the feelings toward childhood friends and love were different. However, Misaki might not think too much and thought of it as love. Lastly, in the story, if Misaki was really in love with Mitaka, then she would accept him when he confessed to her some arc in the story, but she rejected him. Still, Shishio felt that it might not be bad if they weren't together since Mitaka wouldn't be hurt by Misaki, and Misaki might be able to meet a better man. But, unfortunately, Sorita was there. If Sorita didn't intervene in both Misaki and Mitaka by forcing them together, then both of them might not be together, which in his opinion was a very good thing. Shishio shook his head and understood that the self-esteem of the man in this country was very high. They wanted to be better than their woman. It was also why he also had heard an interview where a female student from Tokyo University, the best university in Japan, might have trouble searching for a husband. Still, with all of that, what if Misaki found someone better than Mitaka? What would happen to their love? Shishio didn't think too much since it was better to think about his problem first rather than thinking about someone else's problem. Welcome. The moment Shishio entered the convenience store, he was greeted by the usual lifeless staff. He didn't think too much and walked toward the magazine area. He looked around and found a new gravure magazine with a maid theme. He took it without hesitation and looked at it slowly. Unlike the usual open-maid uniform, the one in the magazine was a Victorian-made uniform, which was quite similar to Roberta's uniform. However, it had quite a reserved design, hiding most of the girl's skin, which somehow made it slightly erotic since it showed the body line of the girl perfectly. Welcome. When he read the magazine, he heard another lifeless greeting, but he didn't think too much until he smelled a familiar smell from behind, which made him stunned. You really love a maid, hey? Hearing this voice, Shishio was dumbfounded, turned his head, and couldn't help but exclaim. Rui ne. He had expected that he might meet Rui in this place, but it was too fast, right? 172, Convenience Store 2. Shishio went to the convenience store because he thought that he would be able to meet Rui. Even though he had never shown it, he knew that his relationship with Rui in the past had become something akin to a boulder on his chest, and he needed to move this boulder off if he wanted to move on. Shishio wanted to know how Rui felt about what had happened between them, whether she regretted her decision or not, but when he saw her right here, he felt doubt. Has she always been here? Even though Rui's house wasn't that far from the convenience store, there was still some distance, and even though Shishio didn't want to be so narcissistic, he couldn't help but think that the reason why she came to the convenience store was that she wanted to meet him. However, Shishio felt weird since he knew that in the original story, when the main character from Domestic Girlfriend met Rui again for the second time, she didn't show particular interest toward him or, rather, her attitude toward him was quite indifferent. Still, he thought it was quite normal, considering how bad the main character was at sex, unlike him, who was an experience and gave full pleasure to her. But it was only a moment, but Shishio could see some happiness on Rui's face, which made him at a loss for a moment. Even though he might lose his calm for a while, Shishio quickly recovered since there were really many questions that he wanted to ask her, but before that. It has been a while, Rui ne. How are you? Shishio asked. It seems that you are trying to avert my question right now, right? Rui said while looking at the gravure magazine with maid theme on Shishio's hands. Shishio was lost for words. He put the magazine on display smoothly then acted as if he had never held the magazine at all. Is there something that you want to buy, Rui ne? I'll treat you. Rui looked at Shishio and had to admit that this guy really had a lot of tricks. Have you cut your hair? But the thing that shocked her the most was when she saw how he cut his hair. Shishio nodded and said, as you have said before, long hair is troublesome, so I have cut my hair. It's better. Rui nodded, then asked, so why are you here? It has been a while since you have been here, right? Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked in doubt, Rui ne, have you been here after that? Of course, he didn't expect that Rui would let out such a blunder, so he asked her directly since he really wondered whether she had been coming here from time to time after what had happened between them, and if he was right, then the reason why she came to this convenience store was that she wanted to meet him. When this question fell, Rui was dumbfounded before a blush gradually covered her face and neck, but with her personality, there was no way she would admit it. Her expression quickly turned into a deadpan, and she said, you're wrong. I just want to buy something. Don't be so narcissistic. Shishio. So, what do you want to buy? Shishio asked helplessly. This. Rui took the gravure magazine with a maid theme that was taken by Shishio before. Shishio and Rui. Are you sure? Shishio asked, and the corner of his lips twitched. Of course. Rui said with some blush on her face since she knew that she had made another blunder, but she wouldn't admit it. Shishio then extended his hand toward Rui. What are you doing? Rui titled her head and looked at him in confusion. I'll buy that magazine for you. Shishio looked at Rui and said, how about you wait outside? Rui then looked at Shishio in doubt and asked, didn't you just want to buy this magazine by yourself? Shishio. Well, I won't tease you again. Rui gave the magazine to Shishio and said, I'll wait outside. When she turned, there was a smile on her face, and her mood was good at that moment. Shishio nodded and watched Rui come out from the convenience store with a helpless smile before going to the cashier to buy the magazine. Waiting outside of the convenience store, Rui stared at the starry night and couldn't help but be in a good mood when she met him at this place. In truth, after what had happened between them, she just couldn't get him out of her mind, and she also often recalled when she kept asking him to pound her at that time, which made her flush. Even though Rui had decided not to meet him anymore after that sex, she just couldn't help but keep recalling what had happened between them and always went to the convenience store at night in the past week since she thought that she might meet him. Unfortunately, in the past week, Rui didn't see him, which made her mood quite bad for the past week, but now, when she saw him standing on the magazine corner while reading a gravure magazine with a maid theme, as usual, she couldn't help but smile and quickly approached him. That guy's like a maid, hey. Rui wondered where she could get such a maid uniform, but her thought was broken when she heard the sound of the automatic door being opened. Sorry to make you wait, Rui-ne. Rui turned her head and saw Shishio come out from the convenience store with an extra plastic bag in his hands. She looked at him, curious what kind of things that he had bought inside. Sweet bun or meat bun, which one would you like? Shishio asked while showing 2 buns on his hands. Rui was surprised, but then, she pointed her finger at the sweet bun. Sweet bun. Here you go. Shishio gave the sweet bun to Rui. Thanks. Rui accepted the sweet bun and felt her hands were warm. In truth, the temperature was quite cold, but the warm sweet bun on her hands gradually warmed her up. Shishio sat down on the outside of the convenience store and ate his meat bun. He didn't have a hobby to eat while standing since it wasn't good, so he had always sat down whenever he ate something, if possible. However, if the situation didn't allow him, he could only stand up, even though he didn't really want to. Rui also followed and sat next to him while eating the sweet bun in her hands. It's my first time eating a meat bun, and I have to admit that this tastes good, especially when it is eaten during cold weather, Shishio said and thought that this meat bun might be one of his favorite foods now. There isn't one in Kyoto. Rui asked. There might be one, but I have never eaten it, Shishio said speechlessly. Both of them talked together about many random things, and they didn't mention what they did on the first day they met each other since they were still eating. I have a warm lemon and tea. Which one do you want? Shishio asked. Tea, Rui answered. Shishio took out the bottle of warm tea, helped her to open the cap, and gave it to Rui. Rui thanked Shishio and drank the warm tea. After he had eaten it, Shishio clapped his hands and stood up. He then extended his hand towards Rui to help her stand up. Rui looked at his hand for a bit and held his hand, letting him help her. Holding his big hand, somehow, she felt it was nice. I'll send you back, Rui-ne, Shishio said. Rui nodded and accepted his offer. Shishio threw the trash into the bin then sent Rui back to her home. He looked at her then asked, how are you after that, Rui-ne? When Shishio asked this question, Rui couldn't help but grumble. After that, I stayed in bed for the entire day. I couldn't even wake up, and my entire body was sore. She had to admit that it was so enjoyable, but her body was so sore that she couldn't wake up from her bed after that. Luckily, he had helped to clean up the room a bit since if he didn't help him, then her mother and sister might realize what she had been doing since she was too lazy to move the next day after they had sex for the first time. The only thing Rui regretted was that she told him to go home. If she knew that losing her first time would be so troublesome, she wanted him to stay so he could take care of her since he had offered her before. I'm sorry, Rui-ne. Shishio didn't hesitate to apologize, even though the one who told him to go home was Rui, but he also knew that she would be in a weak state after losing her first time, and they were quite wild for the first time. But you were also at fault, Rui-ne. Hey. Rui was confused. You were the one who said, more. Right. Shishio said with a smile. Rui's face flushed in red, then she didn't hesitate to hammer him with her fists. Sorry, it was all my fault. However, Shishio had to admit that Rui's reaction was adorable when he teased her. Humph. Rui pouted and looked away, but her face was still flushed in red since what Shishio said was the truth, since she was the one who screamed, more. 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 When they were having sex before, but even so, she didn't want him to mention it. Rui then glanced at him and asked, "You have something to ask me?" Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, "Why do you think so?" "Well, I just have this feeling," Rui said. Shishio looked at Rui, who was staring at him right into his eyes. He then nodded and said, "Yes, I have something to ask you." "What do you have to ask?" Rui asked. "It has been on my mind for a while after we have parted that day, but have you regretted doing it with me, Rui ne?" Shishio asked the question that he wanted to ask the most since, after that day, he had been riddled with guilt, thinking that he had been using her. Rui stopped her steps, looked at Shishio, and asked, "Have you been troubled by this question for a while?" Shishio also stopped and nodded gently. Rui smiled and said, "You're thinking too much, Shishio. But to answer your question, I have never regretted it. It was my choice, and even though I knew that it didn't change me, I'm glad that my first time is you, Shishio-kun," Rui said with a gentle smile. Shishio looked at Rui, and somehow the burden on his chest was lifted after he heard those words. "I have to admit that sometimes I wonder whether you were still a virgin at that time since you were so skillful," Rui said while asking her doubt. "I was a virgin when I met you before," Shishio said sincerely. "I see." Rui nodded, then asked, "So how about you? Did you regret losing your first time to me?" When Rui asked him this question, Shishio might regret taking her virginity, since if he didn't take her virginity, he might not be riddled with guilty feelings and could move on easily. However, he didn't regret losing his first time to her. Everything was his decision, so his answer was obvious. "No, I don't regret losing my first time to you, Rui ne." "Is that so?" Rui somehow showed a relieved expression on her face. Then, she looked at him and said, "We have met again, so we're friends now." "Well, we're friends now," Shishio said with a strange expression. "Should we exchange our numbers?" "Why not?" Rui nodded. Both of them exchanged their numbers, but then Shishio realized something and looked at Rui in wonder. "Rui ne, do you have a favor to ask me again?" Rui was surprised but nodded. "Shishio-kun, can I ask you a favor again?" Listening to her request, Shishio nodded and was about to go back, however. "Shishio. What's wrong, Rui ne?" Shishio turned and looked at Rui. "Are you going to bring that magazine back?" Rui asked as she looked at the gravure magazine with the maid theme in Shishio's hand. Shishio looked at the maid gravure magazine in his hands, and somehow, he almost forgot about it. After sending Rui back, Shishio quickly returned to his room, and he sat on his seat since he couldn't wait any longer. He felt that his body was lighter and his head was clearer than before, but more importantly, his fingers started to move, and he knew that he could write now. 173, Kamikaze. Note: Kamikaze was part of the Japanese special attack units of military aviators who flew suicide attacks in World War II. Shishio had always maintained a healthy lifestyle, but this time, it was an exception. He stayed quite late, and he was also quite lazy to work out, but he forced himself to work out. After his workout session, Shishio took a bath while thinking about what he had written last night. The story that he wrote consisted of 3 segments, and out of 3, he had written 1 segment. If his body wasn't 1.5 stronger than normal humans, it would be impossible for him to write 1 segment in a night since each segment had more than tens of thousands of words. If it was a normal human, they wouldn't be able to write that much. After all, their energy was limited. Unless they stayed up all night, then they might do so, but by doing that, their entire body would be fatigued. Shishio felt warm water on his body and couldn't help but remember what he had talked about with Rui about last night. She had asked him for a favor again, but this time, it was different from the last time since she really asked for his help. But Thursday, hey. On Thursday, Shishio had a club, but he thought to skip it since he felt it necessary to help Rui. After he thought of Rui, Shishio thought about Saki. He confessed to her yesterday, but then, what was he going to do with the other girls? Nana then Mashiro. As for Miu, Shishio thought it was better to solve both Nana and Sheena first before he solved Miu's matter since both Nana and Sheena were more important and needed to be solved as soon as possible. He rubbed his face and thought that opening a harem was really difficult, and it would have been easier if he dated each of them secretly. Still, he wouldn't do so since if he did so, he would hurt them. This relationship wouldn't be good in the long term since sooner or later, even if he kept his relationship a secret, it would be known in the future. It would also lead to a very troublesome matter someday, so it was better to date all of them openly, create a harem so everyone could become good sisters to each other, right? But how? Well, if it's happening, then it happens. Shishio knew that thinking too much wouldn't get him anywhere, so all he needed to do was face them with sincere feelings with some strategy here and there so his percentage of success would be higher. Shishio then ended his shower, dried his body, and went to his room to change into his uniform since he needed to go to school soon. Shishio had promised Shiro-san to make him breakfast since Shiro-san had helped him last night, even though that help wasn't that particularly useful. He looked at the time and saw that it was still quite early, so he went to the dining room on the first floor to prepare breakfast. Good morning, Oga-kun. Shishio entered and heard Mitaka greet him. Good morning, Mitaka-senpai. What are you guys doing? As soon as he entered, he saw Mitaka with his back leaning on the kitchen counter, and Sorita sat quietly at the dining table with a magazine in his hands. He glanced at Mitaka, whose complexion was worse than before, and he could see dark circles hidden behind the frame of his glasses, thinking that this guy might be working hard to write Misaki's anime script. Oh, Oga-kun, good morning. Sorita, who was in a daze, finally reacted and greeted Shishio, who had just walked in. Then he seemed to remember something, which caused him to show a complicated expression again, especially when he looked at the picture in the magazine on his hands. Usually, Sorita's mood toward Shishio was complicated, but that matter was pushed aside because of the magazine on his hands. Good morning, Kanda-kun. What are you looking at? Shishio looked at Sorita curiously, wondering whether this kid had eaten hallucinogenic mushroom in the morning again. Oga-kun, look at this page. Sorita handed the magazine in his hands to Shishio, who came over bitterly. When he saw the magazine, his expression was complicated, and he just couldn't believe it, and at the same time, he felt that he was the clown among Sakurasu. Still, he wondered about Shishio's reaction after Shishio saw what was inside the magazine, wondering whether Shishio would feel the same as him. If so, then he might be saved and feel that this place wasn't as unbearable as he had thought. Oh, a painting? It is a very good painting, the colors and the message that the painter conveys are so deep. Shishio flipped through the magazine in his hands and thought that it should be a magazine covering Shina's information on the world of art. He was wondering where this magazine came from since he didn't see it last night. Thank you. Shina's voice came from the door. Good morning Mashiro, how did you sleep last night? Did Kawaii-senpai or Roberta pull you out under the table again? Shishio looked at Shina, who had messy hair, and couldn't help but smile. No. Shina shook her head at Shishio, then looked at the magazine in his hands. Is this your magazine? Why did you put it here? Shishio handed the magazine in his hand to Shina. Ritsuo borrowed it to see it last night, and I forgot to take it back last night. Shina nodded at Shishio and held the magazine in her hands. Shishio nodded and didn't think too much, but... Wait. Oga-kun, how did you know that magazine is from Shina-san? Didn't you feel surprised? Sorita looked at Shishio, who had been very calm from the beginning to the end, and he didn't even see a surprise on his face when Shishio saw the magazine that covered Shina's information. Surprised? Why? Shishio asked weirdly at Sorita, who seemed to be stimulated by a drug. Shina-san painted the painting in the magazine. Did you see the signature? Just now, Mitaka-senpai said that Shina-san is a famous world-class painter. She even appeared on TV and in magazines when she was only 15 years old. A lot of people also appraised her as a genius girl who is coming from the sky. Sorita said, all of them excitedly, looking at Shishio, who didn't change his expression again from the beginning to the end. I know, so. Shishio looked at Sorita even weirdly, wondering whether this guy had eaten something weird in the morning? Or did this guy finally lose it? He then looked at Mitaka, who seemed to be watching the interaction between them, wondering whether he should NTR this guy. Jokes aside, Shishio was wondering when this guy was going to say something. In fact, it is like this. I ran into Kanda-kun when we came out from the room in the morning, and then the two of us came to the dining room together. Then Kanda-kun found this magazine on the table, and he became like this after seeing Shina-san's name on it. I thought that he knew it a long time ago, but... Mitaka spread his hands and explained what happened before Shishio came to the dining room. Shishio nodded and understood why Sorita showed such a big reaction since Sorita only found out about Shina's background today. Except for geniuses like Mitaka, Misaki, Ryu Unosuke, and even Shishio, Sorita had always thought that Shina was worse than him since she couldn't even take care of herself, which was why when he knew that she was the real big boss among everyone in Sakurasu, he became like this. In truth, if Sorita knew about Shishio's assets, then his mind might not be able to handle it anymore. Of course, Sorita might not believe it either, thinking that everything was Shishio's parents' assets, though Shishio had never thought to talk much about his assets since he didn't need to show it to this guy, right? However, Shishio had to admit that watching Sorita, who couldn't accept reality, was quite amusing. Oga-kun, did you know about this matter a long time ago? Sorita looked at Shishio with a depressed expression, wondering whether Shina had told Shishio about this matter. Well, I've seen a magazine that covered Mashiro's painting before, so I recognized her right away when I saw her. Shishio said some bullshit and didn't care whether they believed him or not since there was no way that he said that he was coming from a different world, right? Riken and I were in the living room a few days ago, and Chihiro-sensei told us about Shina, so we only found out about her a few days ago. Misaki also walked into the dining room with a yawn. Ritsuo and Roberta also followed behind, but when Mitaka saw Misaki, his expression slightly cramped as if trying to escape from her. Misaki, of course, noticed Mitaka's expression, but she didn't say anything for a while since she was still sleepy and she wasn't in the mood to ask about the matter of her script anime. Good morning, Oga-kun. Ritsu nodded. Good morning, Shishio-sama. Roberta also followed up. Good morning, Kawaii-senpai, Roberta. Shishio nodded, but then Misaki continued the talk about Shina. I was shocked at that time since I didn't expect Mash Iron would be so famous. Misaki then hugged Shina, who was in a daze. That's true. Ritsuo also nodded, confirming that Shina was really a world-class painter. In Sakuseihu? A few days ago? Chihiro-sensei did. Sorita looked at a few people in a puzzled manner. He also had been on Sakurasu, but why didn't he know about this matter? And why should Chihiro-sensei tell the matter of Shina to both Ritsuo and Shishio? If it was Misaki, he didn't feel surprised since Misaki was a student from the art department but Ritsuo and Shishio were from the general department, but more importantly, why was he being left out? Yes, a few days ago, we were in the living room with Shishio-kun, Riken, Shiro-san, and Mash Iron, talking about her background. Until now I was still shocked. Misaki recalled what had happened a few days ago and couldn't help but amazed at Shishio. Hey? Oga-kun too. Mitaka also knew that Misaki didn't tell him about this matter when they were together, and he had always wondered why Misaki had always called Shishio by his name, not with Kaohei-kun. Yet, Jin, Mash Iron is learning to draw manga, so she wants to know how to draw a man's body, then Shishio showed. Misaki couldn't help but blush when she saw Shishio's body at that time. The expression of Mitaka and Sorita became ugly at this moment. Did Oga-kun show his body for Shina-san? Mitaka looked at Shishio and had a feeling that they were the same, but he had never thought that Misaki would also join them. He wanted to ask whether Misaki had seen Shishio's body, but those words stuck in his mouth. Sorita looked at Shishio and Shina, and his expression was so ugly at that moment. Of course not. I didn't show my body. I just showed her how to draw a man's body to Mashiro, Shishio said calmly, ignoring the ugly expression of both Mitaka and Sorita. As for Sorita, he didn't care much, but as for Mitaka, it wasn't his fault since Misaki was the one who peeked at him. If, in the future, Misaki might not be satisfied with Mitaka, then it wasn't his fault, right? Since the one who sought the problem was Misaki. Right, Kawaii-senpai. Ritsu nodded while lowering her head since she was covered in blush at this moment when she recalled Shishio's body at that time. Mitaka somehow sighed in relief when he heard those words. Jin, you didn't see Shishio-kun's talent in painting is so great. Even Chihiro-sensei said that Shishio-kun talent is also able to match the world-class painter, even Mash Iron also admitted that Shishio-kun is better than her. Misaki was excited to tell how awesome Shishio was. What? Mitaka was in shock, although he knew that Shishio was very knowledgeable about animation, color, and some cinematography when Shina came to Sakurasu for the first time. He thought Shishio was only good at theory, but he didn't expect Chihiro-sensei to evaluate Shishio's painting talent as amazing. Even Shina, a genius recognized by the world of art, also admitted that she was inferior to Shishio. Oga-kun, also has a talent for drawing? And is it recognized by Chihiro-sensei and Shina-san? Sorita couldn't believe it since if Shishio's painting was so great, why didn't Shishio have a reputation? Why had no one ever seen Shishio's painting? Why did no one know about Shishio's existence? He just didn't want to believe it. Sorita looked at Shishio and Shina, looked at the two people who seemed to be in the same world, and despair on his heart, that made him drown deeper and deeper, while wondering was the gap between them so big. Sorita felt his body tremble, and he was a little unsteady. The impact of the information that he received just now made his brain suddenly feel dizzy, and his complexion became pale. Kanda-kun, are you okay? Mitaka asked in a low voice, looking at Sorita, whose expression wasn't so good. Oh, no. It's okay, Mitaka-senpai. I just feel uncomfortable, so I'll go back to my room first. Sorita looked at Mitaka and shook his head. He didn't say anything but just turned and left the dining room and didn't even say anything to the people inside the dining room. Kaohei-kun isn't feeling well? What's the matter? Misaki looked at the back of Sorita in doubt, wondering why Sorita suddenly felt unwell so suddenly since she saw that Sorita was all right before, right? Well, probably, Kanda-kun didn't sleep well last night, Mitaka said while looking at Misaki, then sighed as he looked at Sorita's back with a complicated expression on his expression. Although jealousy was wrong, he also felt quite jealous of Shishio after all. If the existence of monster like Shishio appeared among ordinary people, everyone would feel the same way, right? Right, Jin, have you written the script? Misaki suddenly asked. When Misaki asked that question, Mitaka's expression became quite unwell, and his eyes were a bit dodgy. I'll be done soon. When? I want to make it as soon as possible. Misaki said with some excitement. Soon. Mitaka could only say that and said, I'll go back to my room first. You'll see the finished script soon. Looking at Mitaka, who left, Shishio could only shake his head. He thought that Mitaka and Sorita were similar to each other, their personalities were very similar, and at the same time, they had very low self-esteem. Still, he didn't care about them since even though he didn't do anything, both of them destroyed themselves. Good morning. Shiro-san also came with a cheerful mood, but then, he saw both Sorita and Mitaka with an ugly expression and couldn't help but ask, What's happening? Nothing. Shishio shook his head and looked at everyone. Should we eat now? Rather than talking about the suicide duo, it was better to eat, right? 174, Why romance? Even if Shishio asked what they wanted to eat, they would answer him to leave it to him, so he didn't bother to ask again, and cooked the traditional Japanese breakfast with grilled salmon, rice, miso soup, vegetable pickle and a bean sprout salad. Good morning, Chihiro said while yawning, entering the dining room, and sat in her usual seat, waiting for breakfast to be ready. Shishio. Right, Chihiro nay, can I bring a motorcycle here? Shishio suddenly asked. Hey! Not only Chihiro, who was surprised, but Ritsu, Misaki, and Shiro-san were surprised. You're going to bring a motorcycle here? Chihiro looked at Shishio strangely and asked, Do you have a driving license? I have it. Shishio nodded. Chihiro was speechless and wondering where Shishio had gotten it. When did you get it? Before coming to Tokyo. Shishio said some bullshit since there was no way Chihiro would check it to his parents. Can I see it? Chihiro asked. Sure. Shishio took out his wallet and stopped for a moment when he saw his photo with Shina there. He then took out his driving license and gave it to Chihiro. Chihiro checked Shishio's driving license, and she was dumbfounded when she saw that he had both driving licenses for both motorcycle and car. Hey? Shishio-kun, how can you get a driver's license for a car? You're only 15 years old, right? Misaki asked in doubt. I got help from my father's acquaintance, senpai, Shishio said. For the first time, Misaki and Ritsu knew how this world worked. As long as someone had an acquaintance, that person could break one or two rules easily. Still, what kind of bike are you going to bring here? Chihiro asked. Just a normal motorcycle. Shishio didn't turn his head, cooking the egg, and said, It isn't that big, so it can be kept at the entrance of the dorm easily. Well, since you have said so, then you can bring it. Chihiro nodded and didn't think too much. Thanks. Shishio had expected this matter, so he didn't feel that surprised when Chihiro permitted him. He then looked at his coffee machine on the side and thought to test it later since there was still a time before the school started. The cooking process was very fast. After all, Shishio had a cooking mastery. Before long, all the foods were ready on the table. Itadakimasu. They said at the same time and started to eat together. They had to admit that the taste of his food was so delicious, and their bodies might not be satisfied by something that might not be cooked by Shishio, which made them wonder how long they could eat his food in the future since they knew that it was impossible to ask him to cook for them all the time. Shishio-kun, let's get married. Misaki said without hesitation after she drank the miso soup that Shishio made. I refused, Shishio said as he continued to eat. Why? I want to drink your miso soup every day. Misaki said while crying. Ritsu, Chihiro, and Shiro-san looked at Misaki, and it didn't mean that they couldn't understand her since, if possible, they also wanted to marry Shishio and eat all the delicious foods every day. Shishio ignored Misaki and looked at Shiro-san. Right, Shiro-san, I have finished 1/3 of my novel. I'll show you later after school. Everyone except for Roberto was startled at that moment. Shiro-san was surprised and asked, You have finished writing it? They only talked to each other last night and knew that Shishio had trouble writing his story, but he didn't expect Shishio's story to be finished soon. No, only 1/3, my story has 3 segments, and I have only written 1 segment. Shishio shook his head and said, I stayed up last night. Well, I'm also curious about your story. Let me read it later. Shiro-san nodded and thought that Shishio really had worked hard last night. Wait. Wait. Misaki quickly stopped their conversation. What's wrong? Shishio looked at Misaki with doubt. Shishio-kun, did you write a novel? Misaki asked with some confusion and thought that this guy might be an alien too. Not only cooking, drawing, singing, martial arts, then writing? She was wondering whether there was something that Shishio couldn't do in this world. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, If I'm not wrong, you should be there when I have asked Shiro-san to teach me how to write, right? But... Misaki thought Shishio was joking, but more importantly, she was also curious about what he had written. Shishio, can I read the story too? Sheena asked softly. Shishio nodded without hesitation and said, I don't mind, but for now, keep it a secret from everyone until I have finished it later, all right? Sheena nodded without hesitation. Shishio smiled and patted Sheena's head. Sheena was like a cat that showed a comfortable expression when its owner petted it. Ritsuo and Chihiro were wondering why they felt like the relationship between Sheena and Shishio were too close, right? But they didn't think too much, considering how Sheena was. Shishio-kun, what kind of story? Misaki asked curiously. Romance, Shishio said simply. Romance. Chihiro, Ritsuo, and Misaki were surprised. Misaki's heart started to beat very fast, and she couldn't help but think about the romance anime that she wanted to create, but suddenly she recalled Mitaka. Her expression became dim before it recovered in a second. Shishio-kun, can I read it too? It's alright, just read it and don't blabber it to anyone, alright? Shishio said while looking at Misaki. Sir. Misaki quickly gave a salute to Shishio. Hey, why did you suddenly want to write a romance story? Chihiro asked in doubt. Just because, Shishio answered Chihiro's question with perfunctory. Was that the way you talk to your aunt? Chihiro was mad and put Shishio's head on her armpit. Shishio was stunned and could feel her soft breasts right on his face at that moment. His expression was complicated, and the burst of sexy smell instantly hit his nose, which made his lower body slightly hot. Sorry, Chihiro-ne. Let go of me. Chihiro snorted and let go of Shishio, then asked, so why? Shishio sighed helplessly and said, there's no reason. When you write, you just want to write. That's all. He didn't really want to tell his reason for writing his story since it related to his secret. If you don't believe me, then you can ask Shiro-san. He's a professional writer, right? They only remembered that Shiro-san was a professional writer, and then all of them looked at Shiro-san, who was eating quietly. Shiro-san was a bit surprised when he was being mentioned, but then he nodded and said, yeah, when you want to write something, then you just write, but sometimes, you want to write because you see or experience something, right? He then looked at Shishio with a smile. Shishio. This damn pervert masochist. Shishio's lips twitched uncontrollably, staring at Shiro-san, who smiled at him. He hoped Shiro-san would help him, but he didn't expect Shiro-san to give him another trouble. Shiro-san wasn't sure who, but he felt that his body was trembling in excitement since his masochist radar detected someone was thinking rude of him now. So, what kind of experience made you want to write a romance story? Chihiro asked curiously. Chihiro, Ritsuo, Sheena, Misaki, Roberta, and Shiro-san looked at Shishio curiously. Shishio sighed and said, if you want to know, then you need my story first. I won't spoil it for you. Everyone was speechless and wondering why it felt like a promotion. Shishio was a man with experience, and a little problem wouldn't stump him. He then looked at Misaki and changed the topic of conversation. Right, Misaki-senpai, do you really want to create a romance story with a mecha? He remembered that Misaki wanted to use his portrait for her anime, and if he remembered it well, she wanted to create a romance anime with a mecha, but when he thought of Mitaka's state before, he knew that the script wasn't ready yet. Misaki nodded and said, don't worry, the script will be ready soon, and once it happens, give me the right to use your portrait, right? Hearing Misaki's words, Shishio had a feeling that the anime script wouldn't be ready so soon. How long is this anime? Shishio asked. For a while, Misaki was in deep thought and answered, it should be only one episode around 20 minutes or more. You're going to make an OVA, right? Shishio asked. That's right. Misaki nodded with a smile. Original video animation, abbreviated as OVA and sometimes as OAV, original animation video, are Japanese animated films and series made especially for release in home video formats without prior showings on television or in theaters, though the first part of an OVA series may be broadcast for promotional purposes. Why did you want to make it? Do you want to sell it? Shishio asked curiously. As a famous genius in the anime industry, he knew that Misaki didn't lack a channel to sell her anime, so he just asked casually, wondering whether she wanted more money. Well, I just want to make it, but if it sells well, that it is all good, Misaki said. After all, even though it might sound rude, money was the best way to describe the worth of something, whether it was art or other things. Still, she wanted to create a romance with a mecha theme because she wanted to challenge herself. As for the total sales of the anime, it was only number second or third or fourth or more for now. Misaki didn't care much about the sales. Especially when she thought about Mitaka's writing skill, even though she didn't want to say it in front of Mitaka, she felt that his script was boring. Of course, she didn't want to make an anime from his script, but even so, there was a glimmer of hope on her heart that was hoping Mitaka might be able to give her a surprise, considering Mitaka's experience with a lot of girls, even though she hated it. On the other hand, Shishio nodded and wasn't surprised by Misaki, who wanted to create an OVA anime, considering how hard it was to create an anime. When Misaki made an anime to welcome them to Sakurasu, it was only a few minutes of anime, so it shouldn't have been hard work for her, but this time, it was 20+ minutes of anime. Based on his calculation, as long as the script was ready, Misaki should finish the anime in 2 weeks or 1 month. Even if Misaki was a genius, drawing animation was still labor work, and because she was a genius, she might need more time since she wanted her anime to be more perfect. But then what about the 12 episodes of anime? Unless Misaki had a system like him, Shishio didn't think that Misaki could make 12 episodes of anime by herself unless she spent several years. Well, I hope that you can succeed, Misaki-senpai, Shishio said sincerely, but in truth, he just didn't have confidence in Mitaka, considering how that guy spent his time on girls most of the time. Misaki smiled and nodded. Thanks. Right, Shishio, can you tell me what's that? Chihiro suddenly asked while pointing her finger at the machine on the table counter. In truth, the appearance of this machine caused everyone to feel curious, and without a doubt, they knew that it should be something that Shishio bought. It's a coffee machine, Shishio said simply. Coffee machine. They were surprised and looked at the silver-colored machine on the table counter. Well, there should be a time before school. Do you want a cup of coffee? Shishio asked. 175, latte art and bento box. When Shishio thought of the instant coffee that he always had drunk in the past week, he had always missed his real coffee. It was also the reason why he asked Roberta to help him buy a coffee machine. He had money, especially after he had won a lot of money when he bet on himself on the Kengan match before. Shishio checked the coffee machine directly, took out some coffee beans, and some milk from the fridge. Then, he put some of the coffee beans into the coffee grinder and turned it on. The loud sound of the grinder caused everyone to awaken. After all, the scene where Shishio checked the coffee machine was too shocking for them. It wasn't that they hadn't seen a coffee machine, but the way he used the coffee machine was too shocking, and it was as if he had used the machine thousands of times, making them feel as if they had seen a master barista. Japan is a country with very popular coffee culture. It might not be related, but Japan imported 80% of the Blue Mountain coffee, best coffee globally. Not only was coffee popular among adults and older people, but even a youngster also loved to drink coffee since by drinking black coffee, espresso, some children thought that they could become an adult, which was why coffee was very popular even among children. If Shishio wasn't wrong, even the previous Shishio Oga had always drunk a black coffee without sugar since it would make him cool, showing how popular coffee was even among Chiyunibu. Espresso or latte art, which one do you want? Shishio asked, looking at everyone in the dining room. Latte art. Everyone knew about espresso since most of them often drank it, but they weren't sure about latte art. Shishio wasn't surprised by their reaction since latte art wasn't that popular in 2005, and it wasn't until later that it would become popular in the future. In simple terms, I'll draw something on the cup of coffee. Do you want to try it? Drawing. They were dumbfounded. Drawing on the coffee. Sheena was very interested in this matter since she had never seen one, so she looked at Shishio's coffee cup curiously. Do you want some, Mashiro? Shishio asked. Sheena thought for a while before asked, is it sweet? She remembered that the taste of the coffee was very bitter, and she didn't really like it. It isn't sweet, but it isn't that bitter, Shishio said, telling the truth to Sheena. Sheena. I want it. I want it, Shishio. Misaki raised her hand without hesitation. Shishio nodded and said, wait a moment, I'll prepare one for you. So without hesitation, he took the portafilter of the coffee machine and put some of the coffee on it before he pressed it with a tamper with his arm, creating 90 degrees of angle. The process was like art, and everyone was entranced by his ability. Shishio then connected the portafilter to the coffee machine, placing a cup below. Next, he started to make an espresso through the machine. The moment the espresso was made, the aroma of coffee permeated through the room, which somehow relaxed them. The smell of the coffee had always been nice, and everyone couldn't help but raise their noses to smell this smell better. While waiting for the espresso to be ready, Shishio poured some milk on the milk pitcher before he put the steam wand on the coffee machine to create a microfoam. Microfoam is finely textured milk used to make espresso-based coffee drinks, particularly those with latte art. It is typically made with the steam wand of an espresso machine, which pumps steam into a pitcher of milk. It is shiny, slightly thickened, and should have microscopic, uniform bubbles. It is not as viscous or foamy as macrofoam, and it is better described as gooey and resembles melted marshmallows or wet paint. Looking at Shishio, they felt curious and stood up, watching from a close distance. When the microfoam and the espresso were ready, Shishio looked at Misaki and asked, Misaki-senpai, what kind of picture do you want to be made on your coffee? Misaki was startled, then she thought for a while before she said with a smile, heart. I want a heart shape. Ritsu, Chihiro, Shina, and Shiro-san. Shishio looked at Misaki for a while and nodded. Good. They wanted to say something but stopped when they saw how smooth his movement was when Shishio poured the microfoam on the espresso. His movement was like art itself, gently pouring the microfoam, creating a heart shape on the surface of the coffee. He then presented the latter art in front of everyone and said, done. Misaki was stunned and somehow blushed lightly, but when she was about to take her coffee, suddenly. I'm late. I'm late. Mayumi quickly entered the dining room and asked, Shishio, do you have bread? Shishio looked at Mayumi speechlessly, wondering whether this woman wanted to recreate the cliché shoujo manga plot when a cute girl crashed into a handsome transfer student with bread on her mouth. I don't have bread, but I have an onigiri. Good. Mayumi nodded and felt relief. She felt a bit thirsty, then grabbed the heart-shaped coffee from the table directly, then stunned for a bit. She looked at Shishio with a smile and said, Hey, are you confessing to me with this coffee? She then ran the coffee with a sip, then felt that her eyes were wide open. Damn, it is so good. It seems that you haven't woken up from your dream, Mayumi-san, Shishio said calmly while creating an onigiri for Mayumi. Looking at Mayumi, who drank her coffee, even though Misaki had a very good temper, she couldn't control her emotion at this moment. Mayumi-san. Hearing Misaki's loud voice, Shishio had to admit that today's Sakurasu was very peaceful. The morning was quite peaceful, and after the coffee incident, Shishio, as usual, walked to the school together with Shina and Ritsu. Oga-kun, when did you learn to make coffee? Ritsu asked curiously. Well, I learned it by chance from a random coffee shop in Kyoto, Shishio said simply. Did you learn the coffee art from that random coffee shop too? Ritsu asked. No. Shishio shook his head and explained. As for latte art, I had learned it by chance when I browsed the internet. It felt interesting, so I learned it by myself. The result wasn't bad, right? It is really amazing. Ritsu had to admit that a genius was really different, but she didn't feel that much surprised when she thought about Shishio's painting skill. Shishio, can you teach me? Shina asked since she felt that it was interesting to draw on the coffee. Sure. Shishio nodded, but then he noticed someone familiar when he was about to pass the convenience store near the school. Of course, this wasn't the convenience store where he met Rui, but rather a different convenience store, but he had to admit that the number of convenience stores in this country was a lot, so a lot that he might find 2 or 3 of them on each of the streets in Tokyo. Looking at the swaying brown ponytail in front of the convenience store, Shishio saw that there was something wrong and said, Mashiro, Kawaii-senpai, I'll leave you two for a bit. Hey. Ritsu was confused, and Shina was in a daze, but then, their eyes were wide open when they saw Shishio caught an unfamiliar girl that they had never seen before. This guy. Ritsu was wondering how many beautiful girls that Shishio knew. In the morning, when Nanami had just woken up, the convenience store manager where she worked suddenly called her out and asked her to help in the early morning. She was so tired since she just had her part-time job last night, and she also practiced until late, but then suddenly, in the morning, she was asked to work. Nanami wanted to refuse since she was very tired. Still, there was no way for her to refuse, considering the convenience store where she worked was quite near her school, so she didn't want to change her job just because the manager of the convenience store had a bad impression on her, so even if it was hard, she gritted her teeth and came to work. Nanami worked for a few hours, and her job was about to end since she would go to school soon. So the only thing that she needed to do was to throw out the trash on the outside, but when she was about to grab the trash bag, she felt that her head was dizzy and she lost her balance, but when she was about to fall, her shoulders were grabbed by someone. Aoyama-san, are you alright? Nanami was surprised when she heard this voice. She quickly turned her head and didn't expect to see him here. Oh Oga-kun. Are you alright? Shishio asked in concern. I'm alright. You don't need to worry. Nanami quickly stood up with a blush on her face and showed that she was alright, but then. Growl. Nanami blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Now, she understood why she was a bit dizzy, and it was because she hadn't eaten anything. Shishio looked at Nanami and felt that this girl was working too hard, right? Shishio. Shishio turned and saw Ritsu and Shina, who walked toward him. Mashiro, Kawaii-senpai. Nanami also looked at Ritsu and Shina, and she was surprised at how beautiful the two were. In truth, she had seen both of them in the class since both of them had asked where Shishio was, but she had never known their identity, and at the same time, she was wondering how they could go to the school together. Shishio looked at Nanami's expression and said, we're the same tenant from Sakurasu, Aoyama-san. He then looked at Shina and Ritsu, then introduced Nanami. Senpai, Mashiro. This is Aoyama Nanami. She's my classmate. Ah, and nice to meet you. Nanami bowed her head slightly, introducing herself to both of them. Nice to meet you, Aoyama-san. I'm Ritsuo Kawai, Kawai introduced herself. Shina Mashiro, Shina said. Shishio then looked at Nanami and asked, do you need my help, Aoyama-san? No, I can't ask your help, this is my job, if you help me, then the manager might say something to me. Nanami quickly refused when Shishio offered his help, but even if she refused, she felt warm inside. Shishio looked at Nanami and took out the bento box that he had brought before. Inside, there was only a normal grilled onigiri that he had by chance since he made one for Mayumi before, so he made some of them for himself at school, but he gave it to Nanami. Aoyama-san, even if you refuse my help, you can take this. This is... Nanami was surprised when she saw Shishio take out a bento box. There's an onigiri there. You can eat it in the break room inside the convenience store. Shishio took Nanami's hand and placed the bento box on her hand. No, how can I ta? Nanami was about to say something, but the manager called her. Aoyama-san, have you thrown the trash? Ah, yes, wait a moment. Nanami quickly responded, but then she saw Shishio had left with both Shina and Ritsu. Oga-kun. She quickly called out his name. Eat it. Shishio turned, looked at Nanami, and said, we have PE later. If you pass out, are you going to skip on the infirmary again? He knew how stubborn this girl was. If she wasn't stubborn, then she wouldn't run away from Osaka to Tokyo alone, so rather than force himself to help, it was better to support her slowly until she got used to his support, but looking at how she abused her body so she could achieve her dream, he just couldn't bear it and might as well take her in the future. Looking at his teasing smile, Nanami somehow remembered the time when they were together on the infirmary and couldn't help but blush. She looked at the bento box again, and after a moment of hesitation, she decided to accept it since she needed to do her job as soon as possible. When Shishio had walked away, Ritsuo asked, Oga-kun, that girl. She was wondering what was wrong with Nanami. Shina also looked at Shishio curiously, wondering about Nanami. Well, she just works hard to achieve her dream. As for the rest, I can't say much, Shishio said with a light smile since he knew that it wasn't good to talk about someone behind their backs. However, he felt that he needed to keep what he had talked about with Nanami before unless Nanami permitted him or she was the one who gave the initiative to talk. Ritsuo and Shina looked at Shishio for a bit, then nodded. They didn't know much about Nanami, and they knew that it was a bit rude to talk to someone behind their backs. Her dream? Shina asked. It's Seiyuu. Shishio looked at Shina and said, if your manga is made into an anime, then Aoyama-san might become a voice actress on one of the characters. Will my manga be made into an anime? Shina asked curiously. You don't want your manga to be made into an anime? Shishio asked curiously. Shina thought for a while and wasn't sure how to answer since she had never thought about this possibility before. Well, you don't need to think too much. All you need to think about is how your manga will be accepted by your editor and serialized for now, Shishio said. Shina nodded. Nanami, who had changed into her uniform in the break room, opened the bento box that Shishio gave. She looked at the onigiris inside and couldn't help but be stunned when she saw how delicious it seemed. Did Oga-kun make it? Somehow, she felt that her femininity was hit hard when she thought Shishio might cook better than her. Nanami looked at the onigiris for a while before she gulped since she knew that she was starving at that moment. Then, she hesitated again for a while before she ate it since she just couldn't handle how hungry she was. It's salty, Nanami said in a low voice, but her mouth didn't stop, and she continued to eat. However, she didn't realize that her tears were dripping from her eyes at this moment, feeling the warmth that she longed for, which made her crave the onigiri even more. She took other onigiris, and before long, she saw that the bento box was empty. Looking at the bento box for a while, she quickly wiped the tears on her eyes, feeling very complex since she knew that even though sometimes, it was impossible, and it might not bear fruit, but she just couldn't help it. 176. Consequences. Morning. Shishio entered the classroom and greeted his classmates. His relationship with his classmates wasn't very distant, but it wasn't that close. Good morning, Shishio. Meiko greeted with a smile, making a salute-like gesture. Thanks for the animal plus highs yesterday, Shishio. My sister likes it, Maya said with a smile, thinking how happy her sister was yesterday. Good morning, Meiko. Shishio nodded, then looked at Maya. No problem, if you want it again, just tell me. Really? Maya was surprised. Well, as long as I'm free, though. Shishio then noticed Nana, who sat on her seat, resting her head on the desk, and somehow he could see that her mood wasn't good. Nana, what's wrong? Nana didn't answer Shishio's question and seemed to be in a daze. Shishio raised his eyebrow then looked at Mako and Maya. What's wrong with her? Both of them shook their heads at the same time. I don't know. She's been like that since this morning, Mako said with some worry. Maya looked at Shishio and asked, it might be because of you. My fault. Shishio raised his eyebrow and didn't remember that he had done something to Nana. He thought about what he had done yesterday and thought about his confession to Saki. He thought for a while and felt a bit weird. Has Saki told Nana about the confession? He remembered that the relationship between Nana and Saki became very close to each other after he left them for a while in the club room. He didn't know what they were talking about, but he would be lying if he wasn't curious. Still, that wasn't the problem now, and what Shishio needed to know was the cause of Nana's state. Shishio walked closer to Nana and called her out. Nana. Shishio didn't receive a response, so he gently shook her shoulder and called her out again. Nana. Ah. When her shoulder was shaken, Nana heard her name being called out clearly, and when she turned her head, she was stunned when she saw him very close. Shishio. What's wrong? Shishio asked in concern. Nothing. Nana smiled and shook her head. Looking at her forced smile, Shishio frowned and really wondered what had happened to her. Are you sure? Yes, you don't need to worry. Just give me a little time now, can you? Nana said while trying to maintain her smile before resting her head on the table again. When she thought about her conversation with Saki last night, she might not be able to stop her tears when she saw him, and she might lash him out by calling him a liar. Shishio looked at Nana for a while, then said, I'm not sure what has made you like this, but if you don't tell me, I won't understand, so I hope when you feel better, we can talk together. He knew that her reaction was a normal consequence of what he was doing, and he didn't regret this since he knew that it would happen, but he didn't like being ignored like this. However, he also wouldn't move first since he didn't know the detailed information of what really had happened, so he would need to bear this treatment until he knew everything. Nana didn't answer him, ignoring him, laying on the table without saying anything, trying to hold her tears by biting her lips. Looking at Nana and Shishio, Maya and Mako looked at each other, and they didn't know what to do, but one thing for sure, they knew that this bastard was the cause of their best friend's sadness. So they looked at each other for a while, then nodded before walking toward Nana. Nana, do you want to see these little boys' photos? Mako asked with a hippie smile. Yes, I know a good place where there is a cute little boy. Do you want to come with us later? Maya said with a smile. Shishio and Nana. The class wouldn't wait for the relationship of both Shishio and Nana to become better. They had a physical education class in the morning, so Shishio went to change his uniform with the other guys in the locker room. Shishio took off his clothes, but then USA and Takumi were amazed by his body. He noticed their glances and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. USA quickly shook his head. Oga, your body is amazing, right? How do you make it? Takumi asked while observing Shishio's body. Working out. Going to the gym, then you can naturally have a body like mine. Your body is thin, which makes it easier for you to build muscle, Shishio said simply. Really? Takumi was surprised, and when he thought that he had a body like Shishio, then wouldn't he become popular? Really? Shishio nodded without hesitation since he told the truth. Takumi and USA had skinny bodies, and with such a body, it would be very easy for them to form muscle like abs on their stomach. But, looking at two simple guys, who started to imagine themselves becoming popular with a muscular body, he could only shake his head and patted their backs. You can dream later. Let's go. Takumi and USA blushed at this moment but then quickly chased after Shishio. Wait, Oga. 2x. In the female locker room, Nana was thinking about what she should do at this moment since she just didn't know, and there was no way that she could consult her problem to both Maya and Mako since she was sure that both of them would say that she was wrong, but it was her feeling. She knew that it wasn't his fault, but she just couldn't help it, and she also didn't expect that it would be so painful just to love someone, especially when she wasn't chosen. Say, Nana, what's wrong? Maya asked with concern. Just what happened? Did that bastard hurt you? Mako asked directly with a frown. Nothing. Nana shook her head and said with a smile, you don't need to worry. Anyway, the class is going to start soon. Let's go. She had finished changing her uniform and quickly pulled her two friends out together. Maya and Mako could only sigh helplessly. The three of them walked out from the changing room, and they happened to meet Shishio, Takumi, and USA. Nana. Shishio quickly called Nana out, but when Maya and Mako noticed Shishio, they quickly snorted and pulled Nana away from him. Shishio looked at the three girls and thought that he should slap their butts later. What's wrong? Takumi asked in wonder. He knew how close the relationship between Shishio and Nana was, so he wondered why they seemed to be in a fight. Your relationship with Sunoara-san was still pretty good yesterday, right? We played in the arcade together, after all, USA said with wonder. What? Have you played in the arcade? Why didn't you invite me? I want to play too. Tegami felt that he had been betrayed, and he was in tears at this moment, wondering why he was being left out. USA wasn't sure what to say and quickly looked at Shishio. Shishio looked at USA helplessly and patted Tegami's shoulder gently. Sorry, yesterday as part of the club activity, and our advisor teacher was also there. So if we'd invite you, who isn't part of the club, then what do you think will happen? Our teacher might feel that we're quite irresponsible, right? Well. Tegami nodded and felt that what Shishio was saying was the truth. There are still a lot of chances to go together in the future. We can go to karaoke or something together, Shishio said without thinking. Good. If you come, then the girls will also come too. Tegami said without hesitation in a smile. This guy. Looking at Tegami, Shishio felt that this guy was quite smart, right? The students started to gather together on the field, but Shishio didn't expect to see Futaba among the group of students. However, it wasn't that surprising, considering two classes would do the PE class together. He also saw a guy with lifeless eyes near Futaba, but he didn't feel surprised, considering how the friendship between the two would be formed naturally. However, rather than thinking about Futaba, it was better to think about how to handle Nana. Futaba also noticed Shishio, and she wasn't sure what to do, but when she saw him smiling at her, greeting her with a nod, she also nodded hurriedly. Futaba, you know Oga-san. Futaba turned and saw a guy that she asked randomly. She was an outcast in class, and a loner, which was why she didn't hesitate to talk with another loner in her class, and that was how they knew each other. So she looked at him and asked, you know him, Azuzagawa? The guy's name was Azuzagawa Sakuta, and he was in the same class as Futaba. Similarly, he was also an outcast, but unlike Futaba, who rejected everyone since it was her comfort zone, the reason why he became one was that his middle school classmate spread a rumor about him who had beaten up several high school students during his middle school time when in truth, an accident happened and made him needed to stay in the hospital. However, even if the rumor was wrong, he didn't try to fight it since he knew how useless it was to fight against the atmosphere, especially when he saw the rejection on their faces at that time. But even if Sakuta was an outcast, he couldn't help but sigh, and there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes when he saw Shishio. Isn't that obvious? The girls in the class are talking about him all the time. Even if I don't want to, I'll know him. Well, that's true. Futaba nodded perfunctorily, but then, she raised her eyebrow when she saw Shishio talking with a girl from his class. Looking at Futaba, Sakuta could only shake his head since he felt that it would be tough for her to become Shishio's girlfriend, considering how many girls had always been beside Shishio. Still, he also understood now why Shishio was very popular. Oga-kun. Shishio turned his head and saw Nanami. Aoyama-san. Thank you for the onigiris before. Nanami bowed her head lightly and thanked Shishio. I'll wash the bento box later before I return it to you. You don't need to think too much. You also don't need to wash it, Shishio said helplessly, wondering why the people in this country love to bow their heads that much. No, I can't do that. Nanami shook her head. Then she asked, by the way, Oga-kun, can I ask you a question? What's wrong? Shishio asked. Are you fighting with Sunoera-san? Nanami asked in doubt since she saw both Shishio and Nana didn't talk much after she came to the class. Usually, she would see them flirting with each other, so when she saw them in silence, she felt that it was strange and couldn't get used to it for a while, but she wondered whether she was a bad girl since she felt slightly happy. Why do you ask? Shishio asked. No, nothing, I was just wondering what was happening. Nanami said in a low voice and lowered her head slightly. You have helped me after all, so I have thought to help you if you have trouble. Hearing Nanami's words, Shishio was a bit surprised, but then he noticed Sorita, who was glancing at both of them while gritting their teeth, then he also noticed Nana, who was looking at him. So he also looked at her and smiled at her. Nana was stunned and blushed before she quickly looked away and snorted. Shishio shook his head and looked at Nanami again. You don't need to worry, Aoyama-san. She just loves to play a game from time to time. Game? Nanami tilted her head and felt confused. Well, you don't need to think too much for now. By the way, how is your voice acting school? I'm a bit curious about it, Shishio said and changed the subject of the conversation. Still, he was really curious about the voice acting industry since, unlike in his country, the voice acting in this country was very well developed after all. Oh. Are you interested in voice acting, Oga-kun? Let me tell you that. Nanami nodded and told Shishio about the various matters regarding the voice acting school with a smile, showing how excited she was. Listening to Nanami's story, Shishio had to admit that Sorita was quite lucky to have Nanami fall for him in the original story. As for now, he wasn't sure since he hadn't confirmed Nanami's feelings. Still, he felt that Nanami might have forgotten Sorita now, which was a great thing. 177, if you don't stop him, then everyone's heart will be. Even though Nana didn't want to talk with Shishio, she still looked at him from time to time, and her teeth felt quite itchy when she saw him talking with Nanami chummily, but she noticed him smiling at her so suddenly, which made her blush and look away. Once again, Nana knew that she was being teased at this moment, which somehow made her both annoyed and jumpy at the same time, feeling slightly nostalgic for what they often did for the past week together. But such a day. It might not happen again. Maya and Mako looked at Nana and couldn't help but sigh. They hadn't fallen in love with someone, but they knew how troublesome it was. If Nana was falling for an average guy, then it might be easy for Nana to make this guy fall, but the one who Nana had fallen with was a demon king, who even almost slain both of them too. Maya and Mako also looked at him, who talked with Nanami chummily and couldn't help but grit their teeth since this guy was working differently from how normal men were. If it was normal men, then they would be confused and would do anything to make the girl forgive them, but this guy didn't even apologize and even talked with a beautiful girl chummily as if nothing happened. Still, they didn't really know what was happening between Nana and Shishio and what made Nana ignore him. So, Nana, why don't you tell us what is happening? Maya asked. Yeah, I'm not even sure why you're annoyed, Mako also asked with wonder. Nana looked at her two friends and knew that they were worried about her, but... Let me calm down a bit. I'll talk with you two tomorrow. She only heard the news yesterday, and she still just couldn't believe it since yesterday they were talking happily, and she even talked to take him together. Still, suddenly that partner had left her behind the dust and betrayed her directly. It made her depressed when she thought about it, and at the same time, she also felt that he was betraying her. You told me to wait. Nana hugged her own thigh and hid her face there since she didn't want anyone to see her face at that moment. Maya and Mako looked at each other and nodded. They didn't really know what had happened, but they could wait for tomorrow since they cared more about their friend's condition. Sorita looked at Nanami and Shishio, who talked happily to each other and felt that his teeth were very itchy at that moment. Even though he knew that his relationship with Nanami was only a friend, seeing her close with a guy chummily made him very uncomfortable at that moment. Alright, everyone gathers together. The guy will have a football match. Hurry up. Suddenly the PE teacher shouted, calling everyone to gather together, and organized the football match between the two classes. Football. When Sorita heard that the PE class would do a football match, he couldn't help but feel quite excited. He knew that, unlike everyone in his class, he was the only one with football experience since he had joined the football club in middle school. So even though his skill wasn't good, he still had experience, and he felt that he should be better than most of his classmates, especially Shishio. Football, hey. Shishio didn't expect to have a football match in PE class. He then thought about the football mastery that he had gotten a few days ago. With this ability, he could do various football techniques, whether it was shooting, tackling, blocking, passing, dribbling, receiving, etc., and directly became the best football player in this world. Shishio looked at his opponents and couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for them since he felt like he was bullying a group of children. All guys in Shishio's class gathered together to discuss what position they would be in the football match, but before that... Oga, what position do you want? Tegami asked. Forward, Shishio said without hesitation and talked with everyone about their position. They nodded and talked about their positions one by one. After all, they weren't that knowledgeable about football besides the rules, so they didn't think too much about their positions. As for Shishio, who chose a forward, they also didn't think too much and didn't complain, or rather, it might be because of the reserved nature of the people in this country. They didn't really want the forward position since that position was the center of attention. It might also be because of his leadership position in the class that they followed him unconditionally. Kanda-kun, what about you? Shishio asked. Even though Sorita was eager to show his skill, he started to become indecisive again. Kanda has experience in the football club in middle school, so it's better to give him the forward position, Daiichi, who was Sorita's friend, said. Oh. Shishio was surprised, then looked at Sorita and asked, is that alright, Kanda-kun? Yes. In the end, Sorita nodded and agreed but felt slightly uncomfortable. Looking at the indecisive Sorita, Shishio didn't think too much about whether there was Sorita or not since their class would win as long as there was him. Then everything has been decided. Let's go, Shishio said. Everyone cheered loudly. When the boys had a football match, the girls were on their own doing tennis in a group, but they couldn't focus when they saw Shishio was on the field. Unlike the 1-1 class where they could see Shishio every day, the 1-2 class couldn't see him every day, which was why when they saw him standing on the field, they couldn't focus on their exercise, watching him from the side. As for the PE teacher, he also didn't think too much since he was more focused on the football match between the boys. Looking at the girls' reaction, the boys from the 1-2 class couldn't help but grit their teeth since Shishio had stolen the attention of all the girls in their class. Damn. I have heard it before, but I didn't expect that his popularity would be this high. Is this guy really a human? Some of the guys were very annoyed since their girlfriends seemingly also gawk at Shishio. Hey, let's teach him in this match. Suddenly one guy proposed, but everyone who heard his words nodded without hesitation. Sakuta, who was at the defender position, could only shake his head when everyone seemingly wanted to teach Shishio a lesson in this football match, feeling childish by their act. He then looked at his only male friend in the class and asked, "How about you, Kunimai?" Yuuma Kunimai was Sakuta's only friend and the only person who didn't care about the rumor regarding Sakuta's matter. "Well, I don't think too much, but I don't want to lose in this match." "Well, that's true." Sakuta nodded. Even though he felt that everyone was a bit childish, he also didn't want his class to lose. "Sakuta, how about you use this chance to join a sports club?" Yuuma asked. "No way, I don't like being in sweat." Sakuta refused without hesitation. Yuuma only laughed then patted Sakuta's back. "Well, protect the goal. I'll score for our class later." "All right, do your best, striker," Sakuta said with a smile. Yuuma nodded, then looked at Shishio, and somehow he didn't want to lose. Shishio and Sorita were in the middle position since they were in the forward position. Shishio could see that the boys in the opposite class seemed to look at him, and he couldn't help but feel amused by them. He then looked at Sorita, who was nervous and couldn't help but shake his head. "Kanda-kun, just pass the ball to me." Sorita was startled, but he nodded regardless. After all, he could see the hostile expression of the boys from the opposite class, which made him very nervous. Then without waiting any more, the PE class blew the whistle and started the match. Sorita quickly passed the ball to Shishio, and when it happened, 3 guys from the opposite team quickly ran toward Shishio's direction. When it happened, the girls in the 1-1 class couldn't help but feel nervous, and they wanted to curse the guys on the opposite team for being shameless, ganging Shishio alone. Even Nana, Maya, and Meiko forgot that they were angry at him and quickly forgot about that matter since they were worried about Shishio at that moment. The guys from the opposite team wanted to make Shishio look lame in front of everyone, so they had decided to gang on him. Still, when they were about to gang him up, they saw him kick the ball up and could only see a ball that was shot on parabola trajectory on the top of their heads. When they saw the ball landed on the ground, Shishio quickly dribbled the ball alone toward the opposite team area. Shishio's movement was very smooth, and he was very fast. When everyone was dumbfounded, Shishio had already left the 3 players behind. "Stop him! Hurry up and stop him!" Kunimai, who saw Shishio that had escaped, quickly ran after him to stop him. He didn't hesitate to give him a tackle, but he was dumbfounded when he saw Shishio jump and smoothly escape from his tackle. "What?" Shishio continued to run toward the goal, and when a group of defenders gathered in front of him, he didn't hesitate to shoot the ball. Sakuta was also among them, but he opened his eyes wide when he saw a ball was moving closer toward him. Luckily, the ball didn't hit him and moved sideways. Boom! When the ball was shot, the group of defenders could only stop and watch the ball that entered the penalty area and seemingly moved away from the goal. Everyone felt relieved, but suddenly someone noticed the change in the trajectory of the ball. The ball spun, and it made a boomerang-like movement, moving toward the direction of the goal. Curl ball. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the curl ball in this PE class. If it was a professional match, then without a doubt, it would receive a lot of cheers, and they wouldn't feel surprised, but it happened in the match between students. Then everyone could only stand there, watching the ball enter the goal, without being able to do anything. Boom! The ball entered the goal and spun into the net for a while before landing on the ground. Everyone quickly turned toward Shishio, who had turned and walked away as if this result were inevitable. "Oga-kun! Amazing!" The girls were very excited and cheered his name loudly. Hearing the girls' cheers, Nana, Meiko, and Maya, the 3 of them had to admit that even though they were a bit angry at this guy, Shishio was very handsome. Nanamai was also amazed and also felt happy when she saw him score the goal. The guys from the 1-2 class could only lower their heads at this moment. "Amazing, Oga-kun!" Tegami, USA, and the rest of his classmates were dumbfounded, but then they also cheered since they had scored 1 goal. Sorita's expression was very complex at that moment, and his stomach felt hurt. Once again, he felt the jealousy swirling on his stomach again. Then the game started once again, and it started from the opposite team, but Shishio easily intercepted it, and he moved once again, scoring the goal again alone. If it happened once, then they didn't think too much, but it happened thrice. After that, the 1-2 class team couldn't fight back, and their goal had been scored 3 times by Shishio. His third goal was also very special. He did a bicycle kick by missing his target deliberately, caused it to hit the goalpost, bounce it back, and then score a goal. The girls were crazy, and as for the guys, they knew that they weren't on the same level now. The 1-2 class team had lost their will to fight, and the PE teacher quickly stopped Shishio. "Stop, Stop! Oga-kun, stop! Don't play anymore! Don't hurt them any more than this! He shouted loudly, afraid that Shishio wouldn't hear him. Looking at the team of the 1-2 class, then looked at Shishio, he couldn't help but sigh and knew that if he didn't stop Shishio, then he had a feeling that the hearts of the team from the 1-2 class would be shattered at this moment and they might not be able to stand up anymore. 178, in front of a common enemy, everyone will work together. Shishio stopped then looked at his PE teacher. Should I stop now, Nishikata-sensei? Yes, come here. They're not at your level. You're bullying them, Nishikata said bitterly. Shishio shrugged his shoulders, didn't think too much, and walked out from the field relaxedly. Well, Tegami, USA, good luck. He was sure that the boys from the 1-2 class would attack them aggressively when he left. Tegami and USA nodded, but they didn't think that they would lose, considering they had won 3 goals because of Shishio. So with 3 different points, they wouldn't lose, right? Shishio walked to Nishikata and said helplessly, Sensei, I just want to play. What do you mean by bullying? I'm only a single player, after all. How can I bully them? Nishikata. Well, just sit down and rest. I'll give you a perfect mark on your PE class later, Nishikata said with a sigh. Thanks, Sensei. Shishio nodded with a smile, then asked, Nishikata-sensei, are you married? I'm married. What's wrong? Nishikata asked in wonder. Shishio looked at Nishikata and somehow remembered who this guy was, and at the same time, he was wondering whether he could see his wife in the future. Well, you've told me to stop playing, the girls are doing an exercise, and I don't have someone to talk to, so accompany me to talk with, Sensei. Nishikata had never seen such a brazen student in his entire experience as a teacher, but well, it wasn't a bad idea to talk with him. Say, Oga-kun, where have you learned football? Brazil. Shishio. While Shishio and Nishikata talked to each other, the 1-1 class players were being attacked aggressively by the players from the 1-2 class. Without Shishio, the students from the 1-1 class couldn't do anything since they didn't have much experience in football. Even Sorita, who had some share of experience in a football club during his middle school, was being abused directly by players from the 1-2 class. After all, even though Sorita had experience, he was only a reserve player. He also stopped in the middle because he couldn't become better and couldn't see the future, which led him to lose a passion for it, so even if he had some experience, his skill was also so-so. He was far from good, adding to the fact that his body was quite rusty since he hadn't moved it for a while. He was simply being toyed directly with all the players from the 1-2 class team. Kanda, how many times have you lost the ball? Score the ball, Kanda. Looking at Sorita, who had lost his ball several times, the 1-1 class players became annoyed and shouted angrily. Sorita could only grit his teeth and felt regret for playing the forward position, but there was nothing he could do besides endure the abuse. The 1-2 class players didn't care what the players from the 1-1 class were thinking. Shishio had abused them, and when Shishio wasn't on the field, it was their time to abuse them, so after a moment of confrontation, they had scored a goal. Goal. The players from the 1-2 class were so happy when they scored a goal and even did a huge celebration since the feeling of being abused by Shishio was excruciating, so when they could abuse the players from the 1-1 class, they were thrilled so happily that they danced together. Even Sakuta, who was a loner, also happily hugged his teammate since he felt happy when he saw that his team had scored the goal. Shishio's terror scared him to death, including the rest of the teams, so they were full of happiness when they scored the goal. Sport has always been the best way to develop friendship, even if everyone is on bad terms as long as they can achieve something, they'll be delighted and become friendly. Yesterday's enemy is today's friend. Facing the common enemy was the best way for everyone to work together, so at this moment, the players from the 1-2 class were working hard to abuse the 1-1 class who had abused them earlier, especially when the demon wasn't here. Kanda. Everyone was furious. Sorita really regretted choosing the forward position now. He glanced at Shishio, who talked with Nishikata-sensei happily, and couldn't help but grit his teeth, wondering why there was such a huge difference between them. Shishio knew that the 1-2 class was abusing his classmates, but he didn't think too much. It was better to close his relationship with Nishikata-sensei since he might be able to meet both his wife and daughter in the future. Still, he didn't have a bad intention since what he wanted to do was just to get a reward since he was sure that both Nishikata's wife and daughter would give him a reward. Even though Shishio said that he couldn't be dependent on the system, he had a system, so it would be too stupid if he didn't use it well, right? My daughter is so cute, right? See? Nishikata said happily, showing the photo of her daughter. Yes, I can see a lot of similarities between you and your daughter, Sensei. Her cuteness might be inherited by your handsomeness, Sensei, Shishio said with a smile. Really? Haha. Nishikata laughed happily, hearing Shishio's praise. Looking at Nishikata, Shishio thought that this guy was too simple, right? Somehow Shishio understood why Nishikata had always been teased by his wife now. The football match between the 1-1 class and the 1-2 class continued, and the 1-2 had scored 3 goals, turning the match into a draw. The cheerful mood of players in the 1-1 class had long disappeared, and there was only desperation and shame since the 3 scores difference had disappeared, and they could do nothing besides being beaten up by the players in the 1-2 class. Some of the girls also ended their exercise and came to the side of the field to watch the football match between the 2 classes. Shishio also stopped talking with Nishikata and talked with Nanami and her friends. He had to admit that Nanami's friends were quite cute, and all of them were good girls. Unfortunately, they couldn't trigger his system. Nanami and her friends talked with Shishio happily since it was enjoyable to talk with him. They talked about many things, from random things to the football match between the 1-1 and 1-2 class since they could see that their class was at a disadvantage. The girls wondered how they could lose, even though Shishio had given them 3 goals before, which made them feel a bit helpless. Shishio didn't talk with Nana, Maya, and Meiko. After all, they would ignore him, so he didn't bother to talk with them. In his mind, trying to get a girl was like fishing. Fishing a fish wasn't as simple as throwing the bait into the sea, then pulling the string, and you would get the fish. There were many techniques included, including letting loose the string to let the fish tire out the fish. What he was doing now was letting Nana's emotions brew and tiring her out before he pulled her and caught her in the net in one swoop like fishing. Shishio knew Nana's feelings toward him, and he knew that even though she felt betrayed when she knew that he had confessed to Saki, it was still far from hate, but even if she hated him, he knew how to make her love him again after all. Love and hate were one side of the same coin, and being hated was also several times better than being forgotten. It was also the reason why bad men were very popular among girls. Even if they had hit the girl and some of them had an abusive relationship, the girl would still stick to the man, even if there was a kind and good man who would be with her. There had never been a case of bad men being dumped by girls because of a good guy. Rather they were being dumped by girls because other bad men stole those girls. In girls' physiology, they thought those bad men might be bad toward the rest, but they were the only kind toward them. That's what made them crazy. It was also the reason why the good guy had never been popular since what the good guy had always been doing was an ass kisser. But, of course, an ass kisser had never been popular with a girl. Rather, most girls would use the good guy as their wallet, making the good guys buy and treat them with various things. Girls loved someone who could shake their emotions from happy, sad, longing, hate, and various other emotions rather than someone who would give them plain happiness. Of course, there had always been an exception, but the number of this exception was quite small, and even if there was one, they might not be beautiful. Shishio knew this, and that was why he talked with Nanami since it was useless to talk with Nana now, but he kept glancing at Nana from time to time and could see that Nana was gritting her teeth. Shishio knew what he was doing might be bad, but he wouldn't talk to Nana for now since he really didn't know why they were talking about the matter of confession so suddenly. Shishio didn't understand what was happening, so before that, he needed to confirm this matter to Saki first. When Sorita was being abused by the 1-2 class players, he saw Shishio, who was talking happily with Nanami, which made his stomach become more uncomfortable. He was so jealous at that moment, and his emotions were very hard to control, but he didn't dare to do anything to Shishio, nor dared to ask Nanami about the relationship between them since he was afraid to know the truth. Kanda! Go score the goal! Sorita was passed the ball suddenly by his teammate, but he, who was in deep thought, was startled and couldn't focus, so he kicked the ball directly toward the Shishio and Nanami, but... Kanda, are you stupid? Sorita's teammates were furious when they saw Sorita shoot the ball randomly. Sorita didn't hear their complaint, but his heart skipped, and his heartbeat moved so fast since he was afraid that the ball would hit Shishio or Nanami, or rather, he wanted it to hit Shishio. Still, his shooting skill deteriorated, and it was terrible, so the ball that he kicked turned to the side toward the group of girls. Be careful! The guys quickly shouted toward the group of girls who gathered together, and the ball was about to hit one of the girls among the group. Kya! The girl couldn't react when they saw a ball that was about to hit her. However, suddenly someone appeared in front of the girl, caught the ball with his feet, juggling it a bit on his feet, before he kicked the ball directly toward the goal. Boom! The ball entered the 1-2 class's goal directly. Shishio was talking nearby with Nanami and her friends, but he stopped when he saw Sorita kicking the ball toward the group of girls. He quickly stopped the ball and scored another goal, even though he knew that this goal wouldn't be counted. He then turned and asked, "Are you all right?" He looked at a girl with shoulder-length reddish-brown hair and gold eyes, who seemed to be a bit scared since the ball almost hit her. "Ah, yes, thank you, Oga-kun," the girl said softly with a blush on her face. Shishio was quite surprised and observed the girl closely and remembered that this girl should be Saki Kamisato, the girlfriend of Yuu Makunami. If some of you were clueless about Yuu Makunami, then he was the only male friend of the main character of Seishun Butayara. "It's good that you're all right," Shishio said and didn't stare at her for a long time since it was too rude, but even if he stared at her for a long time, he felt that it should be all right. He then looked at Sorita and shouted, "Kanda-kun, you should watch where you shot the ball next time, or you would hurt someone." Hearing Shishio's words, the group of girls who consoled Saki Kamisato, who was scared because of almost being hit by the ball, glared at Sorita together. Still, they then didn't care about Sorita that much since they knew that it was their chance to talk with Shishio. Sorita. Shishio saw the situation had become troublesome, so he quickly escaped. "Sorry, my friends are waiting for me." He quickly returned to Nanami's side, but suddenly she heard a loud cry from Maya and Mako from the tennis field. "Nana! 2x." Shishio quickly turned and walked away from Nanami, quickly running toward Nana since Nana was more important. 179, Graduation. The more Nana saw Shishio talking with Nanami while ignoring her, the more annoyed she was. Even though she was the one who didn't want to talk with him before, when she saw him didn't seem to care about her, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Her feelings were very contradictory, and it was also the reason why she released all of her frustration by hitting the tennis wall with a ball. Bam, bam, bam. The ball that was hit on the wall became stronger and stronger, causing a deafening sound, which caused both Maya and Mako to be speechless and had already given up on becoming Nana's opponents since they knew that it was impossible to defeat Nana, considering her athletic ability was very good. "Nana, calm down. Yeah, we can go to karaoke later and sing all the songs you want." Maya and Mako tried to calm Nana down, but Nana didn't seem to hear their voices and kept glancing at Shishio until she saw him save a girl from the 1-2 class. Of course, Maya and Mako also saw it, and they were speechless when another girl seemed to fall for that bastard again. The corner of Nana's mouth twitched, and it might be because she lost her focus that when she chased after the ball, the position on one of her feet was quite weird before. "It hurts." Nana fell down on the ground, letting go of the racket in her hand, holding her ankle in pain. "Nana. 2x." Maya and Mako quickly helped Nana, but they were at a loss what to do since they didn't really have experience at first aid. "Let me check her foot for a bit." "Hey. 2x." Maya and Mako quickly turned and looked at Shishio, who appeared beside them. Shishio didn't wait for them to respond and checked Nana's foot and ankle. Checking her feet and ankle, he knew instantly what had happened to her since he had orthopedic mastery. Looking at Shishio, who had a serious expression, Maya and Mako stopped their mouths and didn't say anything. After all, the image of Shishio on their minds was someone who could do many things, so they knew that he might have knowledge regarding first aid. Still, they had to admit that his serious expression was so handsome. "What the hell are you thinking about?" Maya and Mako quickly shook their heads and remembered that this guy had made their best friend feel sad, so they needed to ignore him, but they could do that later since they were worried about their best friend. "What's wrong?" Nishikata, who heard the scream, also quickly came, feeling worried and wondering what was happening. "She has sprained her ankle," Shishio said with a frown. Nana looked at Shishio and couldn't help but feel warm when she saw him showing care toward her, but then she remembered that he had confessed to Saki, so she quickly ignored him again, looking away, feeling depressed again. However, "Sensei, I'll bring her to the infirmary," Shishio said and smoothly carried Nana in his arms. "Wah!" Nana was startled, and her tan skin quickly turned red when she was suddenly being carried on his arms. What are you doing? Let me ouch. Ouch. It hurts." When she tried to move away from Shishio, she moved her legs wildly, which caused her to feel the pain in her sprained ankle. "What? You don't want me to carry you this way? Do you want me to carry you like a rice sack?" Shishio asked and was about to move Nana's position, but she quickly stopped him and glared at him since she didn't want to be carried like a rice sack. Looking at Nana, Shishio smiled and said, "Just stay still, all right." This time Nana became docile and lowered her head shyly since the damage that was caused by Shishio's smile was too lethal for her. "Then Sensei, I'll bring her to the infirmary first," Shishio said and left. Oh. Nishikata was startled and quickly nodded. Then, somehow when he was looking at Shishio and Nana, he recalled his relationship with his wife when he often teased her, on his dream. "Oh, youth." He shook his head, then looked at everyone who seemed to stop and stared at Shishio and Nana, especially the girls, staring at Nana enviously. "What are you doing? Hurry up and continue your class." If Nishikata was single, then he might be jealous of Shishio's popularity, but he had a lovely wife and daughter, so what should he be jealous about? However, Nishikata didn't know that Shishio had targeted both his daughter and wife before they even met each other. Nana, who was being carried by Shishio in his arms at that moment, felt that her heartbeat was moving very fast, and her face was flushed. Still, she was annoyed when she saw that she was so calm, and what made her even more annoyed was that this guy had never said anything. Why didn't you say anything?" Nana asked while looking away, trying to hide her blush. "Didn't you say that you don't want to talk with me?" Shishio asked. "Nana. Nana then snorted at him and looked away. She was still under the campaign of ignoring him, so she decided not to say anything to whatever he would say from now on. But Nana might forget about her decision later. Shishio was amused by Nana's reaction and asked, "So, are you ready to talk with me?" Nana became gloomy after she heard Shishio's words since it reminded her of her conversation with Saki last night, but then, she was wondering whether what Saki had told her was the truth or not. After all, she still remembered her conversation with Shishio before. When she almost kissed him at that time, he told her to wait, and she decided to wait for him, and she didn't think that he would be lying, so she wanted to confirm from his mouth whether he really had confessed to Saki or not. "Well, for now, your ankle is more important. Let's talk after the infirmary teacher gives you first aid," Shishio said. Nana nodded and thought that the infirmary might be a good place to talk since the number of people in that place wasn't that much, so she could ask this hard-to-ask question. The location of the infirmary wasn't that far, but there was still a considerable distance. Luckily, everyone was in the class at that moment, or else they would become the center of the attention since Shishio carried her in his arms, but frankly, he didn't care much about everyone's thoughts. However, being in a quiet or rowdy environment, the choice was quite obvious, right? Shishio and Nana didn't say anything, but this silence wasn't bad. They enjoyed this moment, but when they enjoyed their moment, the time always moved so fast since they had arrived at the infirmary. "Can you help me to open the door, Nana?" Shishio asked. Nana opened the door. Shishio also quickly entered and asked, "Teacher." Then, he looked around and saw that the infirmary was empty. Shishio let out a sigh and couldn't help since he also understood that it was very rare for someone to enter the infirmary, so it was quite normal for the teacher inside not to be in place. So he looked around and saw a curtain that covered one of the beds along with a pair of shoes on below, clearly knowing that there was someone who was resting there, and from the shape of the shoes, and thought the gap of the curtain, he could see someone who was resting on one of the beds was a girl, and a beautiful one at that, but it wasn't the time to observe that pair of beautiful feet. His observation was only for a moment, so Nana didn't know what Shishio was observing. "The teacher isn't here," Shishio said. "Then what should we do?" Nana asked with a frown since her ankle was quite hurt. "I'll take care of you. So you don't need to worry," Shishio said. Nana felt complicated, blushing, but sad at the same time, since if Shishio really confessed to Saki, then she might not be able to enjoy this moment again. Shishio then put Nana on the chair gently and said, "Wait here." Nana nodded, then looked at Shishio, who was grabbing many things from the infirmary shelf and wondering where he had learned knowledge of the first aid. Shishio then squatted down, holding Nana's ankle gently, and said, "Bear it for a moment. It'll hurt a bit." Nana nodded, but then when her shoes were taken out, she flinched, but then she was dumbfounded when she saw how skillfully Shishio was taking care of her sprained ankle before wrapping that ankle with a bandage. "Where have you learned this knowledge?" "I learned from the orthopedic doctor in my neighborhood in Kyoto," Shishio said. "You sure learn a lot of things in Kyoto." Nana was speechless and wondering how this guy learned a lot of things about Kyoto. "So, can you tell me? Why are you angry at me?" Shishio asked sincerely, holding her hands gently, turning his eyes upward, staring at her eyes. Nana was stunned, but then she bit her lower lips, trying to calm her emotion. "Did you really confess to Saki-senpai? Did you learn it from Saki?" Shishio asked. "Did you?" Nana's emotion almost exploded at this moment, feeling betrayed by him. "Yes." Shishio nodded without hesitation, but then he saw that Nana was about to slap him. Of course, he wasn't surprised by the slap since he was a scumbag, and he needed to be slapped, but he didn't want to. Shishio quickly caught Nana's hand and stopped her from slapping him. Nana's eyes were already full of tears, and she used her other hand to slap him again, showing how angry she was. Shishio quickly caught her hand again and held both of them tightly. "Bastard! Why did you block it? You have betrayed me. You have told me to wait, but you betrayed me. Let me slap you!" Nana roared while crying. "Calm down. There's someone here," Shishio said, trying to calm Nana down. "I don't care. Why is it her? Why is it not me? Why did you choose her?" Nana's emotion couldn't be controlled, and it exploded directly. She had been waiting for him, she had been anticipating being together with him, she even sacrificed herself to accept another girl so she could be together with him, but in the end, she was betrayed by him, and he confessed to the other girl. If possible, Nana wanted to congratulate him and told both of them to be happy, but she couldn't. She had fallen so deeply for him, especially when she told him to wait, but... "It's all your fault. Why was it so fun with you? Why do you make me want not to lose you? Just why?" Nana was about to shout, asking him why Shishio had betrayed her, but suddenly her eyes were wide open since her lips were kissed. Nana wanted to slap him again, but in the end, her hands were loosened, wrapped them around his neck so they could be closer to each other, enjoying this kiss, with tears dripped from her eyes. Shishio. 180, I'm not impatient. In the infirmary room, the girl was lying on the bed while watching the ceiling absent-mindedly. She had been in this school for a year, but she didn't have anyone, and she was treated like air by everyone, so she often stayed on the infirmary all the time since whether she was in the class or not, no one really cared much. The girl was wondering about her future until she heard someone enter the infirmary, and from their voices, she could hear that they were both male and female. She didn't say anything and quietly listened, but the more she listened, the more she felt curious and a bit jealous. She was curious who those two people were since she could tell that they were probably a couple, and their conversation was quite interesting, and she was jealous since she was alone while they were together. Boyfriend, hey. The girl shook her head slightly, but then she started when she heard the shout from the girl. Hearing the cry and the shout from the girl that had entered the infirmary with the boy before, she could tell that they were in the argument. The argument became bigger and bigger, and the girl could tell that the boy on the infirmary confessed to the other girl, and this girl couldn't accept it. So, subconsciously, she changed her position to see them better since she was curious, but then she was dumbfounded when she saw the boy kiss the girl. What? The girl's face blushed and quickly hid away. She couldn't see the faces of the two since they were kissing each other, but she remembered their features and thought to see who they were later. The moment Shishio heard the announcement from the system, he sighed inwardly, but he knew that he couldn't be indecisive anymore. Of course, he wanted to wait until he had finished his story, then he would settle everything with everyone, but he knew that there would always be an unexpected problem with the process, and to solve that problem, he needed to do this. With uncontrolled emotion, there was no way to stop Nana with words, so Shishio decided to kiss her to shut her mouth and let her know his feeling toward her. Her lips are soft. Shishio knew that there was no turning back, and all he could do was to move forward. However, he had to admit that her lips were so soft, and it tasted like strawberries somehow. Shishio and Nana kissed each other for a moment before they parted their lips. Nana didn't say anything. Her eyes were blurry, looking at Shishio. As I have said before, I would be the one who took yours, not the other way around, Shishio said while wiping the tears on Nana's eyes gently with his thumb. Nana was shy, and her face was so red at that moment, but she just loved this moment. Are you satisfied? Shishio asked. Hearing those words, Nana felt conflicted and asked, is this how you are going to say goodbye to me? No. Shishio shook his head and said, I have told you that I'm not a good man, and I have told you to wait, but in the end, I have confessed to Saki. I have betrayed you, but I don't want to give up on you. I know that it might sound cheap in my mouth, considering my situation, but I want you, Nana. Nana blushed and lowered her head shyly by his sudden confession, but then she looked at Shishio for a while and asked, what about Saki? I'll date her too, Shishio said without hesitation. Nana and the girl who eavesdropped on them. Nana gritted her teeth and wanted to punch this guy somehow. You have a right to get angry at me, and you can also punch me later since I know what I ask you is something that you might not be able to accept, but I won't give up to make you mine, Shishio said. Nana blushed lightly since, in truth, she could accept him to be together with different girls since she asked Saki to date him yesterday, but she couldn't say that now. As you have said before, if we don't do well, then we'll part. If we do well, we'll be together, so give me a chance. Shishio held Nana's hands gently and said, give me a chance to prove that I can make you happy. Nana didn't want to blush, but she blushed again. She bit her lower lips and wanted to nod, but... Cough. Cough. Shishio and Nana. Shishio and Nana turned toward the bed that was covered by a curtain and only remembered that there was someone there. Shishio, of course, remembered, but he ignored this person, but he didn't expect this person to cause him trouble and caused the atmosphere to be a mess. However, he knew that it wasn't over yet since the infirmary's door was opened so suddenly. Nana. 2x. Maya and Mako quickly entered the infirmary together. Shishio. Are you alright, Nana? This guy hasn't done anything to you, right? Maya and Mako quickly moved forward and wanted to push Shishio away, but his body was so heavy that they couldn't shake him. Hey, don't get too close with Nana. Get away from Nana. Shishio sighed and said, let's go home together later and continue our conversation later, Nana. The seed was already planted, and he could do this later. But, more importantly, he wanted to meet Saki since he wanted to learn what was happening between Nana and Saki. He then glanced at both Maya and Mako and thought that he needed to teach both of them a lesson in the future. Maya and Mako seemed to notice Shishio's gaze, but they didn't fear him and even raised their chest proudly. Shishio. Shishio shook his head, then looked at Nana again. Should I help you get back to class? Before Nana gave a response. We can help her, Maya said. Yeah, you can leave her to us, Mako said. Shishio nodded and didn't think too much. Then I leave her in your care, Maya, Mako. 2x. Maya and Mako nodded, forgetting the fact that they were trying to act hostile toward Shishio. As for the girl who was on the bed at the infirmary, Shishio decided to ignore her since he also knew that it wasn't good for Nana to accept his confession because of the impulse, and if she would accept, he wanted her to fully accept their relationship since he knew that it was hard to accept his relationship with other girls. Looking at Shishio, who walked away, Nana felt complex. If he confessed to her alone and wanted her to become his girlfriend, she would accept it immediately, but it was different when he asked her to accept, sharing him with other girls. Even though she had invited Saki before, this and that was a different case since the one who took the initiative was Shishio, not her. Nana thought that she was hopeless before since she thought that Shishio had feelings for Mew, but that seemed not to be the case. So even though she felt a bit conflicted, she felt happy inside. What's wrong, Nana? Has the problem between you two been solved? Maya asked in wonder. So, have you two made up? Mako asked. Well, it was still hard to tell both Mako and Maya, but Nana had to admit that even though she might not be able to accept their Shotokan hobby, they were really great friends. She nodded and smiled. You don't need to worry. As for the girl on that cough before, she didn't care much since she was thinking about what Shishio would do when they went home together later. Then the three of them talked for a while and walked out from the infirmary. The bandage that was placed on her foot by Shishio caused Nana to feel better, and she could walk normally even though it was a bit hard and it was a bit hurt slightly. Luckily, there was both Maya and Mako beside her or else. In truth, she wanted him to carry her like before. However, the human heart was complex. Even though she wanted to, her mind was still preoccupied with what he had told her before. When Nana, Maya, and Mako left, the girl who was inside the bed couldn't help but shake her head when she listened to their conversation before. One boy, two girls. She really wondered who this bastard was who dared to date two girls simultaneously, but she didn't know that she might also be involved with this boy in the future. Shishio returned to his class as usual, and the PE class also ended naturally since he had counted the time. However, walking to the changing room, he could see that every guy seemed to be quite depressed. What's wrong, USA? Tegami. Hearing Shishio's voice, everyone was startled, and they didn't dare to look at him, feeling afraid like a child who had made a mistake in front of their parents. Ugh, we have lost, USA said with a sigh. If only some forward wasn't so useless, Tegami said and didn't even hide his contempt. Shishio glanced at Sorita, who also changed his clothes inside, and he could see that everyone seemed quite displeased by Sorita since this guy was a eunuch that couldn't score a single goal. He also felt a bit speechless when he heard the score was 4-3, and if he didn't score all 3 goals before, then he was sure that the result of everyone would be even miserable. Being a forward was good and cool, but it had a lot of responsibility, especially in the scoring. If the forward couldn't score a goal, of course, the team would be dissatisfied. Sorita didn't say anything, and all he wanted to get angry at everyone, but the stares of everyone made him very uncomfortable, but... Tegami, you shouldn't blame someone too much. If you lose, then lose. What's wrong with losing? Losing is also a great thing, Shishio said. Hey. They were dumbfounded when they heard Shishio's words. Shishio smiled and said, losing is a great thing since it teaches you how to win. You know where the mistake is, and next time you meet the 1-2 class, you should win. Yes. They nodded without hesitation, and they were very spirited at this moment. They lost today, but they knew why they had lost, so next time, they would win. Shishio thought that everyone was so simple at this moment. He then looked at Tegami and said, Tegami, why don't you join the football club? I can see that you have some talent. He had to admit that Tegami's talent on passing was very great, all of Tegami's passes were always on the spot, and it could be said that this guy was the ultimate support. Unfortunately, Sorita was a eunuch, and he couldn't score the goal, even though he had ultimate support that helped him. Really? Tegami was surprised, but then he was happy when he was being praised. After all, the one who praised him was Shishio, who dominated the entire football match before. Shishio nodded and whispered, you can even become popular this way. Tegami's eyes shone brightly, and he thought that it might be great to join the football club. With Shishio's words, the atmosphere returned to normal, and no one blamed anyone for the loss of their class. Shishio looked at Sorita and thought that this guy was too miserable, right? Shishio walked toward Sorita and patted his shoulder. Are you alright, Kanda-kun? Yes. Sorita said quickly and didn't expect Shishio to talk with him. I see, then I don't need to worry. Hurry up and change your clothes. The class has almost started, Shishio said and left. After all, he didn't really like Sorita, but it would be too cold if he didn't say anything since they were from the same dorm, so at least he needed to talk with him. In truth, he could say 1 or 2 motivational words, but he was too lazy to say it to Sorita, and he didn't want Sorita to stay in Sakurasu any longer if he really raised his spirit up, so it was better to not say anything. Looking at Shishio, who had left, Sorita knew that Shishio wasn't bad, but it was just, he was so jealous and envious of him. Sorita held his stomach, and somehow he wanted to leave Sakurasu as soon as possible, but when he thought about Shina and the thought that he might not be able to get close with her anymore when he moved, Sorita wasn't sure what to do. The class continued as usual, and Shishio and Nana didn't talk much, or rather, it would be wrong if they could talk to each other so naturally like before after what had happened, so rather than forcing each other to talk, it was better to wait after school when they could talk to each other better. Shishio spent his time quietly reading a book and suddenly heard the sound of a ringing bell, telling him that it was time for the break. He was about to have lunch, but then he noticed a familiar pigeon blue ponytail swaying around, seemingly nervous, watching in his direction, showing hesitation and nervousness. Shishio wasn't in a hurry to meet her, but it seemed the other party was so impatient to meet him. 181, can I invite you for lunch? 2. When the bell rang, Shishio knew that it was time for the break, and he thought to meet Saki, but he didn't expect her to come to his class. He was about to approach her, but… Oga-kun. Shishio, who hadn't moved from his seat, looked at Nanami, who called him out. What's wrong, Aoyama-san? Even though Nana didn't talk to Shishio, she still cared about him, so when she saw Nanami suddenly call him out, she felt curious and wondered what was happening. Nanami was a bit embarrassed and said, thank you for the onigiris before. After I have washed the bento box, I'll return it to you. Nana raised her eyebrow. You don't need to think too much. I'm only doing what everyone will do in that situation. Shishio shook his head and said, you can return the bento box to me directly without washing it, though. No, I can't do that. Nanami shook her head and felt that it was too rude if she didn't wash the bento box. Well, if you say so. However, what do you think of an onigiri? The taste isn't that bad, right? Shishio asked. It's delicious. Nanami had to admit that the taste of the onigiri was so good that it made her wonder whether Shishio aimed to become a chef in the future. Still, her tears made the taste of the onigiri slightly salty, not that she was going to say it, though. But I've eaten your bento. What will you eat later? Well, I'll buy bread or go to the cafeteria, Shishio said simply and glanced at Saki, who was outside of the class. He smiled when she saw her expression and wanted to tease her more, acting as if he didn't see her there. If you don't mind, how about if I treat you? Nanami suddenly asked. What? Shishio was surprised. Nanami was a bit embarrassed, and her face was red. I mean that you don't have anything to eat right now, right? I feel bad for taking your lunch, so if you don't mind, how about I treat you? Are you sure? Even though Shishio loved something free, and he also didn't mean being treated by a girl, he knew how hard Nanami was to get her money from various part-time jobs, so it really surprised him when he heard that she was going to treat him. Nanami nodded without hesitation and said, you have also bought me bread before, at least, let me treat you to lunch or something since it feels a bit uncomfortable that I have always been on the receiving end. Aoyama-san, you don't need to think too much. I never thought to help you with that kind of intention before, Shishio said while shaking his head. I know. Nanami nodded with a smile and said, but I want to. Shishio looked at Nanami for a while and wondered whether this girl didn't love Sorita anymore. He thought for a while, but suddenly his name was called out. Shishio. Shishio turned and saw Saki calling out his name. See, can you come here? Saki asked with a red face since she felt embarrassed to call him out so suddenly. It was a first experience for her to do something like this, but when she saw Shishio talking with Nanami, she just couldn't help it, and somehow she had a feeling that this guy was teasing her. Saki then quickly changed her expression into a cold expression, which caused everyone who looked at her curiously to look away since they felt that she was terrifying. Shishio looked at Saki with a smile, then looked at Nanami again. Well, Aoyama-san, someone is calling me now. Let's talk about your treat in the future, but I'm really anticipating it. Nanami nodded with a smile, but inwardly, she felt sad. Watching him stand up and walk toward Saki, she had an urge to grab his shirt to stop him, but she was just his classmate. What right did she have to stop him? Nana didn't look at Nanami again and looked at Saki and Shishio, who walked out together. Is that okay, Nana? Maya asked. Does Kawasaki-senpai have a relationship with Shishio? Meiko asked curiously. After all, the image of Saki on her mind was quite a cold yet kind girl since even though Saki might seem to show a cold expression, she had been helped by Saki when she almost choked by drinking a soda on the arcade before. Moreover, Saki patted her back and caressed her back, which made her impression of Saki was quite good. Well, it's okay, they might have something to talk about with each other, probably. Nana said, but then her face blushed when she thought about her conversation with Saki before when she thought to date Shishio together. Touching her lips, she recalled the feeling when Shishio took her first kiss. She could still feel her heart race, and it was so exciting and comfortable at the same time. She wanted to do it again, but when she thought about the problem between the two of them. Why did you touch your lips? Maya asked with a confused expression. Are you sexually frustrated? Mako asked with some confusion. Nana thought that she really wanted to slap her friends' butts at that moment. She then glanced at Nanamai and raised her eyebrow. She can show such an expression, hey. Shishio walked to Saki and asked with a hint of tease, did you miss me that much? Saki snorted and swung her head away, almost slapping her ponytail to Shishio. When her ponytail happened to be near his nose, Shishio had always been wondering why girls always smelled really nice. Saki. I have brought you lunch, Saki said with a blush and felt a bit embarrassed, showing the 2 bento boxes in her hands. You cooked me lunch? Shishio was surprised. Saki nodded and said, I have promised you before, right? I'm your secretary, after all. Not a girlfriend. Shishio asked. I haven't agreed yet. Saki suddenly became panicked, and her face was so red. Then let's eat lunch together, Shishio said without hesitation, wondering what kind of lunch that Saki had prepared for him. Follow me. I know a quiet place, Saki said and quickly left while pulling Shishio's hand. She wasn't good with crowds, and she also wasn't good at communication, but even so, she forced herself to come to Shishio's class, even though it felt uncomfortable to her. Still, regardless, she knew that she needed to meet him, and she wanted to meet him as soon as possible. Looking at Saki, who was pulling his hand eagerly, seeing the smile on her face, Shishio felt a bit guilty, but he quickly shook his head and followed her since he knew that he couldn't return and he needed to step forward no matter what. Leading him to the quiet place, Shishio observed the location where Saki had brought him and had to admit that this place was tranquil. Surrounded by a lot of trees, there were many leaves scattered on the ground, and there were several benches that were built around. I don't know that we have this kind of place at school, Shishio said, looking around curiously since he could see that there were only both of them here. Still, he wasn't that surprised, considering this place was a bit far from the cafeteria or bread food truck, and most of the students would eat in the class after all. Well, you have only been at the school for a week, after all, so it is normal for you not to know this place, Saki said and sat on the bench. Shishio also sat next to her naturally and asked, have you been eating here? Not really, but sometimes I will stay in the class, Saki said simply. Shishio thought that this girl was really a loner and said, let's eat together from now on. Saki nodded shyly, especially when he grasped her hand. So, should we eat? Shishi asked. Okay. Saki nodded and felt a bit nervous, taking out the bento box that she had prepared. Here, I have prepared for you. Thanks. Shishio took the bento box expectantly and opened its cover directly, but he had to admit that the bento box that Saki prepared was very simple and plain somehow. Is it plain, right? Saki asked with a sigh. No, I'm happy with it, but isn't it trouble for you to make me a bento like this? Shishio asked. In his previous life, he had never had this kind of experience. Even if he had a girlfriend before, she was only cooking at home. So during his high school time, he would be eating in the cafeteria since it was convenient. Shishio had to admit that the tradition of this country where the girl cooked a bento for the boy was pretty unique and novel for him. But, regardless, the plain and simple bento, he was happy that Saki made this for him. Saki shook her head and said, I've gotten used to it, and I'm not working at the night cafe like before, so I have time to prepare you a bento. She looked at him speechlessly and said, still, even though you have hired me, I really haven't done anything, which makes me uncomfortable to accept your money, so at least, I want to help you with something simple like this bento. Shishio looked at Saki for a while and asked, so this bento is from Saki as my secretary or Saki as my girlfriend? What's the difference? And I haven't agreed to become your girlfriend. Saki's face was red once again, and she thought this guy really loved to tease her, right? Of course, it is different. If it's Saki as my secretary, then you do this because of obligation, if you do this because you're my girlfriend, then I don't need to explain, right? Shishio asked. Even though he knew the answer, he just wanted to tease her anyway since it was very fun. It doesn't really matter, right? Hurry up and eat. Saki was so embarrassed and felt annoyed, wondering why she had always been teased by someone younger than her. Yes, yes. Shishio smiled and ate the bento that Saki prepared. He had tasted the food that Saki prepared in the past, and of course, the taste was all right, but it might be because he knew Saki's feeling toward him that it made the taste of this bento very special. How is it? Saki asked with a hint of nervousness. It's delicious, Shishio said without hesitation. That's great. Saki sighed in relief and also started to eat. They ate together, enjoying their surroundings while talking about each other's classes since Shishio didn't know much about Saki when she was at school. She was older than him, after all, and she was in her second year. He wanted to hear the story of Saki in her first year, but he could imagine that she would be very haughty. Regardless, it was a very enjoyable conversation with Saki that exploded from time to time, showing an embarrassment of being teased by Shishio all the time. Saki looked at Shishio, and even though she was being teased by him all the time, it was very fun, and she thought it was very enjoyable to be with him. As for his confession yesterday, she still felt conflicted since she wouldn't be the only one, but right now, she pretended as if those things never happened. Saki then thought about her conversation with Nana last night and wondered whether Nana didn't say anything to Shishio. She was also wondering whether Shishio didn't know what had happened. If so, then she was grateful. She knew that she was quite sneaky to do this, and even though she knew that she might not be the one in the future, she wanted to monopolize him alone now, and if possible, it would be in the future. Shishio put down the bento box when they finished eating and said, "Thanks, Saki." No problem." Saki shook her head with a helpless expression. "Well, Saki, we have eaten our lunch, so can I ask you a question?" Shishio asked. "What question?" Saki asked normally and didn't think much about what Shishio wanted to ask since he had asked her many questions before. "Can you tell me why you are so close to Nana?" Shishio asked without hesitation, wondering what was happening between Nana and Saki. 182, let's be truthful to each other. When this question fell from Shishio's mouth, various emotions appeared on Saki's face instantly. There was a surprise, nervousness, anxiety, panic, and various more emotions appeared on her face, but all of that disappeared into a daze when she felt Shishio grasping her hand. "Saki, I'm not blaming you, nor have I thought what you were doing was wrong." Shishio held Saki's hands gently and said, "I confessed to you yesterday, and I have also told you that you wouldn't be my only one. What I have done is selfish, so I'm perfectly alright if you are also selfish toward me." He caressed Saki's head gently and looked at this girl who looked at him and seemed to be on the verge of crying. He was selfish for trying to date several girls at the same time, so he didn't blame Saki for being selfish, trying to take down Nana, considering if he was in her place, he also wanted to have his partner alone for himself, so he didn't blame her. "I want to build trust in our relationship, and that is also the reason why I've always tried to be truthful towards you. We know each other's secrets very well, so even though I know that it isn't comfortable for you, I want you to at least tell me why your relationship with Nana can be so close in just a day. Can you tell me?" Shishio felt that what was most important in a relationship was communication. So he had told Saki that she wouldn't be the only one even though he could keep it a secret. He still said it even though there was a risk that he might lose her, but whatever he did, he would always try not to lie. Even though it might be quite a huge hurdle for her, he also hoped that she would do the same. "You know?" Saki asked while looking at him. "What I knew was that you had told Nana about my confession to you, but I didn't know why you decided to tell her. Even though I don't mind, I feel weird at how your relationship can be so close so suddenly," Shishio said while caressing her hair gently. He then sighed and said, "You have caused me huge trouble." "What did that girl do?" Saki asked curiously, wondering what Nana had done to Shishio before. Shishio then told Saki what had happened on the infirmary and how Nana screamed and got angry at him, even slapped him twice, etc., trying to exaggerate in his own way. Saki nodded and said, "I think that you need to be more than being slapped." Shishio. "So, how did you calm her down?" Saki asked curiously since after hearing Shishio's words, she could tell that it was a huge mess, but when she saw Nana was very calm, which made her wonder what Shishio had done. "I kissed her," Shishio said truthfully. "Shishio. Can you at least lie to me?" Saki had an uncomfortable expression on her face. Even though she had kissed him before, she did it when he was sleeping, but this time, it was different since Shishio was the one who took the initiative and kissed Nana's lips. "Do you want me to lie?" Shishio asked. "No." Saki shook her head without hesitation. Her feelings were very contradictory, she didn't want him to lie, but at the same time, she didn't want to hear what he was doing with other girls. If only Shishio could fully love her and date her alone, then it would be good, but he couldn't, and she also accepted it, even though it was hard. She had to admit that he was selfish, but love had always been very complicated. Even though she knew that this guy was bad and a bastard, she just couldn't stop loving him. Saki then looked at Shishio and knew that he had always been truthful toward her. His truth might have hurt her, but it felt better than hearing his white lie, and it might be the reason why she fell for him. "Well, I'll tell you why we're so close." Saki took a deep breath and started to tell Shishio what had happened yesterday. Shishio was lost for words when he listened to Saki's explanation since it was so unexpected. Listening to Saki's explanation, Shishio almost couldn't believe it and his lips twitched when he thought that Nana and Saki wanted to date him together. If he knew, then he wouldn't work so hard, but then again, as a man, how could he wait for a girl to confess to him? Lastly, if he let them confess, then there was no way for him to add more harem, right? Jokes aside, no, it wasn't a joke, since he felt that if he said that it was a joke, he felt that he was trampling their feelings, considering how much sacrifice that they had made to say that they wanted to date him together. Shishio had to admit that their determination really moved him, especially Nana, who initiated this matter since he had never expected that Nana's feelings toward him would be so strong. You're very lucky, Saki said with a complicated expression. Yes, I'm very lucky to have you to love me, Shishio said while gently holding Saki's hand. He knew that he was very lucky since he could have all of this after he was reincarnated, but he shook his head inwardly and decided not to think too much. Saki's expression started to soften, and this time, she didn't refute him since it was her true feeling. Instead, she looked at him and asked, so what are you doing with Nana? I'll confess to her, Shishio said. I see. Saki nodded and didn't feel surprised by his decision. Instead, she looked at him and thought about how Shishio had kissed Nana before. She wanted him to kiss her, but she felt that it was wrong if they just kissed each other so suddenly. Shishio looked at Saki for a while and asked, Saki, do you love me? Hey. Saki's face was red, and it gradually spread to her neck. She wanted to refute him as usual, but she changed her mind and nodded when she saw his face. I love you. Then why didn't you just accept my confession yesterday? Shishio asked with a hint of tease. Because you have said that I'm not going to be the only one. It's all your fault. Saki said all of that in one breath. Saki took a deep breath and said, I love you, Shishio, but I want you to treasure my feeling. She felt that if she accepted his confession yesterday, she wouldn't be much different from his other women in the future. After all, she wanted to be the most special on his mind, even though she couldn't be the only one. Shishio couldn't say sorry in this situation since if he said so, it meant that he regretted his decision, so rather than sorry, he needed to say. Thank you, Saki, Shishio said while caressing Saki's cheek gently. No, I should be the one who thanks you since you have given and taught me a lot of things. You have saved me, you have helped me, being with you is fun that it makes my heart flutter every time we meet, and I'm also glad to love you, Saki said while holding Shishio's hand that was caressing her cheek gently, enjoying his touch. Shishio was at a loss, and if he could love this girl wholeheartedly, then it would be great, but he knew that he couldn't give his heart to Saki alone. That's why I accept Nana's proposal, and I want to be with you. Saki looked at Shishio and asked, Shishio, how about you? Do you love me? Shishio felt those words stuck in his mouth, and he couldn't say such a simple line to the lovely girl in front of him since he knew very well what he felt toward her wasn't love but something else. I don't know. Saki didn't say anything and kept looking at Shishio. The reason why I have confessed to you is that I don't want to lose you since yesterday, I feel like you'll go far away if I don't say something to you, but I'm not blaming you. It is my selfish desire to possess you, I want you only to be mine, and I don't want for some other guys to have you. Shishio pressed his forehead against her, staring at her eyes deeply, realizing how lucky he was that he could possess her, and asked, Do you blame me? Saki blushed, hearing his deep voice saying such domineering words, but she suppressed her feeling, and at the same time, she was wondering whether she was so easy that his every word made her able to make her heart race, but then she asked, Do you love someone else? Her heart was strangely calm when she asked this question since she wanted to know everything about him. Shishio recalled one person on his mind for a moment before he shook his head. No, I don't love anyone for now. For now. Saki looked at his confused expression. Since I have confessed to you, I want to learn to love you, Shishio said. Saki blushed and lowered her head shyly. She hugged him then said, I'll make you in love with me so you can only think about me from now on. Sometimes, Shishio thought that he had always been the one who teased her, but this time, it seemed he received a payback, which caused him to blush, feeling slightly embarrassed by her sincere words. I will. He hugged her back, put his face near her neck, smelling her warm and comfortable smell. It might be the first time he felt that he wasn't alone in this world. Looking at him hugging her like a child, Saki smiled and did the same. She had to admit that he was a very complicated man. He often teased her, he often caused her heart to flutter, but sometimes, he showed his weak side, which made her want to stay beside him all the time. She didn't know where this relationship would lead, but one thing for sure, she knew that she loved him. Both of them then continued to sit down on the bench while chatting to each other. I'm anticipating our date. Do you have somewhere you want to go? Shishio asked. Now that you've mentioned it, you're from Kyoto, right? You don't know many places here, Saki said since she only remembered that Shishio was from Kyoto. It's all right. I can search on the internet, Shishio said. Internet? Saki looked at a strange expression. It's a great thing, and I'll do business from the internet later that way. I can dress you in a secretary dress, Shishio said with a smile. Pervert. Saki's face was red, and she thought that this guy was a pervert. Eh? You don't want to? Shishio asked. Well, if you really can do business in the future, then I'll try anyway. I'm your secretary, right? Saki was a bit shy at that moment. Then I'll start my business as soon as possible. Shishio said without hesitation. Saki was happy that Shishio wanted to do business since it was better than having him join the underground fighting arena. Still, she felt that his purpose of doing business was a bit wrong, which gave her a headache. I hope this isn't some strange business. Still, she didn't take his words seriously since she thought that he was joking, and even if he didn't do business, she didn't really mind wearing a secretary uniform. Little did Saki know that Shishio was 100% serious, that his intention to do a business was to see her in a secretary uniform. Don't worry. It is for our future. There's no way that I'll do a strange business, right? Shishio said with a smile. Future. Saki blushed. I'll probably have a lot of children in the future. So isn't it obvious that I need to get rich? Shishio said. Saki. Ding dong. Well, the time sure passes very quickly. Shishio stood up and extended his hand. Let's go back. Saki reached Shishio's hand, walking back together. Shishio looked at Saki, whose smile was so lovely at this moment, and somehow it made his back heavy as if there was a boulder on his back, but strangely enough, this heaviness was just right. How about we go to the aquarium? Saki asked. Sure. The time quickly passed, and it was time for everyone to go home. Nana looked at Shishio, who stood right in front of her with a surprised expression. Let's go back together, Nana, Shishio said. 183, let's go home together. The moment the bell rang, everyone was getting ready to go home. Nana was a bit stupefied when Shishio suddenly walked and stood in front of her. Before, neither of them talked much, or rather, after what had happened on the infirmary, there was no way for both of them to talk to each other, which somehow caused Maya, Mako, and USA to feel worried. Maya and Mako were worried because they were afraid that their friend would be hurt or something. As for USA, he was worried that if the relationship between Shishio and Nana was broken, then Shishio might aim for Ritsu. After all, he knew very well that, unlike him, Shishio had many advantages in chasing after Ritsu. He might be NTRD by Shishio, which was why it was better for Shishio to have a girlfriend. Even if Nana wasn't possible, it could be Shina, or it could be even Saki, Miu, even Maya, Mako, or Nanamai. As long as it wasn't Ritsu, USA felt that everything was alright. Let's go back together, Nana, Shishio said. Ha! Nana was dumbfounded, but Shishio didn't give her a chance to react. Shishio took Nana's bag, then squatted down slightly before he carried her on his arm. WH. Nana was surprised, and her face was so red. WH, what are you doing? You can't walk with that ankle. I'll carry you all the way home, Shishio said without hesitation, carrying his bag and Nana's on his shoulder, and carried Nana with his other arm. What? Nana was even more dumbfounded, staring at him with a red face and blush, wondering whether this guy was serious. Shishio looked at USA and said, USA, can you help me to tell everyone at the club that Nana and I won't go since I need to send her back because she sprained her ankle? Oh. USA could only nod since Shishio's action also dumbfounded him since it was too manly, right? Alright, let's go home, Nana, Shishio said and left the class directly while holding Nana on his arm. Nana's face was so red, and she quickly asked, are we seriously going back like this? What? Are you embarrassed? Shishio asked in a tease. Who is embarrassed? Nana quickly fought back since she felt that she would lose if she felt embarrassed at this moment. That's good. Shishio nodded. Looking at his smile, Nana was wondering why she felt that this guy was deliberately teasing her. The class was silent for a while, the girls quickly became jealous, and as for the guys, they were wondering whether they should build their muscles so they could also do what Shishio did to Nana. Maya and Mako looked at each other and then chased after Shishio. Wait. 2x. Sorita looked at Shishio, who carried Nana in his arms. He somehow sighed in relief and thought that if Shishio and Nana were dating each other, then he would be relieved. He then subconsciously turned toward Nanamai, but his expression was quite ugly since the expression shown on Nanamai was longing, not on him, but toward Shishio. Why? Shishio could easily carry Nana, who was on the heavy side with one arm, considering she had always carried 2 Fuji on her chest. Even though his thoughts were a bit perverted, he had to admit that Nana might be a girl with the biggest bust in the school, and the only person who could match her was probably Futaba Ryo. However, unlike Nana, who was dressed as a guru and very confident in her body, Futaba didn't feel comfortable by people's gaze and always tried to hide her big bust. Both of them had a very big bust but still, compared to Sunoera Ayaka, both of them were children. Say, are you going to carry me like this all the way to my home? Nana asked with a blush on her face, even though she didn't care much about other people's gaze, but being carried like this by him, she couldn't help but feel quite embarrassed. Yes, Shishio said simply. You don't care that people are going to misunderstand our relationship? Nana asked since she could see that the relationship between the two would be misunderstood as a lover if Shishio really carried her all the way like this. In truth, I want them to misunderstand, Shishio said. Hey? Do you want them to misunderstand? Nana was dumbfounded and felt confused by Shishio's intention. In case you reject me, no one will try to steal you from me, considering the misunderstanding between us, right? Shishio said with a light smile. Nana blushed and she was lost for words for a while until she heard the voice of her two friends. Nana, are you all right? Shishio, what are you doing? Mako and Maya quickly chased after both of them and stopped Shishio. Shishio didn't say much and looked at Nana. Nana rolled her eyes then said, Maya, Mako, I'll go home with him. Hey, are you sure? Mako was surprised and looked at Shishio curiously, wondering what this guy had talked about, so the relationship between them had returned back. Before, she saw both of them maintain silence, and she felt so nervous, but after school, the relationship between the two returned as usual, which made her wonder and curious. She looked at Shishio curiously and became more curious now. Maya moved closer, then whispered to Nana. Are you sure? This guy might be a beast. If you aren't careful, you might be eaten. Nana was blushing since she knew that Shishio had eaten her, but she wouldn't say it. It's all right, I believe in him, and even if he tries to eat me, I'll punch him. She raised her fist, showing how powerful she was. Shishio. Well, don't stop in the middle of the corridor. Let's go back, Shishio said. Maya and Mako looked at each other for a while, then nodded. Well, let's follow you two for a while, Maya said. Yeah, we need to make sure that you don't do something weird, Mako said. I don't mind, but... Shishio nodded, then looked at Nana and asked, what do you think, Nana? Nana looked at her two friends and said, well, you can follow us for a while. She knew that her two friends wouldn't follow them all the way, so she didn't mind, and for now, it was better for her two friends to follow them since even though she didn't mind being talked to by everyone at the school, she felt that it was a bit troublesome, considering she knew how popular Shishio was. Maya and Mako nodded then walked back together with Nana and Shishio. Somehow their relationship had returned as usual when they often bickered to each other. The people who watched them were surprised when they saw Shishio carrying Nana on his arm, and some girls quickly became depressed, but then they noticed Nana's ankle that was wrapped with a bandage. Somehow everyone sighed in relief and understood why Shishio carried Nana. Nana, who was very smart, also noticed this, but she didn't say much since being the enemy of every girl was very troublesome. She looked at Shishio for a while and wondered why this guy was so popular. If this guy only had medium popularity, it would be good, but this guy was a dream lover to most girls in this school. She suddenly became annoyed and slapped his forehead directly. Shishio stared at Nana speechlessly and asked, what is it? There's a gigantic mosquito on your forehead. Nana said with a snort. Maya and Mako snickered and quickly nodded. Yeah, I saw a big mosquito there, Maya said with a smile. Yeah, there's one that is so big. Mako nodded. What's so big? Shishio knew that his dick didn't get hard, but he hoped that he wouldn't since he would be in a very troublesome situation if his dick really got hard. Then before long, they arrived at the shoe locker area. Shishio put down Nana for a while, took Nana's shoes from her locket, and then squatted down to help her change her shoes. Nana, Maya, and Mako, who saw his action, couldn't help but feel moved at this moment since he did all of that so naturally without any complaint. Nana's ankle was sprained, so it was a bit hard for her to move, so when Shishio helped her like this, she couldn't help but think that he would be a good husband in the future, especially when she got pregnant in the future, she was sure that he would help her like this. Wait. What am I thinking? Nana quickly shook her head and held her cheeks, wondering whether she was blushing at this moment. Wait here, I'll change my shoes first, Shishio said and went to his shoe locker since the location was different. When Shishio left, Maya and Mako quickly asked. Nana, have you dated him? Maya asked. Yeah, have you been on the infirmary before? Mako asked. The corner of Nana's lips twitched and said, no, we're not dating. You have also seen that we have just fought before, right? So how can we date each other so easily? Maya and Mako thought for a while, then nodded. They wanted to ask again, but Shishio had come. Sorry for making you wait. Let's go. Shishio then carried Nana on his arm again and naturally walked away from the shoe locker area. Shishio's movement was a bit sudden, so Nana hugged Shishio's head subconsciously and pressed her breasts to his head. Shishio quickly stopped and took a deep breath to calm himself. Nana quickly let go of Shishio's head since she felt embarrassed, but looking at Shishio's reaction, she had to admit that she was quite amused. Maya and Mako suddenly forgot to change their shoes and quickly changed them in a hurry. Hey, wait for us. 2x. The four of them walked together while talking to each other. Say, don't you feel tired? Mako asked. No, Shishio said. But Nana is heavy, right? Maya said. Hey. Nana was furious by her friend's words. No, she's light, Shishio said. Hearing Shishio's words, Nana smiled then looked at her two friends smugly. Maya and Mako. Light? Look. Those two melons on her chest. You think that she's very light? Maya quickly fondled Nana's breasts, showing how heavy it was. Maya. Nana was furious and quickly swatted Maya's hand away. Shishio. Shishio took a deep breath, looked at Maya and Mako, then asked, how long are you two going to follow us? We're going to make sure that you don't do anything bad to Nana, Maya said calmly. Mako also nodded. Nana, what do you think? Shishio looked at Nana. Well, Maya, Mako, can you two go back? Nana asked since she wanted to ask with Shishio alone after all. Maya and Mako were stunned before they sighed. I guess this is what bro before ho, Maya said with a sigh. Damn it, I hope that you guys will break up. Mako said without hesitation. There was a tick mark on Nana's forehead at that moment, and she wanted to smack Mako's ass somehow. Let's go and observe a cute boy, Mako, Maya said sadly. People often say that they'll change when they have a relationship, and it seems those words are right, Mako said sadly. Both of them still remembered how the three of them had always been together, but now, Nana had left, which made them somehow sad, and at the same time, they hoped that Nana could achieve her happiness, even though they felt a bit jealous of Nana at this moment. Looking at Maya and Mako, who wrapped their arms on each other's shoulders, Shishio and Nana could see that their backs seemed very lonely at that moment. Well, I'll treat them tomorrow, Shishio said. That's a great idea. Nana nodded, then looked at Shishio. Let's go back. Shishio nodded and continued to walk. When Maya and Mako left, the street was quite deserted, and they continued to talk as usual. Even though their relationship was a bit tense, and frankly, it wasn't bad. Am I not heavy? Nana asked. Shishio looked at Nana and knew that this girl was really conscious about her weight. No, you're not. Those two are teasing you. That's great. Nana sighed in relief then asked, so what did you talk about with Saki-senpai before? Shishio looked at Nana for a while and said, well, it was about you who invited her to date me together. It was as if a huge boulder was thrown into the stagnant water and caused a huge wave and a ripple on the water. That was how to describe their atmosphere at this moment. 184, Railroad Crossing. Nana nodded and said, I invited Saki-senpai to date you together yesterday. It was as if the huge boulder that was thrown before didn't fall on the stagnant water but rather a trampoline, so it bounced back. Shishio was lost for words when Nana's reaction was too unexpected at that moment. Nana was amused by Shishio's expression and said, what are you surprised about? You have confessed to me before, so I confess to you now. So it is fair, right? It is fair, but was it so easy for you to make such a decision? Shishio asked while looking at Nana's expression, wondering what was wrong with this girl. It wasn't easy. Nana shook her head, looked at him, and said, I mean, are there any girls that want to share their man with other girls? No, right? But at that time, my head was fuzzy, my body was hot, and I just didn't want to lose you, so I made such a decision in an instant. Listening to Nana's words, Shishio, who walked slowly, was in deep thought, wondering why she loved him so much. So what did Saki-senpai say about the relationship between the three of us? Nana asked. She is all right with it, Shishio answered. Let's date each other, the three of us together, Nana said without hesitation. Shishio. Nana smiled and was amused by Shishio's reaction. What are you gawking for? Isn't it good that you can date the two of us together? It is so sudden that I'm not sure how to react. Shishio stopped and said, can you rub my temple for a bit? I don't mind. Nana rubbed Shishio's temple with her hands gently and asked, how is it? It feels better. Shishio took a deep breath, regained his calm, and asked, can I ask you something? What? Nana asked. Can you really make your decision so hastily? Shishio asked with a serious expression. Nana shook her head and said, I didn't make my decision so hastily. I've thought about it over and over again after you've confessed to me on the infirmary before. I've made my decision to date you together with Saki, so don't regret my decision, all right? Shishio looked at Nana and asked, just what makes you love me so much? He wondered what made her love him so much that she could accept his relationship with another girl. Well, firstly, it is your face, Nana said. Shishio. Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, is that all right? I think that looks are important too. Nana was a bit flustered. I see. Shishio also wasn't a hypocrite, and he also knew that appearance was very important, considering how much waifus were beautiful girls. If the waifus were ugly and fat, he was sure that no one would buy the figure or merchandise of those waifus. Even though the reason might seem shallow, everyone loved the beautiful things, so he felt Nana's reasoning was quite normal, but he felt that wasn't enough since he was dating two girls at the same time, not a single girl. Besides your face, your intelligence is also your good point, and after I have stayed with you, I have learned how fun it is to be beside you, Nana said. What if I got a huge burn on my face, and it totally changed how I look? Or what if my grades dropped? Shishio asked. It would be regrettable about your face, but I believe I would still love you. Nana, who was being carried, stared at the scenery of the surrounding area while talking. Your grades don't have to be the best or anything either, but I would be disappointed if you let them drop without any intention of improving them, though. I don't know if I would still love you or not, but I can't imagine you will be letting your grades drop permanently, anyway. Well, that's true. Shishio nodded. Loving someone doesn't mean that you are not okay with them changing, but it doesn't mean you have to be okay with however they may change. Nana stared straight into Shishio's eyes and said, how should I put it, it's the confidence that the person will stay true to what made you fall in love with them in the first place. Love is an expression of trust, I think. The railroad crossing was closed. Shishio stopped and looked at Nana in a daze since he didn't expect her to say such a profound sentence, but hearing her sincere feeling, it became harder for him to accept her quickly. But I have betrayed you, right? Shishio said. Yes, I was hurt, but you confessed to me back then, and I was glad that you could be truthful to me at that time, Nana said with a light smile. Looking at the hesitation on his face, Nana sighed and said, can you just be happy? I can accept your relationship with another girl. I'm sure that any guys will be happy if they're in your position. I'm happy, but if I'm happy by sacrificing your feelings, and making you kill your emotions so we can be together, then it is better for us to part for a while, Shishio said without hesitation since the more he listened, the more painful it was. Like before, he just wanted to hear her real feelings, not the beautiful words to hide her real feelings. Why you're so troublesome, and can't you just accept it? Nana asked. Yes, I'm happy, but why are you crying now? Shishio asked. I'm not crying. Nana wiped the tears from her eyes, but the more she wiped, the more it dripped from her eyes. Hey? Why didn't it stop? Just stop. But then a warm palm patted her head gently. She closed her eyes, clutched her hands on his chest, and moved her head closer to him. She knew that this guy was a bastard, but she just couldn't stop falling for him. Looking at Nana, who cried, Shishio knew that he was really fortunate to meet such a girl in his life. Maybe they were lucky at this moment that they stopped at the railway crossing since the sound of the traffic light concealed her cry, which made her able to release all of her emotion without worry. After a moment, Nana calmed herself, and she wiped the tears and snot on her face with Shishio's blazer. Luckily, she didn't wear makeup now since there was a PE class, or else she was sure her tears would cause a mess with her makeup. Shishio. You're not going to apologize? Nana asked. I'm not. Shishio shook his head. Why? Nana asked. If I apologize, that means that I have regretted my actions, and I have never regretted my actions. Shishio looked at Nana and said, I want you, Nana. He was very selfish, but he was like this, and he wouldn't give up the girl on his arm. Can you dump Saki-senpai for me? Nana asked. No. Will you dump me for Saki-senpai? Nana asked. No. Say, do you love me? Nana asked. No. Then why the heck did you confess to me? Nana was furious at that moment. I mean, I might not fall for you now, but it doesn't mean that I won't fall for you in the future, Shishio said. What if you don't fall in love with me in the future? Nana asked with a frown. Don't worry. I'll make sure to be in love with you, Shishio said while staring at Nana's eyes. Nana's face reddened. As you have said before, love is a symbol of trust, so can you trust me that I'll fall in love with you in the future? Shishio asked. But you have two girls, so you will fall in love with two girls. Nana asked. Shishio nodded. You know, you're so complicated, Nana said with a sigh. Do you feel disillusioned now? Shishio asked with a smile. No, I guess it isn't that bad to know you more. Nana then moved her head closer and kissed his lips. Shishio was a bit surprised. Looking at her nervous expression, he smiled inwardly before he closed his eyes, enjoying their second kiss. For some reason, the place they kissed had always been unique. Their first kiss was at the infirmary where there was the smell of antiseptic everywhere. As for their second kiss, they kissed at the railway's crossing where the loud sound of the train passing, the annoying traffic light sound, and the smell of dust flying because of the train were mixed together, which made their kiss give off a very complex feeling. Along with the sound of the train, it made them feel like the world was moving in slow motion, as if their perception of time had slowed down, so even though it was only a moment, they felt like they had kissed for a very long time. When the train passed, Nana parted her lips and took a deep breath. She had to admit that it was enjoyable to kiss him. Her eyes were hazy, and her breathing was a bit heavy. She still could feel that her heart was beating very fast at this moment since she just couldn't believe what she had done just now. She then rested her head on his chest, feeling comfortable and secure, which might be the reason why she fell for him since he was so dependable. She raised her eyes upturned and asked, "Say, so we have dated each other now?" "That seems to be the case," Shishio said with a smile. It isn't bad, only if I'm the only girl in this relationship," Nana said. Nana looked at Shishio with a smile and said, "Say, Shishio. Stay with me, alright? Okay. Don't hate me, alright? Okay." Nana looked at her feet and said, "When my feet have become better, is it okay to go home together with holding hands?" "Why not?" Shishio said with a smile. Nana snuggled onto his chest with a smile, hugging him as if afraid to lose him. Shishio also continued with his journey and walked to Nana's house. The distance from Nana's house to Swime wasn't that different from Sakurasu. Still, they were in different directions, which caused the distance between Nana's house and Sakurasu to be very far. While walking, the relationship between the two had returned, or maybe became even closer, they might not realize, or they didn't care much since just staying with each other had already made them smile. Then before long, they arrived at Nana's house. Shishio helped all the way inside since her mother wasn't strong enough to carry Nana. He then put Nana on the sofa in the living room then wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. "Sorry for troubling you, Oga-kun," Nana's mother said and thought that Nana had troubled Shishio since Shishio carried Nana, all the way from the school. "Do you need a drink or something?" "No, it's alright, she's my girlfriend, after all," Shishio said simply. Nana's mother was dumbfounded then looked at her daughter in surprise. Nana was also dumbfounded. Her face reddened, but she also nodded. "Nana's mother." Nana's mother rubbed her temple and said, "Somehow, I feel complex now. Well, anyway, do you want to stay here for a while? My husband might come back soon." She looked at Shishio with a smile at that moment, but somehow this smile was a bit weird. Shishio tried to maintain his calm, but it was impossible since he didn't expect that he would meet Nana's father so quickly and wondered whether her father would flip the table while screaming that he wouldn't give his daughter to him. "I won't give you my daughter." Shishio shook his head and said, "Well, I have something to do today, so I'll have to excuse myself." "Hey? You're not going to stay, Shishio?" Nana asked and didn't expect Shishio would reject. "Well, I can visit your house anytime anyway, is that alright?" Shishio asked while looking at Nana's mother. "It's alright." Nana's mother nodded and didn't think too much. "I'm sure that my husband will be happy to meet you." "Really?" Shishio somehow was a bit doubtful at that moment. "Then I'll go back first." "Wait, I want to accompany you." Nana stood up slowly and wanted to stay as long as possible with him since they had just confirmed their relationship. Shishio quickly reached Nana and helped her to stand up. "You don't need to, though. It's alright. I do this because I want to," Nana said with a smile. "Is that so?" Shishio smiled then helped her to walk to accompany him to walk out of her house. Looking at Nana and Shishio, Nana's mother felt a bit complex somehow. After all, she didn't expect her daughter to have a boyfriend so suddenly, right? Reaching the entrance of Nana's house, Shishio stopped and looked at Nana. "So, what are you going to do?" Nana asked. "Well, I'm going to modify the motorcycle a bit," Shishio said. "Oh? Really?" Nana was surprised. "I'll show it to you in the future," Shishio said. "I want to go with you, though." Nana looked at her ankle and felt depressed. "Well, I can show it any time in the future, right?" Shishio said with a smile. "That's true." Nana also smiled. Shishio looked at Nana for a bit before he took Nana's lips again, caressing her long honey blonde hair before reluctantly parting from her. "I'll go back now. See you tomorrow." Nana's face was so red, and when she saw the door close, she fell on the ground before rolling around while covering her face with both of her hands. "Yahoo! Hey? Nana, what's wrong?" Nana's mother was surprised when she heard Nana shout Yahoo so suddenly. "No, nothing." Nana quickly replied and laid on the floor of her house, staring at the ceiling, wondering whether she was dreaming, but she could still feel the warm feeling on her lips and knew that she wasn't dreaming. Shishio. Tracing his trace on her lips, she thought about him, and somehow she couldn't wait to see him again tomorrow. Then, rolling on the ground again, her ankle hit the wall, which caused her to flinch. Ouch! Ouch! She held her ankle and felt better, but then she was stunned when she saw her mother was looking at her weirdly. "What are you doing?" Nana's mother asked and wondered whether her daughter's head had been hit by something. Somehow there was an awkward moment between a daughter and a mother, but let's put that matter aside since Nana was very happy since they would be together from now on. 185. Stranded and Found. After he left Nana's house, Shishio didn't immediately return to Sakurasu, but he went to his private parking park to get his motorcycle. He knew that with this, his relationship with Nana was confirmed. Before, he might have felt guilty for dating two girls at the same time, but now, he knew that he didn't have time to have such a feeling, and even if he had time to do so, he thought that it was better to use that time to show how much gratitude that he felt toward both of them who could accept him. Shishio might not be able to say that he loved both of them, but even with that condition, they accepted him, even knowing his selfish desire to possess them and to stay beside him, so all he could do to repay them was to learn how to love them as soon as possible. Love. When Shishio thought about this single word, it ached his heart, and it made him uncomfortable. He loved someone, but he couldn't see her now. This pain, unless someone felt it themselves, no one would understand it. For now, let's finish the book. What comes after? Let's think about it later. Shishio thought to solve his problem by writing a book that way. He hoped to solve his pain and started his new life, but he wondered whether it was really that easy. Shishio looked at his side, and there was no one beside him. Somehow his steps became heavy, but when he thought about Saki and Nana, Shishio stopped and closed his eyes for a moment, thinking about the time they spent together. He was with the two of them and knew that there was no time to think negatively. He had confessed to two girls, which meant he had a responsibility to take care of them, at least, to make them happy since they had tolerated him dating them together, but why is it so hard to love someone? It was so easy to take out his dick to fuck someone, but to entrust his heart to someone and lay his everything bare naked in front of them, Shishio felt that it was harder than anything. Shishio didn't like it when his mind was empty since, in this state, his thought had always wandered in a strange direction, and the negative thoughts had always come to his head one after another. Shishio thought to return to Nana's house since he could talk with her for a bit to seek comfort, but when he was about to take his step, his phone vibrated. He took his phone, and his pupils enlarged because of surprise when he saw the one who had called him out. He then didn't hesitate and accepted the call. Mashiro. Shishio, I want to see you, Shina said. Shishio stood on the street, and no words came out from his mouth. It was such a simple sentence, but somehow, it cleared his mind up. I'll go home after I get my motorcycle. Motorcycle? Shishio walked, staring at the street in front of him, and said, I'll take you on the ride when we're on holiday. Ride. Shishio somehow needed to explain a lot of things to Shina at this moment. Ritsuo looked at Shina, who was talking with Shishio through the phone. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she kept her mouth shut, especially when she saw the smile on Shina's face. Usually, Shina had always put a dazed expression on her face, and today, she seemed like a cat who hadn't seen her master for a long time, but now she was talking with her master and heard his voice after a day, which was enough to smile at her. Ritsuo saw all of that, and after a moment, she could only show a bitter smile. Ritsuo. Ritsuo looked at Shina, who was looking at her worriedly. She looked at her and patted her head. Even though it was a bit hard for her to smile, she still put on a gentle expression. Are you done talking? Shina nodded and asked, do you want to talk with Shishio? Ritsuo wasn't sure how to answer. Shina might not fully understand the meaning of love, but when she saw Ritsuo's expression, somehow, her heart tightened. She knew that there was one question that she wanted to ask at this moment, but words couldn't come out of her mouth, and in the end, she didn't say anything, waiting for Ritsuo's answer. Ritsuo looked at Shina, who kept staring at her, and shook her head. No. They talked for a while before they ended their conversation since Shishio was on his way to his private parking park, but suddenly someone called him out again. Shishio looked at the person who called him out and raised his eyebrow. Senpai. Shishio, sorry for bothering you so suddenly. Miu's voice was mixed with both worry and shyness when she uttered those words. No, it is all right. What's wrong? Shishio asked. I have heard that you helped Nana to go home today, Miu said. Sorry for not coming to the club before, Shishio said. No, it is all right, you don't need to worry too much. Shishio thought for Miu then said, still, we haven't met each other for today. Miu nodded, and there was some trace of loneliness. We haven't met each other today. Do you miss me? Shishio asked. Hearing her voice, Shishio could imagine how this girl was blushing and became flustered. He smiled and said, somehow, I want to see you, senpai. Miu was dumbfounded, and her heart was racing at this moment when she heard those words. Her face was red, and she was embarrassed, but she still said it regardless. I want to see you too, Shishio. Hearing her voice, Shishio was a bit surprised by Miu's sudden boldness, but before he said anything, she asked, Shishio, are you interested in writing? Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, what's wrong, senpai? Miu was in her room at the time, laying on her bed with her phone near her ear, and said, no, I just wonder whether you feel like you are being forced to join. You want me to quit, senpai? Of course not. Miu quickly raised her voice, and her heart almost stopped at that moment. She quickly raised her body from the bed when she thought Shishio might quit the literature club. Nei-chan. Miu looked at her little brother and little sister, who were looking at her curiously. Her face turned red, and she said, can you leave me alone for a while? Miu's little sister wanted to accompany her sister, but her little brother quickly caught the little sister and said, let Nei-chan alone. She's talking with her boyfriend. Miu's face was so red at that moment. Well, senpai, in truth, I'm writing a story right now. Miu was surprised and quickly asked, really? Can I read it? Miu asked quickly. Can. Miu thought for a while and asked, do you want to visit my house? Miu then quickly realized her mistake. Her face was so red that it was almost burning, and there was smoke on her head. I mean, I also write a story. Do you want to read mine too? Why not? How about tomorrow after school? Yes. Miu agreed without hesitation. They talked for a while before they ended their conversation. Miu smiled and plopped on her bed again. Somehow she felt nervous and excited when she thought that Shishio was going to visit her house. Ugh. I'm so bold. She covered her face with her hands and wondered why she suddenly invited him to visit her house, but she knew that she felt that she was going to lose him if they didn't meet each other. Nei-chan, have you finished talking with your boyfriend? Miu looked at the heads of her little brother and little sister, who poked out sneakily from the door, looking at her with a smile on their faces. Somehow she felt that her face was burning at this moment. Shishio looked at his phone for a while before it vibrated again. Shishio connected the phone quickly and heard the voice of the girl that he had just separated for a while. Shishio, have you gone home? Nana asked. Not yet. I'm going to get a motorcycle before I go home, Shishio said. Motorcycle? Not the Vespa. Nana was surprised. No, this one is different. I'll show it to you tomorrow, Shishio said. Let's have a ride then. I want to go to the beach. Nana quickly said cheerfully. It's still April. The temperature is frigging cold. You want to have a date on the beach? Shishio asked speechlessly. Date? Shishio was speechless when Nana was flustered. They had kissed each other, and she got embarrassed because of going on a date. Shishio was wondering what this girl was thinking, but if he knew that Nana thought that they might have sex after they went home from a date, he could only say that not only a guy was full of dirty thoughts, but a girl was also full of dirty thoughts. Well, let's talk about this matter again tomorrow. See you tomorrow, mwah. After leaving a kiss from her call, Nana ended their call since she was embarrassed. Shishio. If you're embarrassed, then don't do it. That's what Shishio wanted to say, but the phone was already closed, so he didn't think too much. He was then about to walk again, but his phone vibrated again. Shishio quickly connected the call again and found out who was the one who called him. So, have you succeeded? Somehow, this question was a bit weird because Shishio knew what this girl was asking, but somehow, he didn't really want to answer this question since it was so rude. What do you mean? Sorry, my question was a bit too rude, Saki said quickly in a hurry. No, it's alright, it's completely normal that you react that way, Shishio said calmly since he felt that it was completely normal for Saki to feel jealous and bitter. If you understand, then can you break up with her? Saki asked. Sorry. Shishio had confessed, and Saki told him to break up right away. There was no way that he could do that, even if in the future, he wouldn't do something like that, but after hearing his answer, Saki didn't seem angry. It's alright, I have prepared myself, and I also know that you'll answer me with this answer, Saki said calmly. Shishio was in silence for a while and said, I'm anticipating our date on Sunday later. Me too. Her voice was full of tenderness when she said those words. Then they talked for a while before they ended their call. Shishio knew that he had done something sorry to Saki, but even so, he couldn't stop it, and he didn't regret it. The only thing that he could do was to make her not regret her decision and happy. It might seem hard for a normal man, but for him, he needed to do both of them, and he was going to do it. Shishio then kept walking, and somehow his steps became lighter than before. He knew that thinking about his problem with a negative view wasn't good, and it would only make him tired, so all he could do now was to see that it was all good, and he knew that he would be all right. He sought a connection, he sought a relationship, and he knew that he had it now. They had sacrificed themselves for him, so he knew that he couldn't disappoint them and made sure they would be happy. He had seen his direction, and now, he knew that he wouldn't be lost. Taking his steps gently but surely, he would learn to love them. 186, the most dangerous man in the world. His trip took quite a while for him to arrive at his private parking building, but Shishio has arrived now. He didn't hesitate to enter and saw the guard of the building greet him with a smile. He nodded and moved towards the direction of the workshop area where his new motorcycle was being kept. Walking for a while, he saw his new motorcycle and couldn't help but whistle since it really matched what he had designed. When Shishio asked Roberta to buy him something, he also asked her to buy her this motorcycle and modified it according to his request. Looking at the result, he had to admit that the power of money was amazing. It only took 2 days, and the motorcycle was right in front of him, but he felt that it was quite normal since he had splurged his money a bit to get this motorcycle. Around the motorcycle, some parts of the engines, tires, and several items could be used to modify his motorcycle according to his wish. Shishio took off his blazer, rolled his shirt sleeves, and started to check and modified his motorcycle again. After all, he had machinery mastery, so it would be wasteful if he didn't modify his motorcycle to his best. The motorcycle that he had bought was a Honda Virago. It was an old motorcycle since it was sold in 1981. In other words, it had been 24 years since this motorcycle had been manufactured, and he bought the newest one, which was released in 1999. It might be an old motorcycle, and its model was a bit exaggerated, but he bought this motorcycle because he wanted to modify it to cafe racer style. Cafe racers is a genre of sport motorcycles that originated among British motorcycle enthusiasts of the early 1960s in London. Cafe racers were standard production bikes that were modified by their owners and optimized for speed and handling for quick rides over short distances. It was also because he modified his motorcycle that he didn't care much that his motorcycle was old. It might be old, but once it was modified, it would become a very cool motorcycle. There were several things that had been modified from his motorcycle, from the seat, handle, tires, machine, and frame, or rather, most of the things on this motorcycle were changed. The most special one would be both the gas tank since he changed the color of the gas tank into yellow color with a black stripe. Shishio was satisfied with this result, but he wanted to tune the engine a bit. So, while he modified his motorcycle, he decided to accept 4 rewards that he had received today. Enhanced Teeth, Ninjutsu Mastery, Seimei Kikken, and Metallurgy Mastery. Hey! Shishio had to admit that his reward was quite interesting, but then he decided to accept the Metallurgy Mastery first. The moment Shishio accepted it, he felt the knowledge of metallurgy entered his head. Metallurgy is a domain of materials science and engineering that studies metallic elements' physical and chemical behavior, their intermetallic compounds, and their mixtures, which are called alloys. Shishio felt that this ability was very good since it could help him create the best sword, and at the same time, he thought it would be great if he had a steel company in the future. He then shook his head and decided to accept his next reward. Shishio then felt the knowledge, and the experience of ninjutsu entered his brain and ingrained into his body. He had to admit that this ninjutsu mastery was quite interesting since he knew that he had become a master ninja after he received this reward. Ninjutsu is the strategy and tactics of unconventional warfare, guerrilla warfare, and espionage purportedly practiced by the ninja. By accepting this reward, Shishio possessed an understanding of ninjutsu, the historic style of martial arts, tactics, strategy, and espionage of unconventional and guerrilla warfare. There were several schools in ninjutsu, but he mastered all of them, including the 20 disciplines, which were spiritual refinement, unarmed combat, sword techniques, stick and staff techniques, spear techniques, naginata techniques, kusarigama techniques, throwing weapons techniques, pyrotechnics, disguise and impersonation, stealth and entering methods, horsemanship, water training, tactics, espionage, escaping and concealment, meteorology, geography, esoteric hand seal practice, and rope techniques. Unlike in the anime, where a ninja could use magic where they could use magic, this ninjutsu mastery didn't give him such a fantasy ability. Still, Shishio had to admit that this knowledge was very dangerous. For example, with this ability, if he wanted to kill someone, no one would know that it was him who did it. Shishio also knew that a lot of his ability could be combined with this ninjutsu mastery, but enough of that, since he might not use this ability that much. However, if he had to, he might probably use this ability to sneak into his girlfriend's home. Shishio wasn't sure, but he knew that unlike his Bajiquan mastery that gave him the ability to fight directly to his opponent, even though ninjutsu mastery could do the same, it was better to use it to do a sneak attack. However, Shishio felt that there was something deeper about this ability and he knew that this ability was stronger than he had thought. Shishio checked this ability for a while before he looked at his next reward. Even though there were only 2 rewards, he had to admit that each of them was very amazing, especially this one. Seimei Kikken, hey! Shishio somehow quite anticipated this ability and quickly accepted it. The moment he accepted, he also got the knowledge and experience of how to use it. At the sea for 1,000 years, and at the mountains for 1,000 years, breathing the wind and drinking pure water, he passed the training of a Senin. Enduring it all, he gained the life return. Humans are able to from the hair on their head to their intestines, their toes, even to their most minute hairs, to concentrate their senses and stretch them to their limits, making it possible to control every part of their bodies. Those sentences show how hard it was to master Seikiken, and only some people could master it in the world of One Piece. Seikiken allows the user to completely control all of their body parts, even parts that cannot normally be controlled, such as hair, cell, nail, etc. Shishio admitted that this technique was amazing, especially when he could control his involuntary functions, such as digestion. For example, if he was hurt, then he could eat a lot of food, then digest all the food and most of his body fat in only a second, turning him super skinny, then absorb all the nutrients in the food, turning him back to his original size while healing him in process. Shishio was also able to manipulate his muscle mass, turning it skinny or muscular, but probably for the guy, this technique could be used for cough. Cough. Shishio suddenly thought a dirty thing, but that was something natural. With this technique, he could even control the size of his penis easily, depending on the situation, but since he was satisfied with his size, he probably wouldn't do something like that, probably. Anyway, both rewards were amazing, and Shishio was glad to receive both of them. Shishio stopped tuning up his motorcycle, then tried his Seikiken, using it to cause his index fingernail to become longer and sharper. Looking at his nail, he raised his eyebrow and returned it back to normal, thinking that the combination of both Seikiken and ninjutsu mastery was very dangerous. If he combined it again with chemistry mastery, explosive mastery, hypnotic mastery, programming mastery, and machinery mastery, he was simply a walking weapon. Even if he didn't have strange magic or strange ability, he believed that he could destroy the world. Even if some countries had a nuclear bomb, Shishio could also defeat them by using all of his ability, showing how powerful he was, but even with all of that, he knew that there were still some people that were able to cause a danger toward him. Shishio knew that there was a Baki in this world, so of course, there was also Baki's father, who was known as Yujiro Hanma, or the strongest creature on earth. Shishio had used his programming mastery before to look into data on the United States. Therefore, he was very speechless when he knew that all the United States presidents after the Vietnam War needed to sign and made an oath to the peace agreement with Yujiro Hanma. Shishio knew how arrogant this person was, and he was sure that there was no way for him to be able to become friends with Yujiro Hanma, considering Yujiro's personality, or rather, he had a feeling that the moment they met each other, they would try to kill each other. It was true that his body might be as powerful as Yujiro Hanma, but he believed he would be able to defeat, no, kill him, since he knew that if they really had a battle, there was no way it would end with just a simple defeat. If possible, Shishio didn't want to meet Yujiro since he felt that it was very troublesome. When Shishio thought Yujiro Hanma, he knew that in the end, what was important was the power of oneself. Even if a country had a nuclear weapon, in the end, the one who controlled them was still human. If there was a war between country, then if he killed someone who controlled nuclear weapons or just killed the leader of the country, leaders of the various consortiums, politicians, military generals, etc., in the end, that country would fall, and he would be the winner. Shishio had a feeling that once his power and wealth had reached a certain extent, where he might control the economy of the world, then he believed he would make an enemy. Still, it was normal, considering the law of the jungle was applied to the business competition. If he was weak, he would be eaten. If he was strong, then he would eat them. It was that simple, and in his previous life, he also had a share of experience in that area too. It wasn't a really pleasing talk, but Shishio believed in the code of Hammurabi, where an eye for an eye. If he was being screwed, then he would screw them back, or else he would be seen as a pushover, and he would be troubled by a lot of trouble. Shishio thought about his fight with Kano Agito and knew that since he had won Kano, then he was sure that there would be follow-up trouble. Furthermore, he knew the desire of the martial arts where they wanted to become strong, so he had a feeling that it would cause him trouble in the future. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Shishio suddenly remembered this idiom and thought it was necessary to resort to this idiom in the future, or there would be a lot of follow-up trouble. Still, at the same time, he also knew that it wouldn't be that simple either, considering the aura around him. If he was only a strong martial art, then it might be possible, but with his long identity behind him, he believed that if someone didn't want to become a fish pellet, then they needed to keep their mouths shut. With all of that monologue, Shishio finished his tuning up on his motorcycle. Then, he washed his hands and rode his motorcycle directly after he took 2 helmets nearby. Then, he put on his helmet, rode back, said goodbye to the guard, and went back to Sakurasa since he knew that someone was waiting for him at this moment. Still, compared to Yujiro Hanma, he might really become the most dangerous man in this world since, with his power, it was simply a child's play to destroy a country, especially destroying the country's economy. Shishio then only remembered that he hadn't accepted his last reward, which was enhanced teeth, and the moment he accepted it. He checked his teeth for a moment before he continued with his work since he didn't want to waste his time now. 187, Your smell. Shishio arrived at Sakurasu, opened the gate, and was about to put his motorcycle inside. However, the entrance door of Sakurasu was opened so suddenly, and he saw Shina flying toward him. Shishio. Shishio looked at Shina, who hugged him so suddenly. Luckily, he had a balance mastery, or else he would fall down on the ground. His voice was quite helpless, and he said, Mashiro, don't hug me so suddenly. Shina smelled his manly smell that was mixed with oil and gasoline, which somehow made her smile, but amidst all those smells, she could smell a sweet smell that she was familiar with, which caused her head to become blank. Shina rubbed her head and tried to erase this smell with her own smell, but somehow no matter how many times she tried to rub her smell on him, this sweet smell was still on his body as if it had merged into his body. She tried really hard, but even so, this sweet smell couldn't be erased. However, she could smell the smell of her body slowly merging into him somehow, which made her feel slightly better. Looking at Shina, who ignored him and rubbed her head against his body, Shishio was lost for words, patted her head lightly, and said, Can you let go of me for a bit? I need to park my motorcycle for a bit. However, she ignored her words and hugged him tighter. Shishio raised his eyebrow and felt surprised by this reaction. Mashiro. Shishio. Shina didn't raise her head and called out his name softly. Growl. I'm hungry, Shina said while hugging him, pressing her head against his chest without looking at him. Shishio was wondering what was wrong with Shina, but he knew that her condition was quite weird. Well, let's enter. I'll cook a hamburger later. I want a Baumkuchen, Shina said. Only one, all right. Shishio said. 3. 1, or else, you won't have the stomach for your dinner, Shishio said. Ritsu also came and chased after Shina when she saw her running but stopped when she saw her hugging Shishio. Ritsu was about to open her mouth, but no words came out until she closed her mouth and tried hard to maintain her usual expression. Is that your motorcycle, Shishio? Hearing Ritsu's words, Shina looked at Shishio's motorcycle curiously, but she still stuck to him regardless. Yes, senpai. Shishio nodded and looked at Shina again. I'll park my motorcycle for now. Can you let me go for a while? Can you pat my head? Shina asked. I'll only pat your head if you're a good girl, so can you let go of me for a bit, Mashiro? Shishio asked. Shina was a bit annoyed when she was treated as a child, and she pouted her cheek. Shishio smiled, took his helmet, and put it on Shina's head. Wait for me inside, all right. Shina looked at him absent-mindedly and nodded. She let go of him, but she didn't move that far from him. Shishio then parked his motorcycle, and when he was about to park it, he saw Sorita was also there. Sorita seemed stunned, and his face was very pale at that moment. However, he didn't think too much about Sorita. Rather he also noticed Ritsu, whose expression was a bit weird. He could see that she tried to smile, but she failed, which somehow made him sigh. He sighed inwardly, parked his motorcycle, and entered Sakurasu with Shina. Welcome, Shishio-sama, Roberta greeted. Roberta, can you take care of Mashiro for a bit? I need to change my clothes first, Shishio said. Yes. Roberta nodded, then looked at Shina. Mashiro. Shina nodded, but her hand still held Shishio's blazer. Shishio looked at Shina and asked, Do you want to go to my room too? Shina nodded. Cough. Cough. Mashiro, let's wait for him in the living room, Ritsu said and pulled Shina away from Shishio. Shina was a bit reluctant, but she still let him go. Thank you, senpai, Shishio said. It's all right. Ritsu nodded and didn't say much. Shishio didn't think too much about Ritsu's reaction since it was a normal reaction, then he looked at Sorita and said, What's wrong, Kanda-kun? He could see Sorita clenching his fists, showing frustration, but he didn't think too much, and it seemed that he was the only one who noticed his reaction since no one looked at this guy too much. Ah! Sorita awoke at that moment and quickly shook his head. No, nothing. Is that so? Then I'll go to my room first, Shishio said and left Sorita behind. Sorita. Right, Kanda-kun. Shishio suddenly stopped when he was about to walk toward his room, looking at Sorita. Yes. Sorita looked at Shishio with a confused expression. I have found someone who will adopt Hikari-chan. You don't need to thank me, Shishio said with a smile, then left. Sorita was left alone. Then he looked at Shina, who also walked away with both Roberta and Ritsu. Somehow he just felt so tired at that moment, and the clenched fist slowly loosened. He sighed in his heart and knew that it had been a week since he moved to Sakurasu, and he also had figured out that he had nothing to do with Shina, so what right did he have to be jealous of Shishio? Hearing Shishio's words before when he had found an owner for Hikari, Sorita's cat, Sorita knew that he could go out from this place and he should be happy. However, he couldn't be happy. After all, everyone's reaction was so flat even though they knew that he would move out, especially when he saw Sheena's reaction that seemed to be indifferent. Maybe he had thought too much over this period of time since he knew the more he thought, the more he hated himself, but if he could blame someone, then he could only blame the world since he couldn't get to know Shina Mashiro first. If there was a parallel world, if there was no Shishio in Sakurasu, if the person who picked her up was him, then the story between them may be. Inside his room, Shishio took off his uniform, wearing only his boxer. He didn't wear his clothes at first, but he smelled his clothes first, wondering whether they smelled weird. Then, he tried to smell his body, and he could smell the smell of his body, the smell of gasoline and oil, the smell of Shina, and lastly, the smell of Nana. Somehow Shishio understood why Shina tried to hug him so hard and rubbed her head against his body. He sighed, but there was nothing that he could do. It was his decision, it was his choice, and he didn't regret it since if he regretted it, then he would make the sacrifice of both Saki and Nana became waste, so he needed to harden his heart. As for what to do with Shina, Shishio knew that he needed to make her up somehow, but he needed a chance to do that. Chance? Hey. Shishio shook his head, and all he could do for now was to make delicious food for her. He was about to take his clothes. Oh, he also needed to print up his manuscript, too, since he wanted to know Shiro-san's opinion about his manuscript. In the living room, everyone was strangely quiet, and the only sound that could be heard was the sound of a flipping book. Only Roberta, Shina, and Ritsu were in the living room, and it could be said that the three of them were the quietest, and they had never talked too much. Ritsu was still thinking about Shina's question before and how she felt something important was stolen when she saw Shina hug Shishio. She somehow hated this feeling since it was so uncomfortable. She tried to distract her mind by reading a book, but all the words in the book couldn't enter her head. So she only flipped the book, reading very fast, and didn't stop since if she stopped, she might think about the thing that made her uncomfortable. As for Shina, she was in a daze, lying on the tatami floor, staring at the ceiling, wondering why she felt uncomfortable when she smelled that sweet smell on his body. Of course, she knew the reason and the source of that sweet smell, but that sweet smell merged into his body, which caused her to think that he might go far away from her. Shina didn't know what to do until she remembered what Ayano Ida, Shina's editor, had told her before that she should add a dating scene to her manga. Date. Shina thought this one word and thought that she should go on a date with Shishio. As for Roberta, she had always been very quiet, and she had never talked much. She would only follow her duty and served her master very well since it was her purpose of life after he had saved her from that place. With the three of them in the living room, it was very quiet, and no one seemed about to break this silence until they heard loud footsteps start to get closer. Shishio. I saw your motorcycle. Take me for a ride. Misaki ran very fast to the living room, hoping for Shishio to bring her for a ride or two, but when she came, she didn't see him, and somehow she could see the awkward atmosphere in the living room. She titled her head and asked, "What's wrong?" When Misaki asked this question, there was another person who walked to the living room too. Oga-kun, I saw your motorcycle. Do you want me to give some modification to it? Shiro-san asked while holding a rope in his hands, showing a harmless smile. Everyone. Shiro-san noticed the strange atmosphere on everyone and asked, "What's wrong? Isn't it because of you?" They wanted to scream, but somehow they had gotten used to him and felt that he might be happy if they got angry at him, so they decided to ignore him, but they forgot that even if they ignored him, Shiro-san would still be very happy. Ah, this kind of play is great. Shiro-san said with a flushed face. Misaki moved further from Shiro-san. Even though she was an alien, she wasn't a pervert after all. She looked at Roberta and asked, "Roberta-san, where's Shishio-kun?" Even though Roberta, Shina, and Ritsu were quiet, she knew that the most reliable among the three of them were Roberta, so she asked her that question. Shishio-sama is in his room. He should change his clothes now, Roberta said calmly. Misaki nodded and was about to go to Shishio's room, but... Shishio. Shina and Ritsu quickly reacted and saw Shishio walking toward their direction while holding many papers in his hands. "What's in your hands?" Misaki asked curiously. "It's a manuscript of my novel." Shishio raised the manuscripts in his hands and said, "Shiro-san, I have said that I'll show it to you after school, right?" "Oh, I'm a bit excited to read it," Shiro-san said with a smile. "Me too. Me too. I want to read it." Misaki raised her hand excitedly. "Well, I have brought 5 copies with me." Shishio looked at Shina, Roberta, and Ritsu. "Mashiro, senpai, Roberta, do you want to read it too?" The three of them nodded without hesitation. Shishio shared the copies of the manuscripts with 5 of them and said, "You can read them while I prepare for dinner." They didn't give the nod since they were staring at the manuscript curiously. 5 centimeters per second. They titled their heads and wondered what kind of story was written by Shishio. 188, beginning? 5 centimeters per second was the story that Shishio had written. Before he wrote this story, He had thought of several stories in his head before, but he felt that this story was the most suitable one for him to say goodbye to his past. Is this really a romance story, Oga-kun? Shiro-san asked curiously since the title seemed quite interesting. He knew that Shishio had written a romance story since Shishio told them in the morning, but he still asked regardless to confirm it since the title was very unique. 5 centimeters per second, hey? I wonder what it means. He rubbed his chin while trying to understand the meaning behind these words. It's romance, Shishio said from the kitchen as he was about to prepare dinner. Just read it first and tell me what you think. Oh. Everyone nodded and started to read the story that Shishio wrote. A chain of short stories about their distances. Those words were written under the title, which made everyone feel even intrigued. Hey, they say it's 5 centimeters per second. Hey? What do you mean? The speed at which cherry blossoms fall. It's supposed to be 5 centimeters per second. Carrie, you sure know a lot about those sorts of things, hey? So, don't you think that it's kind of like snow? Leaving those words, the girl dashed over. Hey, wait up. The boy chased after the girl when she left so suddenly. The girl kept running and passed the railroad crossing. The boy wanted to chase after her, but the railroad crossing closed, and he could only see the girl who had passed on the opposite side. Carrie. The girl turned and looked toward the boy with both of her hands behind. Holding a pink umbrella in her hand, she twirled around, showing a beautiful smile toward the boy, and said, "It'd be great if we could watch the cherry blossoms fall again together next year." Hearing such words, the boy wanted to say something, but the train passed, so his voice wasn't heard by the girl. After reading those words, everyone started to read the beginning of the story. The story of the 5 centimeters per second was just a romance story that tried to empathize the exploration about time, distance, memories, and love. The reason why Shishio wrote this story was that this story was the one that could perfectly describe his relationship with his girlfriend in his previous life. The cherry blossom tree bloomed in 2 weeks. Eventually, the leaves fell, and as they did, the distance between the trees and leaves increased, just like how his relationship with his girlfriend in his previous life had drifted apart. Both of them were in a different world. He had died in that world. Hence, there was no way for both of them to be together again, even if it was possible in the future because of the system. With distance, time, and space as their hurdle, their feelings would become just another vague memory. The precious memory between the two would become just a distant memory for his girlfriend. As for him, it was impossible to forget, considering he had an enhanced memory, which was why he couldn't forget even if he wanted to. Shishio was a pragmatist after all, and even though he knew that it would be great if his girlfriend in his past life didn't forget about him, kept thinking about him, and even still single after he died, he knew that it wasn't realistic, considering that both of them were still young. So even though it hurt and made him uncomfortable, he didn't want her to waste her youth, but if he could come back to his previous world, then he would rob his girlfriend without hesitation even if she had married someone. Still, if his girlfriend really met someone, Shishio couldn't blame her. After all, he had also done the same since he had dated 2 girls at the same time in this world. Shishio tried to numb his heart by flirting with a lot of girls, losing his first time after a month, acting as if he wanted to become the strongest or the richest when in truth, he didn't care much about all of that, but he knew that he couldn't go back. So all he could do was to learn to love someone else. As the leaves and the cherry blossom tree drifted apart, they would bloom again after some time. Shishio might not be able to see her again, but he could love someone again, and if one person wasn't enough, then 2, if 2 weren't enough, then 3, and more until he could fill the hollow on his heart. Jokes aside, he knew it wouldn't be easy. If it was only a playful interaction in having sex, then he might not be thinking too much, but love was different after all. Shishio sighed and felt that love was very troublesome. For him, love was illogical, and it only caused him a lot of trouble, but it was very wonderful that it was so hard to forget when it really happened. Hopefully, time would soften these memories, and he could learn to love someone again. Not hopefully. Shishio smiled. But I'm sure of it. Still, when Shishio thought about his girlfriend in his previous life, he hoped that his girlfriend wouldn't become crazy and created a clone of him. His girlfriend was a scientist, and she was very interested in cloning technology. If that girl really created a clone of him, then combine it with the knowledge of dark magic to call his soul back before putting it back to the cloning body. If that really happens, I'm not sure what's going to happen. Shishio felt that the more he thought about this problem, the more he felt a headache, but enough of his problem since what was important was the matter of his story. As he had said before, his story had 3 segments, and he had only written 1 segment, but this story was pretty simple. It was the story of a pair of childhood friends Takaki Tauno and Akari Shinohara, who got separated physically and emotionally with the passage of time. We forget about the people whom we once cherished the most. Maybe that is life. You have to move on despite all your emotional bonds. As time passes, bonds of childhood become weaker and weaker until it's finally broken when we become adults. The memories still remain somewhere in our subconscious, but it fades away gradually. Takaki and Akari had promised each other to meet and watch the cherry blossoms together in the future. So, in the last segment, they met and watched the cherry blossoms again, but unlike before where they saw the cherry blossoms as a childhood sweetheart, this time, they watched them as a stranger who had moved on to each other. It was a bitter and sad story, but it left a deep memory to anyone who read it, which was why it was a great story. While cooking, Shishio observed everyone's reaction, who read the first segment of the story. There were 3 segments of the story, Cherry Blossom, Cosmonaut, and 5 centimeters per second. The first segment, Cherry Blossom, was mostly talking about the meeting between Takaki and Akari. Takaki Tauno was a young boy living in Tokyo. One day, he met Akari Shinohara, a girl who had just transferred to his elementary school. The two quickly became best friends due to similar interests and health issues. However, Akari's parents were on the move again, meaning that Akari had to continue her studies in another school. At this point, Takaki and Akari were still keeping in touch with each other through letters. Due to the physical distance between the two, it became increasingly difficult to maintain the friendship. Besides, Takaki was also moving to another city, which was even further away from Akari's place. As a result, Takaki decided to meet up with Akari one last time before they stopped seeing each other. Takaki took a train to see Akari. In his hands, he held a personal letter confessing his feelings for her. Meanwhile, a snowstorm kept delaying the train, and during one of the stops, he stepped outside for a moment. Then, a gust of wind blew towards him, making him lose the letter written for Akari. The constant delays made him arrive at the station several hours after the scheduled time. Nonetheless, Akari was at the train station waiting for him. Both Akari and Takaki headed out of the train station to seek refuge. As they walked towards the shed, the two shared a kiss. After spending the night in a shed, Akari and Takaki parted ways. However, they promised to continue writing letters to each other. Holding a bag in her hand, Akari gazed toward Takaki, who was standing at the train right in front of her. Takaki-kun. Yeah. Takaki-kun. Akari called out his name softly again, with an expression mixed with sadness and hesitation. Then after a moment, she looked at him and said with an expression as if she was okay. I'm sure you'll be okay from now on. I just know it. Thank you, Takaki said as the door of the train closed, but he still had something to say to Akari. His expression was desperate, looking at the girl that he loved, but was unable to express his feelings. Akari, you be well, too. I will write a letter to you. I will call you too. As the train left, Akari stared at the train that slowly disappeared from her eyes before she took out the letter that she had written for him but could not send it and decided to keep it for herself. Of course, Takaki didn't know about this matter since he was also unable to tell her that he wanted to send her a love letter. All I wanted was the strength to protect her. With that thought in my mind, I continued to gaze out over the landscape beyond the window, forever. Everyone wiped their eyes with those last sentences, and they also smelled a delicious smell from the kitchen. How is it? Shishio asked. When they heard this question, there were mixed feelings in their hearts. They were both frustrated and curious about this story. They were frustrated at Takaki's indecisive actions. Still, they also knew that it was quite hard to maintain their relationship if they really became a couple, considering their situation since they were children, they didn't have money, and they couldn't meet each other as they wished. Still, even so, they also felt curious at how this story was going to unfold, whether both of them could be together or not, and even if they weren't together, they were curious how Shishio was going to write this story. It's sad and bitter. Shiro-san sighed, and somehow it reminded him of his past. But it is a great story. He looked at Shishio and said, when you have published your book, let me know, Oga-kun. I'll buy it. Shiro-san's words dumbfounded everyone, but at the same time, they didn't feel that surprised since they knew that Shishio's story could be published anytime. You will publish this book, right, Oga-kun? Shiro-san asked. Shishio nodded. Do you want me to introduce you to the editor at Condasa? I'm sure that they'll be happy to know a genius writer like you, Shiro-san said without hesitation. In truth, I know someone from Condasa too, Shiro-san. I'll talk to them once my story is finished, Shishio said. Is that so? Shiro-san nodded with a smile and didn't feel that surprised. I can't wait to read the finished product. Thank you, Shishio nodded with a smile, then he noticed Mitaka, who stopped at the entrance of the living room, which made him quite weird because this guy was standing there. When Shishio and Shiro-san stopped talking, Shina wanted to say something, but... Shishio. Misaki quickly dashed over Shishio, holding both of his hands, and said, Shishio, please write a script for my anime. Shishio raised his eyebrow at this request and noticed Mitaka, who had suddenly left at this moment, which made him sigh. Senpai. Shishio smiled softly at Misaki. Yes, Shishio-kun. Misaki was full of smiles and thought that Shishio was going to agree with her request. I refuse, Shishio said with a warm smile. 189, can we talk for a bit? Mitaka, who was holding the script in his hand, was full of excitement, thinking about Misaki's reaction after she read his script. After what had happened in the morning, he tried to force himself to write, and with his will alone, he was able to complete the script for Misaki's anime. Even though it was complete, there were still several parts that hadn't been written, and there might be some mistakes since he wrote them in a hurry, but he believed that she would be satisfied with the result. Mitaka went to ask Misaki, but she didn't answer his call. He couldn't go into the female area, so he decided to wait for her in the living room, but when he was about to enter, he stopped since. How is it? Shishio asked. Mitaka raised his eyebrow, wondering what Shishio asked. Still, then when he peeked, he could see that everyone was holding a manuscript in their hands and could guess that they should be a manuscript for a novel or something since he had heard from Misaki before that Shishio was going to write a story. Still, then he frowned since he realized that Misaki had always been talking about Shishio lately. Mitaka then shook his head then thought about Shishio's story. Even though he had to admit that Shishio was very talented, he didn't think that Shishio could write. After all, humans always had a limit. Shishio might be very smart at school, good at cooking, painting, even music, but Mitaka didn't think that Shishio was good at writing since Mitaka knew how hard it was to write, but... It's a great story, Shiro-san said. Great story. Mitaka was dumbfounded when he heard Shiro-san praise Shishio's story. If it was someone else, then he might not think too much, but he knew Shiro-san's identity, and he also knew the meaning of praise of normal people with Shiro-san was different. Shiro-san might be a pervert, but he was a professional writer. His novel also had won the Akutagawa Prize, which gave him a loud reputation in the world of literature. If Shishio got praise and confirmation from such a person, then without a doubt, Shishio's story could be published directly into a novel. Mitaka sighed and wondered whether this was the distance between an ordinary and genius. He was working really hard for the past few years, but his result was only so-so, and the reason why he could be called genius was because of Misaki's reputation. In other words, he was only Misaki's tail. However, Shishio, who was only a first-year student, could write something that Mitaka was unable to achieve easily. If Shishio knew what Mitaka thought, he could only smile, but he didn't say anything since nothing was fair in this world. Mitaka was standing there, but he felt even more uncomfortable when he learned that the story that Shishio wrote was a romance story. He looked at the script in his hands while listening to everyone's conversation inside the living room. Shishio. Suddenly Mitaka heard Misaki's voice which made his heart stop for a moment, and his heart became even more nervous. He didn't want to hear it, or rather, he wanted to believe in Misaki, but... Shishio, please write a script for my anime. When those words fell, Mitaka felt that everything was simply useless. His effort, his hard work, his blood, his sweat, and everything was pointless. So he crumpled the script in his hand hard and walked away without hesitation before he even heard what Shishio was about to say. Shishio didn't know what Mitaka was thinking, but he had a feeling for what that guy was thinking. Hey? Why? Misaki was dumbfounded when she heard that Shishio had rejected her. It's not why. Shishio looked at Misaki speechlessly and said, didn't you say that you are going to use Mitaka-senpai's script before? So why did you suddenly ask me? The words that were about to come out of her mouth stopped, and she couldn't say anything. She thought about Mitaka then looked at the manuscript in her hands, she clearly saw the distance between the two, and even if Mitaka was able to complete his script, somehow she had a feeling how it would be, so. Shishio, I saw your motorcycle. Bring me on the ride. When Misaki was about to say something, Mayumi suddenly entered with excitement, especially after she saw Shishio's motorcycle. She had to admit that his motorcycle was very cool and she wanted to ride it with him. Shishio, is that your motorcycle outside? Chihiro also came and asked since she didn't expect Shishio to bring his motorcycle right at night. Misaki was annoyed when both Mayumi and Chihiro suddenly interrupted her, but when she was about to say something. Let's eat dinner first and talk later since it won't be delicious if it has gotten cold, Shishio said. Hearing the word food from his mouth, they knew that it was important to eat their dinner first. Everyone ate their dinner with a happy smile since it was delicious. Shishio collected his manuscript while everyone was eating. Shiro-san didn't say much since he knew that manuscript was very important. Oga-kun, Ritsuo called out his name so suddenly. What's wrong, senpai? Shishio looked at Ritsuo curiously. If your book is finished, can you let me read it? Ritsuo asked. Chihiro and Mayumi looked at both Shishio and Ritsuo curiously. Book? What do you mean? Mayumi was confused since she didn't hear that Shishio was writing a book. Shishio ignored Mayumi's question and looked at Ritsuo. Yes, you can read it, senpai. Ritsuo nodded, but she wanted to say something, but she wasn't sure what to say. Right, senpai, how was the club earlier? Shishio asked curiously since he didn't know what had happened in the literature club. Hey, don't ignore me. Tell me, what were you saying before? Mayumi quickly stood up and held Shishio's head under her armpit, pressing his face against her breasts. Mayumi-san, stop. Shishio was dumbfounded and quickly tapped Mayumi's arm several times since if this woman didn't let him go, then he was afraid that his dick would get hard. Even though this woman was a bit disappointing, her face was beautiful, and her body was sexy, so it was normal for him to show a reaction, right? Shishio's libido was very high, and it had been a long time since he had done it, so if this woman did this, then... Humph. Then quickly tell me. Mayumi snorted and kept trying to hold him in place, but Chihiro grabbed the back of her shirt. "Ma-you am I?" Chihiro's voice was so scary at that moment, and she stared at Mayumi without blinking. "Do you want me to raise your rent?" Gulp. Mayumi was dumbfounded before she bowed down. "I'm sorry." Shishio looked at Chihiro and Mayumi and sighed. "Well, Mayumi-san, I'm writing a story, so I asked Shiro-san's advice." "Hey? Why did you ask that pervert's advice?" Mayumi was dumbfounded. "Ah, it's great being looked down on." Shiro-san flushed from excitement. Cough. Cough. Shiro-san is a famous writer, and he also has won the Akutagawa Prize, you know. Shishio said. Mayumi's pupils were opened wide, and she was dumbfounded. She then looked at Shiro-san, who was smiling, looking at him with an expression of disbelief, before she pointed her finger at Shiro-san and said, "You mean, this pervert isn't a neat?" "Ah, it's great." Shiro-san was very excited, and his breathing was very heavy at that moment. Ritsu, Roberta and even Sheena moved closer to Shishio without hesitation. But everyone nodded at Mayumi's question. Mayumi seemed to be in shock, and she dropped on the chair as if she had lost a battle. Everyone looked at Mayumi's reaction and was speechless. "Well, I'll return to my room now." Shishio was about to go back to his room, but Sheena grabbed his t-shirt. "What's wrong, Mashiro?" He looked at Sheena curiously and wondered what this girl wanted to do. "Go on a date with me," Sheena said. Somehow the strange atmosphere became stagnant, and everyone opened their eyes wide at Sheena. Even Mayumi, whose body was all white, was also very dumbfounded at that moment. Shishio also blinked his eyes, staring at Sheena, wondering what this girl was planning to do. Plop. When they heard the sound of something or someone dropped, but they didn't care much what had dropped. They quickly woke up and exclaimed at the same time, "What?" Shishio also quickly calmed down and raised his eyebrows when he noticed Sorita, who was running away, shook his head inwardly. He then looked at Sheena and asked, "Is this confession, or are you asking me for a date?" "Date," Sheena said simply. "I want to go on a date with Shishio." "You want to go on a date with me?" Shishio asked. Sheena nodded. Ritsu wanted to say something, but she closed her mouth. Of course, she didn't have a right to stop them since they were only someone living in the same dorm, but even so, she felt very uncomfortable. "Shishio, have you seduced Mashiro?" Chihiro tried to control her emotion, even though she was on the verge of eruption, but regardless, she knew that it was their freedom to fall in love, but... Shishio ignored Chihiro and looked at Sheena, who had been looking at him straight. "Mashiro, do you want to go on a date with me?" "Yes." Sheena nodded. "Why?" Shishio asked. When Shishio asked this question, everyone also looked at Sheena, wondering why Sheena asked this request so suddenly. Sheena looked at everyone for a while and said, "For my manga." Everyone except for Shishio. "Is Saturday okay with you?" Shishio asked. Sheena nodded without hesitation. "So let's have a date on Saturday," Shishio said. Sheena nodded. "Then I'll go back first, good night," Shishio said while holding his manuscript, patting Sheena's head for a bit then left. "Good night." Sheena nodded again, but her mood was very happy at that moment. Shishio was about to leave, but his t-shirt was grabbed again by Mayumi, Ritsu, and Chihiro. He looked at the three females and asked with a confused expression, "What's wrong?" Mayumi, Ritsu, and Chihiro couldn't say anything in return. Shishio looked at the three of them and wasn't in a hurry. "Are you really going on a date with Mashiro?" Chihiro asked. "Well, it is just a date, right? And it is for Mashiro's manga. I'm just helping her." Shishio looked at the three of them weirdly. After all, he was only going on a date, so there was no need to be so exaggerated, right? Looking at Shishio's reaction, they weren't sure what to say for a moment. "Have you gone on a date before?" Mayumi suddenly asked. "No," Shishio said. Shishio looked at everyone and said, "Date is just an outing, right? Why do you have to react so much?" "Well, I'll go back first," Shishio said and left. Looking at Shishio's back, they somehow had a complicated expression. They knew that the date between Shishio and Sheena was just an outing, but somehow, they felt jealous of Sheena at that moment. As for Sheena, she was just very happy at that moment. As for Shiro-san, he could only sigh at Shishio and thought that this guy was very sinful, but at the same time, he was also happy that he was being ignored again. Shishio was in his room and continued to write his story on his laptop, but suddenly someone knocked on the door of his room. Yes. Shishio didn't hear a response, which caused him to raise his eyebrow, but the knock on his door didn't stop. He stopped and wondered whether it was Sheena, but when he opened the door, he was dumbfounded when he saw that it was Misaki. Misaki-senpai. Misaki smiled and quickly entered Shishio's room. Shishio, who couldn't react, looked at Misaki, who entered his room without hesitation. What are you doing, senpai? But he also quickly closed his door since he didn't want anyone to know that Misaki had entered his room. This is my first time in your room, Shishio-kun. Misaki looked around curiously then saw his bed. Shishio saw Misaki, who stared at his bed, and somehow he got a bad premonition. Yahoo! Misaki jumped directly into Shishio's bed. Misaki then rolled around his bed before she took his pillow and smelled it hard. It is Shishio-kun's smell. It's dangerous. You smell really good. Shishio was speechless and asked, what are you doing senpai? He wanted to throw this stupid senior outside. Shishio-kun, I haven't given up yet. Misaki quickly raised her body, looked at Shishio straight, and said, I want you to write a script for me. She uttered those words without hesitation, but suddenly the door of his room was knocked on again. Oga-kun, it's me, Mitaka. Can I talk with you for a bit? Shishio and Misaki. 190, Troublesome Senpai 2. Shishio was a bit dumbfounded when he heard Mitaka's voice. He then looked at Misaki for a moment before he walked to open the door, but Misaki quickly grasped his hand. What are you doing? Misaki seemed to be in a panic, asking this question in a low voice. I'm going to open the door, Shishio said calmly. Misaki. Shishio looked at Misaki, who was stunned and was about to open the door, but he was quickly stopped by Misaki again. What if Jin misunderstands us? Misaki asked in a hurry and wondering whether this guy had ever thought about the consequences if Mitaka saw both of them. Misunderstand? Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, what misunderstanding? Misaki. Misaki wasn't sure why, but she just didn't really want Mitaka to see her inside Shishio's room since she had a feeling that Mitaka was going to misunderstand her. Oga-kun. Mitaka's voice was heard once again. Wait a minute, senpai, Shishio said, then looked at Misaki. Just stay on my bed. I will talk with him on the outside. He had enough of teasing her, but he knew that he couldn't tease her too much, and he also couldn't let Mitaka wait too long, right? Misaki quickly nodded and quickly laid on Shishio's bed, covering her entire body with his blanket. She then poked her head out of the blanket and said again, don't tell Jin that I'm here, alright. Oh. Shishio didn't say much and opened the door normally. Misaki also quickly hid on his bed, covering her entire body with a blanket, hoping that Mitaka didn't see her. Still, at the same time, she was curious why Mitaka suddenly came to visit Shishio. When Misaki hid, Shishio saw Mitaka was right outside of his room, and he came out normally before he closed the door of his room. Mitaka raised his eyebrow before he asked with a playful smile. Did you hide something, Oga-kun? Misaki, who heard Mitaka's question, felt that her heart stopped for a moment. Shishio only raised his eyebrow then nodded. Yes, I just watched porn before, but you came to disrupt me, senpai. Misaki and Mitaka. So, is there something that you want to ask, senpai? Shishio asked. Misaki didn't wait any longer, hugging the blanket, and walked slowly right near the door to hear their conversation. Mitaka looked at Shishio's relaxed expression as if watching porn was something normal. Finally, he coughed awkwardly and said, sorry to bother you then. Misaki, who heard their conversation, wanted to laugh at Shishio's excuse, but at the same time, she also felt guilty since she knew the reason why Shishio was lying was because of her. It's all right. Shishio nodded and wondered what this guy would do if Mitaka knew that Misaki was right inside at that moment. So, is there something that I can help you with? Mitaka wanted to say something, but when Shishio's question fell, he couldn't say any words. Shishio looked at Mitaka for a bit and didn't have any patience to talk with him. If you have nothing, then I'll go back to my room, senpai. He was about to turn and go back to his room, but... Wait, Oga-kun. Mitaka quickly stopped Shishio. What's wrong? Shishio looked at Mitaka and looked at this guy curiously. Mitaka took a deep breath and asked, Oga-kun, can you let me read your manuscript? Misaki, who heard Mitaka's words, couldn't help but frown. After all, she was wondering whether Mitaka was going to plagiarize Shishio's story, but such a thought was normal since Mitaka said that he was going to write a script for her anime, but he said that he hadn't finished her script. Even though she didn't want to be cruel, she also knew that Mitaka's ability at writing wasn't good, so she thought that Mitaka might try to plagiarize Shishio's story. Shishio's story gave Misaki a lot of inspiration, and somehow she could imagine how his story was being turned into an anime. If her ability wasn't limited and her specialty was to create a romance anime, then she might ask him to let her make an anime of his story, but she knew about her own ability, so she didn't ask such a rude question. Her way of thinking might be weird for some people, but she was serious when it came to working. However, Misaki didn't say anything and wondered how Shishio was going to answer Mitaka's request. After all, she knew that showing a manuscript to someone else was like asking someone else's secret. Even though Shishio had shown her before, she believed that Shishio believed in her wouldn't try to plagiarize his work, but Mitaka was different. After all, Mitaka was also a writer, even though Mitaka had only written the script for her anime. When Mitaka asked this request, his face was so hot that it was almost burning. Yet, somehow his pride was hurt when he asked this request to someone who was younger than him. He had been working hard for the past few years, but all his results were simply ordinary in the eyes of those professionals. Only those high school students who didn't understand anything thought of him as a genius. Even though, in truth, he wasn't. Mitaka knew that this request of him was very shameless since he knew how important a manuscript was, but he was curious at what kind of story could make Misaki so excited. In truth, he didn't really want to ask this request, but the thought that he might not be part of Misaki's life in the future, made him lower his head to ask this shameless request to Shishio. Mitaka only hoped that Shishio could agree to his request as soon as possible so he could go back and continue to write his script, but... Hey? How did you know, senpai? Shishio asked with a confused expression. Mitaka. I have never told you before, right? Shishio asked. After all, he had only told Ritsu, Shina, Shiro-san, Roberta, Chihiro, and Mayumi that he had written a story, and he had never told this matter to both Mitaka and Sorita since both of them left directly in the morning earlier. Mitaka was stunned before he quickly said, I have heard it from Misaki. He pushed the frame of his glasses, and somehow he felt quite nervous at this moment since he didn't really want Shishio to know that he was eavesdropping on their conversation before. Really? Shishio raised his eyebrow, but he didn't say much. As for Misaki, she raised her eyebrow since she didn't remember that she had told about the matter that Shishio had written a story to Mitaka before. Yes. Mitaka nodded. I see. Shishio nodded, then said, but I'm sorry, senpai. Unfortunately, I can't let you read my manuscript. Mitaka and Misaki. Misaki wasn't that surprised and felt that it was normal for Shishio to refuse Mitaka's request, but Mitaka felt a bit annoyed by Shishio's refusal and asked, why? I mean, why should I let you read my manuscript? Shishio asked with a strange expression. Why? Mitaka was stunned when Shishio asked this question. But you have shown your manuscript to everyone, right? Hey? No, I didn't show it to everyone. I only showed it to Shiro-san, Mashiro, Ritsu, Roberta, and Misaki, and how did you know this matter, senpai? Shishio asked. Mitaka. Have you eavesdropped on our conversation before? Shishio asked. Mitaka sighed and nodded. Yes. He felt that his face was burning and that he wanted to run away at that moment, and at the same time, he was quite angry at Shishio, who refused his request, wondering whether this guy thought that he was going to plagiarize his story or something. Even though Shishio had every right to refuse, he was still Shishio's senior, and he wanted respect from him. Still, when he was about to get angry, he saw Shishio's tall, athletic, and muscular figure. So he somehow got a bit scared, and he also knew if he did something stupid, he would be the one at fault. Can you tell me why you refused me, Oga-kun? If Shishio knew what Mitaka was thinking, he would nod without hesitation since he didn't want to show Mitaka his script because he didn't want Mitaka to plagiarize him. Shishio nodded and said, well, I know that you might feel offended since I refused your request, but unlike everyone, your situation is a bit different, senpai. My situation? Mitaka asked with a frown. Right now, you're writing a script for Misaki-senpai's anime, right? Have you finished it? Shishio asked. Mitaka frowned and said, that matter has nothing to do with this matter, right? Of course, there's a matter. Shishio shook his head and said, if you haven't finished your script, then I'm afraid that you'll use my manuscript as a source of inspiration. You mean that I'm going to plagiarize? Mitaka asked with a snort. Shishio raised his eyebrow and said, if you think that way, then you can think of it that way. He was too lazy to act as a good underclassman in front of this person. Both Mitaka and Shishio stared at each other for a while. Mitaka gulped and could feel pressure from Shishio's body. He knew that if he tried to do something, he would be killed in a second. Shishio was, after all, a master of martial arts, and he could project his action thought to Mitaka easily. He then smiled at Mitaka and said, I mean, why do you have to ask me that request? I'm only a first year, I'm younger than you, do you think that I'm better than you at writing? You're a genius scriptwriter, right? Somehow when the genius scriptwriter came out from Shishio's mouth, it was like sarcasm on Mitaka's ears, but he didn't deny it since that was his nickname on the magazine. However, he couldn't help but become self-depreciated since he knew himself that he was only Misaki's tail. He only followed Misaki's reputation. If there wasn't Misaki, then he knew that he was only an ordinary student like everyone else. Senpai, if you can't believe in yourself that you can create a good script, how can Misaki-senpai believe in you? You can't even believe in yourself. So how can someone else believe you? Shishio asked. Mitaka opened his eyes in shock when he heard Shishio's words. So, senpai, let me ask you again, have you finished your script? Shishio asked. Mitaka looked at Shishio with a complicated expression and nodded. Yes. Then just show it to Misaki-senpai. What's the use to come to me at night? Shishio said. Mitaka looked at Shishio for a bit and nodded. You don't need to say that. I'll show it to Misaki. He then left without hesitation. After all, he had been rejected, and his pride also made him think that he should be better than Shishio. Just wait. So I'm waiting to see the hard work of the two of you, Shishio said with a smile, then entered his room without hesitation, but when he pushed the door, it hit something. It hurts. Misaki rubbed her forehead that was hit by the door. Shishio was speechless and said, What are you standing near the door? Misaki blushed embarrassedly. Senpai, Mitaka-senpai has worked hard for you. Why don't you believe in him to write a good script for you? Shishio asked since he didn't really want to write a script for Misaki. Work hard. Misaki wanted to laugh when she heard these words since she knew what kind of hard work Mitaka did. If becoming a womanizer, coming out every night, and staying with different women every day could be called hard work, then what was hard work? But Misaki felt complicated at that moment. You should go back to your room, senpai. I want to sleep first, Shishio said, holding Misaki's shoulders, and pushed him outside of his room. Mitaka-senpai has said that he has completed the script, right? How about you read it first before you make your decision? Hearing Shishio's words, Misaki thought for a bit, then nodded. Then you can continue to watch your porn first, Shishio-kun. Shishio smiled and said, Well, I'm going to continue to watch it, so go out now. I can't watch it with you here. Misaki smiled and said, How about we watch them together? Do you want to watch porn together with me? Shishio asked with a playful smile. Misaki was stunned, and she was blushing when she realized how bold she was at that moment. I'll go back first. She quickly ran away, wondering why her heart was beating so fast at this moment. She should have fallen at Mitaka, but why did she feel this feeling towards Shishio? Shishio could only shake his head and thought that the two of them were very troublesome at that moment. 191, The Change in Sakurasu 1. In the morning, Shishio woke up, as usual, to go to work out, but when he was about to go out, he was surprised to see Mitaka, who was holding a suitcase as if he was about to go somewhere. Hey? Mitaka-senpai, are you going somewhere? They were only talking to each other last night, but why did it suddenly become like this? Oga-kun. Mitaka was stunned when he saw Shishio, who was wearing a sports get-up. He tried to smile and asked, Are you going to work out? Yeah. Shishio nodded then asked, You're going to move? Yes. Mitaka nodded, then said, By the way, I'm sorry for last night. I might have gotten too emotional. When he had calmed down, he realized how unreasonable his request was. After all, someone else's manuscript wasn't something that anyone could see. It was like asking for the color of someone else's wife's panties from their husbands. There was no way Shishio would allow something like that, right? It's all right, but senpai, what's wrong with you? Shishio asked, even though he could guess more or less. Mitaka showed a bitter smile and said, It seems that my ability isn't enough for Misaki. Shishio nodded in understanding and could guess what had happened last night. He could guess that Mitaka had shown his script to Misaki, but Misaki couldn't accept his script and probably rejected it. Mitaka then thought that his ability wasn't enough and decided to move. So, where are you going to move? I'm going to move in with my friend, Mitaka said with a bitter expression. Girl. Shishio raised his eyebrow. Boy, Mitaka said without hesitation. I will break my relationship with all of my girlfriends and work hard on writing. Shishio wasn't sure what to say, or rather he didn't care much. I see, but do you think that Misaki will be alright once you leave? But he had to admit that, unlike Sorita, Mitaka was really a man since once Mitaka had decided to do something, Mitaka would do it without hesitation. However, he was wondering whether this guy didn't feel worried about leaving Misaki on Sakurasu, especially with him around? She's going to be alright, Mitaka said without hesitation. I'm his childhood friend, and I have known her for a long time. So I know that she'll be alright even if I leave her. Shishio could only shake his head inwardly, Even if someone's relationship was very close, and they had known each other for a long time, there was no way for both of them to understand each other completely, but he wouldn't say that since it was too troublesome. Right, before I leave, can I ask you a question, Oga-kun? Mitaka then looked at Shishio with a serious expression. What's wrong? Shishio asked. Do you like Misaki? Mitaka asked without hesitation. His eyes were serious, and if Shishio nodded, then he might try to fight him right here and now. Shishio shook his head and said, I already have a girlfriend. Mitaka was dumbfounded and asked, really? Shishio nodded calmly. Is it Mashiro-chan? Mitaka asked. No. Shishio shook his head, then smiled and said, Senpai, the only one who likes such an alien-like girl is you. Mitaka blushed and felt embarrassed. You know. Of course. Shishio nodded without hesitation. I see. Mitaka wasn't sure what to say and felt embarrassed, but he sighed in relief and felt that the boulder on his shoulders had disappeared somehow when he learned that Shishio had already a girlfriend. Then I'll go out now. I don't want anyone else to see me. Have you told anyone about your move, senpai? Shishio asked. I've only told Chihiro-sensei, Mitaka said simply. I'll send you out, Shishio said. Thanks. Mitaka nodded. Both of them walked out of the dorm and then separated in their own way, but when Shishio was about to walk, Mitaka called him out. Oga-kun. Shishio stopped and turned toward Mitaka. What's wrong, senpai? Mitaka looked at Shishio for a bit, then shook his head. Nothing, I'll go first. Even though he felt envious of Shishio's talent, what was the use of it? Mitaka knew that his ability didn't match Misaki, and he might have always been pampered by Misaki, who told him that his ability was alright, but he knew that it wasn't true. However, more importantly, he might have realized it too late, or he might not want to admit that hard work wasn't always rewarded. Shishio nodded and didn't say much. Looking at Mitaka's back, somehow, he wondered how Misaki was going to react to this matter, but it didn't really matter for him, and at the same time, he knew that he had made the change on Sakurasu. Sorita didn't have a good sleep last night, or rather, he couldn't fall asleep last night, especially when it happened yesterday. The first thing that happened was when he saw Shina hugging Shishio intimately. When he saw that, he felt that it didn't really matter anymore and felt that he had lost his soul. Still, he also knew that his relationship with Shina was just someone who was living in the same dorm, and he was just a stranger in her eyes, but deep inside, he still had a hope that Shishio might not choose Shina and Shina would choose him. However, when he was about to have dinner, he was stunned once again when he heard that Shishio and Shina were going on a date on Saturday. Sorita felt his head almost split, and it was buzzing. He felt that his entire body was hurt, that he almost passed out, hoping that everything was a dream, but he knew that it was reality. Somehow he just wanted to leave Sakurasu as soon as possible at this moment. Meow. Meow. Sorita frowned and felt quite annoyed by the meow of Hikari. He wasn't sure why he felt this, but he felt that if this wasn't because of this cat, then he wouldn't be this painful. Shut up. Hikari looked at Sorita for a while before she left and stopped meowing. Looking at Hikari, who had stopped meow, Sorita sighed and rubbed his temple. He wanted to wash his face before he went to go to school, but when he was about to walk out of his room, he saw someone walking in the corridor on the second floor. Good morning, Kanda-kun, Shishio said with a light smile. Good morning, Oga-kun, Sorita said with a forced smile, and he lowered his head slightly since he didn't want him to see his expression at this moment, and he also didn't really want to see Shishio's body that would cause him to feel quite inferior again. However, he still remembered the football match yesterday and couldn't help but feel both grateful and envious. Sorita was grateful that because of Shishio, he wasn't blamed. Still, he was also envious that Shishio could also play football easily while he, who had been joining the football club from elementary school to middle school, couldn't even be compared to him. Shishio didn't think too much and left his room directly since he felt quite cold since he only wore a t-shirt and shorts, but before he was about to enter his room, Sorita stopped him. Wait, Oga-kun. Shishio stopped and looked at Sorita. What's wrong, Kanda-kun? Sorita gulped and asked, you have said that someone wanted to adopt Hikari, his cat, right? Yes. Shishio nodded and said, she'll visit on Friday. So you can meet each other at that time. I see. Sorita nodded, but then he realized something. She. Shishio nodded. The one who wants to adopt your cat is a girl. I see. Sorita felt jealous again, wondering how this guy could know a lot of girls? So, is that all? Shishio asked. Ah, yes, thank you very much, Sorita said and bowed his head directly at Shishio. Shishio looked at Sorita and felt amused at this guy. Well, you don't need to worry. He then entered his room and closed the door since he needed to change into his uniform. Sorita then raised his head, but he was wondering why when Shishio was about to enter, he felt like he saw him smiling at him. He frowned and then shook his head. It's only my imagination, right? As usual, everyone ate breakfast together in the dining room, but Ritsu and Mayumi somehow weren't in a good mood. As for Roberta and Sheena, both of them were different, and they had never thought too much, enjoying their breakfast in the morning. Shiro-san didn't say much, but he could notice the change in everyone, and he knew that it was because of what had happened last night, but what could he do? He wasn't Shishio's father, and it was his freedom to go on a date with anyone, right? Especially when Ritsu and Mayumi were the only tenants from the same dorm, so neither of them had the right to stop Shishio, right? Sorita also joined to have breakfast, but he had been silent since it had been a while since he had eaten Shishio's food, so it brought him to tears that he just wanted to enjoy it now. Among everyone, probably the one who had the strangest action would probably be Misaki. Shishio-kun. I want a second. Misaki said and gave her rice bowl to Shishio. No, you have eaten a lot. Shishio looked at Misaki and said, you'll get a stomachache if you eat more, and if you eat more, you'll also eat Chihiro-ne's portion. He knew that eating too much wasn't good, so he tried to stop Misaki, but... It's all right. Chihiro-ne has told me that she's going to give me her breakfast. Misaki said without hesitation with a smile, but... I have never told you that, Chihiro suddenly said. Everyone quickly turned, and they saw Chihiro entered the dining room, but her complexion wasn't good. Misaki, I know that you're sad that Mitaka has moved, but... Chihiro wanted to say something, but Misaki quickly stopped her. I don't feel sad. Anyway, I'm full now. I'll go out now. Misaki said then left without hesitation, but everyone was dumbfounded when they heard Chihiro's words. Senpai, please clean up your plates first. Shishio shouted. Please take care of them for me, Shishio-kun. I'll make you up later. Misaki shouted before she left. Shishio shook his head and didn't say much since he knew what was happening. Chihiro, has Mitaka moved? Mayumi asked curiously, and she quickly smelled gossip, especially when what happened. Well, I'm not sure. Chihiro shook her head and said, you should ask Misaki about that matter. Damn. She has run away. Mayumi felt a bit itchy and wanted to chase after Misaki since she wanted to learn what was happening. Besides Mayumi, Ritsu and Shiro-san were also surprised, but they had seen a lot of people who had decided to move, so they didn't think too much, especially when Mitaka was in his third year of high school. As for Sheena and Roberta, they didn't think too much since their relationship with Mitaka wasn't close. The one who was probably the most shocked was Sorita. He sat there dumbfounded and didn't say a word for a while until he woke up a moment later. Hey? Really? Mitaka-senpai has moved. When he thought that Mitaka had moved, his desire to move from Sakurasu became even bigger since if someone like Mitaka couldn't stay here, then he, who was an ordinary, also couldn't hold on anymore. Yes. Chihiro nodded and asked, you want to move too, Kanda? Yes. Sorita nodded after a moment of hesitation. Have your cats been adopted? Chihiro asked. Only Hikari is left, Sorita said. Then leave it here. Shishio can probably take care of it, right? Chihiro looked at Shishio. Shishio was surprised, but then he nodded. Well, I don't mind taking care of Hikari. She's a very cute cat. Sorita then looked at Hikari, who snuggled at Shishio's feet, which made his heart hurt, but this way, he could move out from Sakurasu. You should talk with the regular dorm by yourself later, Kanda, Chihiro said. Yes, Chihiro-sensei. Sorita nodded obediently. Chihiro wasn't surprised that Sorita wanted to move, and as for Mitaka, in truth, she was quite surprised that Mitaka could stay so long in Sakurasu. Still, she didn't think too much since there was something that had been bothering her for a while. Shishio, are you really going on a date with Mashiro? When that question fell, everyone was in silence again. 192, the change in Sakurasu 2. Shishio, who was eating, stopped for a moment, then looked at Chihiro before he looked at Sheena, who showed a worried expression, tucked his white shirt with her white and small hand. Finally, he sighed inwardly and nodded. If there's no problem, then we'll go on a date. Shishio. Sheena was smiling, and all her worries disappeared. Shishio then looked at Chihiro, then asked directly, you don't want me to go, Chihiro-ne? Chihiro was quite stunned when Shishio suddenly asked her this question. The expressionless face that she showed before was broken instantly, but she was an adult, so she could maintain her emotion better. No, if you want to go, then you should go. Anyway, even though you two are relatives, you can get married to each other anyway. Married. Sheena tilted her head and started to think of this word. Before, Chihiro might have said the word married to her, but she didn't think too much, but now, it was different after all. Ritsu, who was eating, stopped her movement for a moment before she continued to eat quietly as if this thing had nothing to do with her. Shishio looked at Chihiro's expression and sighed. Chihiro, nay, we're only going on a date. Our date is very simple. We'll go out together, eat, then have fun. But, of course, there won't be sex like what Mayumi usually did with her boyfriend. Hey, why did you include me in this conversation? And why did you treat me like a loose woman? Mayumi was furious at that moment. You're a loose woman. Everyone thought at this moment, but they didn't say anything. What I mean is why you have made a date between Mashiro and me is like a big matter. It's just an outing, right? Can you trust your nephew? Shishio asked, but somehow his face was burning at that moment. However, he needed to be cheeky, and he also didn't have an intention to do something dirty to Shina. Chihiro looked at Shishio for a bit, then nodded. Well, that's true. She then didn't say much and ate her breakfast. She had to admit that it tasted good, but there was bitterness in her heart, wondering why the relationship between the two of them was a nephew and an aunt. Ritsu wasn't sure why she felt very uncomfortable, but she couldn't utter any words since she knew that it wasn't her place to say anything about the date between Shishio and Shina. I object. I object. I don't want to see both of you go on a date. Mayumi suddenly raised her hand. Shishio was lost for words, but he still asked anyway. Why? Because I don't want to. Mayumi suddenly became depressed and gloomy. She slouched on her chair, turned her head slightly, with some tears on her eyes, showing how sad she was. I'm single, and on Saturday, all I can do is just sleep, rest, or watch a movie, but both of you are going on a date together. If the mood between the two of you is good, then you might really go out to each other, and if that happens, then I'll be tortured by the sweet interaction between the two of you. You don't want me to die, right? Then don't go on a date. It was their first time hearing such a selfish reason, but somehow they couldn't get angry at this woman. Mayumi, you don't want me to go on a date with Shishio. Shina then looked at Mayumi with a sad expression. Ah, ugh. Mayumi, who was being stared at by such a pure expression, felt that her chest was stuffy, and she was riddled with guilt. She felt that she was an adult who had stolen a lollipop from a baby, but this candy was so sweet that she couldn't help but want to steal it and lick it. Well, the lollipop might be a metaphor, but this person really had a huge lollipop since Mayumi had seen it in the bathroom before. Mayumi. Shina called out her name softly again. Ugh, just go on a date then. Mayumi felt that she couldn't beat Shina and could only use her arms to rest on the table, feeling regret that Shishio couldn't be born 10 years earlier. Thank you, Mayumi-sensei, Shina said with a smile in her eyes. Shishio rubbed his temple for a moment and wasn't sure what to say. Everyone quietly ate their breakfast, but Ritsu left first after she had washed her dishes. Sorry, I have something to do. I'll go first. She then left both Shishio and Shina, even though the three of them often went to school together. Even though she knew that both Shishio and Shina were just going on a date, she felt really uncomfortable. She wasn't sure why that she felt that there was an invisible wall suddenly appeared between them, and it caused her to feel sad, and somehow if she stayed with them any longer, she might cry, so she decided to leave first. Shishio looked at Ritsu's back and could only shake his head. Ritsu, Shina called out Ritsu's name and became confused when she suddenly went to the school by herself when usually they went out together, but before she could chase after her. Mashiro, let her, Mayumi suddenly said. Mayumi. Shina looked at Mayumi with a confused expression. Give her some space. Mayumi looked at Shina then looked at Shishio, but she wasn't sure what to say. She wanted to tell him not to be too gentle toward a girl, but she knew that even if he wasn't gentle, she had a feeling that a lot of girls were still going to fall for him. So she thought for a while and said, Shishio, try to talk to Riken later. Yes. Shishio nodded and sighed inwardly that a girl was really troublesome. He then looked at Shina and said, sit down for a bit. We'll go to the school together later after I have washed the dishes. Shina looked at Ritsu's back for a while before she reluctantly nodded. Shishio looked at Shina and said, don't worry, we'll talk with her later so we can go to the school together. He patted her head lightly and tried to give her reassurance. Shina nodded with a comfortable expression. Chihiro looked at both of them before letting out a long sigh. She stood up and said, I'll go to work first. Shishio, can you wash my dish? Before Shishio answered Chihiro's question, he saw her walk away, which made him sigh while shaking his head. Mayumi looked at Chihiro, then looked at Shishio and said, Shishio, can you? No, Shishio said without hesitation. I haven't said anything. Mayumi complained. No, or else, I won't cook for you in the future, Shishio said. Mayumi shut her mouth. Shishio-sama, I can wash your dishes, Roberta suddenly said. Really? Shishio looked at Roberta with doubt. Roberta blushed and knew that she wasn't good at household chores, but she didn't want to be looked down on. She was a qualified maid, and she would show this to her master. Let me. She stood up and took all the dishes to wash them, but when she was about to wash them in the sink. Crack! They looked at the plate that was split in half by Roberta. Let me, Shishio said. Yes. Roberta nodded with a blush, but at the same time, she felt useless at that moment. It's all right. You don't need to force yourself. Each person has their own role, you might not be good at household chores, but you should know that I have always depended on you, all right. Shishio said gently. Shishio-sama. Roberta couldn't look away from Shishio at that moment. Mayumi realized how dangerous Shishio was at that moment. As for Shiro-san and Sorita, who had been ignored, both of them showed different reactions. Shiro-san was happy that he was being ignored, and Sorita was still in a state of disbelief, and somehow his chest was hurt, but one thing for sure was that he wanted to leave Sakurasu as soon as possible. If Mitaka-senpai can't even stay in this place, then how can I? After everything was ready, Shishio and Shina were about to go to school. Oga-kun. Shishio turned and looked at Sorita. What's wrong, Kanda-kun? I'll leave Hikari in your hands, all right. Sorita said nervously. Shishio nodded without hesitation. Leave Hikari to me. Thanks. Sorita nodded and showed a sigh of relief. Shishio then shook his head and looked at Shina, who was in a daze. Let's go, Mashiro. Shina nodded and walked out together from Sakurasu together with Shishio. Sorita. Shishio and Shina walked together next to each other. He walked to the right side of her since he was afraid that she might jump when a vehicle was about to pass them. Shishio. Why did Ritsu leave first? Shina looked at Shishio and asked this question. Shishio looked at Shina for a while and said, probably because you have invited me on a date, and I have also accepted your invitation. Shina was surprised and asked, because of a date? Yes. Shishio nodded. But why? Shina asked and couldn't understand. Shishio patted Shina's head and thought that he really needed to teach her, or else she might cause many people to get angry at her. If Kawaii-senpai suddenly asks me on a date and I accept to go on a date with her, without you, then what do you think? Shina was stunned and couldn't say anything for a while. She touched her heart and looked at Shishio. I don't know, but I don't feel comfortable. Shishio looked at Shina for a while and said, well, that's probably what Kawaii-senpai feels now. Shina was stunned then asked, then what should I do? I want to go to school with Ritsu. Change is inevitable, and we can't stay the same forever. Shishio felt a bit tired somehow. After all, in the past 2 days, he needed to handle many emotional problems of a lot of girls. He also needed to solve his own problem, but he needed to force himself at this moment. In that process, you might hurt someone whether you realize it or not. So, will you change, Shishio? Shina asked. Shishio looked at Shina and said, you might have realized it, but you have also changed Mashiro. Shina was surprised and asked, I have changed. Shishio nodded gently and said, when we first met, your eyes were full of confusion and worry, but now, it is all clear. You're not only white now. You have become more beautiful. Shina was in a daze, staring at Shishio, and she might not realize that there was a blush on her cheeks at this moment. Let's go to school, Mashiro, Shishio said. Shina nodded, and somehow her mood was very good at that moment. I'll talk with Kawaii-senpai later so we can go home together, Shishio said. Shina nodded and said, I'll believe in Shishio. Shishio smiled and said, I'm not that omnipotent, but I'll do my best. He patted her head again since he had to admit that this girl was very cute. Shina showed a satisfied smile, feeling comfortable by his pat. With that said, Shishio was wondering how he needed to talk with Ritsu later, but then when he saw a convenience store right in front of him. He then looked at Shina and asked, do you want to buy a Bonkuchen? Yes. Shina nodded without hesitation. 193, what is date? Ritsu, who had left both Shishio and Shina, sat on her seat with a depressed expression. She took her book and was about to read it, but she couldn't concentrate no matter what. It was like there was something stuck in her throat that it felt so uncomfortable at that moment. She thought about the day that they spent together that was enough to bring her a smile, but somehow she might have a feeling that such a day would change. Date. Ritsu knew that they were only going on a date together, but somehow, it made her so uncomfortable. While she was in deep thought, someone suddenly called out her name. Kawaii-san. Ritsu was startled and almost threw the book in her hand, but she stopped quickly and looked at Miu, who called her out. What's wrong, Ashihara-san? Miu looked at Ritsu for a while and asked worriedly, are you alright? Are you alright? Ritsu thought for a while, then nodded. I'm alright. Thank you for asking, Ashihara-san. Even though their relationship might have become quite close, she didn't think that it was good to talk about her problem to Miu. Before, they might not have talked to each other that much. Still, after Ritsu had joined the literature club, both of them often talked together, and Miu also knew that the reason why Ritsu had this cold expression on her face was because of her quite awkward personality. It's all right. Miu shook her head and asked, so what's wrong? She was quite curious at why Ritsu showed such an expression. After all, most of the time, Ritsu had always shown a cold expression. Ritsu looked at Miu for a while, and after a moment of hesitation, she looked around cautiously, then asked in a whisper, Ashihara-san, have you been on a date? Date? Miu was startled, and her face blushed. Shhh. Ritsu quickly told Miu to keep quiet. Miu looked around and sighed in relief when no one seemed to pay attention to them. She then looked at Ritsu with a smile and asked, has someone invited you on a date? Was it USA-kun? She thought that USA was really bold for asking Ritsu on a date, but she supported them anyway. Hey? Why did you mention USA-kun here? Ritsu looked at Miu with a confused expression. Miu sighed and felt quite sympathetic toward USA, but she quickly threw USA's matter away then asked Ritsu since she didn't think too much of USA and cared more about Ritsu's problem. So, who has invited you on a date? Achoo. USA suddenly felt his body was very cold at that moment. What's wrong, USA? Tegami asked. Nothing. USA shook his head and he didn't know why he felt a bit uncomfortable all of a sudden, but it might have been because of his part-time job yesterday. I'll have to talk with Oga-kun when he arrives. He thought the moment he accepted the job's offer from Shishio, he was fooled by him for some reason. No, it isn't me who is going on a date, but someone I know, Ritsu said in a low mood. So, what's the problem? Miu asked since she really didn't understand what Ritsu wanted to say. In your mind, what kind of activity do people usually do on a date? Ritsu asked. Miu thought for a while and said, probably having fun together. That's how a date usually is, right? Have fun together, hey. Ritsu nodded and thought that it fit with what Haru had told her before. So if a couple has a date, will they do that? Her face was red when she asked this question. What? Miu tilted her head and felt confused. Ritsu's face was burning red, but she made a gesture with her hand to make Miu move closer. Miu looked at Ritsu for a while before she moved her ear closer before she heard what Ritsu was saying right in her ear. Her face turned red, and she raised her voice quite loudly since she was startled. Ritsu started to feel the gaze of her classmates, which caused her to panic. Shh. Miu also noticed the gaze of her classmates too, which made her uncomfortable. She quickly apologized for the commotion that she had caused before she continued to talk with Ritsu. Well, it depends, isn't it? If they're dating, then they might kiss each other, but if they're not and it is only a practice, then they might just be having fun before they go home, right? I see. Somehow Ritsu felt quite comfortable when she heard Miu's words. After all, she knew that the date between Shishio and Shina was just for Shina's manga, and even if they went on a date together, they might not date each other, right? So, who is going on a date? Miu asked curiously. Ritsu looked at Miu for a while, then when she was about to say something. Hey, what are you talking about? Miu and Ritsu turned and saw a random guy who suddenly approached them and talked with them. The young man's action couldn't be blamed, after all, both of them were very cute, and when both of them suddenly talked intimately, he couldn't help but want to approach them, but Ritsu's expression quickly turned cold. As for Miu, her face was smiling, but her voice was very cold. Can you not bother us? When the two girls were talking to each other about love, they didn't want someone to bother them, especially someone who tried to act close even though they weren't. In the morning, when Nana came to the school and entered the class, she was quite restless. She looked at the empty seat right next to her and couldn't help but sigh. She looked like a puppy who hadn't met her master for a while. If she had a tail, then she would crazily wag her tail at this moment. Sometimes, Nana wondered whether what had happened yesterday was just a dream, but she knew it was real when she traced her lips again. Nana, what's wrong? Did something good happen? Maya and Mako quickly came to Nana and looked at her curiously since they could see a variety of emotions on her face. Nana looked at her two friends and wanted to say that she had dated Shishio, but she knew that she didn't date him alone, which caused her a bit hesitant to tell them about her relationship with Shishio. Ugh. In truth, she wanted to tell the world directly about their relationship, but somehow, she wasn't sure. However, she knew that she could trust both of them, so she said, well, don't tell anyone. Mako and Maya looked at each other then nodded at Nana. So, what's wrong? Is it related to Shishio? Mako and Maya thought about what had happened yesterday and wondered what was happening, but when Nana was about to say something, they heard his voice. Good morning. Nana, Maya and Mako quickly turned, and they saw Shishio walking toward them. Nana blushed and didn't dare to look at him. Shishio smiled and walked toward Nana. What are you embarrassed about? They had kissed each other after all, so he couldn't understand the reason why she was embarrassed. Nana's face was red, but somehow she wanted to hug him and kiss him. However, she knew that this wasn't the place. It was your fault. My fault? What did I do? Shishio asked with a confused expression and a slight smile on his face. Nana somehow realized how shameless her boyfriend was. Looking at Shishio, who had sat in his seat and talked with Nana intimately, Maya and Mako wanted to say something, but... Shishio! USA shouted and ran toward Shishio's direction. His face was almost crying as if someone had bullied him. Maya, Nana, and Mako wanted to beat up USA for some reason. Shishio looked at USA and asked calmly, USA, what's wrong? You. Looking at Shishio's calm expression, USA sighed and asked, what kind of place did you introduce to me? What's wrong? The salary is good, right? Shishio said. Well, the salary is good, but I have to wear a weird costume, I have to use a weird nickname, and my colleagues are. USA sighed when he thought about yesterday and wanted to cry without tears. The salary was good, but his colleagues were pretty unique. What's wrong with your colleagues? Shishio asked curiously. Ugh, one of my colleagues loves to create a background story for himself and everyone in the store, and the other one loves to tell about everyone's guardian spirit. USA then told his grievance, working on the cafe where Shishio introduced him. Well, it sounds fun, Shishio said calmly. What's so fun about it? USA was almost mad at that moment. Well, USA, even though you're full of complaints, it seems that you have gotten used to taking care of those individual characters, Shishio said. Ugh. USA quickly shut his mouth since he was afraid that his dark history would be uncovered at this moment. Well, if you want to stop, then you can stop. After all, it is only a part-time job. As long as you have enough money, you can stop anytime, right? Shishio said calmly. I see. USA, who was full of complaints at that moment, was dumbfounded and realized that this was only a part-time job. If he wanted to stop then, he could stop anytime. Cough. Cough. USA, can you go away for a bit? The four of us have something to talk about now, Mako suddenly said. Yeah, go away for a bit, Maya said. USA somehow wanted to cry at this moment, but the stare of the three girls was too painful on him. Alright, now, there's no one who is going to bother us. Mako looked at Shishio and asked, so Shishio-kun, can you answer our question? Are you two dating? Maya asked. Mako stared at Maya speechlessly since she wanted to build her momentum, but her friend destroyed it. Shishio looked at Mako and Maya, then looked at Nana, who showed a nervous expression. He then gently held her hand and nodded. Yes. It was a simple word, but that was enough to bring a smile to Nana, but strangely enough, both Mako and Maya couldn't smile at this moment. Nana smiled happily then looked at Mako and Maya, then said, well, we're dating, but I hope that you can keep this a secret. Hey? Why? Mako asked. You know, his popularity, it'll be troublesome if I get bothered by his fans, right? Nana said. Maya and Mako thought for a bit and nodded. Well, you don't need to worry. Mako nodded. Yeah, just enjoy your youth while we're going to stare at a group of little boys, Maya said. Shishio and Nana looked at both of them, who sadly walked back to their seats with a speechless expression. Shishio then looked at Nana again and asked, are you sure? What? Nana asked. I mean about not telling everyone about our relationship, Shishio said. Well, it doesn't really matter since I don't care whether everyone knows about our relationship or not since what's important is that I'm now yours, right? Nana said with a smile. Shishio looked at Nana for a while, felt his teeth were a bit itchy since he felt that he wouldn't be a man this way, so he quickly called Mako and Maya again. Mako. Maya. Hey. 2x. Maya and Mako turned and looked at Shishio curiously. You can ignore Nana's words before, and you can tell everyone that we're dating, Shishio said while holding Nana's hand without hesitation. Not only Maya and Mako, but the entire class, who also heard Shishio's words, felt dumbfounded. Shishio. Nana's face was red at this moment, staring at Shishio in surprise, but there was also happiness in her heart. You're my woman, there's no way that I'll pretend that you're not in front of everyone, Shishio said without hesitation. After all, he had dated two girls at the same time, and he had let them sacrifice for himself, so he wouldn't let them sacrifice for him anymore. He needed to be a man and acknowledged their relationship in front of everyone. Shishio. Nana was full of smiles and happiness. If they weren't in the class, then she would jump into him and kiss him at this moment. Hey? What's wrong? Nanamai, who entered the class, was confused when she saw everyone was in silence and stared at Nana and Shishio. Somehow she learned what had happened, and even though she had expected this, she felt quite bitter at that moment. However, even if all the girls seemed to be bitter, the class wouldn't stop, especially when the teacher came. Shishio was reading his book as usual in the class while also teaching Nana if this girl didn't understand. It was almost a break, but all the girls seemed to be very sad, and the guys were very happy since this way, they didn't need to worry that Shishio would steal their crush. As for Shishio, he didn't think too much and thought to bring both Nana and Saki to talk together, but then the door of the class was knocked on, and Hiratsuka entered the class while looking around. Sorry for bothering the class, but Oga Shishio, can you come with me for a bit? Hiratsuka asked. Everyone looked at Hiratsuka then looked at Shishio curiously, wondering what was happening. Shishio raised his eyebrow and also wondered what was happening, but then when he turned his eye toward the window, his mouth twitched when he noticed a luxurious car had parked outside of the entrance of his school. 194, I want a house. Shishio walked out of the class then looked at Hiratsuka curiously. So what's wrong, sensei? Hiratsuka kept walking and didn't say anything for a moment, but she couldn't help but stare at Shishio again. She couldn't help but recall their conversation when he helped her at that time, and she remembered that he was an investor or something. You know, I thought that you were just a small investor or something, considering your age, but I didn't expect you to be so amazing. When she thought about the person who wanted to meet Shishio, she couldn't help but sigh. Shishio smiled and said, so you know that I was serious at that time, right? If you want, we can get married right away, sensei. Hiratsuka was blushing and quickly restored. You bastard, how could you say something like that to your teacher? So if I'm not a student, I can say those words again, sensei. Shishio stopped and stared straight into Hiratsuka's eyes. Hiratsuka was stunned, and her heart was racing at that moment. She wanted to look away from him, but his gaze somehow locked her, which caused her unable to look away. Sensei, you're so cute, Shishio said with a smile. WH. Hiratsuka's face was burning red at that moment. Shishio-kun. I'm waiting for you, but you're flirting with your teacher. Shishio and Hiratsuka were dumbfounded, but they quickly turned their heads, but they didn't see anyone until he looked below and saw someone he had expected to see. Tokugawa-san. Yo. Tokugawa smiled and waved his hand with a smile toward Shishio. You haven't called me, so I came to your school. Did you feel surprised? Shishio rubbed his temple and felt a headache. He then looked at Hiratsuka and said, Hiratsuka-sensei, can you leave us alone? Well, just be careful, and don't tell such a joke again, Hiratsuka said with a serious expression before she left very quickly since she was very embarrassed at this moment. That little girl is from Hiratsuka's family, right? Tokugawa said curiously. Little girl. Shishio was a bit speechless, but if he compared Tokugawa's age with Hiratsuka, he understood why Tokugawa called her a little girl. Well, let's talk in the room inside, Tokugawa-san. It's weird for you to call me Tokugawa-san. Tokugawa pouted and said, just call me Ji-chan, alright. Shishio somehow wanted to puke when he saw Grandpa would pout at him. Both Tokugawa and Shishio then entered the principal room, which was the best room in the school after the principal talked with Tokugawa for a bit and talked with Shishio for a bit since Shishio was the best student among all the first year. In truth, the principal was curious about the relationship between Shishio and Tokugawa. Still, with his standing, it was better not to ask much, and he thought that he should care more about Shishio in the future. It was his first time in the principal's room. Shishio walked to the pantry area inside the principal's room and asked, do you want some tea, Tokugawa-ji? Oh? Are you calling me Tokugawa-ji now? Tokugawa asked with a smile. You don't want to? Shishio asked. It's good. That's good. You can call me whatever you want. Even Tokugawa-chan is alright, Tokugawa said with a full smile. Even Shishio was brazen. He wouldn't call an elderly with the chan suffix, alright? Shishio didn't think too much and started to prepare tea for both of them. Tokugawa, who saw Shishio preparing tea for him, was smiling and didn't think too much, but when the smell of the tea permeated through the room, he was dumbfounded since the smell was so good. Shishio-kun, is that Dahongpao tea? Tokugawa asked with a dumbfounded expression since the smell of this tea was similar to the smell of the Dahongpao tea, the national treasure tea from China, which was why he could only stare at Shishio with amazement. Shishio was speechless and said, if I have such an expensive tea, I should consume it myself rather than letting you drink it. Then? What tea is that? The smell is so good. Tokugawa couldn't help but exclaim. Shishio took 2 cups of tea and sat on the sofa while giving one of the cups to Tokugawa. It's just normal instant tea, but a slightly better one. After all, if the principal had a very expensive tea, then it would be counted as corruption, so it was normal for the principal to only own a normal tea. Well, maybe slightly expensive, but it wasn't as expensive as Dahongpao tea which cost $1.2 million per kilo. Tokugawa didn't believe Shishio's words that much and then sipped the tea on his hand. Boom! Tokugawa felt that his body was rejuvenated and felt his hakama was blown away at that moment. Oh! His face flushed, and he was very happy since he could taste such an amazing tea. He was, after all, someone with a lot of experience and knew that this wasn't the matter of the ingredients, but it was the matter of Shishio's skill. He then looked at Shishio with amazement and sighed. Fighting, learning, then tea brewing, I wonder whether there's something that you can't do. Luckily, Tokuga's hakama wasn't really blown away, but if it really happened, then Shishio's enhanced vision would go blind at this moment. Well, can you tell me why you're here, Tokugawa-ji? Shishio asked while sipping his tea. Well, impatient, are we? Tokugawa smiled, put the cup of tea on the table, and folded his arms inside the sleeve of his hakama. Did you know, after you have defeated Fang of Metsudo, you have become very famous. I guess that's normal. After all, Kano Agito is the undefeatable champion of Kengan match, Shishio said calmly as if their conversation had nothing to do with him. You're not surprised? Tokugawa asked. Not really, it's normal, isn't it? I'm strong, so isn't it normal for those fighters to want to fight me, especially those who have been defeated by Kano, right? Shishio said calmly. He knew that those martial arts only wanted to become the strongest, so it was normal for them to want to fight him, considering he had defeated Kano Agito. He also knew that Kano Agito had defeated many people, and those people were working hard to defeat Kano Agito, but he defeated this Kano Agito. Therefore, their target had been defeated by him, so wasn't it normal for their target to be changed toward him? However, there was no way for them to fight him. After all, his identity and notoriety were known. Shishio was the grandchildren of the general of JSDF, and the price of his fight was just too much. Even if some of those fighters wanted to fight him, there was no way for them to get a lot of money or make an enemy of the general of JSDF, right? They weren't stupid after all, but well, some of those fighters were stupid people who just wanted to prove that they were the strongest. And even if they want to cause me trouble, Shishio thought that he could send them to hell directly. He then looked at Tokugawa and asked, so has someone wanted to fight me or something? Tokugawa nodded and said, one of the champions in my underground arena, he's a master of Chinese martial art, his name is Kairetsu. Then, he smiled and asked, are you interested in fighting him? He knew that all martial artists shared the same trait, and they wanted to be the strongest, so he thought that Shishio would be interested in fighting against Kairetsu, considering both of them learned Chinese martial art, but I refuse, Shishio said without hesitation. Tokugawa showed a dumbfounded expression. Well, if that's the end, then I'll go out now since it is almost time for a break. Shishio stood up and was about to go out, but Tokugawa quickly stopped him. Wait. Wait. Tokugawa held Shishio's hand and asked, are you not interested? Are you not interested in becoming the strongest? Not really. Shishio shook his head calmly. Why? Tokugawa asked with a confused expression and asked, don't you martial artist wants to become the strongest? That's true, but I have a feeling after I have defeated Kairetsu, then another fighter is going to ask me for a fight, then such a repetition is going to continue until I have defeated all of them, and some of them might even want for a rematch. It's too troublesome, and I like my life to be peaceful, Shishio said calmly. Tokugawa looked at Shishio for a bit and asked, what do you want? Shishio looked at Tokugawa with a weird expression and asked, do you really want to see me fight? Yes. Tokugawa nodded and said, I can see that you are very strong, so strong that I want to see your limit, but at the same time, I also know that you are like a businessman who sees something in both profit and loss. So you're not a pure martial artist. Shishio nodded and didn't think too much about Tokugawa's opinion since this kind of old man would die sooner in a few years later, so what did Tokugawa's opinion matter to him? Tokugawa might have an influence, but in business, the influence of someone could be destroyed by anyone as long as there was enough interest and Shishio didn't fear Tokugawa. But I don't care about that, and what I want is to see you fighting, Tokugawa said. You can't force me, though, Shishio said. That's true. Tokugawa nodded and said, I don't have the power to force you to fight, so I want to ask you what do you want so you can fight on my underground arena? Is it money? Or is it a woman? Shishio looked at Tokugawa and said, you really love to see someone fighting, hey? Yes. Tokugawa nodded with a smile. House, Shishio said. What? Tokugawa was a bit surprised. Shishio wasn't serious, but if he was given a house, he didn't really mind, and personally, he was quite curious about this Kairetsu. You have a lot of houses, right? I want a traditional Japanese house, a huge one, give me one, he said. If you before he finished his words. Deal. Tokugawa said without hesitation. Are you sure? Shishio asked. Tokugawa patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I'll prepare one for you. Is it for your girlfriend? Well. Shishio didn't say much but sighed, thinking that the Tokugawa clan was wealthy. Even though he didn't know how much Tokugawa's net worth was, he knew that this old man had many hidden treasures. Just let me know which area you want. Tokyo? Izu? Kyoto? If you don't want any of them, then I can build you a new one. Just choose any land that you want. I can build your house anywhere, Tokugawa said with a smile. I'll tell you later after I have won the match, Shishio said. Tokugawa nodded with a smile and asked, so that's all? Is there something that you want to ask me again? I can give you the Dahongpao tea if you want, but share it with me since I'm curious about the taste of the tea that you brew with the most expensive tea in the world. Well, I don't mind since I'm also curious about the taste of this tea, but still, I have 2 more requests, Shishio said. What? Tokugawa asked. Can you introduce me to the strongest Aikido user? Shishio asked calmly. Aikido. Tokugawa was dumbfounded and looked at Shishio for a bit before he showed a bright smile. Of course. His body was somehow trembling, and he wasn't sure why he had this feeling, but he knew that this young man might be able to match against the strongest human on earth, Yujiro Hanma. Right now, he's still rough, but soon. Tokugawa was full of excitement when he thought that he was in the process of making a monster. However, calling him a monster would be too rude. Rather he should call him a god. Haha, I'll introduce you to the strongest Aikido user. Or do you want to visit him now? I'm sure now that he's free. No, I'll make sure that he's free. Tokugawa said without hesitation. No, it's all right, I can go there myself later, Shishio said and wanted to stay away from this elderly man for a bit since he realized that this elderly man was a bit crazy. What about the next request? Tokugawa asked curiously. I want you to promise me a favor, Shishio said. Deal. Tokugawa nodded without hesitation. Are you sure? Shishio raised his eyebrow. Yes. Tokugawa nodded again without hesitation. You can ask me a favor, as long as it is within my power. Shishio really thought that this elderly man was really crazy. 195, don't be shy, I know what you want. Shishio and Tokugawa talked for a bit, but somehow their conversation was a bit longer than they had thought that it was already time for a break. Well, I need to go out first. My girlfriends are waiting for me, Shishio said. Tokugawa looked at Shishio and thought that this guy really knew how to enjoy his life. Well, you can come to his dojo anytime, and as for the match, are you alright with next week? Yeah, let's do it on the weekday at night, Shishio said. Weekdays? Not on the weekend. Tokugawa asked with confused expressions since he knew that Shishio was a student, so he knew that Shishio only had free time on the weekend. On the weekend, I'll use that time for a date, Shishio said simply. Tokugawa. Tokugawa smiled and said, oh, you're confident that you'll win, aren't you? Well, the only one who can make me serious is probably Yujiro Hanma, but if possible, I don't really want to fight him, Shishio said with a bitter smile. Oh? Why? Tokugawa didn't think too much that Shishio knew about Yujiro Hanma, or rather it would be weird if Shishio didn't know about that name. He was wondering whether Shishio knew that his power was weaker and didn't dare to fight Yujiro Hanma, but if we fight each other, we can only kill each other, Shishio said calmly. However, Tokugawa, who heard those words, shuddered and felt his entire body was covered in a cold sweat since he had a feeling that both Shishio and Yujiro Hanma would try to kill each other if they were really fighting with each other. Somehow, Tokugawa wanted to meet both of them, but at the same time, he was also scared when he thought that he might be killed directly by one of them before he was able to see the match between them. He wasn't scared of dying, but he was scared that he wouldn't be able to see their fight. Finally, he let out a sigh and said, well, you don't need to worry, that person always walks around the world randomly, and you might be able to see him a few years later. Shishio nodded and ignored Tokugawa's words since he knew that he might have a feeling that he would meet Yujiro Hanma this year, probably when Yujiro Hanma heard that he had defeated his son. Shishio didn't doubt that he would fight against Baki. After all, once he had defeated Kaiuretsu, more and more people would appear and ask him for a fight. Still, he wouldn't show mercy toward them. Should I make some poison? Shishio thought for a while and shook his head. Well, I'll go out first. Okay. Tokugawa nodded without looking away from Shishio, and if Shishio didn't come, then he would try to come again. Shishio nodded then left the principal room, but when he was about to leave, he stopped and his eyes suddenly changed, looking at Tokugawa. Tokugawa-san, do you know the feeling of being cut? It might be his first time to do this, but he knew that he could do it. Hey! Tokugawa was dumbfounded, wondering what Shishio was talking about, but as if holding a katana in his hand, Shishio swung his hand, cutting Tokugawa in half. Shishio's action was so fast, and it ended in just a blink of an eye, but in that very moment, Tokugawa's eyes were wide open, and from up to down, he felt that his body was cut in half, and he knew that at that moment, he had died. Looking at Tokugawa's reaction, Shishio knew that he could project his attack with his mind, which was pretty handy. He then turned around and said calmly, "I'll tolerate it this time. This is the last time. You shouldn't come to this school again to meet me, or else I'm not sure what I'm going to do to you. If you want to contact me, just message me, and I'll answer you. You might get arrogant of yourself since you're born from the Tokugawa family, but I'm not one of your toys that you can play around with like everyone else." He then left and closed the door quietly. As for whether Tokugawa would ignore his warning or not, he didn't care since his action in the future would answer. Thud. Tokugawa plopped to the ground. His feet were shaky. His entire body was trembling. His face was so pale, showing how scared he was. He couldn't stand up for a while, showing how shocked he was, but after that, he tried to touch his body, wondering whether he was all right. After confirming that he was all right, he sighed in relief and there was only one word on his mind at this moment. Amazing. Tokugawa wanted to see it. He wanted to see Shishio fight. Shishio walked out of the principal room and was about to go back to his classroom, but somehow he wanted to wander a bit since he hadn't fully known the entire area of this school. As for the matter of Tokugawa, he directly threw this matter aside since he often met this kind of thing in his previous life, but if possible, he didn't want to kill. It wasn't that he was afraid of killing, but he felt that killing someone would make him lazy. Killing people was an easy matter, and it could save him a lot of time to solve his problem. However, it would make him feel too lazy to think of other methods to solve his problems, which was why, if possible, he didn't want to use this method, and it was the last method, he thought to solve his problem. However, in some cases, it might be good to kill people directly, especially for those trashes in society, who couldn't be changed no matter what. Restarting his state of mind very quickly, Shishio suddenly thought of Saki when she introduced him to a quiet spot where they could eat together yesterday, and somehow he wondered whether he could find such a spot. In the hentai manga, a school had always been the most cliché spot for a couple to have sexual intercourse. Shishio wasn't sure whether there was someone who would have sex at the school, but well, even though he didn't want to admit it, he felt that it was a bit interesting to do it at the school. He wouldn't have sex, but kissing might be alright. Damn. Shishio stopped for a moment, tried to calm himself. He took a deep breath several times, trying to calm himself. He realized that his libido might be stronger than he had thought, especially when he was still young and when his body was strong. He had tasted the forbidden pleasure before and knew that he sought after it, but for the past week, he hadn't done anything, and he also calmed himself by tiring himself out by working out. Somehow he felt regret for thinking something lewd when he was walking, but it couldn't be helped, right? Even though he was an adult before, he had become an adolescent boy who was full of libido and hormones. Shishio knew that he had grown so much in the past week, and his mind also became several times stronger. He has also made several connections with many people and even dated 2 girls at the same time, so at least he needed to do his best so he wouldn't disappoint them. Shishio then squatted down and tried to control himself. He also did this so his standing penis wouldn't be noticed since he knew that his size was huge. Even though he had Kicken, he felt that it was a bit wrong to use it to make the size of his penis smaller, so he didn't do anything, only trying to calm it down naturally, but... Are you alright? Shishio was dumbfounded when he heard this voice. He turned his head then saw beautiful legs that were wrapped in black, smooth stockings, which made his lips twitch, and he knew that if he saw it any longer, he couldn't look away, so he quickly looked up, ignored the flat chest that was hidden under the uniform, and saw the face of the person who called him out. It's you. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio in surprise. She didn't expect to meet Shishio when she was about to go to her club room. She had always wanted to meet him, but it was hard, considering how famous he was. If she suddenly talked to him, then she was sure that there would be a lot of rumors about both of them, which was pretty much very troublesome, so she was looking for a chance so they could meet each other alone, but she didn't expect to meet him so suddenly. Shizuho's lips twitched, and it couldn't be controlled since from his position, he could see Yuki Nashida's panties, which somehow made his penis harder. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio, who quickly looked away and didn't move from his spot. Are you alright? Even though she was known as the Ice Queen, her heart was very kind, and she knew that she needed to help him since she could see that he seemed to be hurt or something. Shishio didn't look up, trying to make himself smaller so his standing penis wouldn't be noticed, and said, I'll be fine, so you can go now. Yuki Nashida frowned and quickly said, don't act so strong. I'll help you to bring you to the infirmary. Let's go. She then tried to help him to stand up by holding his shoulders, but then she quickly blushed since she realized the distance between them was too close. Shishio could smell Yuki Nashida's nice fragrance which made his damn hormone unable to be controlled again. Senpai, can you let me go? I'm alright, just leave me for a while since I'm afraid that the teacher will call me if you try to help me. Hey? Why did you need to be called by a teacher? Anyway, just stand up. I'll help you. Yuki Nashida ignored Shishio's reminder and helped him to stand up, but he was so heavy. Nevertheless, she didn't give up and kept trying until suddenly she slipped. Shishio, who saw Yuki Nashida slip and almost dropped to the ground, was speechless and wondering why this had always been his fate, but he quickly helped her so she wouldn't fall on the ground, ignoring the fact that his penis was still standing hard. Are you alright, senpai? Ah, yes. I'm alright. Yuki Nashida was also blushing, and she felt embarrassed since the distance between them was so close. If someone took advantage of her, then she would curse that person and even called the police, but she knew that Shishio was helping her, so it couldn't be helped that they were hugging each other, but then, she looked below, and she was dumbfounded. Shishio also noticed Yuki Nashida's gaze and quickly let go of her, then continued to squat down. Senpai, I just hope that you don't call the police or the teacher. If you don't suddenly approach me and follow my advice to leave me alone, then we won't have this kind of awkward meeting. He had never thought that he would make such a blunder in his life, and it made him very sad for some reason. He, who had always been in control of everything, showed his hard penis to a girl in public, which somehow made him very sad that he wanted to cry without tears since he had never expected to have such a dumb mistake in his life. I'm not Shiro-san. Achoo. Shiro-san, who was thinking about a new masochist game, stopped for a moment and somehow felt that he might get a friend in the future. Looking at Shishio, who seemed seriously depressed, Yuki Nashida, whose face was as red as a tomato, also somehow understood why he wanted her to leave as soon as possible, but... It's big. Yuki Nashida quickly shook her head and let out a long sigh. If I don't know you, then I might really call the police. You're going to call them. Shishio was speechless. I'm not. You don't need to worry, Yuki Nashida said calmly. I see. Shishio sighed, and somehow, because of what had happened before, he also had calmed down, and he quickly stood up. Thank you very much. Yuki Nashida glanced at Shishio's pants secretly and felt a bit dumbfounded, wondering how such a big tent could become so flat in a moment. Well, I won't tell anyone, but can you give me your phone number? Hey? Why? Shishio was dumbfounded and looked at this girl in worry. He was wondering whether this girl tried to blackmail him. Just give me, I'm afraid that you might cause a disruption to the morale of this school, Yuki Nashida said with a strong tone. Senpai, you sound like a delinquent senior who is trying to extort her junior, Shishio said and felt speechless. Cough. Cough. I'm sorry, but can you give me your phone number? Yuki Nashida asked with a soft tone. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida for a moment and asked, Senpai, if you can be truthful, I can give them to you. Hey? What do you mean? Yuki Nashida's face was so red at that moment, but she still maintained her strong posture. Don't act all innocent, senpai. I know what you want, Shishio said and took out something from his phone. He then directly showed her what she wanted. You want this, right? Yuki Nashida's eyes were quickly attracted when she saw the thing on Shishio's hands. She gulped and asked, how much do you have? Not much. If you can give me a hard disk and video recorder, I might be able to create something more amazing, Shishio said confidently. Gulp. How amazing? Yuki Nashida asked. It's so amazing that you can eat 3 bowls of rice alone, Shishio said without hesitation. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio for a bit and said, Oga-kun, right? Yes, and you're Yuki Nashida senpai, right? Shishio asked. Yes. Yuki Nashida nodded and said, give me your contact info and tell me what you need through an email. I don't mind, but don't tell anyone about the matter earlier, alright? Shishio said. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, Yuki Nashida said with a red face since there was no way that she would say to anyone that she saw his hard penis. Then they exchanged contacts with each other, and they looked at each other for a moment. Their meeting was quite awkward, but they had a feeling that they could have a pleasant relationship. Should we shake hands? Shishio asked. Sure. Yuki Nashida nodded. Both of them reached each other's hands, and somehow a strange relationship was born between them, but then someone called his name. Shishio. Shishio and Yuki Nashida turned their heads and saw Nana and Saki. You're friends? Yuki Nashida asked and didn't feel that surprised if Shishio had a friend, a girl one at that. Girlfriends. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida, gave a slight nod, and said, well, see you later, senpai. Looking at Shishio, who walked toward Nana and Saki, the word girlfriend was still ringing in her heart, and somehow there was a trace of disappointment in Yuki Nashida's heart. Looking at his number on her phone for a while, she quickly shook her head, and she continued to move forward. She had only seen him twice anyway, and rather than thinking about him, it was better to anticipate a lot of cat pictures and videos that she might see in the future, but still, somehow, she just couldn't help recall his words. My girlfriend, hey. She turned her head and looked at Nana and Saki, who was talking with him, and the corner of her mouth twitched when she saw Nana's huge chest, but then she shook her head and walked again since they were only an acquaintance now. Wait. Girlfriends. Yuki Nashida thought about whether she had misheard, so she quickly shook her head and didn't think too much. As for Shishio, it seemed that he needed to explain why he was so close with Yuki Nashida to both of his girlfriends. 196, someone might see us. It was time for a break. Ritsuo felt a bit awkward, considering she had left so early and left Sheena away. Even though she felt quite uncomfortable when she saw Sheena had invited Shishio on a date, she felt quite worried about Sheena since Sheena's situation was quite special. She wanted to visit Sheena, but somehow, she wasn't sure whether it was alright to meet her so suddenly, but suddenly, Miu called her out. Kawaii-san, Mashiro-chan is right outside. Ritsuo quickly turned her head and saw Sheena, who looked at her with a worried expression, and on Sheena's hands, there was a bongkuken that Shishio had bought in the morning. Ritsuo, Sheena called out Ritsuo's name softly. Ritsuo looked at Sheena for a bit, then let out a sigh. She stood up and walked toward Sheena. Let's eat together. Sheena nodded with a bright smile. Ashihara-san, do you want to come with us too? Ritsuo asked. Sure. Miu nodded with a smile, then asked, should we call everyone too? Ritsuo and Sheena looked at each other then nodded without hesitation. However, the three of them didn't know that at that moment Nana, Shishio and Saki were together, having a lunch date on their own. After Shishio met Saki and Nana, the two of them quickly brought him to the location where Shishio and Saki had lunch yesterday, and they arrived. Shishio quickly said to both of them, so he didn't lose his momentum. You must have a lot of things to ask, so ask away, but ask me one by one, so I can answer them. Saki and Nana looked at each other and nodded. Why are you so close with Yuki Nashida-senpai? Nana asked. Shishio looked at Nana strangely and asked, you know her? I think that everyone in this school knows about her, and she's also the famous Ice Queen, for you able to talk with her so chummily. Nana had a headache, thinking that her boyfriend was to talk with the famous Ice Queen so chummily. You think too much. You know when I have distributed a pamphlet in the past, right? Shishio said. Saki and Nana nodded since they remembered that Shishio had disturbed a pamphlet for a cat a few days ago. So she has adopted a cat? Saki asked. No, she loves cats, and I showed her a photo of a cat that I had taken, Shishio said. What kind of photo? Nana asked. Shishio didn't say much and showed the pictures of cats that he had taken on his phone. Saki and Nana sat on his sides, looked at the pictures on his phones, and couldn't help but exclaim. The photo is good. Can you do photography too? Saki and Nana quickly said, but then they noticed Shishio's expression was a bit weird. What's wrong? Shishio, whose arms were being pressed by something soft, was very helpless at that moment. He was happy, but he knew that this couldn't be continued since he was afraid that the beast on his pants would scare them. Sorry, you two are too close, and I'm afraid that you might awaken something you shouldn't. Awaken something you shouldn't? 2x. Saki and Nana were dumbfounded, but then their faces blushed, and they knew what this guy was talking about. Shishio looked at their expressions and sighed. Don't blame me too much. You two are so charming, isn't it normal for me to get excited? Saki and Nana. Saki let out a sigh and said, you're too honest sometimes. So you want to do a dirty thing on us, Shishio? Nana asked with a smile. Saki looked at Nana with a dumbfounded expression, but then she looked at Shishio. After all, if he really wanted to do it, she didn't really hate it, considering she had often imagined it before. Not only guys who were perverted, but girls who were also perverted. Saki and Nana had their first boyfriends, and of course, they imagined the stuff that a couple would do together, especially when the spec of their boyfriend was really amazing. Cough. Cough. We can talk about that matter later, and don't you have something more important to ask? Shishio asked. Well, that's true. Saki nodded and asked, so that Yuki Nashida-san is a cat lover. She could see the photo that her boyfriend took was really good and thought that Yuki Nashida came to Shishio because of this reason. That's right. Shishio nodded and said, it seems that she's a big cat lover, so she wants the photo that I have taken. I see. 2x. Saki and Nana nodded. Still, you're not interested in her? Nana asked. I have the two of you. Should I glance at other girls? Shishio asked. You say that, but I can tell that you are interested in every girl in the literature club, right? Nana said while squinting her eyes. Shishio looked at Nana, then Saki, who stared at him. He then put on a gentle smile and held their hands at the same time. That's true. They're all beautiful. See. But you two are the ones who I have dated now, and they're not, right? Shishio spoke with full conviction. Saki and Nana blushed, looking at him shyly. Looking at their shy expression, Shishio was wondering how their expression was when he had another girlfriend in the future, but he might have been prepared to be punched or slapped by both of them. So, is there anything that you want to ask again? Shishio asked. Right, why did you get called by the teacher before? It has become a talk, you know, Nana quickly said. Oh, that one, it should be alright to talk about this matter to Saki, but I'm not sure to talk about this matter to you, Nana, Shishio said. Hey? What's wrong? Why did you exclude me? Nana frowned and was clearly unhappy. Saki raised her eyebrow and asked, What's wrong, Shishio? Do you remember old man Tokugawa? Shishio asked. Saki was surprised and asked, You mean the one that you have told me before? Shishio nodded and said, He is coming to invite me. Saki's expression was quite serious, and she showed a worried expression. Don't leave me behind. I want to know too. Nana was annoyed and unhappy at that moment. Shishio looked at Nana and said, Well, I don't mind telling you, but just don't tell anyone, alright? Nana patted her chest, which caused her chest to undulate up and down. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. You can believe me, alright? Shishio looked at Nana for a bit, then nodded since he knew that he could trust her. Well, I'll explain to you slowly while we eat. Just don't interrupt me so suddenly and think what I have said is a lie since there's really such a thing in this world. Hey! Nana was dumbfounded, but before she could react, Shishio started to tell her about the story of underground fighting and his experience fighting with someone. Saki looked at Nana's expression and nodded since she also understood how Nana felt at that moment. When the story ended, Nana stared at Shishio and asked, Like seriously? Seriously? Shishio nodded. So you can do martial arts? And a strong one at that? Nana asked. Yes. Shishio nodded, then said, You can ask Saki too. Nana looked at Saki, and Saki also gave her a nod. I have seen him fighting, but you have said before that Tokugawa-san's arena is different from the Kengan match, right? Shishio nodded and explained. In the Kengan match, you can get prize money, and at that time, I have decided to become a fighter so I can get half of the contract for a business deal, but Tokugawa's arena is a bit different, the one who fights there is wanted to prove that they're the strongest and they won't get a penny. So it is just a matter of acknowledgement. Saki frowned and asked, You don't agree, right? You won't get anything after all. She wasn't sure what kind of deal that Shishio had made with Tomura before, but she knew that Shishio had gotten a lot of things, but Tokugawa was different. She felt that this old guy only wanted to see Shishio fighting. She didn't want to see him hurt after all and felt that he shouldn't fight anymore, but she knew that she couldn't control him. Wait. Wait. I can't follow this conversation. What do you mean by the deal? Ugh. I'm so confused. Nana looked at Shishio and Saki, and somehow she understood why he dated him first, considering they had known each other better. She started to get depressed, but then he gently held her hand. Don't worry, Nana. Shishio looked at Nana's eyes with a gentle expression and said, We have a lot of time, we can learn from each other better, you'll tell me more about you, and I'll you more about me, that way. We can understand each other better. Nana blinked her eyes for a moment before she directly took Shishio's lips. Saki and Shishio. Shishio was alright since they had kissed each other several times, but Saki was dumbfounded. You. Saki couldn't help but point her finger at Nana. Nana quickly parted her lips with a smile, then looked at Saki with a cheeky smile. You want to do it too, senpai? Saki opened her mouth before she closed it again. She had only kissed him once, and she also did it secretly, but Shishio and Nana had kissed each other several times. Ugh. Somehow, she felt that her heart was tight, and it felt quite uncomfortable. Don't tell me. You haven't kissed each other yet? Nana asked in surprise. Saki. Nana then looked at Shishio with a dumbfounded expression. You don't want to kiss her, Shishio. But at the same time, she was quite proud, after all, Saki hadn't been kissed by Shishio, but she had done it several times. I want to, but the mood isn't right, and just don't kiss me so suddenly, we're at school. What if someone sees us? Shishio said speechlessly and flicked Nana's forehead gently. However, when Nana's head was flicked, she only laughed happily. Shishio was helpless then looked at Saki. How long have you been kissing Nana? Saki asked, and she was a bit gloomy. Yesterday. Shishio looked at Saki and said, You know, even if I want to kiss you, the mood isn't right, and you haven't agreed to my confession after all. Well, that's true. Saki also felt weird if she was kissed so suddenly in this situation since the mood wasn't right and she also hadn't agreed to his confession yet, but well, they would go on a date on Sunday, so they could get a lot of chances to kiss each other. In truth, Shishio wanted to live directly with both Saki and Nana, but when he knew that, it was a bit hard, considering their status. Besides, it was too early, and at least, he needed to wait for them to graduate from high school before he could ask them to live together. Wait, you haven't agreed to his confession? Nana was dumbfounded. Saki. Well, Nana, let's not talk about this matter, Shishio said. Nana looked at Shishio and nodded. Somehow she understood Saki's feeling. After all, it took a lot of courage, self-sacrifice, and love to accept the relationship of the man that they loved to date other girls too, but hearing that, she was very happy since that meant she was his first girlfriend. Saki wasn't sure what to say in this awkward situation until she felt her hand being held gently. Then, she felt calm and asked, the matter of Tokugawa-san, you don't agree with his request, right? She knew that it was only a matter of time that she accepted his feelings since she knew what her feeling toward him was. No, I agree, Shishio said. Hey. 2x. Nana and Saki were dumbfounded. Saki knew Shishio very well and asked, so what did you get? I asked him to introduce me to Aikido teacher, Shishio said. You want to learn Aikido? Nana looked at Shishio curiously. Yes, I'm quite interested in this martial art. Shishio nodded. The enhanced balance that he received before was more amazing than he had thought since with this ability, once he combined it with his enhanced vision, he could find the center balance of people easily, which was pretty much a scary thing. The center of the balance was something that maintained someone's balance, and if he pushed them or caused a slight change on it, then this person would be dropped, thrown, or fell easily to the ground. In truth, Shishio was thinking of either learning jujutsu or judo. Still, when he thought about it calmly, he felt that it was better to learn Aikido, considering it was harder to learn than both jujutsu and judo. He also knew that there was an Aikido master in this world, as for jujutsu and judo, he didn't know them. There might be some, but they weren't as famous as the Aikido master in this world. Just that? Saki asked. Oh, I got a house, Shishio said. House. 2x. Saki and Nana were dumbfounded. Yes, a house. Shishio nodded. Saki and Nana would have never thought that Shishio would get a house just by fighting. Where? Saki asked. Shishio looked at Saki and Nana and said, I can get them anywhere. Just let me know where you want it to be. That way, we might be able to live together. Nana and Saki then blushed and started to imagine what they might be doing once they were living together. Wait, then what about your apartment? Saki suddenly asked. Wait, what kind of apartment, do you mean? And did you lie about your programming job? Nana asked. Shishio looked at two girls and then looked at his surrounding area. Even though he could see that this place was quiet, he somehow wanted a place where they could stay alone without any disruption. After all, even though this place was very quiet and there were only 3 of them in this place, some people might see them flirting with each other in this place by accident. Should I start another club? Shishio thought at that moment, but before that, he knew that he needed to explain many things to both of his girlfriends at that moment. 197, Fleeting Happiness. Eating lunch together with Nana and Saki, Shishio had to admit that it was enjoyable school life. Still, such an enjoyable time passed very quickly since the bell rang, telling everyone the next lesson was about to start. The 3 of them could go out together anytime, but they still felt reluctant to part, especially Saki, who was in the 2nd grade, unlike Nana, who was in the same class as Shishio. Well, we can go home together later, Shishio said. Saki nodded, and her complexion got better. After all, even though she couldn't stay with him in the same class, she could go home together with him. Nana somehow wanted to move right from her house so she could walk back with Shishio after school. Come on, it'll be bad if we're late, Shishio said. They nodded and went back to their own class. When Shishio and Nana returned to the class, they could feel that everyone's gaze was on them, but both of them had a good communication ability. Their hierarchy in class was at the highest, so even if they became a couple, no one would say something bad about them, though the girls were crying bitterly and felt jealous of Nana. But, looking at Nana's huge boobs, beautiful face, and good grades, somehow they understood why Shishio decided to date Nana. Shishio calmly gave a light nod with a light smile, and everyone who saw him subconsciously also nodded docile. He knew that everyone here was only a normal student without any experience in society, so when they saw someone with a lot of authority or rich people, they would lower their heads subconsciously. His classmates might not know about his net worth, but he didn't lose his temperament even after he became Shishio Oga. The temperament of a businessman who had met many important people, gained a lot of huge success and faced death and life confrontation, he still had it, and he knew that he needed to do this since he didn't want Nana being targeted by the girls. Shishio knew how vicious girls' relationships were. He also knew that sometimes they were even more troublesome than guys' relationships, considering many of them often put their masks on and then talked to each other behind their backs. Even though it might sound narcissistic, he knew that he was handsome and there were a lot of girls who fell for him, but because of that, it might cause pressure on the girl that he had dated, considering there would be a lot of girls who might be jealous of Nana. Shishio didn't want Nana to be bullied, after all. He needed to protect her, which was why he released this temperament directly, which caused the guys to lower their heads, and the girls were also the same. Still, as for the girls, they also were blushing, especially when they saw the guys lowered their heads subconsciously, showing that he was at the dominant position and he was at the top of everyone. It was already girls' instinct to search for the best man out there if they were in the prehistoric period, then they would search for the strongest man who could protect them and hunt an animal to eat. But, in the modern world, even though the girls didn't search for the strongest man, they sought after a man with a good mind, a handsome face, or a lot of wealth. Even if the three of them were impossible, one of the three was good enough for a guy being chased by a girl. As for the average man, who was surrounded by a lot of beautiful girls, it only happened on the harem light novel story, and in reality, such a thing wouldn't happen. Even if it happened, the chance was very small, and the beautiful girls were a rare commodity. Of course, those beautiful girls would be targeted by someone like him, right? When Shishio gave a light nod with a light smile on his face, the sleeve of his blazer was tucked. You don't need to worry too much, Nana said with a smile since she knew that Shishio was worried about her. Shishio looked at Nana for a bit and nodded. If the one that he dated was a normal girl, then it might bring pressure to the girl, and it was better to date secretly, but the one that he dated was Nana, who was known as the social queen. She was at the highest hierarchy, and both of them monopolized the top place of the school ranking in the first year. He thought for a while and felt that it might be hard for Nana to get the second rank, considering Futaba, who was also known as one of the smartest students in this school. Shishio then shook his head and thought that he might be thinking too much. After all, everyone was in high school, and it was normal for someone to go out to each other. Nana. 2x. Maya and Mako ran quickly toward Nana then hugged her directly before they glared at Shishio. Shishio. Damn it, even if you're dating, don't leave us alone. Mako complained. Yeah, don't you forget about us. Maya was also quite lonely without Nana. Nana looked at her two friends and thought that it might not be good to spend her time with Shishio all the time. After all, distance caused a beauty, but they had only dated each other yesterday, and she wanted to stay with him all the time. She even wanted to move to his house, if possible, living together, but when she thought about her parents. Well, let's stay at the literature club tomorrow to eat lunch together, Nana said. Oh. 2x. Maya and Mako nodded happily, then looked at Shishio while sticking out their tongue. Shishio looked at both of them and wondered whether he should give them a huge sausage so they could lick it. He decided to leave the three girls alone and return to his seat, but Nanami turned her body and asked, Oga-kun, why were you being called by Hirotsuka-sensei before? Do you know Hirotsuka-sensei? Shishio asked in surprise. Nanami smiled and said, everyone in the swim knows about her. She's very famous, after all. Shishio was a bit surprised, but then he said, well, my parents' acquaintance called me before. I see. Nanami nodded and wondered what had happened to him before since she was quite worried, but then there was another question that she wanted to ask him. Oga-kun, are you really dating Sunoara-san? It was a question that she had always wanted to ask, but she could only have had a chance to ask him now, considering he hadn't been in the class for a while. Yes. Shishio nodded without hesitation, but then he let out a sigh when he saw her expression. Nanami tried to hide her emotions very well, but it was still impossible for her to do that. Finally, her calm smile was broken, but she quickly forced herself to smile and said, I see. Sunoara-san is a great match for you. Congratulations, Oga-kun. Thank you, Aoyama-san, Shishio said with a smile. Nanami nodded then turned her body, facing the front again. Shishio felt that it would be great if he could date a lot of girls at the same time, but he was afraid that he might be stabbed by someone sooner or later, so he couldn't say much in this situation. Jokes aside, he realized that his mindset also became a scumbag now. Even though he had 2 girlfriends, he wanted more, which made him slightly depressed, but no man was perfect, and he was too lustful. Nanami, who had faced forward, tried to control her emotion. After all, she had expected this problem before, but it still saddened her. In her heart, she knew that she was content to talk with him and saw his smile every day, but deep inside, she knew that she was quite greedy and wanted to have that smile alone. But it might be good. Nanami knew that she wasn't in a position to have a romance. She needed to show her father as soon as possible that she could become a popular voice actress so that way she could show him that she could really achieve her dream without her parents' help. She was very content right now to see his smile every day from a very close distance. She tried to think positively, but the more, she thought, the saddened she was. Nanami was sitting right in front of him. It could be said that she was the closest among everyone in this class. Even Nana, who was his girlfriend, wasn't as close as her. Still, she knew that even if they were very close, there was an invisible wall that separated both of them, and no matter how close they were, it was impossible to break this wall since she wasn't his girlfriend. Shishio observed Nanami's back tremble slightly, and somehow even though he didn't have thought to date her, he felt that he needed to help her. After all, he was the one who had changed her, so he felt a bit responsible since he had destroyed her previous light. Shishio thought employee Nanami liked what he did to Saki. Still, then he also thought to make her appearance as a surprise, especially when he could see Sorita's annoying happy face from his position. He shook his head and didn't think too much about Sorita, took out his phone, and sent a message to Miu that he would go to her house after he had solved his matter. He also told her to send her a living address so he wouldn't lose his way later. If someone asked who was the happiest when they learned that Shishio and Nana had dated to each other, then it should be Sorita. The moment Sorita knew that Shishio and Nana dated to each other, he was full of happiness and thought that Nanami and Shina wouldn't entangle with Shishio again. Even if they were entangled with each other, he could stop them by saying Shishio and Nana were dating each other. He then thought about how Shishio and Shina were going on a date on Saturday and couldn't help but snort, thinking that he could stop them by saying that Shishio had dated Nana. Sorita might be scared of Shishio, and he might not be able to say something directly in front of him, so he wouldn't say anything. Still, if Shishio and Shina went on a date directly, he might drop the bomb directly in front of both of them by saying that Shishio wasn't a good man and it was better to leave him. He couldn't wait to say all of that to Shina when he had a chance later. If Shishio knew what Sorita was thinking, he could only look at him in disdain, thinking that small people really had a narrow-minded mind. Even if he was known as a playboy, he knew that he wouldn't lack a girl. After all, the girl was like a moth. Even if they knew that they were flying toward a fire, they wouldn't hesitate since the brightness of fire was more attractive than the dullness of the small pebble on the street. As for who was the small pebble on the street, there was no need to explain, right? With all of that, the lesson started, and everyone continued to study until it was their time to go home. 198, the place I'd taken for granted. With the sound of the bell, it was time for everyone to go home. Shishio received a text from Miu, and she told him about her home address. Miu, I'm waiting for you at my home, Shishio-kun. Reading this text, Shishio felt a bit complex for some reason. He shook his head and decided to go home first since he needed to solve Ritsu's problem, but he had a feeling that Shina should be able to make up with Ritsu for some reason. Shishio, let's go back. Nana said without hesitation. Oh. Shishio nodded and also wanted to go back quickly. He looked at Nanami and said, Aoyama-san, we'll go back first. Nanami nodded with a gentle smile and said, yes, be careful, Oga-kun. You too, Aoyama-san. Shishio nodded then left with Nana, Maya, and Mako together. Looking at Shishio's back, Nanami let out a sigh, and somehow she had accepted the fact that Shishio and Nana had dated to each other. She felt calm for some reason and felt that it was enough for her to be able to talk like this every day, seeing his smile like that. Aoyama. Nanami raised her eyebrow and looked at Sorita, who was walking toward her with a smile. Are you going to your part-time job? Sorita asked. Yes. Nanami nodded, then stood up and left without hesitation. I'll leave first, Kanda-kun. Somehow her mood became so bad when she saw Sorita, who was smiling toward her, ignoring the fact that he hadn't apologized for lashing out his emotion at her. She didn't have time to talk with him, and it was better to go back as soon as possible. Sorita looked at Nanami, who left without hesitation and shook his head, thinking that she must be working really hard. Anyway, he didn't need to worry about Nanami and Shishio getting close to each other again, and now, his mood was very happy. While Shishio, Nana, Mako, and Maya walked together, Mako suddenly proposed, say, how about we go to karaoke? We need to celebrate that you have dated each other. Even though she felt strange inside her heart, she still showed a smile and celebrated the fact that two of her friends decided to date each other. Nana didn't say anything but looked at Shishio. Sorry, I have something to do later, Shishio said and showed an apologetic expression. Hey? What are you going to do? Mako was quite unhappy. Shishio might be alright to tell Nana that he would go to Miu's house, but he wasn't sure whether he should say this to both Maya and Mako. I need to check my motorcycle. Motorcycle. 2x. Maya and Mako were dumbfounded. SHHH. Shishio quickly made a gesture for them to lower their voices since it would cause a lot of trouble if the school knew that he was riding on a motorcycle. Still, when he thought about Tokugawa's appearance, he had a feeling that his life in school would be several times easier than before. As long as he didn't cause a huge problem such as burning the school building, then he was sure that he wouldn't be alright. Well, even if he burnt a building, as long as he built a new one, there shouldn't be a problem in his mind. Money might not be able to solve everything, but it can solve most problems. Shishio thought. Now that you mention it, you told me yesterday that you were going to get a motorcycle? Didn't you have a Vespa before? Nana asked with wonder. I bought a new one, Shishio said. Did you buy a new one? Nana was dumbfounded and quickly asked, from your part-time job? From my part-time. Shishio nodded with a smile. Nana had never expected that an underground fighter would get so much money, especially when Shishio told her that he was going to get a house later. Can you ride on a motorcycle? You're still first in high school, right? Maya asked in confusion. It's all right, as long as you don't tell anyone, all right. Shishio said and made a gesture for them to keep quiet about this problem. Maya. Can I see it? Mako asked curiously. Well, I have taken a picture of my motorcycle on my phone. Do you want to see it? Shishio asked. Yes. 3x. Nana, Maya, and Mako nodded without hesitation. Shishio then showed his new motorcycle to the three of them, and somehow the three of them were in silence. What's wrong? Is this cafe racer? Mako asked in doubt. Yes, how did you know, Mako? Shishio asked in surprise. After all, it was quite rare for a girl to show an interest in a motorcycle. Well, my dad owns a similar motorcycle, with a black color and Honda CB as the base. Mako looked at Shishio and didn't expect his hobby to be similar to her father's hobby. But the yellow color is amazing too. Can you send me a photo? I want to show it to my dad. Sure. Shishio nodded without hesitation. What base did you use? Honda Virago. It is an old model. Maya and Nana. Cough. Cough. Nana coughed and hugged Shishio's arm naturally. Give me a ride next time. Sure. Shishio nodded without hesitation. Mako felt a bit bitter, but she quickly shook her head. You don't need to get jealous. I'm only interested in a young boy, you know. Well, I'm not jealous, but you should be careful with this guy since he might eat you if you're not careful, Nana said, trying to scare Mako and Maya before she let go of his arm. Shishio, Maya, and Mako. Maya's face was red, and she asked in a low voice, how have you done it? Shishio looked at Maya with a speechless expression. Not yet, but we have kissed each other, Nana said and didn't hide the fact that they had kissed each other before. Lee lips. Mako asked in a red face. Yes. Nana nodded. Kya? 2x. Maya and Mako couldn't help but squeal. Shishio. Shishio. The four of them turned their heads and saw Ritsu, Miu, Shina, and Saki walking together. Shishio, let's go back, Shina said while approaching Shishio. Well, let's go back. Shishio nodded, then glanced at Miu. Miu, who was being glanced at, blushed, and nodded shyly. Shishio felt that he really had become a scumbag somehow. Still, anyway, it didn't really matter, he had accepted his identity, and he needed to move forward rather than showing hesitation. Well, Nana, Maya, Mako, we'll go back first. See you tomorrow, Nana said with a smile. Shishio nodded, then left with Shina, Saki, and Ritsuo and said, Senpai, see you later. See you later. Miu nodded with a shy smile. Later. Somehow, it sounded weird, but they didn't think too much since Maya and Mako looked at Shishio, who walked back together with Shina, Saki, and Ritsuo with a frown. Nana, is that all right? Maya asked. He's going back with other girls, you know. Mako asked in a frown. Nana looked at Maya and Mako for a while and knew that she couldn't hide it forever from them. Well, how about we go to my house after this? I'll tell you a lot of things there. Maya and Mako looked at each other before nodded without hesitation. Shina, Ritsu, Shishio, and Saki went back together. It might be because they went back early that the sky was still bright, showing their moods at this moment, which was also very bright. Shishio was walking with both Saki and Shina on his side, and Ritsu was on Shina's side. Saki had gone back together with them before, so Ritsu and Shina didn't feel strange, but when Saki appeared, somehow, they had a feeling that Shishio might be stolen, but they weren't sure how to ask this question. As for Saki, she didn't think too much. After all, she had prepared herself, and she also knew that the three of them had always walked together, even before she knew Shishio, so she didn't think too much, but in truth, she wanted to walk alone with him, since there was something that she wanted to talk with him. Well, there should be a chance later. Senpai, are you all right now? Shishio asked. Ritsu nodded with a light smile on her face and said, Mashiro had come to my class before and gave me a Baumkuchen. Then, she looked at Shishio and asked, she has told me that you were the one who told her to give me the Baumkuchen. Yes, you don't like it? Shishio asked. No, I like it, Ritsu said without hesitation. Ritsu. Shina smiled while holding Ritsu's hand. Ritsu also looked at Shina with a smile. Shishio looked at both of them and hoped that they didn't become a yuri, lesbian, right? Senpai, can you tell me why you suddenly decided to walk to the school alone in the morning? Shishio asked. Being asked, Ritsuo showed hesitation before she said, last night when Mashiro asked you for a date. Shishio noticed Saki's gaze and quickly said in a whisper, I'll explain it to you later. Saki looked at Shishio and nodded quietly, listening to Ritsuo's story since she had a feeling that both Shina and Ritsuo might become his girlfriends too in the future. When Mashiro asked you for a date yesterday, I somehow realized that even without me, you two would be alright. Then I started to feel uneasy. We have always been together. The three of us walked together, ate together, and stayed in the same dorm together. Still, I knew that we couldn't do something like this in the future, especially when you two have decided to go on a date. The place I'm usually at. The place I'd taken for granted. The few meters in front of where you two were, seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. It looked very, very far away. It's like a different place. Ritsu knew that she might have taken place where Shishio and Shina had been together as a place that she had taken for granted. She had never thought about the possibility of both of them dating together. No, she might have, but she might try not to think about it and try to ignore it. However, she knew that nothing could stay the same forever. Everything would change, including their relationship. I suddenly felt scared for some reason and ran away from the two of you, but... I want to stay with the two of you, walk together, as usual, talk like usual, stay together like usual. Ritsuo kept saying those words and didn't realize that tears dripped from her eyes. The thought that Shishio and Shina might be together kept repeating in her head, and even though she knew that she should be happy for both of them, she couldn't be happy at all, but in the end, she decided to accept it. After all, both of them had become important people for her. So she hoped for both of them to be happy. Ritsu. Shina's eyes were red, and she, without hesitation, hugged Ritsuo tightly. She would have never expected for her to have thought such a thing on her mind, and she felt that she was too thoughtless since she had never considered Ritsuo's feeling. I understand those feelings, Shishio said. Ritsuo looked at Shishio with red eyes and asked, really? Shishio nodded without hesitation since he also had felt something similar to Ritsuo. Still, he was wondering whether she realized that she was confessing her love to him, but from her expression, he knew that she didn't. He took his handkerchief then gave it to Ritsuo. Thank you. Ritsuo received his handkerchief and wiped the tears on her eyes. Are you alright now, Ritsuo? Shina asked. I'm alright now, Mashiro. I feel better right now. Ritsuo really felt better after she conveyed all of her emotions to the two of them. She took a deep breath and asked, so after that date, are you two planning to date each other? Shina was surprised by this question, but she didn't answer and looked at Shishio. Shishio was also surprised, but before he answered. No. Shishio, Shina, and Ritsuo. The three of them looked at Saki, who had been silent from the beginning to the end of the conversation. He won't date the two of you since he's dating me now, Saki said and kissed Shishio's lips before she quickly ran away. Shishio had never expected that there would be such an emotional roller coaster that happened several times in the past few days. He looked at Shina and Ritsuo, who were still in a daze, and said, I'll leave first. He then quickly chased after Saki while calling her name. Saki. Shina and Ritsuo were still in the daze since they weren't sure how to react since they only realized that even though they had taken this place for something granted, in truth, there was an invisible wall between them. They had never been able to step into his place since that place was reserved for his girlfriend. But, unfortunately, that girlfriend was neither of them. 199, they're so selfish. Even though Saki's speed might be faster than most girls, it was very easy for him to catch her. Shishio quickly caught Saki and hugged her directly. Why did you run so suddenly? He was quite helpless since he didn't expect that she would drop a nuclear bomb directly in front of both Shina and Ritsuo. He wanted to do it slowly, gently, but surely, but the situation had always been out of control, and he felt that he jumped from one cliff to another, which made him speechless. Shishio might have realized it before but didn't expect that love could be so troublesome and difficult at the same time. However, it was normal, considering he sought a harem ending, not a single partner, so this kind of hard work at the beginning was something necessary, and he needed to do this. Shishio carried Saki directly in his arms so she wouldn't run away. Can you talk now? Saki, who was in his arms, also didn't fight back and nodded. Her eyes were red, and her expression clearly showed that her mood wasn't good at this moment. Shishio didn't care about the surrounding area or the people who saw him carrying Saki in his arms. He did this yesterday, and doing it for the second time was no different for him. So, can you tell me why you did that? Saki didn't answer Shishio's question first and asked, Shishio, are you angry? No. Shishio shook his head and said, but I'm confused. He wasn't sure why Saki would suddenly kiss him without hesitation, but he had to admit that it was a great help for him since he knew that based on the development that might happen before, he was sure that he needed to express his feelings toward Shina. If Shishio was single, then it might be quite easy for him, but he had two girlfriends, after all, and considering Shina's situation, he wasn't sure what she would do if he rejected her. It might sound quite surprising, but he really planned to reject Sheena. It wasn't because she was unattractive or he didn't have a feeling toward her, but he just couldn't understand Sheena's feeling toward him. Was it love? Was it something else? He wanted her to understand those feelings first before they could step into the next relationship. In truth, there was no need for him to think such a complicated matter, and as a man, it would be great to have a beautiful girl to like him. Still, when it came to Sheena, he wanted to take this matter seriously. After all, he knew Sheena's special condition. Is it good to treat her specially? Shishio started to wonder whether it was good or not to treat Sheena with special care, and wasn't it better to treat her like how to treat other girls? But then he shook his head and felt that the way his mindset was quite wrong right now. The right mindset that he should have was that every girl in this world was special, so he needed to treat all of them with extra care, right? That also included his girlfriend, Saki, who was in his arms right now. With her status as his girlfriend, of course, he needed to care for her more than both Sheena and Ritsu, who weren't his girlfriends. He needed to get his priorities first, or else all his ships would capsize. I'm your girlfriend, right? Saki asked. No, Shishio said. Saki looked at Shishio with a dumbfounded expression. You haven't agreed to my confession yet. So you're not my girlfriend, right? Shishio said with a smile. Saki might have said, I love you, but she hadn't agreed to his confession, after all. Saki. Or have you made up your mind to accept my confession now? Shishio asked. Saki looked at Shishio with blush and nodded. When Saki thought about their conversation before, she couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. She could be his first girlfriend, but she gave that chance to Nana, which made her slightly depressed, but now, she didn't hesitate anymore. So we don't need to go on a date on Sunday? Shishio asked. No. Saki quickly said, but then she realized something. She looked at his smile and became annoyed. Are you teasing me? Well, you're just too cute. I can't help but tease you, Shishio said with a smile. Saki's face was burning red at that moment. Why you're going to tease me from now on? Of course, such a cute girl like you, only I can be the one who can tease you from now on, alright. Shishio said. Saki was wondering how this guy could make her heart race several times in a day, especially his domineering tone that claimed that she would be only his from now on. If she wasn't embarrassed, she might kiss him directly. Still, she tried to calm down by taking a deep breath and said, and anyway, let me walk by myself first, and let's talk about your date with Sheena. Shishio nodded and let go of Saki from his arms before he held her hand gently. I want to tell you this on the break before, but a lot of things happened that I forgot about. His thoughts were preoccupied with his conversation with Tokugawa before, and even though he remembered about his date with Sheena, there wasn't enough time to talk about this matter to both Saki and Nana, considering they had asked him a lot of questions before. Saki nodded and asked, so you want them to become your girlfriends too? Yes. Shishio nodded and didn't hide his intention. Saki looked at Shishio for a bit and let out a sigh. She knew that this guy wouldn't lie, but this made this matter became even more complicated. So, can you handle the four of us, and are you also going to steal USA's crush? Even though she knew that Shishio's body was very powerful, she still asked this question anyway, and she also wondered whether Shishio would also steal USA's crush. She wasn't blind, or rather, USA was like an open book, and she could see that USA had fallen for Ritsu, but if Shishio decided to chase after Ritsu, then USA's chance to get Ritsu was zero, she didn't have doubt about it. Only Mashiro, Shishio said. As for Ritsu, he needed to slow down a bit since there were a lot of people that he needed to take care of for now. Oh. Saki nodded, and as for Ritsu, she didn't care much. Don't you feel angry? Shishio asked while looking at Saki curiously. Oh, I'm very angry, and I want to beat you up now, Saki said while clenching her fist. Shishio. But I'm surprised since I have a feeling that you might have eaten every girl that you know, Saki said. Shishio. Still, you have asked me the reason why I have done that before, right? Saki said. Shishio nodded, but somehow he knew the reason why Saki did her action before. Having many girls, if his mind wasn't bright and his emotional intelligence wasn't high, then even if it was possible to create a harem in the future, it might not be possible to maintain it forever. You think that they're selfish? Shishio asked. Saki nodded and said, they're not your girlfriends, but they act like one. Sorry, I just don't like it. It was the reason why she said those words and kissed Shishio directly before. Even though she knew that either Sheena or Ritsu, or both of them might become Shishio's girlfriend in the future, they weren't one now, but they acted like they were one and from their conversation before. And if I don't do something, you might be forced to confess there directly, right? Shishio looked at Saki and couldn't help but caress her hair gently. I'm glad that I confessed to you. Saki somehow was quite proud at this moment and said, "See? You should be grateful that I have accepted your confession now." "Oh, you're so cheeky now," Shishio said with a speechless expression. Saki only laughed and asked, "Say, I have heard from Nana that you had carried her all the way from school to her home yesterday." "Yes." Shishio nodded and asked, "You want me to do that? Weren't you tired?" Saki asked curiously. "No, you should know the power on my body, right?" Shishio said with a meaningful smile. Saki wasn't sure why, but she felt that there was a lot of meaning under this smile that made her blush. "Anyway, don't hide it anymore. Besides your date on Saturday with Mashiro, do you have other plans with other girls?" She knew that there were still a lot of girls that had a close relationship with him. She also felt that his relationship with Yukinashita wasn't as simple as something like a cat lover. Rather, even if their relationship was simple now, she felt that their relationship was going to be deeper in the future. "I'll go to Miu-senpai's house tonight," Shishio said. "I see." Saki nodded and held his hand tighter. She might have prepared for this, but it still hurts somehow. "That's all. Tomorrow, I need to meet my friend," Shishio said. "Girl?" Saki asked. "Girl?" Shishio nodded. "What kind of friend?" Saki asked. When being asked this question, Shishio wasn't sure how to answer. After all, his relationship with Rui was pretty complicated. Both of them lost their first time to each other, and even though he didn't mind telling this matter to Saki, he knew that it would cause a lot of trouble to Rui, and they had promised to not tell anyone about what they had done after all. "I met her on the first day I arrived in Tokyo. We met at the convenience store then talked together, and by chance, we met each other last night, and she asked for my help." "What kind of help?" Saki asked. "I'm not sure, but I owe her something," Shishio said simply. Saki nodded and didn't say much, but one thing for sure, she knew that his relationship with this girl was quite special, but she decided to respect his decision for now since she thought that he might have promised to not tell anyone or something. They continued to talk while talking to each other before they arrived in front of Saki's house. "Well, see you tomorrow," Saki said and reluctantly parted from him. "Wait, Saki, you forgot something," Shishio quickly said. "What?" Saki turned, but her eyes were wide open at this moment since she was kissed. When she turned her head, Shishio kissed Saki's lips directly before he parted his lips. He looked at her with a smile and said, "This is my payback from before. See you tomorrow, Saki." Leaving those words, he left. Saki couldn't utter any words at that moment, but her face was burning, and there was smoke that started to emit from her head. After leaving Saki, Shishio returned to Sakurasu, and when he entered, Roberta greeted him. "Roberta, how are Kawaii-senpai and Mashiro?" Shishio asked. They went to their room immediately before, Roberta said calmly and didn't question whether there was a problem between Shishio, Ritsu, and Mashiro. "I see." Shishio nodded and said, "Then if they ask where I go, tell them that I'm going out and I won't prepare a dinner." "Yes." Roberta nodded and asked, "Should I prepare dinner for them?" "Can you cook?" Shishio asked. Roberta's face was red, and she said, "I can buy something." "Well, if you want to buy something, then you can buy it yourselves later," Shishio said. "Yes." Roberta nodded. Shishio then returned to his room and changed his clothes, brought his manuscript, put it inside the bag, and also took one of his helmets before he went out directly and grabbed his motorcycle, but before he went out. "Hey, Oga-kun? Is that your motorcycle?" Shishio looked at Sayaka Watanabe that he hadn't seen for a while and said, "It's quite rare for you to come back this time, Sayaka-san." I have always been coming home quite early now," Sayaka said while pouting. She had destroyed the circle that she recently joined so she came back quite early until she joined a new one. Shishio looked at Sayaka, who showed such a cute expression, thinking that those simple guys would definitely be fooled by this woman. "Well, sorry for not being able to talk too long. I have to go out now." I thought that I could eat your food today." Sayaka showed a sad expression. "Sorry," Shishio said simply, ignoring Sayaka's sad expression. "Well, it is all right, but next time, can you give me a ride too?" Sayaka asked. "Why not? But let's do that in the future." Shishio nodded perfunctory then said, "Well, I'll leave first, bye, Sayaka-san." The sound of a motorcycle slowly left Sakurasu. Sayaka stared at Shishio's back and squinted her eyes. Somehow, even though Chihiro was forbidding her, she just couldn't help it, right? 200, mayonnaise. Riding on his motorcycle, Shishio didn't go to Miu's house immediately, but he went to visit cake shop Iori. Even though it wasn't necessary if he wanted to get a girl's good impression, he needed to give a gift, but the gift shouldn't be something expensive since it might cause some awkwardness if the gift was too expensive. The gift could be anything, but it was better to give something such as cake, pudding, or something sweet since the majority of girls loved something like that. It only took a moment before Shishio arrived at the cake shop Iori, and he saw the son of Iori Miyamura, who was sweeping the front area of the stop. When his motorcycle parked in front of the cake shop, Iori's son couldn't help but look at the motorcycle, but then he was surprised when he saw the one who rode it was Shishio. Hey? Oga-kun. Shishio looked at the young man and nodded, then asked, have you heard my name from your mother? Ah, yes, sorry for calling your name so suddenly, the young man said nervously, wondering whether it was alright to call Shishio's name directly. He knew Shishio's name from his mother, considering Shishio often visited his family's shop and bought many cakes. No, it is alright, but now that you mention it, I don't know your name yet, Shishio said. Ah, my name is Izumi Miyamura, Izumi Miyamura introduced himself. Well, I'll call you Izumi, is that alright? Shishio asked. Yes. Miyamura nodded and didn't think too much. Then, Izumi-kun, I'll buy a cake first, Shishio said and left Miyamura by entering the shop. Welcome. Miyamura bowed his head politely, then glanced at Shishio's motorcycle, wondering what model it was. After all, the yellow color gave a soft feeling, but at the same time, the design was so manly. When Shishio entered the cake shop, he saw Iori was there. Oga-kun, are you coming to buy a cake again? Iori smiled and greeted Shishio. Yes, can you pack me 6 of them? Shishio said. Yes. Iori nodded and asked, which cakes do you want to buy? Well, just this cake, that cake. Shishio pointed his finger at the cakes he wanted to buy, and Iori put all of those cakes into a packaging box. Is that all? After all, you often buy 10 or more, Iori said. As a cake shop owner, of course, she wanted someone to buy her cake more, right? Well, it is just a gift since I'm about to visit someone, Shishio said. Iori looked at Shishio curiously and asked, a girl? A girl? Shishio nodded. Was that girlfriend from before? Iori still remembered Saki, who seemed quite sparky, but a very beautiful girl. No, a different one, Shishio said simply. Iori looked at Shishio with a dumbfounded expression. Shishio smiled and said, don't misunderstand, Iori-san, we're a senior and a junior. I'm visiting her house to learn. Iori had told her to call her first name directly rather than to call her Oni-san. After all, she knew about her age, and Shishio was also about her son's age. It felt quite complicated when she was being called Oni-san. But she was happy. Ah, I see. Iori lowered her head, blushing, feeling embarrassed with her thoughts. Well, it is normal since I might often be mistaken as a playboy, Shishio said sadly. No, no, I have never thought so. Iori quickly said, thinking that she might have hurt his heart. I see. Shishio smiled and said, I'm glad that you don't misunderstand me, Iori-san. Iori looked at Shishio for a moment and was entranced by it. So, how much is it? Shishio asked, looking at Iori, who showed a dumbfounded expression with a smile. Ah, yes. Iori blushed and quickly counted the price of the cake to Shishio. Shishio also paid the money, then left after he talked for a moment. Please visit our shop again. Iori waved her hand with a smile. Waving his hand, Shishio left the shop and saw Miyamura, who was still sweeping the entrance of the shop. Well, Izumi-kun, I'll go first. Ah, yes, thank you very much, Oga-san. Miyamura quickly said with a smile, without knowing that Shishio was flirting with his mother inside before. Looking at Shishio, who was riding his motorcycle away, he felt a bit regret that he didn't ask about the information about Shishio's bike and its cost, since in truth, he was quite tempted to own a motorcycle too. Well, I can ask him again next time. However, next time, Shishio's relationship might be even closer to his mother, not that he knew about it, though. Even though there wasn't any GPS, Shishio had bought a map of Tokyo and the surrounding area before, along with his enhanced memory, it was impossible for him to get lost. Miu's house was a bit far from the school, and someone needed to walk for 20 minutes before they arrived at her house. However, with a vehicle, the distance could be reached in a moment. Shishio, who had arrived at the address that Miu sent, looked at the apartment building in front of him. Looking at this apartment, he knew that this kind of 5-level apartment building was quite common in this country since it was fairly cheap, considering the age of the building was a bit old. He then parked his motorcycle in front of the building and then sent a message to Miu since he didn't know which apartment room her family lived in. Shishio, senpai, I have arrived in front of your apartment building. I'm not sure which one is your apartment. Can you come out? Leaving such a text, Shishio then leaned on the gas tank of his motorcycle lazily, waiting for Miu, while looking at the group of housewives, who were looking at him. He gave them a gentle smile and knew that he wouldn't be bored, waiting for Miu. In the living room of her apartment, Miu was waiting for Shishio, and her expression was a bit restless. She was a bit nervous, considering it was her first time inviting a boy to her house. She checked her phone several times to see whether there was a text on her mobile phone. Looking at their big sister, Miu's little brother and little sister couldn't help but discuss with each other. What is Oni-chan doing? Mia, Miu's little sister, asked. Probably her boyfriend is coming. Harima, Miu's little brother, said unsurely. Boyfriend? Mia was surprised and couldn't help but exclaim. SHH. Harima quickly closed his little sister's mouth, but then he saw that his older sister suddenly stood up when he turned his head. Mia, Harima, I'll go out for a bit. Leaving such words, Miu left both of her siblings outside while holding her phone. Harima and Mia looked at each other, and somehow they felt curious what kind of boy their big sister was going to bring. When Miu received a text from Shishio, she quickly came out of her apartment and strode over the stairs since she didn't want to make him wait too long. Then when she arrived at the first floor, she quickly saw him and couldn't help but feel a bit dumbfounded. The first thing that made her dumbfounded was Shishio's casual clothes. It was her first time seeing him in his casual clothes, which somehow made her blush. Shishio was wearing a black t-shirt, navy blue-colored stretch-type skinny jeans, a pair of brown-colored boots, and a jeans jacket. When he sat on his motorcycle, Miu felt like she saw a knight riding on the top of the horse, and somehow she couldn't help but blush. However, there was a bit of a problem, and that problem was that he was surrounded by many housewives, chatting to each other happily. Miu wanted to call him over, but somehow she felt a bit nervous and hesitant. However, Shishio noticed her and quickly called her. Miu-senpai. When her name was being called, Miu smiled and also started to approach him. Shishio-kun. Shishio, who had parked his motorcycle right outside of the apartment building, looked at the group of young housewives that he had talked to and said, "My senior has come, thank you for before Oni-san." "Oh my, Oni-san. My, you can come anytime." "Oh, you're Ashihara-san's daughter? How lucky of you to have a boyfriend like him." Miu's face was as red as a tomato when the group of housewives started to target her. She wasn't good at communication, after all, and when she was being teased, she could only stand nervously there. Shishio had to admit that Miu was very cute, but he was the only one who could bully her. "Sorry, Oni-san, we'll have to go first. If we have a chance, then let's talk later." He directly grabbed Miu's hand and said, "Let's go, senpai." Miu was very shy at this moment, but she nodded regardless since she wasn't good with the group of housewives. Shishio and Miu then walked next to each other while holding hands, leaving a group of housewives, who looked at Miu enviously. "If I'm 10 years younger." Everyone thought at that moment. When they had left, Miu wasn't sure what to say and couldn't only mutter some words, especially when her hand was being held. "Sorry, senpai, I just couldn't help it before," Shishio said and let go of Miu's hand in a hurry, showing a bit flustered expression, but in truth, he just pretended. Miu's face was still very red, but she quickly shook her head and said, No, it's thanks to you. I've never been very good with a crowd, after all." When she looked at Shishio, she felt like she was the heroine in the storybook where she met the prince by chance. "By the way, I have bought you a cake, senpai. You can eat it with your siblings later," Shishio said and showed the box of cakes that he had bought before. "Shishio-kun, you don't need to do so," Miu quickly said since she didn't want to trouble him like this every time that he was going to visit her house. Subconsciously, she thought that he would visit her house from time to time. "If you don't take it, then no one is going to take it, senpai." Shishio looked at Miu with a troubled expression and said, "Do you want to see me waste those cakes?" Miu looked at Shishio and pouted. "Shishio-kun, you're always like that. You always treat me like a child. I'm your senior, you know. It can't be helped. Who makes senpai so cute?" Shishio said with a smile. Miu felt that her face was burning at that moment. "And anyway, my house is a bit small. I hope that you don't feel uncomfortable by it, Shishio-kun. It's all right. You should know that I'm also living in Sakurasu, right?" Shishio said simply. Miu wasn't surprised when Shishio told her that he was living in Sakurasu, but she was more curious about his home in Kyoto. "Then what about your family in Kyoto?" "Well, my family is living at the house." They talked to each other until they arrived at Miu's apartment. "My mom isn't here because of a part-time job, but both of my siblings are inside. They're a bit noisy, but please don't mind them," Miu quickly said. "It's all right, senpai, you don't need to worry too much," Shishio said and knew that it was quite often for a housewife to work a part-time job in the supermarket, considering they could get a discount or free ingredients from their jobs. It was also the reason why the supermarket was a popular place for housewives to work. "Then please enter," Miu said, and somehow she felt a bit nervous about bringing him inside her apartment. "Then I'll enter." Shishio entered by following Miu. He then took off his boots at the entrance of her apartment. Miu looked at Shishio when he took off his shoes and felt that his image on the school and outside was quite different. He was like an elite student in school, but when he was outside, he gave off a manly aura, which made her blush all the time, especially when she smelled his subtle masculine and warm smell, and she had to admit that she loved it. While Miu was waiting for Shishio to take off his boots, the sound of footsteps was heard, and then one boy and one little girl quickly appeared at the entrance of the apartment. "Nei-chan, you have brought your boyfriend." Both of Miu's siblings were curious about their older sister's boyfriend, but they didn't expect that her boyfriend would be so handsome. Shishio also looked at the boy and the little girl, and he felt a bit conflicted since Shishio realized that the system was more degenerate than he had thought at that moment.